Chapter 1. Blue Star Huagua. Deep within the Tianyan mountain range, a plump, snow-white young beast swayed its way back to the cave, a lifeless rabbit of similar size clutched in its mouth. With a soft whimper, it dropped the still-warm rabbit onto the stone slab, trembling as it shook off the snowflakes accumulated during its earlier hunt, and then gazed blankly at the swirling snow outside the cave. Gu Lang had arrived in this world a month ago, and he was utterly bewildered when he opened his eyes to find himself transformed into a young pup. Fortunately, the system appeared promptly to inform him that he was a descendant of the noble magical element bloodline, a starry magic wolf. However, this system was incredibly irresponsible, leaving Gu Lang with nothing but a few simple pieces of information. Race: starry magic wolf. Born under the radiance of celestial magic, possessing keen perception of all elements, able to traverse various planes without hindrance. Magic level: mid-first stage. Feeding value: 0. Time remaining for Maul refresh: 2 hours 53 minutes. The system interface was exceedingly simplistic, displaying only a few lines of information, and crucially, there were no explanations whatsoever. What a frustrating system. In terms of feeding value, Gu Lang speculated that someone would need to provide him with food for the value to increase, but the problem was that he was nestled deep within the mountains, with not a soul in sight. Who could possibly come to feed me? Gu Lang felt quite vexed. Well, at least I know I'm a wolf. If I were a dog, that would be truly disastrous. Gu Lang consoled himself, recognizing that having a system meant there was hope, and besides, wolves certainly had a higher status than dogs. Gu Lang found himself in a realm saturated with magic, with a ferocious aura of magical beasts permeated the entire mountain range. After hiding for several days, he finally discovered a small cave devoid of magical beasts, providing him with a refuge for rest and survival. Having secured a cave to shelter from the elements, he also needed to address the issue of sustenance. Thus, Gu Lang was compelled to venture out for hunting every day. What was he hunting? Rabbits. For at present, Gu Lang's combat prowess was barely sufficient to deal with rabbits. Though he possessed magic, he had yet to master any spells, leaving him to contend solely with ordinary, unremarkable rabbits. Today was no different. After a prolonged search, Gu Lang finally managed to catch a foolish rabbit that had knocked itself senseless against a wooden post. Would eating a rabbit that managed to knock itself out affect my intelligence? Gu Lang pondered, hesitating slightly, for such a dim-witted rabbit was a rarity. Yet, after a brief moment of indecision, he devoured the rabbit, as he had pressing matters to attend to. What pressing matters? Meeting his little brother. Indeed, even this adorably fluffy young beast had a subordinate. Having finished the rabbit, Gu Lang promptly exited the cave, his fluffy short legs racing swiftly through the snow. Not long after, in a nearby grove, before Gu Lang lay a coyote obediently crouching. This coyote's appearance was rather dismal. Its dull gray fur lacked luster, and its unattractive face bore a scar. Resembling a character from a certain domestic animated series, Gu Lang casually bestowed upon a nickname, Gray Wolf. Upon seeing his elder brother Gu Lang approach, Gray Wolf quickly lowered its head in a gesture of respect. Although coyotes were among the weakest of wolves, it was still considerably larger than the current Gu Lang, and the sight of a young Alaskan pup before a coyote would astonish anyone. Gray Wolf had contemplated resistance, but after their first encounter, it realized this pup was not to be trifled with. That had occurred a month prior, shortly after Gu Lang's arrival in this world. While wandering aimlessly, Gu Lang unexpectedly encountered the ravenous Gray Wolf. At that time, Gray Wolf had been separated from its pack for an extended period, struggling to catch sufficient prey, and it had been far too long since its last meal. Upon first seeing Gu Lang, Gray Wolf felt a surge of excitement. Gu Lang's appearance was exceedingly deceptive. His diminutive size, short limbs, and most crucially, the absence of sharp claws and teeth. Such a weak creature was hard to come by, especially one that wouldn't run away upon sighting a coyote. How foolish. Gray Wolf immediately contemplated pouncing on Gu Lang and devouring him. But the next moment, cold sweat broke out, for it sensed the presence of magic emanating from Gu Lang. Magic. This pup possessed magic. Ordinary beasts lacked magic. It had to be a magical beast. Terrified, Grey Wolf promptly surrendered, lying flat on the ground before Gulang. Gulang, bewildered, nonetheless accepted the coyote as his subordinate. After becoming Gulang's follower, Grey Wolf dutifully inquired if there were any tasks for him. Gulang pondered for a moment and assigned him a few tasks, agreeing to meet every 3 days. Today marked another rendezvous day. "Oh?" Gulang inquired. "Oh?" Grey Wolf replied, displaying a somewhat subservient demeanor. Gulang immediately grasped that Grey Wolf had yet to encounter any signs of humans in the past few days. This news left Gulang feeling somewhat disheartened after accepting Grey Wolf as a subordinate. He had instructed him to keep an eye out for any human activity nearby. The purpose of gathering intel on humans was solely to increase his feeding value. With a sense of disinterest, Gulang waved his little paw, and Grey Wolf nodded eagerly before picking up the rabbit Gulang had given him and departing. That rabbit had been caught by Gulang on his way, serving as a reward for Grey Wolf services. Grey Wolf was quite pleased such a stroke of luck, to receive a rabbit for merely going through the motions. Once Grey Wolf had left, Gulang prepared to return to the cave for the night. Ding! The mall has been refreshed. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. The mall had refreshed. Gulang hastily opened the system mall. Magic World Feeding Value Mall. Upon entering the mall, he was greeted by an interface resembling supermarket shelves, with a few scattered items displayed. At the top shelf lay a slightly yellowed tome. Permanent Top Priority Transformation Technique. Upon mastering, you may transform into a human. Price: 9,990,000 feeding value. Gulang was all too familiar with the first item, the transformation technique. Once learned, Gulang would be able to rid himself of his current foolish and unremarkable wolf-dog appearance. This was precisely why he was so eager to locate humans and acquire feeding value. He yearned to revert to human form. When Gulang first opened the mall and laid eyes on the transformation technique, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This item was of utmost importance to him. Thus, he promptly utilized his single opportunity to pin it, ensuring it would not be refreshed. Indeed, the mall refreshed every 7 days, replacing non-pinned items, all of which required feeding value for purchase. Gulang continued to peruse, and the second item was a gift box. Beginner's Gift Package, a token of affection from System Daddy. Price: 0 feeding value. It was the Beginner's Gift Package. At last, this frustrating system exhibited a hint of conscience. With a price of 0, it was essentially a freebie. Gulang hurriedly purchased it and immediately opened the gift box. As soon as the red box was unsealed, a multitude of colorful items surged forth, diving into Gulang's mind, followed by a series of mechanical system notifications. Ding! Beginner's Gift Package has been used. The system will randomly grant the host skills. Ding! Defecation has been learned. Ding! Eating has been learned. Ding! Slapping away flies has been learned. Ding! Danger Sense has yet to be learned. Bestowing now. Ding! Magic Concealment has yet to be learned. Bestowing now. Ding! Wagging Tail has yet to be learned. Bestowing now. Gulang was left speechless. What nonsense! Defecating and eating can be considered skills? As for the third skill, don't make things up, I don't even recognize it. How could I have learned it? At least I've acquired a few skills I didn't already know. Gulang thought, not entirely displeased. He quickly examined the descriptions of the skills provided by the system. Danger Sense, passive skill, allowing you to perceive nearby dangers. A rather vague description. Could the system not take this seriously? How far is nearby? 5 meters or 10? What does danger even refer to? Is it biological or environmental? Gulang silently grumbled, but decided to move on to the next skill. Magic Concealment. When activated, you can completely hide all magic fluctuations emanating from you. Gulang was momentarily taken aback. Conceal magic fluctuations? Wasn't this akin to playing the fool to catch the tiger? It might not serve much purpose. In this dense forest teeming with wild beasts and magical creatures, my combat prowess is already low. Relying on magic to intimidate others would be futile. Wagging Tail. Method of use: shake the tail. After usage, it will diminish the hostility and vigilance of surrounding creatures towards you, while slightly enhancing their favorability. Is wagging the tail a serious matter? Has it truly come to resemble a dog? I am a wolf, a noble, celestial magic wolf. Oh well, at least it can enhance others' fondness. Perhaps I shall rely on it to deceive humans for food in the future. Gulang, feeling helpless, glanced over the three new skills before shifting his attention to the other goods refreshed in the system shop. The other items remained the same, utterly unaffordable. Gulang shook his head and returned to the cave. The cave appeared as it always had, with numerous vines hanging at the entrance to conceal it. Gulang skillfully navigated through the gaps in the vines, finding his makeshift nest made of hay, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Half a month passed, and deep winter had arrived. The snow in the sky fell thicker and thicker, blanketing the forest in a thick layer of white. Today, Gulang visited the gray wolf as usual, inquiring about any traces of humans. Awoo! The gray wolf shook its head, delivering the same response as Alwaysno's sight of humans. A wave of disappointment washed over Gulang. Could it be that there were no human settlements nearby? Little did he know, the gray wolf had not genuinely sought out information. It merely spent its days idly, then sought Gulang for rabbits to eat. Awoo! Gulang informed the gray wolf that there were no rabbits today, then turned to leave. Damn it! Has it nearly been 2 months and you haven't gathered any information? Rabbits have hidden away in winter. They are difficult to catch. Of no use at all, yet you still wish to eat rabbits? Upon hearing the news of no rabbits, the gray wolf was visibly displeased. How could it not be given any? I endured several days of hard work to bring you news, and you do not provide me with rabbits? The more it thought, the more dissatisfied the gray wolf became as it glared at Gulang, its eyes gleaming with malice. This little wolf, resembling a puppy, seemed to be all bark and no bite, having never witnessed it cast any magic. Perhaps, as Gulang turned his back, the gray wolf's sinister thoughts began to brew. At that moment, a wave of energy surged through Gulang's mind, sending chills down his spine. His sense of danger was on high alert. The disturbance came from behind. Gulang immediately realized it was the gray wolf. He quickly turned, but the gray wolf had already pounced towards him, its mouth agape, drool flying through the air. Seeing the gray wolf truly betray him and prepare to attack, Gulang panicked and attempted to dodge. But someone was faster. Flameball, a resonant male voice echoed. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted in the forest, and a fireball struck the gray wolf, sending it crashing to the ground. Scorching flames. The same male voice called out again, and flames immediately engulfed the fallen gray wolf. The gray wolf howled in agony, struggling desperately, but the flames only intensified, and it ultimately whimpered before succumbing. In a matter of moments, the gray wolf was reduced to a pile of ashes beneath the fierce flames. Gulang, witnessing the scene, was left dumbfounded. Was this magic? But then he suddenly realized something. Wait, could it be a human? The incantation just uttered was in Mandarin, a language he understood. Tears welled in Gulang's eyes. He had finally found a human, and a compatriot at that. The bushes before him rustled, and a young man with golden hair squeezed his way out. Upon seeing Gulang, Wu Yanghua was momentarily taken aback. Another wolf cub? Realizing the situation, he let out a cold laugh. Ha! You can't escape. A surge of magical energy emanated from his hand as he prepared to cast a spell to eliminate Gulang. Gulang felt a chill run down his spine. His sense of danger was ringing alarm bells. This blondie wants to kill me. Gulang turned on his heel and fled. Light and nimble, he easily slipped into the dense underbrush. Seeing the wolf cub dart into the thicket, Wu Yanghua's expression darkened. He did not wish to set the surrounding forest ablaze. Do you think you can escape? Wu Yanghua immediately turned and shouted into the forest, Li Yingyi, approximately 8 meters to the 10 o'clock direction. All right, a sweet female voice responded, followed by a surge of magical energy. Vine growth. Hearing another female voice casting a spell, Gulang's heart sank. He frantically darted in every direction, attempting to evade the magic. But it was all in vain, as several vines erupted from the ground beneath him. In an instant, these vines ensnared all 4 of Gulang's legs. Before he could even struggle, more vines descended from the thicket above, tightly binding his torso, and then they violently constricted, lifting the startled Gu Lang into the air. These vines, as if in relay, alternately hoisted the immobilized Gu Lang out of the dense forest, returning him to the small clearing where he had just met the gray wolf. At this moment, the small clearing was crowded with 7 or 8 individuals, and upon seeing Gu Lang captured, their gazes immediately converged upon him. Among them was a petite girl with a sweet appearance, a faint aura of the forest's vibrant green emanating from her, gazing at Gu Lang with a face full of astonishment. Alas, what an adorable little chubby dog. The moment Liang Yi laid eyes on Gu Lang, her gaze instantly transformed into one of sheer wonder. It turned out that this fluffy bundle was merely a small puppy. Gu Lang, feeling agitated, protested, "What chubby dog? I am the noble Wolf King." He immediately adopted a fierce demeanor, howling at the 2 individuals before him. "Oh, whoa!" Gu Lang's 4 tiny legs flailed in the air, emitting a juvenile wolf howl from his mouth. Release the Wolf King. To Liang Yi's surprise, she felt no threat from Gu Lang's howling. Instead, she was utterly charmed and lowered her guard, ready to reach out and pet him. "Don't touch," a cool female voice interrupted. "It's dirty. You are the one who is dirty," Gu Lang retorted indignantly. Upon hearing this, Liang Yi obediently withdrew her hand and stood aside, watching as Song Lingyao approached. Before Gu Lang stood a breathtakingly beautiful and haughty young lady, her finely arched brows furrowing as she scrutinized him closely. Perched on her shoulder was a small orange and white cat, also observing Gu Lang intently. This must be a magical beast, right? I could sense its magical aura just moments ago. Huh? Where did it go? Wu Yanghua exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, having distinctly felt the magical energy emanating from Gu Lang earlier. The instant Gu Lang was ensnared by the vines, he realized the predicament he was in. To preemptively shield himself from their scrutiny, he utilized his magical abilities to disguise himself as an ordinary cub. After a thorough examination, the stunning young lady finally spoke up, "It's not a magical beast." Xiao Ling didn't detect any magical fluctuations either. Song Lingyao paused, adding her assessment. "It's probably just a common wolf pup." The little orange cat on her shoulder nodded in agreement, its lively eyes darting toward Gu Lang before it licked its snowy paw. "Oh, I just killed a coyote. Perhaps this is its offspring," Wu Yanghua suggested, nodding thoughtfully that "You are the one who is the offspring of a gray wolf. How could someone as strikingly cute as I be the child of such an ugly wolf? That blonde fool must be blind." Gu Lang silently cursed Wu Yanghua, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear. Surely these people wouldn't be planning to kill him. Isn't a coyote supposed to have a long snout? This wolf pup has such a short mouth. Another voice chimed in as a tall figure squeezed in closer. "Who cares what kind of wolf it is? Just kill it and be done with it." Wu Yanghua said nonchalantly, "But it's so cute. Can't we keep it?" Liang Yi protested, her heart softening. Wu Yanghua shot her a glance, shaking his head in a manner that was decidedly unrefined. "What do you know? Wolves can't be tamed. Otherwise, why would there be the saying about ungrateful wolves? Besides, keeping it would only invite trouble. These wolves may not possess magical abilities when they grow up, but they will still follow the true wolf beast and harass us." With that, he conjured a ball of fire and advanced toward Gu Lang, though Liang Yi felt a pang of reluctance after hearing Wu Yanghua's words. She remained silent and did not intervene. "Oh, whoa!" Gu Lang panicked at the thought of being killed and began to wriggle his fluffy body and flap his little short legs in desperation. "The Wolf King does not wish to perish. Oh dear, if only you were a little dog. We could keep you as a pet," Liang Yi lamented, feeling a pang of sympathy for the adorable wolf cub. "What? If it were a dog, it wouldn't he have to die?" Gu Lang fell silent, pondering his noble identity as a celestial magic wolf. How could he? Seeing Wu Yanghua's elemental energy intensifying, it was clear he was about to unleash a spell. How infuriating. Woof! Gu Lang suppressed his embarrassment and called out. At the sound of his bark, the gathering fell into a sudden hush. Song Lingyao stared at Gu Lang in disbelief. "Did I misjudge? This wolf cub can bark like a dog too." "How amusing." Wu Yanghua, momentarily dazed, scratched his dyed blonde hair and chuckled foolishly before reassembling his magical energy to finish off Gu Lang. "Are you even speaking human language? I am the Wolf King." "I am a dog. I am a dog." Seeing this was enough, Gu Lang cast aside all notions of shame and began to howl with all his might. "Oh, woof, woof, woof. Oh, woof." Not only did Gu Lang howl unabashedly, but he also wagged his tail furiously behind him. The spectators could sense a shift in the demeanor of the wolf, or rather, the puppy. Little did they know, this was the power of Gu Lang's tail-wagging skill. Wagging his tail diminished their hostility and aggression towards him while subtly increasing their fondness. Otherwise, how could a distinguished student from a magical university be so easily swayed by a few barks? Li Yingyi, closest to Gu Lang, was the primary recipient of the tail-wagging skill. Given her pre-existing fondness for him, the skill worked wonders, completely winning her over. She dispelled her wooden magic and cradled Gu Lang in her arms. Gu Lang felt enveloped in warmth and softness. It seemed he wouldn't have to die after all. He let out a sigh of relief. This must be a puppy. It resembles an Alaskan Malamute. The towering figure of Wang Chung declared, his height reaching nearly 2 meters, making him the largest among them. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, everyone suddenly realized, so it's an Alaskan. Alaskan Malamutes are a popular breed of domestic dog. And Gu Lang's appearance matched perfectly with that of a young pup. The group observed Gu Lang closely once more. His back was adorned with patches of black fur, while the rest was a snowy white. Resembling an Oreo cookie minus a piece, his fluffy head was directly connected to his body, lacking any semblance of a neck. He looked just like a small, black and white gas canister. Indeed, he was an Alaskan puppy, identical to those featured in the viral videos online. Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Gu Lang couldn't help but let out a few soft whines. Upon hearing his imitation of a dog's bark, Wang Chung scoffed dismissively. I didn't expect it to be such a silly little dog. With that, he approached and gave Gu Lang a gentle pat on the head. Gu Lang seethed with anger. You little brat, remember this, how dare you touch the head of the Wolf King? But despite his fury, the circumstances were not in his favor. Woof, Gu Lang begrudgingly continued to whimper, since it's an Alaskan sled dog. We shouldn't kill it. The Tianyan mountain range is perilous, and it's far too small to survive the night on its own, Li Yingyi insisted, holding her newfound pet tightly. Gu Lang rolled his eyes at her concern. Please, I am a born hunter of the wilderness. I am the one who usually dishes out the punishment. How could anyone threaten me? He completely forgot that his combat prowess was no match for the likes of a gray wolf. Under Li Yingyi's fervent insistence, the group reluctantly agreed to keep Gu Lang. This outcome pleased the sweet girl, who delightedly cuddled the unknown little puppy, repeatedly petting him. Gu Lang thought to himself that a true gentleman can endure humiliation. So he would bear this indignity for now. He settled comfortably against 2 pillows. Being taken in by them was not a bad fate after all. At least he had the opportunity to gain some feeding value. Gu Lang sighed in relief. A new future was about to begin. By putting on a cute act, Gu Lang successfully secured a place beside the humans, specifically the sweet-legged Li Yingyi. After all, she was the only one who genuinely liked Gu Lang. The others held a more indifferent attitude as for the tragic demise of his little brother, Grey Wolf. Gu Lang felt no sorrow whatsoever. What nonsense! Grey Wolf, the quintessential ungrateful creature, would turn against you if you didn't provide him with food. His death was inconsequential to Gu Lang. However, he couldn't shake off the lingering fear. After all, Wu Yonghua's fire magic was fearsome enough to reduce Grey Wolf to ashes in an instant. I must learn magic quickly, Gu Lang urged himself inwardly. The group, now accompanied by Gu Lang, maintained their pace as they ventured deeper into the Tianyan mountain range. Soon, they arrived near Gu Lang's cave. As dusk descended, they continued onward, seeking a suitable spot to set up camp. It was unsafe to traverse further in the darkness due to limited visibility. Meow, a cat's cry abruptly interrupted the group as they prepared to set up camp. Gu Lang, who was being carried in a backpack by Li Yingyi, turned his head to look as well. It was the beautiful young lady's cat from earlier, and it seemed to have made a discovery. By eavesdropping on the conversations of the others, Gu Lang learned that the cat's name was the white-pawed spirit cat. Although the white-pawed spirit cat was not particularly powerful, it was renowned as an auxiliary divine pet due to its remarkably keen sense of perception, making it a formidable ally in the wilderness. This instance was no exception. The white-pawed spirit cat had somehow identified a suitable camping spot and called out. Upon hearing the cat's cry, Song Lingyao immediately turned to communicate with the small orange cat on her shoulder, and then led the group slightly off course to continue onward. The others seemed unfazed, but Gu Lang was taken aback. Wasn't that direction towards my cave? Sure enough, after 5 minutes of walking, the group stumbled upon the cave where Gu Lang had resided for nearly 2 months. At that moment, the cave appeared dark and foreboding, resembling the gaping maw of a beast poised to devour its prey. Wu Yonghua stepped forward, igniting a fire that incinerated the vines at the cave's entrance. He then turned to Wang Qing, who immediately understood the cue. With a low shout, he summoned earth magic. Stone skin technique. A rich aura of earth elements enveloped Wang Qing, transforming his skin into an unusual earthy hue. He then conjured a shield formed of earth elements, carrying it cautiously as he entered the cave that Wu Yanghua followed closely behind, while the others remained outside to keep watch, observing the group's well-coordinated and trained demeanor. Gulang couldn't help but admire their caution. Was it really necessary to be this careful? He had been sleeping in this cave for 2 months. If there were any dangers, he would have perished long ago. Before long, Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng had scouted the cave's interior. Come in. There's nothing here. Oh, except for a grass bundle. Wu Yanghua's voice echoed from within the cave. Upon hearing this, the other 6 members followed him inside. The once pitch-black cave was now illuminated brilliantly by the flames in Wu Yanghua's hands. The group surveyed their surroundings, and aside from a small grass bundle on the ground, there was indeed nothing else. Even the rock walls were bared. Is this a rabbit's nest? Wang Cheng speculated. This is the lair of the Wolf Lord. Gulang recognized the grass bundle at a glance. It was something he had gathered from the bushes outside before winter. What rabbit would make a nest inside a cave? Such ignorance. Wu Yanghua cast a disdainful glance at Wang Cheng, clearly unimpressed. If it's not, then it's just right for kindling for the campfire that let's burn it. Wang Cheng chose not to argue with Wu Yanghua, but his words irked Gulang. Damn it. Are you really going to burn the Wolf Lord's nest? That dog will remember this. The first thing it does upon transforming will be to reward you with 2 hefty slaps. Wu Yanghua, however, dismissed the concern with a shake of his head. Oh, I need kindling to start a fire. With that, he took some firewood brought in by the others and casually tossed it onto the ground. Then, with a flick of his hand, he conjured a flame, igniting the wood, which began to crackle and burn. Jiu Lang watched with envy. That golden-haired fellow was quite impressive. The campfire blazed to life. The group gathered around it to eat. Jiu Lang's excitement surged. It was mealtime. Is there any for me? Hurry and feed me. As if sensing Gulang's inner plea, Liangyi opened a can of meat specifically for him. She scooped him up in her arms and, leaning against the wall, sat cross-legged. Unbeknownst to Liangyi, she produced a small plastic spoon from somewhere, stirred the meat can a few times, and then filled a spoonful of meat paste. Offering it to Gulang's mouth. Open wide, she coaxed patiently. Though somewhat embarrassed, Gulang, unable to contain himself, promptly opened his mouth, extending his tongue to savor every last drop of meat paste. Quite delicious. He smacked his lips in delight. Indeed, just as Gulang had anticipated, after Liangyi fed him, the system immediately displayed a notification. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 15 g of Asteraceae brand pork canned food. Feeding value 2. To Gulang's astonishment, a sudden burst of white light materialized within his stomach, merging with his body, and he sensed a subtle increase in his strength. Wow, feeding not only grants feeding value but can also enhance my physical abilities? Gulang was elated, quickly looking up at Liangyi with eager eyes, wagging his tail in a desperate plea for more. Seeing Gulang's eager demeanor, Liangyi couldn't help but chuckle, and she spooned a few more servings of meat paste into his mouth. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 15 g of Asteraceae brand pork canned food. Feeding value 2. Ding! Detected that the host has been fed 15 g of Asteraceae brand pork canned food. Feeding value 2. After finishing an entire can of meat, his feeding value surged by a remarkable 20 points. Moreover, Gulang felt the magical essence within him grow more abundant, and his body felt invigorated. This was sheer bliss. Gulang was overjoyed. From now on, even if he starved, he would never hunt rabbits again. He would live solely on being fed. What? This is living off someone else's generosity. What nonsense. What era is this? Haven't you heard the saying? Earning money isn't shameful. The Wolf Lord is the same. Gaining strength isn't shameful. The others in the cave were enjoying their dinner, and upon seeing Liangyi neglecting her own hunger to feed Gulang, they all sighed in resignation. Does this dog possess such great magical power? Wu Yanghua couldn't bear it any longer. He himself wasn't so fortunate as to have someone feed him, yet this foolish dog could coax Liangyi into feeding it canned food. All right. Finally, Liangyi reluctantly set Gulang down to eat. After finishing their meals, the group gathered around the campfire to chat. Jiu Lang lay quietly by the fire, listening intently. They began by praising Song Lingyao, saying that if it weren't for the white pot spirit cat, they would have had to camp outside that night. Then they complimented her rapid mastery of magic at such a young age. And the flattery continued unabated. Song Lingyao, clearly bashful, turned red at the compliments and soon became shy. The conversation then shifted to casual banter. Ji Yulang listened in and gradually pieced together the purpose of this group. There were 8 of them in total, all students on a training expedition. Remarkably, the youngest and most beautiful among them, Song Lingyao, was the team leader. Song Lingyao was a student at the prestigious Magic High School in Ruiqing, while the other 7 were university students from the Magic University of Ruiqing and Huaghua, here for a half-month training venture into the Tianyin mountain range. 5 years prior, through the detection of high-level magicians. The International Magic Association learned that an unknown dimension was on the verge of merging with Blue Star. This merging had already begun to manifest, with foreign air seeping into Blue Star through minor spatial rifts. Magic research institutions around the world captured this foreign air and, through in-depth analysis, discovered that the magical elements within it were far richer than those found in Blue Star. This suggested that this unknown dimension likely harbored creatures capable of practicing magic, much like those on Blue Star. In other words, in the near future, Blue Star would confront a formidable and potentially hostile unknown dimension. This is also the reason why major magical universities across Huaghua frequently send students to undergo practical training in the wilderness. In the coming years, it is highly likely that formidable adversaries will emerge, necessitating thorough preparations for battle. Consequently, Ruiqing Magic University has organized dozens of teams to venture into the Tianyin mountain range in the northern part of Ruiqing for their training. As a high school student, Song Lingyao should not, in theory, participate in such exercises. However, at the tender age of 17, her magical prowess has already matched that of many second- and third-year students at Ruiqing Magic University. Although Ruiqing Magic University does not hold a prestigious reputation throughout Huaghua, it is still a university, which serves as a testament to Song Lingyao's extraordinary talent and diligent training in addition to her rapid advancement in magic. Song Lingyao also possesses exceptional beauty, making her a true standout. Furthermore, she is backed by the most prominent family in Ruiqing, the Song family, renowned for their expertise in summoning magic, with the family's intention to nurture her as the next successor. They naturally allocate substantial resources to support her endeavors. Thus, Song Lingyao, a top-tier heiress distinguished by her lineage, appearance, and cultivation, is a rarity not only in the relatively secluded Ruiqing, but throughout all of Huaghua. As a result of the backing from the Song family, she successfully assumed the role of captain of a training team, specifically the one designated as Team 47. After becoming captain, she prudently selected 7 other equally outstanding university students based on the recommendations provided by her family, forming a well-rounded magical team. After 2 days of traversing the terrain, the training team gradually delved deeper into the Tianyin mountain range. In the afternoon, they encountered Gulang. It was during this time that Gulang successfully ingratiated himself with the group. Naturally, the others were engaged in casual conversation, and Gulang only grasped fragments of their discussions. However, that was sufficient for him. Upon discerning the identities of the group, Gulang began to ponder. Students from a magical university. How delightful. Students are often the most compassionate. Which stray cat or dog in school isn't well-fed and plump? Gulang promptly resolved to accompany them on their training, and then follow them to that so-called Ruiqing Magic University. Heh, Ruiqing, the Wolf Lord has arrived. Prepare your provisions and come forth to feed me. Gulang was determined to receive ample offerings, amassing enough to exchange for the transformation technique to revert to human form. The group chatted around the campfire for over half an hour before concluding their discussions and organizing the night watch duties. Yes, night watch. Although they had a keenly perceptive pet, the white claw spirit cat, it could not remain vigilant without rest. Moreover, as they were out for training, they had to maintain the appearance of seriousness. Under Captain Song Lingyao's guidance, Li Yingyi and Wu Yanghua were assigned to keep watch during the first half of the night, while Song Lingyao and another girl named Xiang Jing would take over for the latter half. After Li Yingyi and Wu Yanghua settled at the cave entrance for their watch, the remaining 6 members engaged in meditation or slumber. Even Song Lingyao's summoned pet, the white claw spirit cat, curled up among their sleeping bags to warm itself and rest, having spent an entire day traversing the Tianyin mountain range, alternating between travel and battling magical beasts. The group was utterly exhausted. They quickly fell asleep once enveloped in their sleeping bags, with even the most diligent Song Lingyao succumbing to slumber after half an hour of meditation. Thus, the cave fell silent. Save for the crackling of the campfire and the faint snores of the big guy Wang Chung, in a corner. With no one watching, Gulang stealthily surveyed his surroundings. What a splendid opportunity. Feeling somewhat hungry, he wondered if consuming their canned food would increase his offering value. He decided to conduct an experiment. With so many meat cans around, sneaking one should go unnoticed. Resolved, Gulang quietly began his mission. He stealthily circled the campfire, sneaking towards the pack containing the cans. After some effort, he managed to unzip the bag and retrieve a meat can. Using his teeth, he tore open the metal lid and began licking the meat paste inside. To his disappointment, the system showed no reaction, and his offering value did not increase. It seemed that this approach was futile. Offerings must be given directly from others to himself. Gazing at the half-eaten meat can before him, Gulang realized he had already opened it. Might as well finish it. Feeling guilty, he glanced back at the group by the campfire. They remained quiet, all six nestled peacefully in their sleeping bags. They're all fast asleep. Returning his focus to the can, he devoured it in a few swift bites. However, as he contemplated the remaining morsel of meat paste, a sudden realization struck him. If one can were missing, the students might not notice, but an empty can would be glaringly obvious. They would deduce that it was he who had pilfered it. Having worked so hard to gain the favor of humans, he could not afford to be abandoned over a mere can. Should he hide the empty can? Gulang pondered, glancing around the cave, but found no suitable hiding place. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the sleeping white claw spirit cat. The white claw spirit cat, being the team's pet and serving as their scout, likely wouldn't face repercussions for eating a can, would it? Let the cat take the blame, with a cunning plan forming in his mind. Gulang opened the backpack zipper once more and extracted another meat can. He opened the second can and placed it enticingly beneath the nose of the white claw spirit cat. After completing his scheme, Gulang quickly scurried behind the pile of bags to observe stealthily. The rich aroma of the meat can wafted through the air, quickly reaching the cat's sensitive nose. As its little black nose twitched, the white claw spirit cat suddenly opened its eyes in surprise. What is this? Did my owner give this to me? The cat glanced at the peacefully sleeping Song Lingyao. My owner is so kind. Gulang, watching anxiously, urged the cat silently. Come on, eat it. You silly creature. What are you waiting for? Oh, I'm a bit hungry. After catching a whiff of the delectable scent, the white claw spirit cat's stomach began to grumble. Consequently, it began to indulge in the gift from its owner. Seeing the foolish cat actually licking the contents of the can, Gulang was overjoyed, but that still wasn't enough. He needed to ensure that both he and the cat would benefit from this endeavor. As the mischievous thoughts swirled in his mind, Gulang noticed that the white claw spirit cat was still engrossed in its meal. Seizing the moment, he slipped out to find Liangyi, who was on watch at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Gulang approach, Liangyi's eyes twinkled in delight. Did this little pup come to seek her out? However, her expression shifted to confusion as Gulang tugged at her pant leg, pulling her insistently toward the cave. What is going on? Although puzzled, Liangyi greeted Wu Yanghua before entering the cave to investigate. That moment, the white claw spirit cat had consumed nearly half of the can, its tongue struggling to reach the remaining morsels. In a bid to salvage the situation, it extended its paw into the can, scooping out the meat paste and licking it into its mouth. When Liangyi returned to the cave, she was greeted by the sight of the orange cat nearly burying its head inside the meat can. Little Ling, you. Liangyi felt a surge of annoyance. How could the white claw spirit cat be stealing food in the middle of the night? If it weren't for the new dog alerting her, she might not have caught on at all. Upon hearing Liangyi's voice, the white claw spirit cat looked up, startled to find her staring at it with a frown. They had accounted for the number of cans, with only a few extras set aside. Thankfully, you only ate one. Liangyi began, but her words trailed off as she spotted Gulang pushing an empty can into view from somewhere. Gulang pawed at the empty can with his front legs, indicating it with a series of woo-woos. Look, here is another empty can. Then, raising his head, he feigned innocence as he gazed at Liangyi and the white claw spirit cat. The white claw spirit cat instantly looked bewildered. What does this mean? I only had one. Wasn't this given to me by my owner? What is going on? Why is there another one? The little cat's mind raced, overwhelmed by confusion. How could it steal one can and still be unsatisfied? Seeing the second empty can only intensified Liangyi's irritation. Yet, mindful of the others resting in the cave, she had to lower her voice to admonish the white claw spirit cat. Little Ling, you mustn't behave this way. I will have to discuss this with Lingyao tomorrow. With a decisive turn, he walked away without looking back, leaving behind a wolf and a cat, each staring wide-eyed at the other. Gulang nearly succumbed to laughter, but he restrained himself to avoid giving himself away. The orange cat was still bewildered, trying to comprehend the situation. The following morning, Gulang, having enjoyed a restful slumber, shook his fluffy fur in preparation for the day ahead. The members of the training squad soon emerged from their sleeping bags. While I was on night watch yesterday, I caught Xiao Ling sneaking some canned food. Liang Yi revealed the misdeeds of the white-pawed spirit cat, who had stolen 2 cans. Look, these 2 empty cans on the ground. Upon hearing the sweet voice of Liang Yi, Song Lingyao's beautiful brows furrowed as she chastised the white-pawed spirit cat verbally. The little orange cat, having received another scolding, could only retreat to a corner, meowing in its distress that weren't you on guard at the entrance. How did you catch Xiao Ling sneaking the cans? Inquired a somewhat handsome young man named Tao Haoran, who practiced light magic. Upon hearing the question, Liang Yi immediately attributed the discovery to Gulang. It was thanks to our little companion we found yesterday. It came to alert me. With that, Liang Yi proudly lifted Gulang from the ground to showcase him. Gulang felt a twinge of guilt. He was not keen on being displayed. Once placed back on the ground, he stealthily glanced at the white-pawed spirit cat in the corner, which had begun to sense something amiss and was looking at him with suspicion. Not wanting to be caught in a guilty stare, Gulang quickly turned away. Here, have a bit of this energy bar. Liang Yi peeled off a piece of magical energy bar and offered it to Gulang. This is a reward for you. You performed splendidly yesterday. Gulang was overjoyed. There was a reward. He opened his mouth and eagerly rolled his tongue to swallow the small piece of energy bar. A surge of energy blossomed within him, enhancing both his magical prowess and physical capabilities. Although the enhancement was minimal, it was certainly better than nothing. Ding. Detected that the host has been fed 5G of the Asteraceae brand magical energy bar. Ding. Feeding value 20. The system's mechanical voice took Gulang by surprise. Such a small piece yielded 20 points of feeding value. Yesterday, a whole can of meat paste only provided 20 points. Was the feeding value tied to the quality of the ingredients? Gulang immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, why does the energy bar provide more feeding value than the meat can? System, however, the system remained unresponsive. Gulang understood. Dad, why does the energy bar grant more feeding value? The system promptly replied, Ding. The more precious the feeding ingredients, the greater the magical essence contained within, resulting in higher feeding value. Gulang grasped the concept. So it was like that. The magical energy bar contained a significant amount of magical materials, making it undoubtedly more valuable than ordinary meat cans. With the system's clarification easing his confusion, Gulang looked up, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the remaining energy bar in Liang Yi's hand. Quick, continue feeding me. Seeing the pleading look in Gulang's eyes, Liang Yi, understanding his intent, broke off a piece of food for him. However, this time it was not an energy bar, but rather a small piece of compressed biscuit. Gulang showed no disdain and immediately bit into the biscuit, devouring it entirely. Ding. Detected that the host has been fed 20G of compressed biscuit. Ding. Feeding value 1. Ugh. This biscuit only grants such a meager feeding value. Gulang was left speechless. The disparity was far too vast. Unsatisfied, he looked up and whimpered a couple of times, wagging his tail. With the tail-wagging maneuver activated, Liang Yi hesitated momentarily, wondering if feeding Gulang the magical energy bar, which contained numerous magical materials, might be harmful to an ordinary little dog. Gulang remained cloaked in magical concealment, appearing to everyone as just a typical, non-magical Alaskan puppy. Yet, seeing Gulang acting adorably with a desperate expression, Liang Yi eventually indulged him and fed him the remaining energy bar. Ding. Detected that the host has been fed 30G of Asteraceae brand magical energy bar. Ding. Feeding value 120. Suddenly, 120 points of feeding value were added. This is so delightful. Gulang quickly opened the system shop to see what he could purchase. He vaguely recalled that after the shop refreshed yesterday, there was an item called Magic Power Upgrade. Magic Power Upgrade, late stage of level 1. Upon purchase, it can elevate the level of magical power. Price, 200 feeding value. Without hesitation, Gulang made the purchase, as his current feeding value could only afford this. After acquiring the Magic Power Upgrade, Gulang eagerly closed the system shop and activated its warmth enveloped him. He felt a gentle surge of magical power filling his body. This soft magical energy circled through him, before converging into the magical sea near his heart. The magical sea naturally accepted this foreign, ownerless magical energy, effortlessly propelling Gulang's magical level to the late stage of level 1. Was the breakthrough this easy? Gulang was overjoyed. Having a system was truly advantageous. Observing Gulang's jubilant frolicking after consuming the energy bar, Liangyi couldn't help but smile. Amused by his apparent love for the energy bars, little did she know, Gulang was merely adapting to his newly elevated magical prowess. Once Gulang was fed, Liangyi and the others commenced their breakfast. Before long, everyone had finished their meal, and the captain, Song Lingyao, stood up, map in hand, ready to explain the day's mission. Seeing that everyone had completed their breakfast, Song Lingyao began to elucidate today's task. Today marks the third day of our training. We expect to reach the first destination before noon, where we will commence the construction of a detection crystal tower. Song Lingyao instructed the tall and robust Wang Cheng to display the map to everyone, then pointed to an open area on the map. Right here. Once we finish building the crystal tower, if time permits, we will proceed to the second location. If time is insufficient, we will camp here for the night and set off again the following day. Song Lingyao continued. Ji Yulang, who was lying in the corner, listened intently. After all, he was now the self-proclaimed 9th member of the training squad. There was no reason for him not to listen. Admittedly, this 9th member status was his own declaration, and the others merely regarded his presence as that of a pet to alleviate their fatigue. From Song Lingyao's words, Gulang gleaned some understanding of their training mission. They were to build some sort of detection crystal tower while simultaneously clearing out some mountain-dwelling monsters to hone their combat skills. It appeared that this world was not entirely peaceful. They still needed to refine their fighting abilities. Captain, I have a question. Wu Yonghua raised his hand, and upon being gestured to speak by Song Lingyao, the young man promptly voiced his confusion. Isn't the detection crystal tower meant to detect monsters? Shouldn't it be constructed in dense forests where monsters roam? Furthermore, why are the distances between the first tower and the subsequent ones all identical? The other 6 members nodded in agreement. As Wu Yonghua's inquiries reflected their own concerns, Song Lingyao, clearly taken aback by such a question, hesitated for a moment before responding. Well, the detection crystal tower is not for detecting monsters. That is merely the official narrative. After a brief pause, she continued, its true purpose is to monitor spatial rifts from alternate dimensions. Spatial rifts from alternate dimensions. The group was familiar with alternate dimensions, as research departments had speculated that within the next few years, alternate realms would collide and merge with Blue Star. The spatial rifts were, in fact, the results of friction between Blue Star and the alternate dimensions, creating openings in the fabric of reality. Upon hearing this somewhat alarming secret, everyone was taken aback, falling silent and listening intently. For a moment, the cave was filled solely with the sound of Song Lingyao's clear and melodious voice explaining. We previously understood spatial rifts to be narrow, elongated silver lines, through which only air could pass. Any living creature attempting to traverse would be torn apart by chaotic void currents. Even those adept in spatial magic exploring the other side of a spatial rift faced terrifyingly low survival rates. Wang Cheng interrupted Song Lingyao. But aren't spatial rifts only capable of transmitting air from alternate dimensions? We have studied this air exhaustively. Is there still a need to monitor the emergence of spatial rifts? Allow me to finish. Song Lingyao cast a glance at Wang Cheng and continued. However, the fissures vary in size. Not long ago, a particularly large spatial rift was discovered in Nevada, USA. As she spoke, Song Lingyao's expression turned grave, and her melodious voice took on an unprecedented seriousness. This rift not only released air from an alternate dimension, but also allowed some primordial beasts to cross over. It turned out that those institutions had not miscalculated. Alternate dimensions indeed harbor primordial beasts. Wang Cheng exclaimed, what about the strength of these beasts? Xiang Jing inquired urgently. The strength of the beasts from the other realm. This is a matter of utmost importance concerning the future dynamics of the blue planet. I am uncertain, but the information submitted by the USA to the International Magical Association of the Blue Planet mentioned that 3 beasts from the other realm have intruded into our world. Song Lingyao stated, her tone laden with gravity. In the process of managing and controlling these beasts, we suffered the loss of 4 3-star magicians and 1 4-star magician. 4 3-star magicians, and even a 4-star magician. Moreover, these were magicians from a superpower like the USA. not some insignificant country with no standing in the international community. A heavy silence enveloped the group. All 8 members of their team were merely 2-star magicians. A level of achievement already commendable at the Ruaching Magical University. Reaching the 2nd-star high rank guarantees one a place among the excellent graduates. 3 stars. It must be noted that the advancement between each rank of magicians presents significant and formidable challenges. Their current aspiration was to attain the rank of 3-star magician before graduation, not to mention the presence of a 4-star magician. The Blue Planet widely acknowledges 3 milestone promotions among magicians. The first is the initial perception of elements, marking the awakening of magic, a chasm separating mortals from the extraordinary. The second is the ascension from 3-star to 4-star, a breakthrough into a higher tier of existence, truly beginning to engage with the elemental core of this magical world. As for the final ascent, it seemed rather distant, and the group held little understanding of it. The death of a 4-star magician in this incident was a severe blow. A 4-star magician has transcended their level of existence. To put it exaggeratedly, they are no longer of the same species. Such a being was slain by beasts traversing from another realm. The atmosphere was thick with oppression. If a dimensional war truly erupted, would they not merely become cannon fodder? Sensing the heavy ambience within the cave, Song Lingyao sighed, recalling her own dismay upon first learning this news from her family. Yet, as the captain, she felt compelled to uplift the spirits of her companions. All right, everyone, let us not be too anxious. Who knows if these beasts are indeed their main forces? Perhaps there are no stronger beasts in that alternate dimension than these 3. Noticing a shift in the group's mood, Song Lingyao seized the opportunity to add, moreover, the USA incurred those losses while attempting to capture these 3 beasts for research. If their intent had been to kill them outright, sustaining minimal casualties would have been feasible. Indeed, we are unaware of the strength of these 3 beasts in their home realm. They might merely be the weakest of their kind, Wu Yonghua murmured. The atmosphere, which had just begun to improve, suddenly stilled. Jiyu Lang, who had been thoroughly engrossed in the revelations about this world, nearly burst out laughing at Wu Yonghua's ill-timed foolishness, taken aback by such a simpleton. Xiang Jing shot Wu Yonghua a fierce glare. Did dyeing your hair blonde dull your wits? If you can't speak wisely, then kindly remain silent. Stung by her rebuke, Wu Yonghua rubbed his nose, falling silent. He and Xiang Jing had been close friends long before joining the training team, which was why Xiang Jing felt comfortable chastising him. If a spatial fissure has formed that permits the crossing of beasts, does this not also imply that the Blue Planet and the alternate dimension are converging? Li Yingyi suddenly realized. Yes, the fact that beasts could traverse the spatial rift to the Blue Planet without encountering chaotic void turbulence indicated that the boundary between their realms was nearly closing in. Song Lingyao affirmed Li Yingyi's hypothesis, providing a resolute answer to their lingering concern. A dimensional war is imminent. The declaration of an impending dimensional war struck the members of the training team like a heavy hammer. The mood in the cave turned somber, affecting all creatures present, including Song Lingyao's white-pawed spirit cat. Only one being. No, one wolf remained unaffected. Jiyu Lang felt no trepidation upon hearing the discussions of spatial rifts, turbulent voids, and dimensions. He pulled up the system interface and meticulously reviewed his racial description multiple times. Race, Starry Sky Magic Wolf, born under the illumination of stellar magic, possessing acute sensitivity to all elements, capable of traversing various dimensions without hindrance. Gulang's immediate reaction was that he was incredibly formidable. Look at that. While others face near-death experiences traversing dimensions and void turbulence, I, the Wolf Lord, can roam freely without impediments. Truly worthy of being the Wolf Lord. Although he currently possessed no combat power, his potential was limitless. Gulang proudly wagged his tail in a corner, oblivious to the others who were too preoccupied with their chaotic thoughts. Filled with anxiety yet determination, Song Lingyao ceased her attempts at comforting words. They were all magicians studying magic, not so fragile as to be easily cowed by a few pieces of news. She lifted her delicate chin, exposing her smooth neck, and returned to Wu Yonghua's initial query, offering the final explanation to the group. The emergence of spatial rifts and their specific sizes remain unknown. But to ensure we can detect these rifts promptly and prevent any beast from invading civilian cities and causing disaster, we must position the detection crystal towers. As the group packed their belongings and tidied the cave, they set off. The reason for cleaning the cave was not out of some grand sense of environmental responsibility. They merely intended to use this cave as a resting point on their return journey. After all, camping directly under the open sky was far less comfortable than sleeping in a secure cave shelter. Jiu Lang was not left behind. Liang Yi stuffed him into a military bag and slung it over her back. Wang Cheng, noticing Liang Yi's determination to bring Gu Lang along, felt a touch of concern. Having heard Song Lingyao's words, everyone understood that this was no ordinary training mission, and they bore significant responsibilities. In such circumstances, bringing along a burden that lacked combat capability seemed utterly absurd. Seeing Wang Cheng's displeasure, Wu Yanghua also understood that not only Wang Cheng, but he too was reluctant to carry this pup. However, seeing Song Lingyao tacitly approve of Liang Yi's decision, he chose to remain silent. Now witnessing Wang Cheng confront Liang Yi, he found it rather amusing. "Liang Yi, why don't we leave this pup here in the cave? If you truly like him, we can return after completing our task and take him back to Ruiqing Magical University." Wang Cheng approached Liang Yi to negotiate, his towering figure almost engulfing the petite Liang Yi. Unexpectedly, the typically gentle Liang Yi was particularly resolute this time, rejecting Wang Cheng's proposal without a moment's hesitation, citing her fear that Gu Lang would not survive alone until their return. Upon hearing this, Wang Cheng felt a surge of frustration but had no recourse. Liang Yi was carrying him, and without Song Lingyao's support, they could not stop her. Lin Qingye, who had remained silent until now, fearing discord within the team, quickly stepped forward to comfort Wang Cheng. "Brother Cheng, what are you worried about? It's just a pup. It merely adds another mouth to feed. With our strength in the Tianyan mountain range, we are not likely to encounter any 3-star beasts. And we can easily maneuver without any complaints about burdens." Wu Yanghua chimed in. "Exactly. What is there to fear? If we truly face a beast we cannot defeat, we can simply abandon the pup to distract it." This foolishness from Wu Yanghua drew an eye roll from Gu Lang. Fine, now they disdain the Wolf Lord, but in the future, the Wolf Lord will ignore them entirely. Xiang Jing, noticing the group lingering in the cave, promptly urged them to move. Only then did they cease their chatter and hasten to exit the cave. Jiu Lang did not walk on his own, but remained nestled within Liang Yi's military bag, leaving only his head protruding from the backpack while the rest of his body was tucked inside. Now he was completely immobilized, able only to turn his head. "Please, I'm not going to run away. Why have you wrapped me up so tightly? The zipper almost caught my FUR." Jiu Lang could not help but grumble inwardly. He certainly had no intention of fleeing. Gu Lang had long since resolved to cling to these students. "Of course, I, Lord Wolf, am traveling alongside you as a member of the 9th training team, not as anyone's pet." Jiu Lang continued to give himself mental affirmations, planning to demand food while standing. After leaving the cave, the group, under Song Lingyao's guidance, arranged themselves into a formation resembling a number 2. The 8 members of the squad practiced different elemental magic, and for better coordination, it was only natural to traverse the woods in a sensible formation. The Ice Mage Xiang Jing and the Earth Mage Wang Cheng took the lead, both equipped with defensive spells and crowd control skills, making them the most suitable to forge ahead and clear the path. The other 6 members diligently took their positions behind them. Zhu Qingji, Lin Qingye, Wu Yanghua, and Tao Haoran formed pairs on the left and right flanks. The strongest team leader, Song Lingyao, held the rear. What puzzled Gu Lang was that Liang Yi seemed to be subtly protected in the middle of the group. Did everyone unanimously agree to prioritize the protection of Lord Wolf? Gu Lang could not help but speculate. But he soon understood why. After leaving the cave, the training team proceeded eastward, delving deeper into the Tianyan mountain range. With Song Lingyao's white-clawed spirit cat present, the nearby beasts, great and small, were easily sensed. When encountering weaker foes, there was no need to adhere to any particular strategy. The members could simply unleash a few minor spells to overwhelm and defeat them. For the tougher opponents, they would coordinate slightly, initially controlling the enemy before dealing damage, ensuring the beast would soon meet their end. If the white-clawed spirit cat detected a formidable beast, Song Lingyao would direct everyone to take a detour to avoid a direct confrontation, as their true mission was to deploy detection crystal towers to monitor the emergence of spatial rifts. Jiu Lang was quite amazed along the way, as the colorful spells cast by the others dazzled him, making this mere combat novice envious enough to swallow hard. The weather was splendid, clear and cloudless, with the sun shining unobstructed upon the training team. Despite it being winter, the burden of heavy packs combined with travel and combat left everyone drenched in sweat and fatigued. At just the right moment, Song Lingyao encouraged everyone, informing them that once they passed through the final stretch of woods ahead, they would reach their first destination. Upon hearing this, the squad immediately quickened their pace. In stark contrast to the weary expressions of others, Gu Lang was comfortably nestled in Li Yingyi's pack, requiring no effort to walk, bathed in the warm winter sun, with the scenery retreating around him and the enchanting Song Lingyao in view. Life couldn't have been more pleasant. Jingle jingle. Just as Gu Lang was about to doze off, a wave of danger surged in his mind. It was a warning from his danger perception. Instantly, his drowsiness vanished as he became alert. Scanning his surroundings, the sunlight bathed the grass, and the dense wild grass swayed with the gentle breeze, presenting a scene of tranquil beauty. Nothing seemed amiss. Gu Lang was puzzled. What was going on? Suddenly, he caught a faint, strange scent of blood. How peculiar. What could that smell be? He scrunched his nose, straining to identify it for a while, before finally turning to look at Wang Cheng at the forefront of the group. Wang Cheng was laboriously forging ahead, panting as he cleared the way. Above him, a thick canopy of leaves loomed, and the foul odor emanated from there. A beast? Gu Lang felt an ominous premonition wash over him, and he immediately turned his head back to the white-clawed spirit cat. The white-clawed spirit cat remained unresponsive, lazily nestled against Song Lingyao's neck. Why wasn't this silly cat alerting everyone? Had it not noticed? Had it become daft from too much canned food? Gu Lang felt somewhat bewildered. The silly cat had previously sensed the magical aura of beasts from afar and would meow to warn everyone. Song Lingyao would then instruct the group to halt until she communicated with the white-clawed spirit cat and provided guidance. But now, that foolish cat appeared utterly indifferent, as if everything ahead was perfectly safe. Walking at the rear, Song Lingyao also found this strange. What was this little pup doing? It had seemed drowsy moments ago, yet now it was suddenly on high alert, looking around and sniffing the air. The group did not stop. Wang Cheng continued to push forward, parting the underbrush as he neared the tree that reeked of blood. Gu Lang kept his gaze fixed on the cluster of leaves, the warning sensations intensifying. Indeed, something was there. Howl. Gu Lang immediately began to bark frantically, his limbs thrashing within the pack, desperate to alert everyone before it was too late. The group was instantly drawn to him. The little pup had been eerily quiet, so why was it suddenly making a ruckus? Even Wang Cheng, who was clearing the path, turned back in surprise to glance at Gu Lang. Li Yingyi set down the pack, releasing Gu Lang, and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" "Hungry, my foot. Am I, Lord Wolf? A mere glutton. There's danger." Gu Lang promptly bit down on Li Yingyi's pant leg and tugged in the direction of the tree, baring his small canines and growling fiercely at the cluster of leaves emitting that foul odor. "Look at that silly pup. It must have baked in the sun and gone mad," Wang Cheng scoffed. Unimpressed that he had not considered the possibility of a beast, the white-clawed spirit cat hadn't reacted. So what could an ordinary, non-magical pup possibly perceive? Forget the silly dog. We're almost there, and I need a good rest afterward. I am exhausted. Wang Cheng turned back to continue on, muttering to himself. Jiu Lang was nearly livid. Here he was, well-meaning in his warning, and yet he was being scolded. How infuriating. Gu Lang barked even more urgently, running alongside Wang Cheng and tugging at him with his front paws. "Enough already, you silly dog." Wang Cheng snapped impatiently. The rest of the group remained baffled, but only Song Lingyao seemed to sense something amiss. She quickly turned her gaze to the cluster of leaves that Gu Lang had been fixated on. Furrowing her beautifully shaped brows, she swiftly turned to the white-clawed spirit cat perched on her shoulder and whispered something. The spirit cat's sharp ears perked up, and it began to attune its senses to the cluster of leaves. Meow. The next moment, the white-clawed spirit cat emitted a sharp cry. Wang Cheng. Simultaneously, Song Lingyao's magical energy surged, her right hand forming a sword-like gesture as she cast a spell towards the treetop. The water arrow shot forth, zipping toward the canopy. Realizing its cover was blown, the beast lurking among the leaves immediately pounced down towards Wang Cheng, who was closest. Its movements caused Song Lingyao's spell to miss its mark. Hearing the spirit cat's warning, Gu Lang had already sensed the impending danger and quickly dodged. The concealed beast revealed itself as a dark green creature resembling a bat. The foul odor Gu Lang had detected earlier was indeed emanating from it. "Lingguan bat," Li Yingyi exclaimed in shock. The Lingguan bat was a second-tier beast adept at stealth, found throughout Huagua. However, it was believed that such threatening creatures should have been exterminated after a major purge of the Tianyan mountain range 16 years ago, with its brown-yellow eyes fixed on Wang Cheng. The Lingguan bat let out a chilling scream, extending its sharp claws to swipe at Wang Cheng's neck. Wang Cheng finally reacted, bellowing, "Ah, gray earth!" A surge of rich earth elemental magic coalesced around him, forming a grayish-yellow membrane that enveloped his neck. In a hurried attempt to cast a defensive spell, Wang Cheng raised his hands, crossing them in front of him to shield against the attack. But it was all in vain. The bat demon deftly maneuvered around Wang Cheng's defensive posture. Just as Wang Cheng completed his spell, the bat's claws struck his neck. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the claws sliced through. The attack, though mitigated by the earth magic, failed to tear through Wang Cheng's vitals. Roar! The Lingguan bat, frustrated by its failed kill, swiftly lashed out with a second strike. The blood-scented attack landed squarely on Wang Cheng. This time, Wang Cheng was far less fortunate. His right shoulder was brutally torn apart, blood gushing forth. The immense impact and pain caused him to fall to his knees, struggling to support his weight with his elbows to avoid collapsing entirely. Frost armor. With a moment's delay, Xiang Jing finally cast the spell, a wave of icy, deep blue light instantly enveloping the fallen Wang Cheng. The Lingguan bat demon, observing the protective magic that adorned Wang Cheng's body, realized that it had lost the opportunity to slay him. It swiftly turned its gaze to Xiang Jing, who stood closest to Wang Cheng. The bat demon propelled itself into the air with a powerful leap, its blood-stained claws poised to strike at Xiang Jing. However, this time, it was thwarted by Song Lingyao. After her initial attack yielded no results, Song Lingyao immediately unleashed two spells, a cerulean elemental water orb and a peculiar water arrow emanating a strange purple glow, both hurtling towards the Lingguan bat demon. The potent magical aura of the water arrow forced the demon to abandon its assault on Xiang Jing, focusing instead on evading the incoming attacks. The others soon rallied, pressing forward to subdue the Lingguan bat demon. The demon, having already incapacitated Wang Cheng, saw the fierce determination of the group and dared not face them directly. It deftly maneuvered around their spells, using the trees as cover to leap back into the lush canopy. Aware that it could no longer inflict harm, the Lingguan bat demon hastily fled if it managed to escape into the dense treetops. The group would lose sight of it and be rendered powerless as the demon climbed higher up the tree trunk, ready to vanish into the foliage. A multitude of vibrant green vines erupted from the very trunk it was ascending, ensnaring the demon, a manifestation of the wood magic that had bound Gu Lang the previous day, known as clustered vines. Liang Yi had taken action. Upon witnessing the situation, the bat demon quickly abandoned the tree, leaping to another nearby one. Yet, before it could land, all surrounding trunks erupted with resilient vines, launching an assault on the bat demon. Alarmed, the Lingguan bat demon realized that it could no longer ascend the trees and swiftly executed a maneuver in midair, landing firmly on the ground and fleeing deeper into the forest. Wu Yanghua and the others immediately pursued, but they struggled to keep pace with the agile demon. Curse be it, Liang Yi felt a pang of frustration for failing to capture the demon. Just as it seemed the bat demon would escape, Wang Cheng, kneeling on the ground, suddenly lifted his head, his face contorted in agony, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the fleeing creature, despite his grievous wounds. Wang Cheng clenched his fist and, with immense force, struck the ground, his voice hoarse as he bellowed, "Quicksand!" As his voice echoed, a surge of robust magical energy erupted forth. The earthy yellow magic coursed from Wang Cheng's fist into the ground, rapidly pursuing the bat demon. Sensing an unusual magical fluctuation in pursuit, the demon barely had time to react before it transformed into a viscous liquid, and with a misstep, the Lingguan bat demon plunged into the quicksand. The dense quicksand, infused with heavy earthen elements, ensnared the demon, eliciting chilling screams from it. Seizing the moment, Wu Yanghua swiftly cast a spell, sending a fiery red magic energy from his hand into the quicksand. Upon infusing the flowing earth with fire elemental magic, it quickly heated and solidified, trapping the bat demon firmly within the crimson terrain. The demon, still unwilling to yield, flailed its small front claws that protruded above the surface. Desperate to escape, Fireball! Wu Yanghua conjured a massive fireball aimed directly at the bat demon. Yet, the group would not grant the demon its wish. The searing fireball struck it, causing it to writhe in agony. And the others quickly followed up with additional spells, silencing the demon at last. Gu Lang, who had been hiding behind Song Lingyao, observed the entire battle unfold with clarity. Goodness, Wang Qing's magic is quite formidable. He managed to conjure a protective shield so swiftly to fend off a lethal attack. And that quicksand spell was a remarkable preemptive strike, successfully controlling the bat demon just as it was about to escape. I didn't expect this fellow to possess such strength. Jiu Lang then recalled Wu Yanghua's final fire spell that had incinerated the bat demon, and his expression darkened. That blonde fool actually intended to use that technique to kill me yesterday. The group returned to Wang Qing's side. Carrying the charred remains of the bat demon, Li Yingyi was currently casting a healing spell on the bloodied Wang Qing, gazing at the demon's corpse. The injured Wang Qing and the small dog cowering behind Song Lingyao. Everyone fell into a contemplative silence. Their emotions were undeniably complex, particularly for Wang Qing that he never anticipated that Gu Lang would save his life. Had it not been for the dog's loud barks alerting the group, the white paw spirit cat would not have rescanned the area and discovered the Lin Guan bat demon's concealment. Had they not detected the bat demon overhead, Wang Qing, leading the way, would have walked unsuspectingly beneath it, likely leading to his demise. The thought of having earlier urged Li Yingyi not to bring the dog caused Wang Qing's face to flush with embarrassment. What are you doing? Stop overthinking and focus on the magic that guides you. Li Yingyi chided gently as she continued to heal Wang Qing. Oh. Wang Qing promptly redirected his attention to the treatment. Flower of rebirth, Li Yingyi exclaimed, forming intricate hand signs that a vibrant green magical energy swirled around her. In a moment, these wood elements coalesced into her delicate hands, and she suddenly opened her palm to reveal a peculiar plant with green leaves and yellow flowers. Gu Lang watched curiously from the side. Would magic really heal? No wonder everyone is so protective of Li Yingyi. It was crucial to safeguard the healer during a battle. Li Yingyi carefully crushed the yellow flower petals and applied them to Wang Qing's mangled shoulder. As soon as they touched the wound, they transformed into energy, swirling gently and vanishing into Wang Qing's body. Just a moment ago, Wang Qing had been grimacing in pain, but upon the flower's energy entering his body, the excruciating sensation in his shoulder dissipated instantly. Although aware that the flower had a numbing effect, the rapid relief from pain still allowed Wang Qing to exhale in relief. The energy derived from the flower was not the same as the actual herb, and its healing properties were notably inferior. Yet, in this situation, there was no alternative. Flower of rejuvenation. After numbing Wang Qing's pain, Li Yingyi immediately conjured a rejuvenating herb with her wood magic. The rejuvenation herb was a renowned magical medicinal plant on Blue Star, commonly employed in hospitals for healing magical injuries. Indeed, as Li Yingyi crushed and applied the herb, Wang Qing's shoulder wound began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Wang Qing felt a tingling sensation. All done, however, your shoulder may still be a bit uncomfortable in the coming days. The magic won't hinder your abilities. Just avoid further injury, Li Yingyi announced as she stood. Thank you, Yingyi. You truly are a beautiful angel. Wang Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. The prolonged pain had been torturous. Humph, you should be thanking me, you little rascal. After completing the treatment, Li Yingyi didn't let up, promptly retorting to Wang Qing, reminding him of his earlier insistence that she leave Gu Lang behind. As the group collectively vanquished the Lin Guan bat demon, Gu Lang leapt out from behind Song Lingyao. He had been observing Li Yingyi's treatment of Wang Qing all along. Now, hearing Li Yingyi prompt Wang Qing to express his gratitude, Gu Lang eagerly bounded forward, wagging his tail with pride. See, what did I tell you? If it weren't for my warning, this foolish Wang Qing would have been torn to shreds. The group couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Lang's triumphant demeanor. All right, we all acknowledge your contribution, Li Yingyi said with a radiant smile, kneeling down to stroke Gu Lang's sleek black fur. How did this little rascal manage to detect the Lin Guan bat demon? Tao Howren was somewhat perplexed. Xiao Ling had not noticed at all initially. The Lin Guan bat demon is a ferocious beast dwelling deep within the Tianyan mountain range, renowned for its exceptional stealth capabilities. The white claw spirit cat possesses a broad range of sensory abilities, and the Lin Guan bat demon had been lurking cautiously. It was entirely normal for the small orange cat to overlook it. However, after Gu Lang's reminder, a careful observation of the thicket led to its discovery. Moreover, after 3 consecutive days of relying on the white claw spirit cat's sensing abilities, the group had grown somewhat complacent. Overly dependent on the feline skills, had Wang Qing been a tad more cautious, he might have indeed noticed the lurking bat demon that was so close at hand. Yet, the fact that Gu Lang could detect the Linguan bat demon, which the White Claw spirit cat had failed to sense, was truly remarkable. Upon hearing Tao Haoran's question, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Gu Lang. Surely it must have been detected by its sense of smell. Others might have been unclear, but Song Lingyao was acutely aware, having witnessed the entire sniffing process undertaken by Gu Lang. Yes, oh, that was it. The dog's sense of smell is unparalleled, with Song Lingyao's remark. Everyone understood that the Lin Guanbat demon emanated a faint, fishy odor, which was entirely reasonable for Gu Lang, an Alaskan sled dog, to detect. Indeed, this made perfect sense. Who would have thought that the little pup they had picked up would prove so useful? Zhu Qingji remarked, sporting a short hairstyle that made him resemble a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. The others quickly echoed his sentiment, showering praises on Gu Lang. This delighted Gu Lang immensely, and seeing everyone so cheerful, he instinctively began wagging his tail. An invisible wave of excitement spread through the group, prompting even louder compliments. Earlier, standing united with Wang Cheng in a subtle resistance to bringing Gu Lang along, Wu Yanghua now found himself squatting beside the dog, affectionately stroking Gu Lang's fluffy back. This interaction made Gu Lang feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes that a man had petted him, nearly causing a wave of goosebumps to rise. Initially intending to shy away, he reconsidered, realizing he needed to boost his favorability points. For the sake of feeding value, the wolf lord endured. Haha, what a good dog. Seeing Gu Lang obediently allowing him to pet him, Wu Yanghua felt quite pleased. Observing the goofy Wu Yanghua, Gu Lang was somewhat surprised. He had wagged his tail yesterday as well, but the effect had not been as pronounced as it was now. After much contemplation, he could only deduce that wagging his tail was more effective on those who already liked him. Yingyi was similarly inclined. She had always been fond of Gu Lang. And yesterday, his mere tail wagging had disarmed her, causing her to abandon her magical pursuits. Now, with several tail wags accumulating, she was nearly treating Gu Lang as a revered deity. The members of the team had developed a favorable impression of Gu Lang after he had discovered the bat demon and alerted them, further enhancing the efficacy of his tail wagging. Following the Linguan bat demon's attack, the group unanimously accepted Gu Lang, acknowledging him as a pet. Gu Lang did not share this sentiment. He merely considered himself to have gained 7 more servants. After trekking for half a day and enduring a bout of chasing and fighting, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. Song Lingyao decided to have the team stay put for a while to recuperate and replenish their energy. Everyone began to pull out compressed food from their packs to nibble on. Among the various compressed foods was the magical energy bar. The flavor of the magical energy bar was rather lackluster, but it was high in calories, capable of swiftly replenishing lost stamina, and contained a variety of peculiar ingredients to expedite magical recovery. Song Lingyao also opened a magical energy bar and began to eat. Gu Lang, basking in the sun nearby, was immediately enticed, drooling as he gazed at Song Lingyao. Noticing Gu Lang suddenly appearing before her, eyes fixed on the energy bar in her hand, Song Lingyao couldn't help but chuckle. The magical energy bar was infused with numerous magical materials. A little pup that had no affinity for magic might well be overwhelmed by it. However, after some thought, she opened her delicate mouth, took a small bite of the energy bar, and then offered the remaining piece to Gu Lang. Gu Lang, unceremoniously, extended his tongue and licked it right into his belly. Not bad. It's strawberry flavored. Ding. Detected that the host has been fed 5G of Marigold brand magical energy bar. Ding. Feeding value 30. Gu Lang was elated. Splendid. The energy bar was indeed effective. Yet he was suddenly puzzled. Why was it that the same 5G energy bar given by Song Lingyao yielded a higher feeding value than that given by Liangyi? Never mind. He decided to eat first. Gu Lang immediately shifted his gaze to the magical bars in the hands of others. First, he approached Liangyi, knowing she had always been fond of him. Seeing Gu Lang approach with a soft whimper, she promptly broke off a large portion of her energy bar for him. Gu Lang was overjoyed, eagerly devouring it. Ding, feeding value 166. Nice. In no time, he had nearly amassed 200 in feeding value. Yes, just like that. Keep feeding me. Gu Lang was in high spirits and set off to find his next target. Wang Cheng, your savior has arrived, Gu Lang thought to himself, running over to Wang Cheng and wagging his tail. Wang Cheng had clearly witnessed Gu Lang's earlier antics in begging for food, and seeing the little pup scampering toward him, he immediately understood. Want to eat my energy bar? No problem. He generously spat out the half-eaten energy bar onto the ground and gestured for Gu Lang to eat. Gu Lang was momentarily stunned. Observing the Alaskan pup standing still, Wang Chung was somewhat baffled. What's wrong? Why isn't he eating? This is how grandparents fed dogs, by tossing food on the ground. After some contemplation, Wang Chung nudged the energy bar with his toe, making slurping sounds as he did so. Good dog, eat up. Watching the saliva-covered energy bar fragments now also dusted with shoe grime on the ground. Gu Lang was fuming. How dare you treat the wolf lord this way? Arg wolf. Gu Lang jumped up and nudged Wang Cheng's shoulder. Dada. Wang Chung yelped in pain. Immediately, the group's attention was drawn to him. Upon witnessing this, Li Yingyi rushed over in a huff, scooping Gu Lang into her arms and glaring at Wang Chung. What are you doing? He is your savior. How could you treat him like that? Li Yingyi mistakenly believed Wang Chung had bullied Gu Lang and rushed to his defense. Wang Chung was on the verge of spitting blood. What the hell did I do? I was feeding this little rascal. And he won't eat. Hiding in Li Yingyi's embrace, Gu Lang relished the moment, relishing Wang Cheng's speechlessness. This was satisfying. Let that scoundrel suffer for his earlier offense. After a brief rest, the group rose once more to continue their journey. This time, the 8-member formation saw slight adjustments. Wang Chung had sustained an injury, and although he had received treatment from Li Yingyi, he was no longer fit to lead the front of the team. Thus, Tao Haoran, who practiced light magic, swapped positions with Wang Chung, who moved to the rear. Light magic is also adept at defense. While it may not surpass earth magic, there was no room for picky choices at this point. The newly arranged training team smoothly traversed the final stretch of forest, arriving at the first designated point. This first designated point was located in a flat expanse, and upon reaching their destination, everyone set down their burdens, retrieved the components for the detection crystal tower, and began preparations for assembly. The training team had undergone unified training before entering the Tianyan mountain range, so they were familiar with the construction of the crystal tower. Furthermore, with the aid of a manual, despite the numerous components, they managed to complete the assembly just before sunset. Although referred to as a tower, the detection crystal tower was only about as tall as a 4th grader. Its structure was quite peculiar. A large portion of the main body was buried underground, leaving only a slender tube protruding, topped with a small crystal ball. It resembled a combination of a billiard cue and a ball. Could this contraption truly detect spatial rifts? Wang Qing wondered, finding its appearance rather unimpressive. Initially touted as a detector for magical beasts, he was now skeptical about its capability to monitor the emergence of spatial rifts. Indeed, it can, Song Lingyao clarified, clearly more informed. When the crystal ball at the top is transparent, it signifies that everything is normal and no spatial rifts are present. Wang Chung, possessing a knack for comedic timing, inquired, what happens if a spatial rift does appear? The crystal ball will turn blue. If the rift is large enough for a magical beast to pass through, it will turn red. Song Lingyao replied. Furthermore, the detection crystal tower will be directly connected to the satellite, allowing Huagua to be informed immediately should a spatial rift appear. Everyone nodded in understanding. The best scenario is for the crystal ball to remain unchanged, which signifies safety. If it turns blue, there is no need for panic, as it merely indicates the presence of foreign air. However, should it turn red, it would signify that spatial rifts can allow the passage of monstrous beasts. In that instant, the group recalled the grave tidings Song Lingyao had shared that morning. For 3-star magicians had perished, they could only pray that it would not turn red, at least not before their departure from the Tianyan mountain range. It was not cowardice, but rather a sensible recognition that, if Song Lingyao's information was accurate, they would be no better than ants in the face of the otherworldly beasts. What purpose would their sacrifice serve? With twilight still some time away, Song Lingyao directed everyone to continue towards the second location. They had a total of 5 crystal towers to set up if they did not hasten their pace. They might find their 2-week training period insufficient. After gathering their belongings, the group resumed their journey. The detection crystal tower could be left here without constant supervision, constructed from special materials. It would not attract the attention of the wild beasts in the area. Song Lingyao pondered silently about the progress of the other teams. That a total of 73 squads were dispatched by Ruiqing Magic University into the Tianyan mountain range. Presumably, their tasks were identical, 73 squads, each tasked with erecting 5 detection crystal towers, totaling 365 towers. Other cities near the Tianyan mountain range must have sent out several teams as well. Was the situation truly that dire? Song Lingyao lifted her delicate face, which seemed as fragile as blown glass, gazing into the darkening sky, lost in thought. 7 days later, deep within the Tianyan mountain range, snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers. Across the vast white expanse, several small black dots moved slowly. Today marked the 10th day since the training squad's departure. Over the past week, the team had tirelessly traversed hundreds of kilometers in the Tianyan mountain range. They had successfully established 3 detection crystal towers, which meant only one remained to be erected. The location for this final tower was not far off. They needed only to scale one more hill to reach their ultimate destination. Gu Lang was not being carried by Liang Yi today. Walking through several feet of accumulated snow was an arduous task. Even though the mages possessed physiques beyond the ordinary, the rest of the group found little ease in their journey. Liang Yi, being a delicate girl by nature, had already exhausted much of her spirit after 10 consecutive days of training. Seeing her panting, Wu Yangwan tended to showcase his capabilities by offering to carry Liang Yi's pack along with Gu Lang's. However, Gu Lang was reluctant to let this blonde fellow carry him. How could the mount of the Wolf Lord be entrusted to someone so unattractive? He had initially wanted to approach the beautiful Song Lingyao. But a white-pawed spirit cat had already taken residence on her shoulder. Upon noticing Gu Lang's approach, the white-pawed spirit cat immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Silly cat, I have no intention of harming you. What a gaze! Feeling the cat's wariness, Gu Lang lost interest in playing with it. Thus, he opted to walk on his own. After all, with his thick fur, he had little fear of the cold and could manage a few steps in the snow without issue. Perhaps influenced by his bloodline, Gu Lang found himself increasingly drawn to the snow. He frolicked joyfully, darting this way and that, leaving a trail of plum blossom imprints in the pristine snow. Xiang Jing, a woman with striking features, skillfully wielded ice magic, leading the way at the forefront of the group. Why is that little rascal running so fast? She mused, observing Gu Lang, who resembled a small gas canister, unexpectedly agile in the snow. Alaskan Huskies are renowned for their speed in polar conditions, she exclaimed. Of course, a plump one would dash through the snow with ease. Plump one was the nickname Liang Yi had affectionately given to Gu Lang, a title he vehemently denied. How could the illustrious Starry Sky Magic Wolf be called Plump One? What an embarrassment that would be. Regrettably, he was merely an ordinary dog, devoid of magical abilities. Wang Cheng felt a tinge of regret. If only Gu Lang possessed magical powers, the group's combat effectiveness in the snow would surely be enhanced. Hearing the clumsy giant's lament behind him, Gu Lang rolled his eyes. Please, the Wolf Lord has magical prowess. He retorted inwardly. It's simply concealed for the sake of blending in with you all. I wish to minimize any disparity. Ever since the attack by the Bat Demon, Gu Lang had been wagging his tail every few days, eagerly accepting offerings from the group. While the tail wagging did not significantly boost his favorability, it was still better than nothing. Throughout these 7 days, Gu Lang had been incessantly scavenging for food and drink, rapidly increasing his offering value. With nearly 2,500 offering points accumulated, he decided to visit the marketplace to purchase something worthwhile. In the marketplace, aside from the prominently featured transformation divine technique, 5 other items were available. The first was a sheepskin book adorned with a large wolf head on the cover. Wolf Clan Secret Technique, Emergent Stance, Burst Technique. Upon use, it supercharges the brain, draining vitality to summon power from the future, granting immense combat strength for a brief period, not to be used frequently. Price: 2,000 offering points. The Gu Lang was momentarily taken aback. Burst Technique? So this is the ultimate move. At 2,000 offering points, it is a bit pricey. I shall continue to browse. The second item was also a book, this time a spell book, Complete Guide to 1-Star Ice Magic. Upon purchasing this book, you will learn to wield all 1-Star Ice Magic. Price: 500 offering points. Upon seeing the blue-covered book, Gu Lang's eyes lit up. This is excellent. I currently possess the magical power of a first-tier spirit beast, but lack the knowledge of spells. Acquiring this would allow me to learn 1-Star Ice Magic directly, far superior to the plight of those unfortunate students who must memorize incantations and hone their casting skills. Without hesitation, Gu Lang made the purchase, having 2,577 offering points to spare. Ding! The success of the transaction flashed before his eyes. Gu Lang did not rush to utilize the 1-Star Ice Magic Guide, but continued to peruse the subsequent items. Shape-Shifting Secret Technique. Upon purchasing this book, you can freely switch between shapes you possess. Price: 9,999 offering points. Gu Lang was momentarily baffled. Shape-shifting. What exactly is this, and why is it priced at a staggering 999 offering points? That's enough to accumulate a fraction of a transformation divine technique. He realized he would need to nurture more servants. Relying solely on Ying Yi and the others would not suffice. The fourth item was a miniature figurine, and upon closer inspection, Gu Lang was astonished to discover it was a teddy bear. What's going on? This system marketplace even sells living creatures. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he was seeing correctly. Dog clan shape, mighty teddy. Purchasing this will unlock the shape of a teddy bear. Price, 1,500 offering points. Upon reading the description of the fourth item, Gu Lang instantly comprehended. This shape was akin to a skin in a video game. As long as he purchased the third item, the shape-shifting secret technique, he could switch his appearance. Currently, he was in the form of an Alaskan husky. After buying the shape-shifting secret technique and the dog clan shape, mighty teddy, he could transform into a teddy bear. Realizing this, Gu Lang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What a useless item. Why would I spend so many offering points on an inconsequential skin? He scoffed at the notion of a teddy bear, deeming such a pitiful dog inferior to his current Alaskan form, which at least had a charming appeal. Shaking his head, he thought only a foolish cat would make such a purchase. The clever and astute wolf lord would never squander precious offering points on skins that did not enhance combat prowess. Buying skins would make me a foolish cat. Gu Lang dismissed the idea. He continued to scroll down, coming across a vibrant red heart, surging energy fruit, a fruit born of the world mother tree in the realm of 10,000 beasts. Consuming it grants overwhelming energy, temporarily boosting immense combat strength. Price, 9,999 offering points. After reading the system's description of the red heart, Gu Lang was taken aback. Realm of 10,000 beasts, world mother tree. What on earth are these? He felt utterly bewildered. Energy fruit, temporarily boost combat strength. This description closely resembles that of the Wolf Clan's secret technique, emergent stance. However, this fruit bears no side effects and can only be used once. For once consumed, it is gone. This item appears to be quite beneficial, albeit excessively expensive that I cannot afford it. I wonder how long it will take to accumulate 9,999 feeding points. It seems unlikely in the short term. Chapter 13. The Wolf Master Wields Magic. Wolf Clan's Secret Art. Ascendant Form. A compendium of one-star ice magic transformation techniques. Transforming into the form of a formidable teddy bear, the surging energy fruit is not even the pinnacle of transformation spells. Presently, the system shop offers only these 5 items. After some contemplation, Gu Lang ultimately decided to spend 2,000 feeding points to acquire the Wolf Clan's Secret Art, Ascendant Form, a special skill. Wolf Clan's Secret Art, Ascendant Form, Burst Technique. Upon activation, it supercharges the brain, drawing upon life force, summoning power from the future to infuse the body, granting extraordinary combat prowess for a brief period. It cannot be frequently employed. Priced at 2,000 feeding points. Reading phrases like summoning power from the future and extraordinary combat prowess, Gu Lang was elated. Isn't this description impressive? The Wolf Master now possesses a trump card. As for the ominous side effects of drawing upon life force and supercharging the brain, Gu Lang paid them little heed. After all, a trump card must come at some cost. It is meant to be utilized in life-threatening situations. And at that moment, who would care about side effects? After browsing the shop, Gu Lang exited the system and proceeded to utilize the one-star ice magic compendium he had purchased for 500 feeding points. A blue-covered spellbook instantly transformed into luminous particles that surged into Gu Lang's mind. Within his consciousness, a swirling miniature nebula emerged, representing the sea of magic. The incoming blue light particles were swiftly absorbed by this sea. And Gu Lang instantaneously comprehended numerous spells. Feeling a surge of excitement, Gu Lang, having spent considerable time in the magical realm, had only witnessed others wielding spells without having experienced it himself. That he calmed his mind. Eager to cast the newly acquired magical ability, before long, a chill element of magic coalesced in Gu Lang's abdomen, rapidly ascending and forcefully bursting forth from his throat and mouth. The sudden onslaught of ice elements took Gu Lang by surprise, causing him to exhale the magical energy. Roar, boom. Gu Lang felt as if he had sneezed, and the magic he expelled collided violently with the snow-covered ground before dissipating. The once open snowy expanse before him grew even colder, with the air thickening with a myriad of white, loose particles. To the untrained eye, it might have appeared as a white curtain. What Gu Lang had just unleashed was a technique named Frost, Snow Veil, which envelopes the affected area in ice elements, significantly amplifying the damage of subsequent ice magic. Wow, I can spray snow now. This is a small step for the Wolf Master, yet a giant leap for the magical world. Gu Lang proudly wagged his tail. Immersed in the joy of casting his first spell, he remained blissfully unaware of having fallen behind. Struggling through the snow, Liang Yi noticed Gu Lang's absence and, concerned that the little one had wandered off, began to scan the surroundings. Finally, she spotted a fluffy patch of black and white fur several hundred meters behind the group. "Chubby," Liang Yi called out to Gu Lang, wondering what the little pup was up to, nodding, shaking his head, sneezing, and daydreaming all at once. Hearing her voice, Gu Lang suddenly became aware and quickly turned his gaze towards the already distant group. "I hope no one saw me casting magic. I cannot afford to reveal that the Wolf Master wields magic so soon. The Wolf Master must strike with a bang when finally revealing his prowess." Acting the part of a harmless puppy while concealing a formidable secret. Gu Lang hurriedly caught up, bouncing around Liang Yi, feigning an innocent demeanor. The training squad finally crested the last hill, arriving at the construction site of the 5th Detection Crystal Tower just before noon. This site, however, was not ideal. Situated within a dense spruce forest, the previous 4 crystal towers had been placed in more favorable locations, either on snowfields or open woodlands. The construction of the Detection Crystal Tower necessitates a small area devoid of overhead obstructions, implying that many of the towering 40-meter spruce trees before them would need to be felled. Upon encountering the tall brown spruce thicket, the group's spirits plummeted. Alas, it seems today will not go well. Wu Yonghua sighed. These towering trees would take an immense effort to remove even one, let alone an entire grove. The others shared his dismal sentiments. They had anticipated that once the final crystal tower was erected, they could return home. Who could have predicted that the 5th site would present such a challenge? Without the assistance of modern technology, the group had no choice but to employ their magical skills. Wu Yonghua was enveloped in fiery red elemental sparks, his hands pressed against the base of a spruce tree as he attempted to burn it down directly. Xiang Jing, for reasons unbeknownst to her, conjured a translucent ice saw and enlisted Tao Haoran to help saw through a towering spruce. Wang Cheng crouched on the ground, his back arched, hands braced against the earth, resembling a sprinter preparing to take off. Brown magic continuously surged from his palms into the ground as he aimed to undermine the tree's roots, in stark contrast to the bustling activity of his companions. Gu Lang strolled leisurely through the woods, seeking a good spot to practice his newly acquired magic. After a considerable walk, he discovered a large boulder protruding from the earth and decided to pause. Here, he could no longer hear Wang Cheng's laborious incantations. The tranquil environment pleased Gu Lang immensely. He resolved to thoroughly study the Frost series from the 2-star ice magic repertoire. The Frost series constitutes one of the foundational incantations of ice magic, with subsequent high-star spells relying upon these lower-tier foundational spells. Wang Cheng, who practiced earth magic, had previously utilized the Lus, gray soil, and clay, quicksand spells, which are also considered foundational. In the realm of fire magic, spells such as ignite, blaze, roar, fan, extinguish, bake, burn, flame, and scorch, collectively referred to as the 9 techniques of ignition, serve the same purpose if one were to liken elemental magic to numbers. The foundational spells would represent the arithmetic operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Possessing elemental magic and employing foundational spells are essential for casting effective spells, with the potency of the magic also dependent on the synergy between the foundational spells. For instance, a fire element mage wishing to conjure a massive fire dragon would follow a textbook casting sequence. Ignite the fire, summon fire elements, fan the flames. Gathering the fire elements, shape the fire elements into the form of a dragon, release the flames. Allowing the fire elements to continue burning even after leaving the caster, strike the target with an explosive burst and let the unleashed fire elements spread and burn, inflicting additional damage. Foundational spells are thus of utmost significance, which is why all magic academies in Huahua emphasize their study. Indeed, it is a complex process. Surely no one believes that learning magic is simpler than advanced mathematics. Right? Gu Lang understood this well. Although he was benefiting from the system's continuous assistance, diligence was still imperative, despite having purchased a 1-star ice magic compendium from the system's shop and learning its contents. Fluently and skillfully casting spells would still require relentless practice, just like Song Lingyao, who became the captain of 2nd and 3rd-year students while still in her senior year. Her achievements were not without reason. She devoted an extra half-hour each night to meditation, resting less than her peers, and with such talent and dedication, her strength eclipsed theirs, as it rightfully should. Clearing his somewhat disordered thoughts, Gu Lang stood before the granite he had recently discovered. The top of this protruding rock was covered in a thick layer of snow, and Gu Lang began casting the ice missile spell from the one-star ice magic repertoire, unleashing a barrage of icy projectiles toward the stone. Bang! The icy projectile shattered into fine powder upon striking the hard stone, scattering delicately onto the ground, only to soon revert to its pure and immaculate elemental ice energy, returning to the world. Gu Lang felt discontent. His gathered ice elements remained insufficiently concentrated, far too weak against the formidable stone, unable even to leave a faint white mark upon its surface. There was no alternative but to continue practicing. However, Gu Lang soon encountered a grave issue. His magical energy was exceedingly scarce. The ice projectile was a pinnacle level 1-star ice magic, yet Gu Lang's magical energy was merely equivalent to that of a high-level first-tier spirit beast, which meant that after casting 10 spells, he had to pause to recuperate his magic power. This was indeed quite distressing. If only there were a method to swiftly regain magical energy. He wondered if the system shop would refresh such an option next time. Gu Lang thought with anticipation. He persevered, practicing against the stone for quite some time, until he finally managed to leave a shallow mark on the stone's surface with his gathered ice projectiles. At which point he concluded his magical training. Still, it felt too slow. After toiling for half a day, he had only slightly improved a minor spell, leaving Gu Lang unsatisfied. Unbeknownst to him, while he believed that an afternoon of magic training was lengthy, it was a commonplace duration for other mages. His remarkable progress in such a short time was indeed rare. Even for the exceptionally talented Song Ling, Gu Lang's bloodline advantage was gradually manifesting. The phrase keen perception of all elements was no mere platitude. As the system had described, it must be formidable. Glancing at the setting sun, Gu Lang realized it was time to return to his training team. Yet, before doing so, he had one more task to complete. He needed to catch a rabbit. The motive behind hunting the rabbit was not due to Gu Lang's cravings, but to provide his companions with the illusion that he had been out hunting after practicing magic for so long. Upon Gu Lang's return to the camp, the scene had transformed dramatically. The once towering spruce trees had toppled in large numbers, revealing a flat clearing. It seemed that the efficiency of the training team was commendable. Gu Lang trotted through the forest, a pristine white rabbit clutched in his mouth. The others were not surprised. It was not Gu Lang's first time catching a rabbit, and no one suspected he had been engaged in any other activities. Despite his longer absence this time compared to previous outings, during earlier attempts to establish the Crystal Tower, everyone had been busy, leaving Gu Lang, with nothing to do, to hunt a few rabbits instead. Initially, the group had been quite astonished when Gu Lang returned with a rabbit, praising him heartily, and they enjoyed an extra meal that evening. After bringing the rabbit back to the camp, Gu Lang refrained from consuming it immediately, as doing so would lack any feeding value. Gu Lang was no fool. It was far more advantageous to hand the rabbit over to his teammates for preparation, allowing him to savor the more delectable cooked food. Soon, everyone returned to the camp, gathered around the campfire in front of the tents to partake in dinner. The meals of the training team primarily consisted of instant and dehydrated foods. Occasionally, they would feast on the wild beasts slain during the day. But aside from a few exceptions, most wild beasts were unpalatable, and the meat of magical creatures contained a chaotic blend of magical energy, without the expertise of a specialized magical chef to prepare the beast meat. Consuming too much wild beast meat would result in a lengthy recovery time for the magical energy within, rendering it not worth the effort. Therefore, many of the slain beasts were merely stripped of their valuable parts. With the remaining meat left behind, the rabbit Gu Lang caught had become a favorite delicacy among the trainees, yet most felt it was inappropriate to compete with Gu Lang, a small dog. For food, so much of it ended up in Gu Lang's belly. This evening was no different, as Li Yingyi lovingly tore off pieces of succulent, crispy roasted rabbit for him. She was Gu Lang's primary feeder. While others also offered him food, their contributions paled in comparison to Li Yingyi's generous assistance. Song Lingyao, on the other hand, provided the least feeding, even less than Wang Cheng. The foolish sport Gu Lang understood why. Song Lingyao's demeanor was rather aloof, her stunning visage often bearing a frosty expression, rarely revealing other emotions. Were it not for her role as the team leader, necessitating coordination among the group and task distribution, it was likely she would spend an entire day in silence. Observing her interactions with the White Claw spirit cat, it was evident that while she treated it well, she never displayed any overt affection. This was her first summon beast, and it was known that a mage practicing summoning magic could only train one additional summon beast upon each advancement, even under the most favorable conditions. Though Song Lingyao was undeniably beautiful, her cold demeanor was a significant barrier. Gu Lang shook his head. If such a woman desired to kiss him, he would certainly consent without hesitation. Wasn't it obvious? Who would refuse a kiss from such a stunning young lady? With that thought, Gulang ceased his daydreaming and focused on the rabbit meat that Yi had provided. Feeding value 4, feeding value 5, the system's notifications continually echoed in his mind. Speaking of feeding value, Gulang genuinely wished that Song Lingyao would feed him more, not merely due to her alluring appearance. Well, perhaps the wolf did find her looks tempting, but his desire for her to feed him was not solely based on her beauty. More importantly, feeding him. Under the same conditions, Song Lingyao provided a greater feeding value than anyone else. When Gulang first discovered this, he found it peculiar, but the system offered an explanation. The higher the cultivator's level and status, the more feeding value the host would gain during feeding. Clearly, Song Lingyao was the most accomplished among the 8 present, and her family, the Song clan of Rui City, was renowned for its mastery of summoning magic. The current head of the clan was Song Lingyao's father, establishing her status as the esteemed young lady of the Song family. In all of Rui City, Song Lingyao stood as the most dazzling example of wealth and beauty. Gulang envisioned a future where he would reside at the Rui City Magic University to diligently cultivate and develop for a time. If he wished to efficiently garner feeding value, he could not overlook Song Lingyao. It appeared that moving forward, he would need to flatter her quite a bit. Gulang's impure thoughts remained a secret, and taking advantage of his canine guise, he boldly raised his fluffy head to glance at Song Lingyao, truly beautiful. After the training team had finished their meal around the fire, they did not retreat to their tents and sleeping bags for rest as usual. In the past few days, under Song Lingyao's guidance, everyone adhered to the routine of rising with the sun and retiring at sunset. By day, with the sun high, the team pressed onward, traversing the Tianan mountain range to reach the next crystal tower construction site. As night fell, the mountain range, shrouded in darkness, transformed into another realm, with many powerful magical beasts emerging from their daytime slumber. Without the sun hanging overhead, these beasts began to roam, their howls echoing in the stillness. While these magical beasts were indeed powerful, the proximity of human settlements meant that the truly dangerous ones had long been eradicated. Moreover, with the limitations of night vision, Song Lingyao had arranged for the team to rest in place. However, this night was different. The main task of the team's training had reached its conclusion. Rui City Magic University required Song Lingyao's team to establish crystal towers at 5 designated locations according to a map. And through 10 days of relentless effort, they had successfully constructed 4 towers. Tonight marked the final tower. Yet, due to the challenging location of the last tower, which was situated amidst the towering spruce forest, the team had to spend the entire afternoon clearing and leveling the site. Although the team was exhausted from their exertions throughout the day, the night had arrived when they would typically rest. However, Song Lingyao insisted that everyone work through the night to complete the construction of the detection crystal tower, so they could set off for home first thing in the morning. The group, reflecting on their exhaustive 10 days of labor, agreed that they should muster their remaining energy to finish this final task swiftly. Thus, Wang Qing and the others hurriedly moved the intricate components of the crystal tower back and forth. Panting as they assembled it, beneath the star-speckled night sky, Gulang felt a tinge of drowsiness, but seeing his companions tirelessly engaged in their work, he refrained from seeking rest. He had initially intended to find a distant spot to practice magic as he had done during the day. But upon glancing at the surrounding dark forest, he felt a surge of trepidation. The densely packed, towering spruce trees obscured the moonlight and starlight, casting the forest into utter darkness, where the branches creaked ominously in the wind. What if a ferocious beast emerged and whisked away the wolf lord? Although he had acquired a skill that enabled a formidable descent in his last purchase, its description promised immense combat power. Using vitality as a price for its activation, a risk Gulang was unwilling to take frivolously. With nowhere to go, Gulang meandered around the camp, occasionally glancing at the exhausted Wang Qing and sampling the snacks that Yi had given him to boost his morale. Feeling quite content that moment, a vibrant green magical aura emerged beneath Wang Qing's feet, and with the wind element's enhancement, he dashed about with remarkable speed, swiftly relocating a large number of components. It was no secret that Wang Qing wielded wind magic. However, Gulang had been quite surprised when he first witnessed him employing it, as the boy had seemed to excel in earth magic. Only later did he learn, through casual conversations among the adventuring team, that wind magic was his secondary element. On Blue Star, it is customary for individuals to undergo a magical awakening ceremony at the age of 15, during which those with sufficient innate elemental content reveal their most compatible element under the crystal ball's perception. This is designated as their primary element. Those who fail to awaken remain commoners. While those who successfully awaken a primary magic embark on the path of a mage, entering magical education, this tradition gave rise to the magical high schools in Huagua. The members of the adventuring team followed this path. After awakening their magic, they entered magical high school, where they received a comprehensive magical education, including courses on demonology, magical history, and practical spellcasting. After 3 years of rigorous study and practice, they ultimately took the magical entrance examination to enroll at Ruiqing Magic University. Upon successfully awakening their first elemental magic, mages develop a magic sea within themselves, which contains magical elements. Although this initial stage is considered basic, it qualifies them as first-star mages, with diligent practice. The magic sea expands gradually. When it has swelled to a certain size, mages attempt to compress it. This process of reducing the enlarged magic sea back to its original size upon awakening marks the differentiation of skill levels. The vast majority of first-star mages can only double their initial magic sea before attempting to compress it. Yet some individuals with greater talent can expand theirs even further before doing so. Although the compressed magic sea may appear similar in size to that of a newly awakened mage, the potency of the contained magic is vastly superior. Once the magic sea is sufficiently compacted, the mage successfully advances to become a second-star mage. The journey of continuous absorption, cultivation, expansion, compression, and refinement is the path to magical advancement for mages on Blue Star. After receiving superior education and resources at university, these exceptional students often ascend to become second-star mages. Upon achieving this rank, they may awaken a secondary elemental magic. Wang Cheng's secondary element is the agile wind magic, yet he does not particularly favor it, as he perceives the wind skills as lacking the flair of the more visually striking ice and fire spells. Consequently, he dedicates the majority of his efforts to mastering earth magic, leaving his wind magic sea still at the initial first-star stage. Many of his wind-based incantations are poorly executed, with his only fully realized wind spell being an acceleration spell, an evident case of specialization. However, this specialization does not hinder Wang Cheng's standing among third-year students at Ruiqing Magic University, as his earth magic is indeed formidable, allowing him to control, defend, and occasionally deal damage, while his exceptional combat awareness enables him to seize the opportunity to strike back against a fleeing bat demon. Even after sustaining a significant injury from a surprise attack, in contrast, other less adept mages would likely falter even with a warning. The other members of the team mirror Wang Cheng's prowess. Even Wu Yonghua, with his seemingly frivolous blonde hair, possesses commendable strength. During their encounter with the bat demon, Wu Yonghua executed the Ignite fireball spell without uttering the typical incantation, a testament to his swift and practiced casting, a skill honed through years of rigorous training. As for Song Lingyao, being the only member of the team to have cultivated her secondary magic sea to the second-star level, she undoubtedly possesses exceptional abilities. Ji Yulang mused that this small team was indeed formidable, and their ability to venture deep into the Tianyan mountain range was no mere coincidence. His role was merely to relax and enjoy the meal, leaving the heavy lifting to the Wolf Lord. Content in this arrangement, Gu Lang raised his gaze to the drifting snowflakes. The snow continued to fall, and the diligent team members remained unprotected from the elements. Soon, a light dusting of snow accumulated atop their heads. They toiled on, their white-capped heads busy with work for an extended period, so much so that Gu Lang began to nod off. Suddenly, Wang Cheng's exuberant shout of "all done" jolted Gu Lang awake from his near slumber. Panting heavily, Wang Cheng tossed his screwdriver carelessly into the air, oblivious to whether it struck anyone, and turned with a cheerful tune on his lips. Seeing that Wang Cheng had completed his task, the others hastened their efforts. Finally, at 11 o'clock at night, everyone concluded their work, successfully erecting the last of the detection crystal towers that a slender cylindrical structure topped with a glass orb stood solitary in the snow. Nice, we've completed the mission, Wu Yonghua exclaimed jubilantly. Team 47, mission accomplished, we can head home soon. Even the usually composed Xiang Jing could not contain his excitement at a hint of a smile graced the typically aloof and stunningly beautiful face of Song Lingyao. Having learned of the crucial connection between the detection crystal tower and the spatial rifts, the group felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders after enduring 10 days of oppressive tension. The completion of all the tower constructions heralded a much lighter return journey. The atmosphere was filled with jubilant anticipation. Yet, the sudden sharp sound of ding-ding shattered their elation. The once jubilant adventuring team fell into an uneasy silence. Their gazes fixated on the source of the noise. It was the detection crystal tower, the very apparatus designed to monitor the spatial rift that was emitting sound. An immediate pall of dread descended upon them all. Why did it continue to ring? Even Wang Cheng, usually brimming with bravado, began to tremble. Was it a spatial rift? Would a beast emerge? Was there still time to flee? A torrent of questions flooded their minds as they recalled the fates of the fallen mages from the United States. Would they meet the same grim fate? In the midst of their panic, Song Lingyao approached the detection crystal tower. Confusion clouded her mind. Upon detecting a spatial rift, the tower should indeed emit an alarm. But it should not ring in such an intermittent manner that if a rift truly existed, the magical crystal orb atop the tower would change color. Wang Cheng, come here and rebuild this. After some observation, Song Lingyao discerned the issue. Wang Cheng had incorrectly assembled the components. A trembling Wang Cheng retrieved the screwdriver he had previously tossed and hurriedly began to correct the errors. Once he finished, he rushed back to join the others, all of them anxiously watching the tower. After a protracted wait, the tower ceased its previous clamor, and an overwhelming sense of relief washed over the group. It was merely a false alarm. Wu Yanghua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and complained to Wang Cheng, "You idiot! I was wondering why you were so slow. Turns out you were just messing around. You nearly scared me to death." Even Lin Xingye, who usually valued harmony and disliked disputes, cast a resentful glance at Wang Cheng. Aware of his fault, Wang Cheng took the insult of being called an idiot without anger. After all, it had truly been frightening moments ago, and now that he understood it was due to a mix-up with the parts, the weight on his heart finally lifted. They could finally rest. The group headed towards the tent, their spirits significantly higher than when the detection crystal tower had remained silent. They had just experienced a brush with disaster, and the regained sense of security felt like a return from hell to paradise. However, Gulang did not share their relief. It was not solely because of the earlier alarm from the detection crystal tower, but rather because he sensed a peculiar disturbance. This was not a warning akin to a danger alert. The sensation was challenging to articulate, not discernible through the five senses, but rather an eerie and unfamiliar feeling that directly affected his mind. This unnerved Gulang, causing him to scan the surroundings. Aside from the dark woods, the detection crystal tower, and the camp tents, there was nothing else. Confused, Gulang wondered about the situation. Before long, the strange disturbance intensified. It felt as though someone were hammering a wall or perhaps peeling an eggshell. The noise was becoming a headache for Gulang. What on earth was happening? Li Yingyi, who had stepped into the tent to rest, turned back to glance at Gulang, noticing he was still standing outside. She waved and called, "By Pang Pang, hurry here." Gulang was too preoccupied to heed Li Yingyi's call as he began to check the system. Race, Starry Sky Demon Wolf, born under the illumination of stellar magic. Possessing keen sensitivity to all elements, capable of traversing various planes without obstruction. After rereading the system's introduction to the Starry Sky Demon Wolf, Gulang's gaze fixed intently on the term planes. He closed his eyes once more to deeply sense the strange disturbance that had invaded his mind. It was as if two eggs were rolling on the ground, suddenly colliding, and the point of contact splintered into cracks, with the sound of these cracks resembling the source of the disturbance. Upon hearing the sound of cracking eggshells and recalling what Song Lingyao had mentioned about planes colliding causing spatial rifts, Gulang felt a chill run down his spine. It was indeed a spatial rift. There could be no mistake. As a Starry Sky Demon Wolf, Gulang was naturally sensitive to space and could detect the birth of a spatial rift. He abruptly turned around, fixating intently on the crystal ball atop the detection crystal tower. At that moment, the tower began to tremble slightly, as if it had detected something. Sure enough, the crystal ball had lost its transparency and taken on a muddled hue. "Please don't be red." Dante turned red. Gulang could only hope that the emerging spatial rift would be the common slender type, merely allowing the influx of foreign air. He stood still, holding his breath, quietly awaiting the tower's judgment. Li Yingyi, noticing the usually obedient Gulang ignoring her, felt puzzled and approached him. Seeing Gulang staring blankly into the air, she instinctively turned to look in the same direction, where the detection crystal tower, a slender cylindrical structure, was now quaking, causing the crystal ball at the top to shake as well. This sight filled Li Yingyi with dread. The crystal ball was no longer reflecting the moonlight in its clear form. It was changing color. The detector had responded, and the emergence of a spatial rift was a foregone conclusion. However, this did not signify the end for everyone. There was still a chance that as long as the crystal ball ultimately shifted to blue. It would indicate that the spatial rift could not be traversed by demon beasts, ensuring the safety of the training team. Quick! Get out! A spatial rift is about to appear. Li Yingyi rushed back into the tent, incoherently waking everyone. Though many had already settled down to rest, the mention of the detection crystal tower monitoring a spatial rift instantly dispelled their drowsiness. Everyone hurriedly rushed out of the tents to gather before the detection crystal tower. Wang Qing, did you screw up the screws again? Wu Yanghua exclaimed in disbelief, just when they had returned from the brink of despair. How could this be happening again? Wang Qing remained silent, staring blankly at the crystal ball atop the tower. Damn it! Zhu Qingji's face turned ashen. They could only hope that the spatial rift would be the most common type. Don't worry too much. The spatial rifts that allowed demon beasts through account for only 1 in 10,000 of all occurrences. And they merely allow some foreign energy to seep in. Song Lingyao attempted to console the group, but her words offered little solace. All eyes remained glued to the detection crystal tower, anxiously awaiting the final verdict. In the midst of their fear, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope, the mottled colors within the crystal ball at the tower's peak began to swirl and coalesce. Different colored segments collided within the quaking crystal ball, merging together to form the very color the team dreaded most. Red. The crystal ball had turned red. The detection crystal tower declared the imminent arrival of demon beasts from another realm before their eyes. Everyone felt as if their blood had rushed to their heads, then exploded violently within their minds. No. Beep, beep, beep. As the crystal ball turned red, the detection crystal tower emitted a chilling alarm. The group remained unresponsive to the piercing alarm, as their souls were seized by the ominous hue of crimson. Gasping for breath, Wang Cheng felt his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest upon learning that demon beasts from another realm were about to arrive. Xiang's face turned ashen. Contrary to what Song Lingyao had said, they had struck the 1 in 10,000 chance. Red. A spatial rift allowing interdimensional demon beasts was about to manifest around them. And these demon beasts were powerful enough to shred 4-star mages from the United States. Their own strength was merely at 2 stars, and they weren't even the strongest among them. Many in the team had yet to successfully condense their second magical domain, meaning that several were still at the early stages of awakening their 1st star. Such power to combat beasts capable of slaughtering 4-star mages. It was like throwing an egg against a stone. Run! Tao Haoran shouted sharply. We must leave this place. Get as far away from this detection crystal tower as possible. He was on the verge of madness, having thought this would be a routine training session. But who could have imagined it might cost them their lives? Tao Haoran's words snapped everyone from their stupor, and they turned their anxious gazes towards the pale-faced Song Lingyao. They were not seeking her opinion, but rather hoping that the strongest among them would lead them to the safest escape route. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Song Lingyao refused. No, we cannot leave. Song Lingyao's once vibrant lips lost some color, but she replied with an unwavering tone, rejecting their pleas for escape. Captain, why? Even the usually reticent Lin Qingye sided with Tao Haoran. Hastily speaking up, didn't you say that once the detection crystal tower sounds an alarm, Huagua will be notified via satellite about the birth of a spatial rift? Stronger mages will surely come here. Song Lingyao turned to glance at him, then shook her head. The country will dispatch the nearest mages, that much is true, but they want to arrive so quickly. With a sigh, Song Lingyao explained, We've marched for 10 days to reach this place. We are already within the inner perimeter of the Tianyin Mountains. Even the fastest 4-star wind mage, known for their speed, will take at least half an hour to arrive. The president of the Magic Association in Ruiqing was a formidable 4-star mage. The emergence of a spatial rift allowing demon beasts would undoubtedly prompt Huagua to send powerful reinforcements into the Tianyin Mountains, and this nearby strongman from Ruiqing would certainly be called upon. Half an hour? That's perfect. We just need to get away from here and create some distance. Even if the demon beasts catch up to us, we only need to hold on for a few more minutes. Tao Haoran was perplexed by the thoughts of the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him. Was she truly willing to remain here and face certain death? At such a tender age, he was already a 2-star mage. The second source of pride for his mother, a genuine prodigy of heaven. How could someone of his caliber perish here without purpose? With a pleading expression, he turned to Song Lingyao and implored. Let us depart. Captain, our presence here serves no purpose. Even the 4-star mages of the United States cannot contend with these otherworldly beasts. Upon hearing Tao Haoran mention the United States, Song Lingyao fell silent for a moment, before coldly revealing another piece of grim news. Indeed, The United States managed to capture those rampaging otherworldly beasts after sacrificing 5 mages. However, before their powerful mages could intercept the beasts, several small towns in Nevada had already been slaughtered. With the death toll reaching a staggering 1,000, the revelation left everyone in shock. 1,000 lives, all innocents, unarmed and devoid of magical prowess. This was in the relatively sparse population of the United States. Imagine the toll in the densely populated Huagua or even in Ruiqing. As she spoke, Song Lingyao stepped closer to Tao Haran, her tone brooking no argument. The nearest city is Ruiqing. Do you truly wish for it to become the next site of 1,000 casualties? We cannot allow the battlefield to extend to Ruiqing. We must remain here to contain the beasts and await the arrival of more powerful mages. Otherwise, should the beasts escape the spatial rift, the vast Tianyan Mountains provide ample hiding spots. Allowing such malevolent creatures to lurk would inevitably lead to greater calamities. Contain. What do we have to contain them with? Even 4-star mages would perish before these beasts. What chance do we have? Tao Haran exclaimed in exasperation, gesturing wildly at everyone present as he shouted at Song Lingyao. Before she could respond, Liang Yi could no longer suppress his frustration. The detection crystal tower can only monitor the fluctuations of the world barrier for up to 10 minutes. In other words, the spatial rift will emerge in about 7 or 8 minutes. How far can you run in that time? Liang Yi positioned himself between Tao Haran and Song Lingyao, turning to Tao with an expression of disappointment. Do you not grasp the captain's words? If 4-star beasts emerge, we need not even attempt to flee. Even if we ran for those 7 or 8 minutes, they would catch us effortlessly if the beasts that appear are below 4 stars. We, the 8 of us, possess ample capability to contain them. Tao Haran, still in denial, retorted, how can you know how many beasts will appear? What if a whole horde pours out? Even low-level beasts could easily overwhelm us. If we scatter, surely some of us can escape. The spatial rift cannot accommodate a multitude of beasts. 3 is already the limit, Song Lingyao replied coldly. Furthermore, Tao Haran, do not forget that you are a mage. It is your most fundamental duty to protect innocents from the harm of these fiends. Upon hearing her words, it seemed Tao Haran had been struck by a painful realization, glaring fiercely at Song Lingyao. Protect innocents? Ha! Do you know whom I despise the most? Those foolish mages who feign righteousness, sacrificing themselves in a misguided attempt to save the world. Tao Haran's demeanor grew increasingly frantic, his voice hoarse. Innocents, how can they compare to us? Hundreds of lives are worth less than a single one of ours. As soon as his words escaped his lips, the crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone was taken aback by his declaration, staring at him in disbelief. Have you forgotten the mage's code of Huagua? You swore an oath under the red flag, Wang Qing said, his expression impassive as he regarded Tao Haran. After hearing Song Lingyao, he resolved to remain and hold the beast at bay. Wang Qing, a native of Ruiqing, had his parents, classmates, teachers, and the nurturing land that had given him life, everything worth defending with his utmost effort. Even if all his comrades fell, even if his magical power was exhausted, even if death was unavoidable, he would still stand before them, flesh and blood as a shield. Wu Yanghua stepped forward to stand beside Wang Qing. Responding to his earlier remarks, reciting the first tenet of the mage's code of Huagua, who are they? They are many, countless individuals that we have received all our resources and education from Huagua. It is the collective nurturing of all the non-magic civilians that has raised us. Xiang Jing also positioned herself alongside Wang Qing and Wu Yanghua. All the magic we wield bears color, Liang Yi murmured. It is red, the vibrant hue won through the struggles of innumerable predecessors of Huagua. Lin Qingye added, his voice steady, responding to Liang Yi's musings. All eyes were fixed upon Tao Haran, their gazes intensely focused. The impatient Tao Haran, upon hearing Lin Qingye's words, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. His agitation replaced by a newfound calm, he seemed lost in thought. Sitting on the ground, covering his face with his hands. I'm sorry. I was too hasty. I'm sorry. I will stay. I apologize. Are you watching? Tao Haran murmured, his voice barely audible as he bowed his head in apology to the others. Come, Haran, it is our turn now. It is our duty to stand at the forefront. Zhu Chengji extended his hand toward Tao Haran. As he looked up at Zhu Chengji, Tao Haran, in a daze, glimpsed something profound. Regaining his composure, he grasped Zhu Chengji's hand tightly and stood up. The group had made their decision to remain and contain the unknown otherworldly beasts. Time was of the essence. Their earlier argument had wasted a full 5 minutes. This meant they now had less than 5 minutes to prepare. Under Song Lingyao's direction, they paired off into 4 groups. Spreading out among the surrounding forest, Centered around the detection crystal tower, they would proceed in the 4 cardinal directions: Song Lingyao with Li Yingyi, Tao Haoren with Xu Qingji, Wu Yangwo with Wang Qing, and Xiang Jing with Lin Xingye. They needed to find the location of the emerging spatial rift as swiftly as possible. Although the detection crystal tower could monitor the rift's emergence, its alarms could not accurately indicate the rift's precise location. It could only signal that a breach in the world barrier had occurred within the detection range. Thus, they had to separate and spread out within the tower's monitoring area. Once the spatial rift fully manifested, they would locate it, signal for the others, and strive to contain the otherworldly beast as best as they could. Before they dispersed, Song Lingyao retrieved a signal gun from her pack, raised her right hand, and fired 4 shots into the dark, snow-laden night sky. 1 shot of green, 1 of purple, and 2 of red. Song Lingyao hoped to summon assistance from other exploration teams through these signals. The 4 shots indicated green for requesting support, purple for nearby cities in danger, and the 2 red shots signifying that the prospects for those who had come here were grim. Song Lingyao entrusted the opportunity to respond to those who would see the signal. However, what she had not disclosed was that crossing through a spatial rift would incur certain injuries. Only those with sufficient physical or magical strength could endure the pressures of the rift. In essence, the beasts that crossed through to Blue Star would at least be equivalent to 3-star, third-tier creatures. Could they contain them? Would they survive? Would the beasts kill them? None of the 8 had answers. Yet they pressed on resolutely, for they had to ensure that the final question could be answered affirmatively. Ruichen would be safe, wouldn't it? No one paid attention to Gu Lang, as all regarded him as a non-magical Alaskan puppy. The truth was, Gu Lang had only just begun to learn a few minor ice spells. Even Li Yingyi, who favored him most, merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily departing. The camp was now left with him. A lone wolf. Swish, swish, swish. The hues of green, purple, and red blossomed across the night sky as Jiu Lang raised his gaze towards the starless expanse, the brilliant flare of the signal gun illuminating his obsidian pupils. Having witnessed the ongoing argument among the crowd, he felt somewhat bewildered, a hint of human confusion etching itself upon his furry-visaged eye in his heart. Gu Lang was aligned with the initial sentiments expressed by Tao Haoren. He too wished to depart from this place, as it would ensure greater safety. Tao Haoren was not mistaken. Fleeing separately might offer a chance of escape, yet remaining behind was tantamount to certain death. He had no faith in Song Lingyao and Li Yingyi's words, claiming that as long as the beasts were not of the 4th rank, there remained a chance for restraint. That Jiu Lang believed that everyone else was acutely aware of the grim reality, that staying behind nearly guaranteed a lack of survival. Yet they chose to remain, spurred on by a fervent, albeit juvenile, sense of heroism. Jiu Lang found himself in a state of perplexity. Suddenly, the detection crystal tower emitted a sound, with a series of mechanical whirs. A miniature drone emerged from its base, soaring into the sky, its head adorned with a red dot. Jiu Lang hurriedly turned his attention to the crystal tower. At some point, the crystal ball atop the tower had vanished, replaced by a small camera. It seemed intent on documenting everything in the vicinity. Song Lingyao and Li Yingyi cautiously navigated through the dense spruce forest. They searched for potential spatial rifts that might manifest nearby, while occasionally glancing skyward for any ascending signal flares. The white-clawed spirit cat sensed the gravity of the situation, its ears erect, vigilant to every movement. Lingyao, weakened still, Li Yingyi stammered, her body once again overtaken by fear after the fervor had dissipated. The chubby one is still waiting for you, Song Lingyao replied, aware of Li Yingyi's unspoken question, yet her response veered off topic. The two fell into silence. After a brief interval, they halted. Song Lingyao gently lifted her head and neck, gazing at the heavens as if to herself, or perhaps to remind, "It's coming soon." No sooner had she spoken than a beam of green signal light ascended from the west, illuminating the snowy night sky with a brilliant glow. The west, it's Wang Qing and Wu Yanghua, Li Yingyi exclaimed in a rush. Thankfully, it was indeed those two. Song Lingyao thought. The duo's combined strength was formidable, capable of both offense and defense. Hurry, she called to Li Yingyi, then dashed westward. However, they had barely taken a few steps when another signal flare streaked across the darkened sky, the previous illumination still lingering. Swish! The green fireworks brightened Li Yingyi's increasingly terrified face. Another signal flare? How could there be another spatial rift? How could there be? Li Yingyi broke down. If only one rift had appeared, she could convince herself that they could manage to restrain it. But with two rifts, both harboring beasts, she was at a loss as to how they would survive. Back to the camp. Song Lingyao's complexion had paled slightly, yet she resolved swiftly. They could no longer proceed with their initial plan of engaging wherever they found an anomaly. She couldn't ascertain the intentions of the other groups, which way they would choose to respond. She needed to return to the camp to summon everyone. Revitalized, Tao Haoran and Zhu Qingji walked in tandem. Arriving at a relatively flat expanse of snow-covered grass, calculating the time, it should be about now. Zhu Qingji felt a chill run down his spine, anxiously awaiting. Before them, the space seemed to twist momentarily. Reminiscent of someone vigorously shaking out a wrinkled coat, suddenly, a silver-white crack appeared before them. The spatial rift has manifested. It has appeared here, Tao Haoran shouted urgently. Quick, signal. Observing this, Zhu Qingji hastily raised the signal gun he had long held, preparing to fire it into the sky. Yet, a signal flare rose ahead of them. Swish, the dazzling green light left both men momentarily stunned. What? They have one too, so what is this? Zhu Qingji exclaimed in horror. Damn it, there are two. The resolve that Tao Haoran had mustered began to falter. Fire now. Zhu Qingji gritted his teeth and shot into the sky, two bursts of green flame illuminating the snowy Tianyin mountains. What do we do now? Zhu Qingji fretted, glancing at the equally tense Tao Haoran. We can't proceed as initially planned. We'll wait a moment, let the beasts emerge, and lure them back to the camp. Surprisingly, it was Tao Haoran, who had previously contemplated retreat, who remained the most composed. Initially, Song Lingyao's plan was straightforward. After the spatial rift formed, it would take a few minutes to stabilize the turbulence. A precious window to gather everyone. Once united, they would delay the beasts at the rift's edge. However, with the unexpected emergence of two rifts, they could no longer follow through with their plan. Are you mad? Lure them back to the camp? What about the others? Zhu Qingji shouted incredulously at Tao Haoran. Having just run from the camp, they were now quite a distance away, waiting for the beasts to emerge and then luring them back. It was likely they would be torn to shreds before reaching safety. Who will come? No one will. With two spatial rifts, we have no choice. Back to the camp. Only by gathering everyone together do we stand a slim chance. Tao Haoran bellowed. Indeed, there was no other option. To restrain the beasts from vanishing into the mountains, they would have to rely on their physical presence as bait. Damn those bastards. Zhu Qingji cursed at the rift in frustration. What is going on? Wu Yanghua exclaimed, astonished that after they fired a signal flare, another followed closely behind. It's Tao Haoran and his team. They have one too, Wang Cheng replied darkly. Damn, when the beasts emerge. WLL returned to the camp. Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng immediately made their decision. Are you? Huff. The beasts haven't emerged yet. It was Xiang Jing's voice, just as Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng anxiously awaited the beasts. Xiang Jing and Lin Qingye rushed in, breathless. They had chosen a different path than the others, coming to bolster Wang Cheng's group. Lin Qingye, being of the wind element, among the most agile of magical elements, made their swift arrival unsurprising. We're not fighting here. There are two spatial rifts. If beasts appear, we must return to the camp. Wu Yanghua held on to the last flicker of hope, wishing that the rift before them was one that had not been detected by the detection crystal tower. As they spoke, the silver-white elongated opening before them began to tremble. Buzz! The spatial rift quivered. Roar! A pitch-black claw extended from within, followed by a furry arm, and, finally, a grotesquely contorted head. An otherworldly beast had emerged. It was a muscular, towering red gorilla, standing 5 meters tall. Upon seeing figures guarding the opposite end of the rift, the gorilla paused, while the rift behind it continued to twist, exhaling air from the other realm. The overwhelming and potent otherworldly magical energy rendered the onlookers unable to lift their heads. Flameball, Wu Yanghua struggled to cast a spell, directing it towards the gorilla. The other three unleashed their attacks as well. Bang! Yet the gorilla withstood the 4 magical strikes, coldly glancing at them with its massive eyes before turning away, retreating its upper body back into the rift. The group stood frozen. Why did it not defend against their attacks? Why was it retreating back into the rift? Could it be? It was summoning other beasts. Quick! Stop it! Xiangjing cried out in terror. The 4 immediately channeled their magical energy, conjuring a surge of elemental force to launch another attack. But it was too late. The red gorilla had already extended its arm into the rift, forcibly pulling out 2 more otherworldly beasts, a massive bird demon and a spider. At that moment, the collective magical attacks from the crowd finally reached their target. The bird demon, with an expression of indifference, gazed at the incoming magical assaults and elegantly swept its wings, effortlessly dissipating the attacks as they disintegrated into their elemental forms. merging seamlessly with its feathers. Such a capability, the ability to nullify and absorb elemental attacks. A fourth-tier creature, this bird demon is a fourth-tier beast. The arrival of such a formidable entity plunged the onlookers into despair, witnessing the bird demon casually absorb their magical strikes. They felt an icy dread seep into their bones, as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. The worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded, and all gazes turned hopelessly towards the immensely powerful avian figure. Strangely, however, the bird demon did not eliminate the four individuals. Instead, it turned its beak towards the spider and the orangutan, seemingly issuing some command. Subsequently, it unfurled its colossal wings, obscuring the sky, and soared deeper into the Tianyan mountain range. Soon, the bird demon vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only the orangutan and spider behind. The spider and orangutan appeared to have received some directive, nodding before turning their menacing gazes towards the four. The bird had departed. How could it venture deeper into the mountains? Xiangjing felt a chilling sense of survival anxiety. It likely had other missions. Wu Yanghua spoke coldly. The bird believes that this monkey and spider can eliminate us. Clearly, the bird demon regarded the two-starred Wu Yanghua and his companions with disdain, focusing solely on its own agenda. Yet the remaining orangutan and spider posed a tremendous challenge point to third-tier beasts. Moreover, the third-tier orangutan possessed an extraordinarily robust physique. Otherwise, it would not have been the first to breach the spatial rift and arrive on Blue Star. Swish, at that moment, a blue signal flare ascended at the campsite. Blue. It signifies a gathering. It's from the captain. Lin Xingye shouted. Next, a red signal flare illuminated the sky. The red signal indicates danger. It must be from Zhu Qingji, Tao Haoran, and their group. It's Tao Haoran. Creatures have emerged from the spatial rift at Tao Haoran's location too. Xiangjing's expression darkened significantly. The worst possible outcome had indeed occurred. Beasts had emerged from both spatial rifts. Wasn't it supposed to be a 1 in 10,000 chance? Wu Yanghua roared. Have we encountered 2 1 in 10,000 chances? According to the Blue Star International Magic Association's calculations, one beast allowing rift appears for every 10,000 spatial rifts that form. The simultaneous emergence of 2 rifts with beasts in such a confined area could no longer be explained by mere coincidence. This was not the time for a 1 in 10,000 scenario. The orangutan is coming. Wang Qing bellowed thunderously, his magical energy surging. Ruin, gray earth, and the brief moment of distraction. The crimson orangutan charged at them. The long, coarse fur of the blazing orangutan swayed backward as it propelled itself forward, and upon nearing the group, it clenched its massive fist and struck fiercely at the four. Observing this, Wang Qing immediately stepped forward to shield the others, while the remaining 3 quickly mobilized their magic to retaliate. Ruin, gray earth, ruin, stone skin, rock shield. Wang Qing frantically summoned his magical energy, unleashing 3 defensive earth spells in quick succession. Frost armor. Xiangjing also enveloped Wang Qing in a layer of protection. At that moment, Wang Qing radiated an intense aura of earth elemental power, his skin becoming extraordinarily resilient, bolstered by dual layers of magical armor tightly adhering to him. Yet, he still felt insufficiently fortified, gathering earth elements to conjure a solid rock shield in front of himself. Roar! The blazing orangutan howled, its massive fist slicing through the air as it descended with tremendous force. Boom! Upon striking the rock shield, the orangutan's fist erupted with an overwhelming magical radiance. The crimson magical energy from the blazing orangutan surged into Wang Qing's rock shield, which immediately splintered under the strain, riddled with cracks. This orangutan possessed not only a formidable physique but also the ability to wield magic. This beast, under the force of the blazing orangutan's ferocious punch, the rock shield shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The momentum of the punch remained unyielding, crashing down onto Wang Qing. He felt a flash of light before an immense force struck his chest, sending him into a dizzying spin. Wang Qing was sent flying by the orangutan's blow, despite having cast 4 layers of defensive magic. Wang Qing was merely met with a single encounter before being hurled away. Cough, 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 wheeze. Wang Qing struggled to rise from the snow, blood gushing from his mouth. Had it not been for the frost armor and stone skin absorbing the majority of the impact, along with the gray earth shield protecting his vital areas, he would likely have shattered like the rock shield. Flame, fire serpent, frost spear, gale, wind blast. With Wang Qing covering for them, the other 3 unleashed their attacks unimpeded towards the orangutan. Seeing the magical energy surging with ferocity, Even the robust orangutan dared not withstand the onslaught head-on. Roar! The blazing orangutan's right arm bulged with muscle as it seized the ice crystal spear. Radiating a bone-chilling aura, to it, the sharp ice spear posed the greatest threat. Although it managed to deflect Xiangjing's attack, it had no time to counter the other two's magic. Wu Yanghua altered his stance to unleash a more intense flame. Conjuring a searing fire serpent. Sizzle! A bright red elemental serpent coiled tightly around the orangutan's left arm, emitting a sound akin to sizzling meat. The blazing orangutan, feeling the searing pain, attempted to use its other hefty hand to tear the fire serpent from its arm. However, Lin Xingye's wind magic was already upon them. A swirling mass of verdant wind elements erupted in front of the blazing orangutan, transforming into a powerful gust that struck its eyes. Roar! The blazing orangutan could not keep its eyes open against the fierce wind assault. It had no choice but to raise its arm to shield its eyes, retreating a few steps to evade the relentless elemental barrage, needing a moment to recover. The trio felt a surge of joy as their coordinated spells seemed effective. However, their expressions quickly soured as they realized their attacks merely inconvenienced the blazing orangutan rather than inflicting any substantial damage. This orangutan surely possessed resistance to fire. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand the fire serpent. Wu Yanghua's face turned ashen. He was acutely aware of the potency of his magic. Against other beasts, it would not merely scorch the surface. Run! The spider is coming! To the campsite! Wang Cheng shouted urgently as the three managed to fend off the orangutan. Buying themselves a moment to breathe. Float. Wind of lightness. The four summoned emerald green wind magic beneath their feet, the wind of lightness allowing them to counteract some of the gravity, enabling them to run faster. Lin Xingye hastily reinforced the spell, and then they all turned and fled towards the campsite. Roar! Seeing the group attempt to escape, the blazing orangutan roared in fury, preparing to chase after them. However, the fire serpent still burned on its arm, the pain forcing it to halt. Without the interference from the others, the orangutan's stout fingers successfully grasped the sputtering fire serpent with its furry fingers. It squeezed hard, extinguishing the bothersome flame. Having eliminated the irritating fire serpent, the blazing orangutan paused to catch its breath. Regaining its composure, the blazing orangutan glared angrily at the massive spider standing aloof, questioning why it had not intervened to assist. Just moments ago, the blazing orangutan had nearly subdued the four on its own. Had the spider joined in, the group would have certainly faced dire consequences. Yet, the spider completely disregarded the orangutan's fury, gracefully maneuvering its 8 slender legs as it proceeded deeper into the woods in pursuit of the fleeing humans. Bang! Feeling ignored, the blazing orangutan slammed its fist into the ground, creating a small crater in the muddy snow. Were it not for the command from its master, it would never cooperate with those repugnant mother spiders. After venting its frustration, it followed the spider. Adhering to Lord Yi's directive, they needed to swiftly eliminate these humans and then conceal themselves before dawn. They still had significant tasks to accomplish. Exhale. Inhale. Zhu Qingji and Tao Haoran, gasping for breath, sprinted through the dense forest. Roar! A fierce tiger's roar echoed from behind them. Amidst the shifting shadows, a gigantic spotted tiger relentlessly pursued them. Damn it, that wretched beast! Tao Haoran gritted his teeth and began to channel his magic. The tiger demon, witnessing the human ahead preparing to cast a disruptive spell, was equally infuriated. Not long ago, it had traversed the world barrier from the realm of 10,000 demons to Blue Star, intending to expand its territory and achieve great accomplishments in this world. Yet, as soon as it poked its head out from the spatial rift, this accursed human struck it with a dazzling orb of light. The orb's power was not particularly formidable. It could not even pierce the tiger demon's skin, but it was excruciatingly blinding. The brilliant light elements delivered a painful blow to its tiger eyes. Caught off guard, the tiger demon now had tears streaming from both eyes. To make matters worse, the two spellcasters immediately darted into the forest, showing no inclination for battle. This made the tiger demon yearn to chase down and devour the two cunning humans immediately. However, with companions yet to cross the spatial rift, the tiger demon had no choice but to remain vigilant. Soon, its other two companions successfully traversed the rift to Blue Star. The tiger demon resolved to let its companions proceed first, while it would pursue the two humans alone. Once it had thoroughly tormented those two detestable humans, it would reunite with its comrades. Naturally, the tiger demon's companions had no objections. A third-tier demon beast could hardly fear two second-tier humans. Thus, The three demons split up, with the other two disappearing deep into the Tianyan mountain range while the tiger demon plunged into the woods in pursuit of Tao Haoren and his companion. With the tiger demon's speed, catching up to the two humans was hardly a challenge, but the magic employed by the humans was utterly distasteful. What should have been a certain kill was repeatedly interrupted by the luminous human. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into them, the human would turn and unleash a blinding burst of light. The tiger demon had to pause repeatedly to alleviate the stinging in its eyes. At that moment, the two humans would take the opportunity to slip away. After regaining its composure, the tiger demon would resume the chase, only to be hindered again by Tao Haoren's spells after several attempts. The tiger demon's eyes had become painfully swollen. Yet, it had no alternative but to suppress its raging fury and continue the pursuit. It refused to believe that the two humans could continuously wield such elemental magic. Tao Haoren, sensing the commotion behind him, estimated that the time was right. He began to gather his magic, preparing to unleash a significant blow against the tiger demon. The light elements in his hand coalesced once more, releasing waves of intense illumination. Seeing Tao Haoren attempting to blind him again, the tiger demon could no longer endure and preemptively invoked a secret technique. Roar. With a fierce howl, the tiger demon's muscles writhed in a peculiar manner, and a potent scent of blood filled the air. With the use of its secret method, the tiger demon's speed surged dramatically, swiftly closing the gap to Tao Haoren. Damn it. How could it be so fast all of a sudden? Tao Haoren glanced back, nearly terrified out of his wits. The tiger demon was almost upon him, its massive jaws poised to bite his head. With a surge of electrical energy, Ji Chengji reacted swiftly. Striking at the tiger demon's nose, the tiger demon howled in pain, its speed diminishing, allowing the two humans to break free. Phew. While running, Tao Haoren wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That was close. The tiger demon's sharp fangs had nearly grazed his body. Fortunately, Ji Chengji had timely cast a spell, interrupting the tiger demon's biting motion. We've arrived. Ahead lay the campsite. Ji Chengji rejoiced, spotting the glow of the campfire. Excellent. They would soon reunite. Tao Haoren breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Roar. The tiger demon, now several times faster than before, closed in on the two humans, leaping ferociously toward Tao Haoren. Its mouth was agape, revealing glistening fangs dripping with saliva. The tiger demon's body began to descend from the air. Closer, closer. This detestable human was about to become its meal. It could almost taste the delicious flavor of blood and flesh. Seeing Tao Haoren look up in terror, the tiger demon felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. But in the next moment, a powerful jet of water surged from beneath the tiger demon, a torrential current. It was Song Lingyao. The tiger demon's eyes blazed with fury, having been interrupted yet again. It was loath to forego its attack on the luminous human, harboring deep hatred for Tao Haoren. But upon witnessing the magical water column swirling with potent energy, it had no choice but to evade. Reluctantly, the tiger demon abandoned its assault on Tao Haoren, attempting to sidestep Song Lingyao's magic. Crack. The tiger demon was horrified to discover that it had been ensnared by several resilient vines without realizing it. With a sudden burst of strength, it tried to break free from the binding tendrils. But it was too late. The powerful blue water column, imbued with immense magical energy, struck the tiger demon's chin with ferocity. Howl. The tiger demon emitted a pained cry. Bound by the vines with no escape, it endured the full brunt of the torrential current, crashing to the ground with a muffled thud. Tao Haoren and Ji Chengji seized the opportunity to burst forth from the forest. Joining forces with Song Lingyao and Liangyi were their three demon beasts. What were their levels? Song Lingyao signaled for everyone to fall back, while inquiring with urgency. Upon returning to the campsite, Song Lingyao and her companion immediately signaled for assembly. Upon witnessing Tao Haoren launch a red flare, they promptly took positions at the forest perimeter. Indeed, Tao Haoren had successfully lured the demon beasts. As the tiger demon prepared to pounce on Tao Haoren, Song Lingyao acted immediately, using her pre-gathered magic to ambush the tiger demon. Now that the tiger demon lay defeated on the ground, Song Lingyao refrained from recklessly advancing to continue the assault, uncertain if other demon beasts lurked nearby. There should be 3 third-tier demon beasts, but the other 2 had not pursued. Only this one tiger demon remained. Ji Chengji replied, panting heavily, as he sensed the faint presence of 2 other third-tier entities. Upon hearing that only the tiger demon was pursuing, Song Lingyao was momentarily stunned, so 2 of them managed to escape. Song Lingyao bit her lip, torn between relief and disappointment. Yet she quickly regained her focus. Since only one tiger demon had crossed the spatial rift, they should focus on eliminating it first. Attack. With this thought, she immediately began to gather her magical energy, preparing for the next strike, while the other three began to unleash their spells. The tiger demon, lying on the ground, had also regained its senses and, upon seeing the four preparing to attack, leaped backward into the shadows to conceal itself. At this moment, the tiger demon felt a pang of regret. It should not have come alone. 2 second-tier humans. The magic wielded by the female mage who struck first had been immensely powerful, even posing a subtle threat to itself. And there were allies, reflecting on how the 2 humans had initially fled without engaging. It became clear they were luring it in. Nevertheless, being a third-tier creature, even if the leading female mage was formidable, the 4 working together might not be enough to subdue it. However, it would come at a hefty cost. The tiger demon contemplated, its resolve wavering. Just then, a surge of potent magical energy emanated from another grove ahead of the tiger demon. Accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of beastly roars, more creatures had emerged from the spatial rifts. They had also engaged in battle with these cunning humans. The tiger demon rejoiced. With additional allies, it could fully combine forces to eliminate these humans. First, it would rendezvous with the other demon beasts. The tiger demon retreated into the woods, circumventing Song Lingyao and the others, heading towards the direction of the Qian ape. The 4 sensed the magical fluctuations behind them, and upon turning around, they beheld a torrent of crimson flames erupting into the sky. It was Wu Yanghua. They had also attracted demon beasts. Tao Haoran urgently called out. Quickly, Song Lingyao, noticing the rustling in the foliage where the tiger demon had vanished, understood its intentions. The 4 immediately set off, determined to reach Wang Cheng and his group before the tiger demon could. After briefly fending off the Qian ape, Wang Cheng's group had been fleeing towards the campsite without looking back. They had to reunite with Song Lingyao. Just one Qian ape had nearly overwhelmed them, not to mention the ominous presence of a formidable spider lurking nearby. Had it attacked earlier, the 4 would likely have met their demise. They were utterly no match for 2 fierce third-tier demon beasts. All could do was lower their heads and flee frantically, traversing through a significant portion of the forest. At that moment, the magical energy from Song Lingyao's battle with the tiger demon reached Wang Cheng's group. I sense water elemental magic. It's the captain, Wu Yanghua exclaimed with delight, quickening his pace. But just as they were about to escape the forest and reach the clearing where the campsite was located, a hissing sound pierced the air from behind them. As Wu Yanghua glanced back while fleeing, he was suddenly struck with dread at a number of grayish-white spider threads, covered in a vile slime, were advancing towards them. At the other end of the spider silk lurked the grotesquely hideous mother spider. Upon catching up with Wu Yanghua and his companions, it immediately spewed forth its silk in an attempt to ensnare them. The grayish-white silk erupted from the creature's posterior, darting swiftly towards its target, Wang Cheng, who, having suffered internal injuries from a blow by the crimson flame ape, was unable to run swiftly due to the searing pain in his chest. Just as the spider silk was about to ensnare the wounded Wang Cheng, Wu Yanghua decisively halted his frantic flight and turned to intercept the silk. You all go ahead. I will hold it off. The mother spider, seizing the opportunity presented by the advancing blonde human, felt a surge of delight as it deftly manipulated the flying silk to bind Wu Yanghua tightly. Strangely, however, Wu Yanghua did not flinch or evade. He allowed the silk to ensnare him. Wu Yanghua. Lin Xingya exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Wu Yanghua ensnared by the spider silk, desperately wanting to turn back to rescue him. Don't look back. Run. Xiang Jing immediately tugged Lin Xingya, who was preparing to turn back, knowing full well that Wu Yanghua was on the verge of unleashing his full potential. Wu Yanghua possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to fire elements. Unmatched by anyone at the Rue City Magic University, he was exceptionally gifted in the fire element. How did this talent manifest? Even at the 2-star level, he had already attempted to cast top-tier 3-star fire magic. At this moment, Wu Yanghua was enveloped in a deep crimson aura of fire elements, and with a fierce roar, these embers surged into his body. Upon entering, the free-floating fire elements ignited his skin to a brilliant red. His physique began to swell violently, as if molten lava were about to erupt. Inferno, supernova. Wu Yanghua shouted, unleashing all the fire magic within him. A supernova is a stage in the evolution of a star, characterized by a cataclysmic explosion that occurs when certain stars approach the end of their life cycle. This explosion is exceedingly luminous, often capable of illuminating an entire galaxy for weeks on end. This was the very essence behind the name of the three-star fire magic, supernova. As Wu Yanghua unleashed his potential, the silk binding him instantly melted away, the flames surging forth unabated, crashing violently towards the mother spider. The mother spider, taken aback by Wu Yanghua's unexpected display, hastily raised two of its legs in a futile attempt to shield itself. Boom! The torrent of flames engulfed the mother spider, which let out horrific shrieks as it was seared. What the hell? Such power! Wang Chung exclaimed, turning back to witness what appeared to be a radiant sun before him. It was the three-star fire magic, supernova. Xiang Jing, having observed Wu Yanghua practice this spell before, realized the gravity of the situation. However, this is a weakened version. If the true supernova were unleashed, we would all perish. Lin Qingya, who had initially contemplated rushing back for assistance, stood transfixed, gazing at the molten fireball. Awakened to the fire element, it felt as though he glimpsed a dazzling future supernova. After casting the spell, Wu Yanghua bent over, weakly supporting himself on his knees. Cough. It's still too taxing. Is this truly three-star magic? Even this diluted version of supernova has drained all my magic. The flames raged for a full 3 seconds before subsiding. As the fire dissipated, the grotesque and fearsome head of the mother spider reemerged. Now seething with fury. It was incredulous that a mere second-tier human had managed to inflict harm upon it. The magic this human had unleashed was far beyond the capabilities of a mere second tier. Fortunately, the explosion had radiated outward, and it had only borne the brunt of the flames from one direction. Additionally, 2 of its legs had absorbed most of the impact, preventing the mother spider from being rendered immediately incapacitated. However, the excruciating pain radiating from its legs only fueled its rage. Damn it. No wonder the crimson flame ape was repelled. Unlike the mother spider's ire, Wu Yanghua, though he did not expect to vanquish the formidable third-tier beast with a single blow, was nonetheless astonished that the massive spider had only sustained minor injuries. What, it only suffered such a trivial wound? Wu Yanghua's face turned ashen, and he immediately turned to flee. Only a portion of the damage landed on it. Supernova is an area attack, not a concentrated one. Xiang Jing also comprehended the implications and quickly called out, Wu Yanghua, come back. Wu Yanghua strained to return to his companions, his magic depleted yet resolute. The 4 retreated towards the camp, remaining vigilant against the mother spider. Sister Xiang Jing, Liang Yi shouted as she rushed over, accompanied by Song Lingyao and others. Wonderful. Lin Qingye rejoiced, relieved that all 8 had reunited. The menacing and repulsive mother spider stood silently, watching as the 4 joined forces with the arriving Song Lingyao and her companions. It refrained from advancing, having witnessed the might of Wu Yanghua's supernova. Now considerably more cautious, the mother spider intended to wait for the crimson flame ape, planning to allow the foolish beast to bear the brunt of the confrontation while it, from behind, would strike with its silk. Be careful. There is also a formidable third-tier gorilla. Wang Qing warned the arriving Song Lingyao and others. There are 3 beasts in total. Besides this third-tier spider and the gorilla, there is also a 4th-tier bird beast. But it has fled. Recalling Tao Howren's mention of 2 unknown third-tier beasts that had escaped, Song Lingyao swiftly pieced together the puzzle. The emergence of this spatial rift was no coincidence. It was premeditated. Her exquisite visage was now suffused with murderous intent, along with the tiger beast. We must confront 3 third-tier monsters, just as we initially planned. We need to stall these 3 beasts and await the arrival of more powerful mages. As soon as Song Lingyao finished speaking, the forest behind the mother spider stirred once more. Roar! The crimson flame ape emerged from the woods, its enormous eyes glinting with malice. A woo! Another roar echoed as the vibrant striped tiger beast, which had previously battled with Song Lingyao, also appeared. The 3 beasts converged, glaring menacingly at the 8 humans. Under the shroud of nightfall, the Tianyan mountain range was poised to witness a battle of stark disparities in power. After the third-tier beasts united, they conferred amongst themselves, exhibiting a surprising level of intelligence. This was an astonishing phenomenon. Third-tier beasts on Blue Star, absent specialized training, typically possessed little intelligence. It was even more improbable for these 3 formidable beasts to set aside their racial differences and communicate. The crimson flame ape was physically imposing and possessed a degree of fire magic. Be wary of its venom and the silk it expels from its tail. Song Lingyao rapidly relayed information to her companions. According to the data we have on it, it is likely capable of breeding numerous repugnant little spiders to assist in combat. As for the patterned tiger, there was no data available on it from Huahua. It was presumably the weakest of the three beasts, but that did not warrant complacency, as it appeared to possess a secret technique capable of temporarily enhancing its combat prowess. This intelligence had been painstakingly gathered by powerful infiltrators from other dimensions. And it was not solely the myriad beast realm that could dispatch creatures to invade Blue Star. Blue Star had its own means of sending powerful individuals through spatial rifts for reconnaissance. Although the information was somewhat nebulous, it was sufficient for the current situation. Song Lingyao quickly surveyed the three grotesque, malevolent beasts and promptly devised a battle strategy. The Crimson Flame Ape has a certain resistance to fire elements. Xiang Jing, you and I will restrain it, Song Lingyao commanded Xiang Jing, deciding to counter the strongest Crimson Flame Ape with her water magic and Xiang Jing's ice magic. Xiang Jing nodded in agreement and positioned herself behind Song Lingyao. Tao Haoran, Zhu Qingji, Liangyi, you will hold off the tiger beast. Liangyi was currently tending to Wang Cheng's injuries, and upon hearing the order to block the tiger beast, she responded without looking up. Wang Cheng, Lin Xingye, Wu Yanghua, you will continue to restrain the mother spider. Wu Yanghua, seizing the moment to regain his depleted magic, immediately rose upon hearing Song Lingyao's instructions and nodded vigorously alongside Lin Xingye and Wang Cheng. Remember, we must hold them off for at least 30 minutes before reinforcements arrive. Having laid out the battle plan, Song Lingyao turned her beautiful gaze towards the Crimson Flame Ape, her eyes cold and resolute. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and battle could erupt at any moment. SSSSS. The mother spider writhed its body, covered in black hair, and in the next instant, a swarm of tiny spiders burst forth from its rear. Roar. The Crimson Flame Ape charged forward, fist raised, aiming a blow at Xiang Jing. The chaotic battle commenced, with the 8 individuals fulfilling their roles according to the plan, drawing the attention of their foes. Surrounded by the detection crystal towers at the edge of the camp, the crowd fractured into 3 distinct battlegrounds: Qi Yin Xing, Xiang Jing, and Song Lingyao. Hu Yao, Tao Haoran, Zhu Qingji, and Li Yingyi, and Yumu Jizhua, Wu Yanghua, Wang Cheng, and Lin Xingye. The 2 mages besieging the Hu Yao and Yumu Jizhua found themselves at a disadvantage the moment the battle commenced. Jiao, Moonlight's protection, a pristine white light shield, stood before Tao Haoran, struggling to withstand the relentless assaults of the Hu Yao. Bang, the vibrant tiger, long harboring a deep-seated hatred for the incessant radiant attacks from Tao Haoran, disregarded the others and frantically clawed at the light shield. Observing the vibrant tiger's repeated dismissal of his magic, Zhu Qingji's expression darkened. The light shield of Tao Haoran was on the verge of shattering under the continuous onslaught of the Hu Yao. Tao Haoran, hold on just a little longer. Zhu Qingji invoked the initial stance of his spell. As magical energy surged, a thick arc of electricity leaped between his palms. Fu, static arc. Zhu Qingji thrust his hands toward the Hu Yao, launching the crackling static arc with fierce intensity. The arc traversed several meters in an instant, reaching the Hu Yao. Faced with the imminent static arc, the Hu Yao remained unmoved, allowing the robust electric arc to strike its body. Its sole focus was on Tao Haoran. I will eliminate that accursed luminous human first. Zzz. The static arc struck the unflinching Hu Yao, causing it to tremble violently as Zhu Qingji's charged particles enveloped its form. Clearly, the Hu Yu was suffering from Zhu Qingji's magic, its face contorting into a more ferocious grimace. The pain ignited its ferocity, spurred by the excruciating agony from the static arc. The Hu Yao's powerful back muscles tensed, swinging its claws toward Tao Haoran with tremendous force. Bang! The light shield raised high by Tao Haoran shattered into countless fragments, and he was instantly sent sprawling to the ground by the claws. This is bad. Li Yingyi panicked, hastily casting a spell to summon vines in an attempt to restrain the Hu Yao, but it easily severed them with 2 swipes. Witnessing Tao Haoran felled by its claw, the Hu Yao wasted no time. With its hind leg muscles surging with power, it lunged toward Tao Haoran, intent on finishing him off. Fool, how dare you disregard the electric magic? Zhu Qingji scoffed coldly. Electric magic was the most destructive branch within the atmospheric school. He immediately summoned the sea of magical energy, channeling electric elements into his palms, then pressed them together, pulling at the charges surrounding the Hu Yao. Fu, static link. The Hu Yao felt a tingling sensation coursing through its body as the residual charges began to dance wildly. The charges left by the static arc attack started to gather and resonate with Zhu Qingji's magic. Zzz. A thick arc of electricity formed a channel between Zhu Qingji and the Hu Yao. Now, Zhu Chengji's eyes widened with fury. Fu, static storm. He fervently infused every ounce of electric element into the arc channel. The Hu Yao leapt and dodged desperately, but the arc channel relentlessly locked onto it. It was the charges on its body. The Hu Yao finally realized, but it was already too late. The surging electric elements rushed through the arc channel, striking the Hu Yao. Fool, meet your demise. Boom, the instant the attack struck. The Hu Yao's body went numb and it collapsed to the ground. Awoo. The Hu Yao, thoroughly electrified, let out a heart-wrenching howl of agony. The accumulated electric assault left it unable to rise, convulsing on the ground. Ha! Zhu Qingji, having expended a significant amount of magical energy, was clearly not faring well himself. Gasping for breath, seeing the Hu Yao brought down, Li Ying rushed to support Tao Hao Ran. Damn, that really hurts. Tao Hao Ran's chest was bloodied, a result of the Hu Yao's claws. By washing, rejuvenating herb, Li Ying hurriedly began to heal, keeping a wary eye on the fallen Hu Yao. The Hu Yao, still twitching on the ground from the electric shock, posed no immediate threat. Zhu Qingji approached cautiously, having depleted much of his magical energy, ready to deliver the finishing blow as he stepped forward. Gathering his magic, this was his final strike. Ha! Have you witnessed the power of lightning? It seemed his magic had indeed progressed, capable of rendering a third-tier beast completely incapacitated in an instant. So long without rising. A third-tier beast should not remain down for this long. Wait, how could a third-tier beast possibly take this long to recover? Realizing something, Zhu Qingji quickly retreated, seeking distance from the Hu Yao. Awoo! The Hu Yao suddenly sprang up from the ground, its gaping maw aimed straight at Zhu Qingji. No? In an instant, Zhu Qingji's left arm was bitten off by the vibrant tiger, sending him crashing to the ground. The Hu Yao casually gnawed on the severed limb before swallowing it whole. That moment, it bore no unscathed flesh, its body charred and bleeding, clearly suffering from Zhu Qingji's attack. Yet, it had successfully vanquished its foe. This beast, the Hu Yao, displayed remarkable cunning, pretending to be incapacitated after recovering from the static storm, luring Zhu Qingji into a trap with one decisive strike. It had rendered Zhu Qingji incapacitated. The tide of battle had shifted in an instant. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, Lin Qingyi, and the magically drained Wu Yonghua found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the Yumu Jizhua as the battle commenced. Practicing earth magic, Wang Qing, and wind magic, Lin Qingyi, found their offensive spells lacking. They could not pose any significant threat to the Yumu Jizhua. Meanwhile, the most powerful mage, Wu Yonghua, was entrapped in a predicament of insufficient magical energy following the casting of Hua, supernova. The three could only endure the Yumu Jizhua's relentless attacks while desperately trying to escape, hoping to prolong their survival. However, the Yumu Jizhua was not easily deceived. It quickly recognized that the previous fire-spewing second-tier human lacked the magical energy to mount an attack. That it relentlessly pressed forward, applying immense pressure to the group, determined to deny Wu Yonghua the time needed to recover. Cautious of the opponent's hidden cards, the Yumu Jizhua cleverly refrained from directly attacking the trio, opting instead to hatch a swarm of slimy, repulsive spiderlings to harass them, while it remained in the rear, waiting for the right moment to unleash venom and silk. Lin Qingyi and Wang Qing attempted to unleash a few offensive spells, successfully slaying several of the young spiders. However, upon noticing the dwindling numbers of spiderlings, the Yumu Jizhua promptly produced another batch. The situation was firmly under the control of the Yumu Jizhua. At this rate, we won't last long. We will likely be the first battleground to collapse. Wang Qing shouted desperately, summoning a rock shield to withstand the onslaught of the burgeoning spiderlings. We have no other options. Lin Qingyi gritted his teeth, releasing several waves of glowing green wind spells. We must wait for Tao Hao Ran's group. Zhu Qingji is about to finish off the Hu Yao. Wang Qing glanced toward Zhu Qingji, who was just a short distance away, weaving magic as he approached the downed Hu Yao. Wang Qing felt a surge of hope. Once Zhu Qingji eliminated the Hu Yao, they would combine forces to ensure the Yumu Jizhua faced dire consequences. Hiss! Noticing Wang Qing's distraction, the Yumu Jizhua immediately spat out silk toward him. Wang Qing, regaining his focus, hurriedly raised his shield to block the attack. The giant spider, aware of the battle unfolding with the Hu Yao, remained unfazed. As a fellow beast, it understood the resilience of the Hu Yao. It would not be so easily defeated. Wu Yonghua remained silent throughout, his head bowed in contemplation. Just as the trio struggled to hold on, a scream pierced through the air, drawing their attention. Wang Qing's heart sank as he recognized the dreadful sound. Turning, he was met with the sight of Zhu Qingji, his left arm severed at the shoulder, pallid and collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile, the Hu Yao, which had previously lay twitching, had now risen, bloodied and charging toward Zhu Qingji. Damn it, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, knowing he had to save Zhu Qingji. Rock shield. Another rock shield materialized, positioned in front of Zhu Qingji. Zizi, the claws of the tiger demon fiercely slashed against the rocky surface. Upon the emergence of a shield, the tiger demon's assault abruptly faltered. Li hurriedly used vines to pull the unconscious Zhu Qingji back to safety. With its attack thwarted, the tiger demon furiously cast a glance at the mother spider. Can your people even spare a moment's distraction? The mother spider, equally incensed, felt as though her presence was being disregarded. She raised her slender spider legs and forcefully thrust them towards Wang Qing. Simultaneously, Wang Qing, who was sustaining 2 rocky shields, clearly struggled under the immense expenditure of magical energy, his complexion paling. At that moment, witnessing the mother spider take direct actions, he could only grit his teeth and hold up the shields to withstand the onslaught. The situation was perilously precarious. In the final battleground, Song Lingyao and Xiang Jing were fiercely engaged in combat. With the formidable Qian Xing, the duo's combined output was nothing short of explosive. With one wielding water and the other ice, their synergy rendered the Qian Xing unable to close the distance. Whenever the Qian Xing attempted to advance, they would unleash long-range offensive spells to whittle it down. As the Qian Xing charged forward, it found itself before Xiang Jing, raising its fist to strike, only for a swirling vortex to form beneath its feet. Gush, vortex, crackle, ice spike, shatter. Upon witnessing the two conjure their spells, the Qian Xing became frenzied, once again facing their formidable combination. The gush, vortex was a potent water-based control spell, summoning water elements to create a whirlpool on the ground, ensnaring the enemy in a relentless torrent that rendered movement impossible. In that instant, Xiang Jing would launch her assault, raining countless ice spikes down upon the Qian Xing. The Qian Xing, now filled with genuine fury, pounded its chest covered in crimson fur, emitting a deafening roar. With its fury swelling, muscles bulging, flames erupted from its towering 5-meter frame. At this moment, the Qian Xing was engulfed in a deep crimson blaze, a testament to its namesake. It had gone berserk. Hold on, Song Lingyao urgently cautioned Xiang Jing, who, equally tense, clutched her magic. Gush, vortex. Song Lingyao attempted to ensnare the Qian Xing once more, hoping to create an opportunity for their escape. Yet, the flame-imbued Qian Xing simply huffed disdainfully, trampling the vortex with a single, brutal step. As its massive foot descended, flames erupted violently, incinerating the water elements within the whirlpool instantaneously. The two women's expressions soured. The vortex had become ineffective against the Qian Xing. Damn it. Now unable to control the Qian Xing's movements, they found themselves incapable of engaging in a fluid battle. The Qian Xing pressed its advantage. Advancing menacingly, its gaze locked onto the two. It unleashed a fist towards Xiang Jing. Frost armor. Xiang Jing hastily cast her spell, a deep blue glow enveloping her. However, the sheer force of the Qian Xing's punch sent her hurtling backwards, crashing several dozen meters away, unable to rise for a time. Torrent. Raging stream. Waves. Giant tidal wave. Song Lingyao's magic struck the Qian Xing, the heavy water waves dousing some of its flames. Yet, facing the overwhelming water-based assault, the Qian Xing did not resist. It took a few steps back, patiently waiting for the magic to dissipate. Seizing the moment, Song Lingyao rushed to assist the dazed Xiang Jing. Xiang Jing was in dire condition, her ribs crushed inward from the blow, having skidded across the ground, her body marred by numerous wounds. Seeing them reunited, the Qian Xing did not hastily press the attack but instead retreated slightly. Fervently stoking the flames that enveloped it manipulated its fiery magical energy. The temperature in the air began to soar. What is it doing? Xiang Jing, blood trickling from her lips, questioned in bewilderment. Not good. Song Lingyao realized the gravity of the situation, closing her eyes to sense the surroundings before reopening them, her expression grave. It is driving away the water elements from the air. Indeed. It was expelling the water elements that floated in the atmosphere. Why is Blue Star conducive to mage training? It is due to the abundance of various magical elements in the air. Wind, fire, water, earth. Low-tier mages do not solely rely on their own elemental magic. During spellcasting, a significant portion of their power derives from the elements that roam freely in the air. Thus, upon realizing the trouble posed by Song Lingyao, the Qi and Xing immediately ignited its flames, vaporizing nearly all nearby water elements. Song Lingyao's magic was rendered powerless, becoming as insubstantial as a leaf adrift in the wind. She could no longer unleash the same ferocious attacks as before, or she would quickly exhaust her magic, leaving her vulnerable. This was an exceedingly underhanded tactic. In battles among mages of equal tier, victory could not be achieved simply by evaporating the opponent's elements. Given that their strengths were comparable, their control over elements would not differ significantly. A mage capable of suppressing their opponent would never resort to such a crude method to secure victory. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet the Qi and Xing chose this very path. One could only describe this beast as both cautious and cruel, leaving no opportunity for its adversaries. Upon hearing Song Lingyao's words, Xiang Jing grasped the intentions of the flame-wreathed Qi and Xing. It sought to expel the water elements from the surrounding air, rendering Song Lingyao incapable of continuing to cast spells. The Qi and Xing did not rush to attack. It aimed to ensure that both adversaries were incapacitated. What a cunning beast! I will use Pan to melt some snow for you. Xiang Jing, recognizing the severity of the situation, quickly devised a countermeasure. Pan is one of the primary ice spells, capable of melting already condensed ice magic, disassembling it into ice elements. However, its effects extend far beyond this. In the hands of a sufficiently skilled mage, Pan can further catalyze the ice elements, transforming them entirely into water elements. This was why Xiang Jing made such a statement. The Tianyan mountain range was still blanketed in snow, and the air was rich with ice elements. Yet upon hearing Xiang Jing's suggestion, Song Lingyao merely shook her head. It won't be effective. It's just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, frequent intensive use of Pan will quickly deplete your magical energy. When that happens, no matter how many ice elements are present in the air, you will be unable to harness them effectively. After burning fiercely for a considerable time, the flames enveloping the Qi and Xing began to subside. At this moment, the water elements in the air were nearly non-existent. The Qi and Xing let out a disdainful grunt, its robust legs striding menacingly towards the two, gritting their teeth. The pair braced themselves to cast their spells. However, a white-pawed spirit cat suddenly leaped in front of the Qi and Xing. Xiaoling, you cannot take it on, Song Lingyao exclaimed in alarm. The white-pawed spirit cat, while a supportive divine companion with exceptional sensory abilities, could not possibly match the Qi and Xing in combat prowess. Though it had been nurtured to the second tier, its combat strength was far inferior to that of other second-tier beasts, let alone facing a formidable third-tier beast like the Qi and Xing. At this moment, Song Lingyao was filled with regret, wishing she had heeded her father's arrangements and contracted her second summoned beast before embarking on her trials. Song Bowling, the current head of the Song family, in Ruiqing, was also Song Lingyao's father. The Song family had established their lineage through a formidable summoning system, and as its patriarch, Song Bowling was exceptionally skilled in this craft. After advancing to 2 stars, Song Lingyao possessed the capability to contract a second summoned beast. Her father promptly provided her with numerous spirit beasts to choose from, allowing her to select one to become her second companion. However, Song Lingyao, proud and haughty, declined, opting instead to seek a more powerful spirit beast on her own. This decision led her to enter the Tianyan mountain range with only a white-clawed spirit cat, whose combat capabilities were insufficient. Relying on her already 2-star water magic and the prowess of her skilled team, she believed they would manage adequately. Yet, the heavens are unpredictable. Who could have anticipated encountering so many formidable third-tier demon beasts? Resulting in such dire circumstances, as this thought crossed her mind, Song Lingyao's heart was heavy with bitterness. It seemed as though she had led her companions to a dead end.in 3 battlegrounds. The situation had severely deteriorated, but the most perilous was the one where they were contending with the patterned tiger. The magic-depleted Tao Howren was struck by the tiger demon's claw, injuring his insides and causing him to collapse. Zhu Qingji fared even worse, having lost an arm, blood gushing like a fountain, and was now unconscious. With the two of them incapacitated, their combat strength was reduced to a mere fraction, leaving only Lingyi, an auxiliary specialist in wood magic. Although the tiger demon had also sustained severe injuries, it was far beyond the capability of the three to contend with it. The patterned tiger licked its wounds and, panting heavily, approached slowly, intending to finish off the trio. Vine growth, the frail Lingyi had no choice but to step forward, placing herself in the line of danger. Dozens of vines erupted from the ground, entangling the bloody limbs of the tiger demon. Despite its injuries, the tiger demon found itself somewhat unable to break free, struggling with all its might. The scene fell into a stalemate, but it was evident that it could not last long. Liangyi was no match for the tiger demon. As she watched the vines snap one by one under the tiger's strength, despair began to cloud Liangyi's eyes. At this moment, Wang Cheng's countenance was ashen as he surveyed the surroundings. Astonishingly, the three of them had become the team with the highest remaining combat strength. Without external elemental sources, Song Lingyao and the severely injured Xiang Jing were unable to withstand the rampaging crimson flaming ape, while the once sprightly white-clawed spirit cat was now singed and charred. There was no need to elaborate on Tao Haoren's plight. The healer, Liangyi, who was usually safeguarded, now stood at the forefront to confront the tiger demon. Damn it! How could it have come to this? The strength of the mother spider and the crimson flaming ape vastly exceeded everyone's expectations. They were not even comparable to the third-tier demon beasts of Blue Star. Even the weakest among them, the patterned tiger, had secured a significant advantage. Despite being third-tier, the demon beasts of this other world were in a league of their own. Was this truly the nature of otherworldly beasts? Would Blue Star soon find itself at war with such beings? Are we to perish here? The look of despair spread across Wang Cheng's face. Another wave of spiderlings surged forward, and with a grim expression. Wu Yanghua had no choice but to unleash magic. Scorching solar ray. As the thick column of lava light shot forth from Wu Yanghua's hand, the cautious mother spider promptly evaded, opting instead to let the spawned spiderlings sap the strength of the group. The situation seemed nearly assured for victory, yet the mother spider remained exceedingly wary, ensuring that not a single ounce of attack landed upon itself. Wu Yanghua had scarcely any time to recover his magic power. With the casting of Scorching Solar Ray, he had exhausted the scant magic he had painstakingly accumulated. Seeing the relentless swarm of spiderlings once more approaching, a fierce struggle appeared on Wu Yanghua's face. Lin Qingya also looked pale, knowing his magic would not last much longer. Clang. The mother spider's forelegs struck down heavily, shattering Wang Cheng's rock shield in an instant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Observing this, the mother spider immediately launched another strike. Witnessing the relentless onslaught of the mother spider, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and raised his right hand, which shimmered with a layer of gray-yellow magical brilliance. Without a shield, Wang Cheng could only endure the mother spider's assault with his gray earth defense. Crack! Wang Cheng's elevated right hand shattered instantaneously, falling weakly to his side. The pain from his fractured arm drained the color from his face. Wang Cheng! Wu Yanghua shouted in desperation. How could this happen? As the excruciating pain radiated from his arm and the horrified shouts of his comrades echoed in his ears, Wang Cheng felt on the verge of collapse, especially as he recalled the escape of several, even more powerful demon beasts. So many demon beasts, such high intelligence, such overwhelming strength. What would Ruiqing do? What could they do? Wang Cheng was engulfed in anguish, believing that risking his life to protect his homeland would be meaningful, only to realize he was merely engaging in a futile struggle. Was there any significance in this? To hold them off for half an hour? The battle had only just begun 5 minutes ago. There was no time left. What about the promise to protect Ruiqing? Casting a glance at the other 7 on the battlefield, Wang Cheng revealed a bitter smile. That I couldn't protect anyone. Wang Cheng, in a daze, lowered his head, even the distant scream of Liangyi failing to elicit any reaction from him. The tiger demon freed itself from the vine's restraint and advanced towards Liangyi with a swipe. Liangyi could not evade in time. Her abdomen was torn open by the strike, blood gushing forth as she collapsed. The patterned tiger cruelly opened its jaws, poised to finish her off. Moonlight, a pristine white shield materialized to protect Liangyi. It was Tao Haoren's magical barrier. Huh. Turning to look at Tao Haoren, the tiger demon suddenly understood. You again? It did not continue its assault on the protective shield around Liangyi, but instead turned its attention towards Tao Haoren. It sought to relish torturing this human. It could hardly wait to hear Tao Haoren's screams. Tao Haoren allocated the last remnants of his magic to Liangyi, watching helplessly as the tiger demon approached step by step. There was no hope left. How laughable this struggle was. It turned out I was just as foolish as you. Liangyi, having been struck by the tiger demon's claw, bled profusely and lay pale on the ground. Liangyi! Wu Yanghua's eyes blazed with fury. He clutched his head in anguish, his face contorted. Moments later, his twisted expression suddenly relaxed, as if he had made a decision. Wu Yanghua turned around, glaring fiercely at the mother spider. Bastard! Hiss, hiss! The mother spider emitted a disdainful sneer, glancing at the dazed Wang Cheng and then at Lin Xingye, whose magical power was rapidly waning. Victory was assured. The yellow-haired human before it, who had sustained injuries, would soon perish. There was no need for caution any longer. With this thought, the mother spider twisted its legs and leaped forward, raising two of its legs to strike Lin Xingye with great force. Without Wang Cheng to cast magic to aid in defense, Lin Xingye was utterly powerless to resist the mother spider's onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. The spider legs pierced through Lin Xingye's body without obstruction, tearing through flesh and blood. As they withdrew, the black bristles on the spider legs were stained with hot blood. Lin Xingye instantly bore several gaping wounds. The body of a two-star mage was considerably frail compared to that of a demon beast, and he was swiftly pierced through. Lin Xingye was evidently gravely injured. With great difficulty, he raised his hand and cast his final spell at Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng. Light as a feather. Wind. Cough. Run away. Blood surged from his throat, making speech exceedingly arduous. Although he understood the slim chances of survival, he still wished to leave one last opportunity for Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng. Yet, Wu Yanghua did not flee. Instead, he rushed before the despondent Wang Cheng, fiercely gripping his collar and shouting, "Wang Cheng, I swear, don't you dare give me this nonsense. Do you hear? We still have a chance. I can cast Supernova once more." Supernova! Ruiqing is still waiting for us. Upon hearing the name Ruiqing, Wang Cheng finally reacted. He lifted his drooping head and looked at Wu Yanghua, saying, You have lost your magical power." "Not at all. The reservoir of my magic may be depleted, but the essence still resides within me," Wu Yanghua declared resolutely. Ever since awakening his magic at the age of 15, he had immersed himself in the study of fire elements for a full 6 years. Throughout this extensive training, countless fire elements had already fused into his very being. Indeed, my reservoir is devoid of magic, void of fire elements. Yet, that does not imply that my body lacks power. Every drop of his blood, every single cell, and every thought within him was ablaze with an unquenchable, fervent fire. If he were to unleash them all, it would culminate in a final supernova. However, the force of the supernova alone is insufficient to vanquish it. You have already tested that. Wang Cheng understood the intentions of his comrade, gazing at Wu Yanghua with a complex expression. Yes, that is due to the dispersive nature of the magical energy produced by the supernova. You must cast a layer of rock shield around me. You will die, but you will survive. That Wu Yanghua walked determinedly towards the advancing mother spider, his back to Wang Cheng. With each step he took, a horrifying transformation began to unfold. The skin beneath his clothing turned crimson, and his entire body exuded steam. The mother spider regarded this human with astonishment. Again, this trick cannot slay me. It glanced at Wang Cheng and thought, this human has regained his composure. Let me plunge you into despair once more. Wang Cheng clenched his teeth. He had to act swiftly. Wu Yanghua was already in motion, and he needed to catch up. Realizing his teammate's intent, Wang Cheng dashed forward, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, and reached the barely conscious Lin Xingye. After casting the stone skin spell on Lin Xingye, Wang Cheng shouted, regardless of whether the injured man could comprehend him, "This is our last chance. When Wu Yanghua approaches the mother spider, you must eliminate all the young spiders." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp ice spear pierced through Wang Cheng's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Drip, drip, blood trickled down the ice spear, falling to the ground. What is happening? Wang Cheng raised his head with difficulty, only to see the cold gaze of the crimson flame ape in the distance, its arms still poised in a throwing position. It was the crimson flame ape. No. Xiang Jing cried out in despair. How could it come to this? Wang Cheng, it is I. I have brought ruin upon you. Moments ago, severely injured, Xiang Jing and Song Ling had no other recourse but to watch as the white-clawed spirit cat sacrificed itself to obstruct the crimson flame ape's approach. Seeing the white-clawed spirit cat ensnared in the flaming grasp of the crimson flame ape, emitting pitiful cries, Xiang Jing gathered her magic once more, conjuring a frost spear that glimmered with cold light and hurled it at the crimson flame ape. Yet the crimson flame ape had anticipated this move. It released the nearly lifeless white-clawed spirit cat and reached out to seize the ice spear, instead of using it to attack Song Lingyao and Xiang Jing. The crimson flame ape glanced at the battle scene. Noticing Wang Cheng still had the strength to move, it unleashed a sudden burst of power, launching the ice spear with ferocious force. At that moment, Wang Cheng was kneeling on the ground, instructing Lin Xingye on their final strategy, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the mother spider, He was completely unprepared for the incoming ice spear. The ice spear, propelled by the overwhelming might of the crimson flame ape, tore through the night sky, traversing hundreds of meters. It struck Wang Qing squarely in the back, piercing through his body with relentless momentum. And the bloody end drove deep into the ground, pinning him down. Seeing Wang Qing clutching the ice spear that impaled his abdomen, still struggling, the crimson flame ape merely scoffed, releasing a contemptuous puff of steam. It aimed to obliterate any remaining defiance. This was merely the first step in conquering this unfamiliar realm. Turning its gaze towards the weeping Xiang Jing and the pale-faced Song Lingyao, a twisted grin spread across its grotesque visage. "It is your turn. I shall ensure your demise is swift and merciless." The crimson flame ape advanced towards Song Lingyao, intending to eliminate the water mage first. Song Lingyao shut her eyes tightly, her delicate face etched with anguish. "I have brought ruin upon everyone. We're so utterly fragile." Bang, bang, bang. The crimson flame ape approached so closely that she could distinctly hear its savage heartbeat as it extended its hand. Prepared to claim Song Lingyao's life, Xiang Jing sprang into action. "Die, beast!" Xiang Jing, who had been prostrate on the ground, suddenly surged forth, wielding an ice dagger that she had conjured at some point, recklessly charging towards the crimson flame ape. Thud! Caught off guard, the crimson flame ape felt the ice dagger puncture its thigh. Roar. Enraged, although the injury was trivial, merely a scratch, the humiliation it felt was profound. Regaining its composure, the crimson flame ape seized Xiang Jing. Gripping her tightly in its massive hands, the petite Xiang Jing appeared like a mere toy in its grasp. The crimson flame ape intended to crush her to death, yet Xiang Jing, in a frenzy, poured her life essence into conjuring countless ice spikes that surged towards the crimson flame ape's chest. The crimson flame ape did not evade. It allowed the ice spikes to pierce its flesh. "Huh." A derisive smile twisted its face. "Is that all? These ice spikes barely penetrated a few centimeters into my flesh. Merely superficial damage. A trivial interlude." The crimson flame ape disregarded the ice spikes embedded in its body. Its cold gaze fixated on Xiang Jing, slowly tightening its grip to suffocate her. With disheveled hair, Xiang Jing suddenly lifted her head, revealing a face drenched in blood and tears. "Ha! Beast, you too shall perish." Xiang Jing's once noble visage was now contorted with madness and pain. Struggling, she pressed her hands together before her, crying out with a piercing scream. "Pan! Disintegration! Captain!" Boom! Xiang Jing disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. The crimson flame ape sensed the impending doom and hastily attempted to crush Xiang Jing, but it was too late. Under the incantation of disintegration, all ice pillars and spikes lodged within the crimson flame ape began to dissolve and melt. The ice transformed into water elements, seeping into the numerous wounds on its body. The crimson flame ape felt the icy droplets invade the exposed holes, each one imbued with the last vestiges of Xiang Jing's magic. Flooding its body, every vein, every corner, they surged toward its heart. "Damn it! Torrent! Water dragon break!" A chilling voice echoed in the crimson flame ape's ears. Startled, it looked up to find a young girl standing before it. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. Water dragon break, a spell only accessible to a 3-star mage. This was the water magic Xiang Jing had woven with her very life for Song Lingyao. The crimson flame ape had no time to expel the water elements from its body before Song Lingyao's spell was unleashed. As the incantation concluded, the crimson flame ape immediately felt excruciating pain radiating from all over its body. No. The surging water elements rampaged within, ultimately coalescing into a formidable blue water dragon at the edge of the crimson flame ape's heart. This water dragon, infused with overwhelming magical power and the entirety of Song Lingyao's hatred, crashed mercilessly into the crimson flame ape's heart. In an instant, its heart exploded. The crimson flame ape's chest erupted in a cloud of blood mist, and the water dragon burst forth. Roar! The swirling water dragon let out a long cry. Gazing at the crimson flame ape, the once crimson eyes of the crimson flame ape brimmed with disbelief. "This is..." Before the final thought could settle, the crimson flame ape crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. It was dead. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of the crimson flame ape hurling the ice spear, Wang Qing found himself horrifically pinned to the ground by the more than a meter-long ice spear. Face down, he could only grip the ice spear that impaled his abdomen with his left hand, desperately preventing his body from sliding down. Huff! Wang Qing was in excruciating pain. No! A haunting scream echoed from afar. the anguished cry of Tao Howren as the vibrant tiger savored its torment upon him. Yet Wang Cheng did not glance back. He was already grappling with his own survival. With great difficulty, he turned his head, his gaze landing upon a solitary figure, Wu Yanghua. Amidst the fiery glow, he was laboriously advancing toward the mother spider. At that moment, Wu Yanghua was truly ensnared in excruciating agony, summoning every cell within him, compelling them to respond. I shall unleash a cataclysm. Every inch of his skin was inflamed, radiating an intense heat. With the fervent urging of his will, at last, all his blood and cells heeded his call, ejecting the fire elements, preparing for an explosion. Enduring the pain radiating from every cell, Wu Yanghua resolutely approached the mother spider. Upon witnessing the human who had previously wounded it attempting to employ the same trick, a flicker of derision crossed the grotesque visage of the mother spider. Again with this tactic, you shall not harm me again. The cunning and cautious mother spider offered no opportunity for Wu Yanghua to draw near. It immediately commanded its brood of young spiders to intercept him, expelling a multitude of silken threads in an attempt to ensnare him. However, to the mother spider's astonishment, the threads could not approach Wu Yanghua, dissolving in the seething heat surrounding him. No, this human's magic, the potency is amiss, had he not lost his powers. Wu Yanghua had transformed entirely into a blazing furnace. As the fire element surged violently, every fiber of his being began to flow, gradually melting into a molten state. Flesh and blood morphed into lava, exceedingly scorching lava. His once golden locks were engulfed by fierce crimson flames. Wu Yanghua's original form became obscured, his garments reduced to mere ashes. All that remained was a figure of molten rock, radiating heat. Cursed be it! The mother spider recoiled in haste. Bastard! Wu Yanghua's voice resonated with a chilling intent to kill. As more and more fire elements erupted from him, his molten body grew increasingly unstable. Bang! With a sound akin to shattering glass, cracks appeared across Wu Yanghua's fiery form. Strands of black fissures unfurled from his body, spilling forth torrents of searing liquid that dripped to the ground. Sizzle! The earth beneath him instantly melted into countless charred holes. Even as his form was marred with cracks, he continued to advance toward the mother spider. Wu Yanghua resembled a ceramic piece being forged in a relentless blaze. Yet, it was not a kiln that wrought him, but a volcano, an irate and genuine volcano. The volcano was on the verge of eruption. His hands clenched tightly at his sides, his right leg extended straight while his left slightly bent. He summoned his strength. In an instant, Wu Yanghua became a fiery shadow darting toward the mother spider. The mother spider, gripped by terror, gazed upon the advancing lava figure, and in a moment of desperation, unleashed a barrage of silk and young spiders from its rear. It aimed to counteract the energy Wu Yanghua was unleashing. But, howling, blade typhoon. It was Lin Qingye. He had heard Wang Cheng's words. He would pave the way for Wu Yanghua one final time. Countless spirals of green wind whirled rapidly, crashing into the young spiders and threads seeking to obstruct Wu Yanghua. In the blink of an eye, all the young spiders and threads were utterly cleared away. Lin Qingye had forged an unobstructed path for Wu Yanghua. Now, before Wu Yanghua, only remained the mother spider. Damn it! It was time. In midair, Wu Yanghua abruptly spread his limbs wide. Ignite. Supernova. He relinquished all control over his body, commanding the fire elements in his mind to perform one final act. Explode. Countless fire elements expanded instantaneously. Damn you! Wu Yanghua could no longer endure the excruciating pain coursing through him, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. Wang Cheng. Now, wounded through the abdomen, Wang Cheng heard the piercing cry and instantly relinquished his left hand. Allowing himself to slide down the ice spear and crash to the ground, with a contorted face, Wang Cheng raised his left hand toward Wu Yanghua, disregarding the blood gushing from his abdomen and the searing pain. Casting his final defensive spell, Rock, Stone Shield, a torrent of blood-stained, earthy magic surged from his left hand, enveloping Wu Yanghua in an instant. The shield encased him tightly, leaving only a small opening, a small aperture directed toward the mother spider. Damn it! The mother spider instantly understood their intent. They aimed to concentrate all explosive energy into one point using the earth element shield. The supernova was originally a widespread and violent explosion. The last time the mother spider had only consumed a fraction of the energy and had been injured. This time, the explosion would be exponentially more powerful. If concentrated further, it would spell its doom. The mother spider immediately turned to flee, its 8 legs moving frantically. Yet, Desert of the Dunes. Covered in blood, Wang Cheng, resembling a vengeful spirit, offered the mother spider no chance to escape. Recklessly, he thrust his severed right arm deep into the earth. Boom! Countless bone fragments erupted forth. All my magic resides here. Everything. Wang Cheng unleashed all the earth elements from the depths of his magical reservoir, channeling them into the charred ground. In an instant, they reached beneath the mother spider, transforming into a quagmire in its fearful gaze. Strange, earthy arms emerged from the quicksand, gripping the spider legs tightly, pulling the mother spider downward. In the blink of an eye, all 8 of the mother spider's legs were ensnared. Unable to move an inch. No. Sensing the overwhelming heat surging from behind, the mother spider realized it was cornered. It was that human whose arm it had severed, that human pierced by the ice spear. With that thought, the mother spider turned, casting a venomous glare at Wang Cheng. It unleashed threads from its rear once more, shooting toward Wang Cheng. Impaled to the ground, Wang Cheng, along with the ice spear, was dragged before the mother spider. If I must die, let us perish together. The mother spider opened its mandibles, sinking its fangs into Wang Cheng's already bloodied waist. It lifted its compound eyes, eager to witness the fear and pleading in Wang Cheng's expression. Yet, all it received was a disdainful huff. In that brief moment, the supernova had arrived. Boom! Wu Yanghua erupted. All the maximally expanded fire elements could no longer be contained. Surging toward the solitary opening, through the small aperture facing the mother spider, the fire elements compressed into a terrifying stream of lava. In an instant, this stream pierced through the mother spider. Hisses! The mother spider shrieked, the searing energy scorching a gaping hole through its form. But this was not the end. The earth element shield enveloping Wu Yanghua could no longer withstand the supernova's explosion, collapsing in ruins. Without the stone shield, all the searing flames surged forth unrestrained. Boom! The shockwaves rippled across the skies of the Tianyan Mountains, and the mother spider's cries were abruptly silenced. The overwhelming force laid waste to the surrounding towering spruce trees, toppling them in droves. An incredibly radiant sun ascended in the depths of the Tianyan Mountains at night, illuminating the land as if it were midday. This was the final supernova. Bang! A charred humanoid figure plummeted from the sky. The ground, blackened from the supernova's explosion, revealed no trace of the mother spider or Wang Cheng. They had turned to dust. The entire camp now lay in silence, devoid of sound. The vibrant tiger was left in shock, utterly unprepared for the sudden demise of its 2 dominant companions. Was it left all alone? How could this be? It trembled. The magnitude of the recent explosion was unfathomable. If it had been closer. No, not even close. As long as it stood within 5 meters, it would have been doomed. Wasn't it a second-tier creature? Is this Blue Star? Are we to battle dimensions like this in the future? The vibrant tiger was engulfed in confusion, and beneath it lay half a person. Tao Haran. He had just endured unspeakable torment. The tiger demon had brutally bitten off his legs, devouring him piece by piece. He teetered on the brink of death. Cough. Zhu Qingji awoke, his face ashen and filled with dread. He was startled by the violent shockwave generated by the supernova explosion of Wu Yanghua. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the tiger demon gnawing upon Tao Haran, while the blood-soaked Liangyi lay nearby, her breath faint and labored. Damn it! Whether it was the agonizing pain from his severed arm or the horrific scene before him, Zhu Qingji's expression contorted into one of fury. This beast! He closed his eyes, concentrating on his remaining magical energy, and found only a fifth of it left. Upon reopening his eyes, he glared ferociously at the tiger demon. But soon his resolve crumbled. Zhu Qingji longed to tear the tiger demon apart, yet the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. The remaining magical energy he possessed was indeed sufficient to cast one final electrostatic storm. However, without an electric arc channel, hitting the enemy with the storm proved to be a formidable challenge, and the construction of such a channel required a voltage electrostatic link. With one arm bitten off, he could not manipulate the electrostatic link, rendering him incapable of delivering the most devastating blow to the tiger demon. As a third-tier demon beast, aside from the electrostatic storm, Zhu Qingji had no other spells capable of vanquishing it. In other words, he posed no threat to the tiger demon. After struggling for so long, must he still face death? Though filled with bitterness, Zhu Qingji could only weakly prop himself up on his elbows, leaning against a stone. His movements startled the distracted tiger demon. Roar! The tiger demon immediately turned its head. glaring menacingly at Zhu Qingji. "You're next." Tao Haoran also managed to turn his head toward them, and upon seeing Zhu Qingji awake, a flicker of emotion crossed his numbed face. He opened his mouth to speak to Zhu Qingji, but emitted no sound. Zhu Qingji remained silent, understanding all too well. After terrifying Zhu Qingji, the tiger demon shifted its massive head to face Tao Haoran, but it felt vindicated. This human, who had repeatedly burned its eyes with blinding light, had finally received his punishment. "That's it. I'm done playing." Yet, Tao Haoran began to move, slowly crawling across the ground with only his upper body intact. Still struggling, the tiger demon made no move to stop him. It had seen too many such prey, mere futile struggles before their demise. The colorful tiger was in no hurry, inching forward, closely trailing Tao Haoran to ensure it could swiftly end his life. A gruesome trail of blood marked the ground in his wake. At last, Tao Haoran laboriously crawled to Zhu Qingji's side, resting a hand on his leg before halting. Then, with indifference, he turned his gaze toward the tiger demon. The tiger demon paused. Was he seeking mercy now? Did he wish for me to spare this armless human? Ridiculous. You all must die. However, the tiger demon entertained another thought, believing that the half-collapsed figure before it was indeed pleading for mercy. Suddenly, Tao Haoran stretched out his hand and grasped the tiger demon's left foreleg with all his might. This action sent a shiver down the tiger demon's spine. The tiger demon was taken aback, attempting to flee. "Too late. I'll be damned, you filthy bastard." Zhu Qingji's eyes burned red with rage as he channeled all the magical energy from his reservoir into an electrostatic storm, directing it towards his right leg. Voltage electrostatic storm. Tao Haoran, with his remaining frail body, established a connection between Zhu Qingji and the tiger demon. He became the new electric arc channel. Crackle. The explosive discharge of charges surged through Zhu Qingji's leg, traveling through Tao Haoran and striking the tiger demon. Roar. The tiger demon thrashed desperately, but countless charges rendered it paralyzed in place. Tao Haoran, also struck by the charges, emitted not a single sound. Once the spell was cast, Zhu Qingji immediately rose and approached the trembling tiger demon. He had no magical energy left, but he still possessed one arm. With his remaining right arm, Zhu Qingji unleashed blow after blow upon the tiger demon's head. "Die, you bastard!" Bang! Bang! The tiger demon ceased to breathe. Bang! Bang! In a frenzy, Zhu Qingji continued to strike relentlessly until his fists were bloodied and bones were exposed to Ha! Is it finally dead? Gasping for breath, he suddenly remembered something. Turning his head to silently gaze at Tao Haoran. At that moment, Tao Haoran lay on the ground, staring blankly at the myriad stars above. The brightest of them cast a radiant beam upon him. The shaft of light illuminated Tao Haoran's pale face without hindrance. In a daze, he seemed to once again see that man. The man he had been separated from for 16 long years. The man who was broad, gentle, simple, and possessed great spirit. The man extended his hand toward Tao Haoran. Slowly, Tao Haoran raised his arm in response, his bloodied lips moving. "Did you see it? I am just like you." Tao Haoran's outstretched arm suddenly crashed to the ground. He was dead. Along with him, his crimson magical energy perished. His eyes remained wide open, fixed upon the brightest star in the sky, with an expression devoid of emotion. Zhu Qingji lowered his head and stepped forward to close his eyes. Bang! He then collapsed to the ground, face up to the starry sky. "It is over. We have accomplished our mission." Zhu Qingji's ears still echoed with Song Lingyao's words, that they needed to hold the line for at least 30 minutes before powerful mages would arrive to provide support. Hold the line. Support? 30 minutes. There was no need for holding. No need for support. Just 15 minutes. We killed them in 15 minutes. All 3 of the third-tier demon beasts that invaded Blue Star have been slain and driven away. Not a single one remains. And we have merely paid. Paid? Ha 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 ha. Sob. Sob. Zhu Qingji suddenly burst into laughter. But after only half a laughter, he halted and began to weep. He sobbed for a while before abruptly recalling Li Yingyi, ignoring the pain from his severed arm. Zhu Qingji sprang to his feet and rushed to Li Yingyi's side, eager to assess her condition. "Let me handle this. You go check on the others. See if they are still alive." It was Song Lingyao who spoke. Having slain the Crimson Flame Ape, she had intended to rush to assist the others. But an explosion had unexpectedly occurred. The powerful spell unleashed by a high-ranking mage left her utterly exhausted, and the distant explosion had knocked her to the ground. Once she regained her bearings, Song Lingyao struggled to her feet, and, seeing no sign of the mother spider, hurried to this location. Hearing her words, Zhu Qingji paused for a moment, then nodded, limping toward the charred ground. Song Lingyao sat on the ground, cradling the motionless Li Yingyi in her arms. Sob. Li Yingyi was neither dead nor unconscious, but her vision had grown hazy. Upon noticing the blood-soaked Li Yingyi responding, Song Lingyao hurriedly sought to take measures. Yet, in despair, she realized she had no means to save Li Yingyi. I'm sorry. Song Lingyao was overwhelmed with self-reproach. Li Yingyi ignored her, turning her head to search for something. She was looking for Gu Lang. Finally, Li Yingyi spotted a patch of black and white fur near the camp's tent. White, plump, with great effort. She called out. Li Yingyi extended her hand, hoping Gu Lang would see her. A shadow loomed over her. A large bird landed before her, blocking her view. Gu Lang had remained in the camp, not venturing anywhere. He observed everything, from the fear to the quarrels, from the quarrels to the unity, from unity to battle, and ultimately to sacrifice. Gu Lang took in every detail. As the others scattered in search of spatial rifts. Gu Lang contemplated slipping away quietly. The otherworldly demon beast capable of slaying a powerful 4-star mage from the United States was about to arrive. Could they possibly withstand it, as a first-tier spirit beast? Even if he could assume a powerful combat form, how far could he truly go? Moreover, the use of the arrival stance comes at an exorbitant cost, a sacrifice that Gu Lang is most reluctant to make. There is no need for him to endure such significant losses for the sake of a few students he has only just met. He attempts to convince himself in his heart. It is time to move. Once the demonic beasts arrive, escape will be futile. Rationality compels Gu Lang to flee swiftly, for remaining here would lead to dire consequences. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Gu Lang remains rooted to the spot. He stands silently by the tent of the camp, awaiting in silence. Perhaps there might be a turn of events, but no such change occurs. The disparity between a 2-star mage and a 3rd-tier demonic beast is insurmountable. At the onset of battle, the 8 individuals manage to hold their ground, but as the demonic beasts unleash their true power, the situation plummets to despair, leaving everyone in a precarious state. The 3 3rd-tier demonic beasts are formidable. With the Crimson Flame Ape and the Maternal Spider being the elite among their ranks, it is futile. Against such powerful foes, even with the arrival stance, there is little chance of victory, unless one possesses the surging energy fruit from the marketplace. Venturing forth would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a meal. Gu Lang arrived in this world with the expectation of a better life, not to recklessly throw away his life due to impulsive zeal. He shook his head and turned to leave. However, what transpired next was beyond the imagination of all. The Crimson Flame Ape fell, the Maternal Spider perished, and even the Tiger Demon was crushed by Zhu Qingji's relentless fists. It was Xiang Jing, Wu Yanghua, Wang Qing, Lin Qingye, and even Tao Haoren, who initially wished to evade all of this. They all chose to sacrifice themselves for that slender thread of hope. Wu Yanghua, aware that he would not survive his final supernova, still held a flicker of hope as he recalled Wang Qing's words, "You will survive." Gu Lang could be said to have lived 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he was a mere cog in the wheel of a scientific society, while in this life, he finds himself in a world of magic. Regardless of which realm it is, there exists a group of ordinary people, often ensnared by greed and desire, yet willing to spill blood when the moment calls for it. Is it not fascinating? Upon entering this parallel world of magic, Gu Lang was filled with exuberance. In his past life, he was an inconsequential nobody, but now, with the assistance of the system, he believed he could lead a better, more exhilarating life. This became his aspiration. Here, Gu Lang felt more like a player, surrounded by beings that seemed like NPCs, mere figments of the imagination. All he needed to do was complete the system's tasks and grow stronger. Yet tonight was different. He witnessed the quarrels within the training team, observed Song Lingyao's unwavering resolve, and saw Wang Cheng, once lost and devoid of hope, rise again with a heart steeled against death. He witnessed Tao Haoren, initially selfish and fearful, return from the brink, only to meet a tragic end. They were all flesh and blood. Gu Lang's heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood, yet felt utterly lost. Suddenly, a barely audible, feeble cry interrupted his reverie. By Pang Dang. Gu Lang turned at the sound, and there stood Li Yingyi, gravely injured and drenched in blood. Li Yingyi was on the brink of death. In a daze, Gu Lang thought. Is this it? Do you still wish to see me? He fell silent and began to run towards her. However, a colossal avian demon descended between them. It was the 4th-tier beast, returning once more. The giant winged bird king was furious, perplexed as to how, within a mere few minutes, 2 of its subordinates had suddenly lost their lives. Had the elites from Blue Star arrived so swiftly? In a fit of shock and rage, it turned and flew back. Upon its return, it encountered a few severely injured, magicless 2-star mages. As it landed, it folded its wings and cast a cold glance at the horrified Song Lingyao, then scrutinized Li Yingyi nestled in her arms. Ah, close to death. Just another corpse. Where was the 4-star mage? The giant winged bird king flapped its wings and soared towards the scorched earth, where it spotted a human with a severed arm weeping over a pile of charred remains. As it approached, the humans ceased their lament, shielding the ashes behind them, and met the bird demon's gaze with a blank expression. Then, with a fierce countenance, they raised their remaining arm and charged at it. No, Zhu Qingji, Song Lingyao cried out desperately, wishing to stop him. These humans are truly insufferable, thought the giant winged bird king, casually swatting its wing, rendering him lifeless in an instant. Zhu Qingji was gone, like water vanishing into the sea. No, why? Why? Song Lingyao completely broke down. Bursting into tears, Li Yingyi stared blankly at the unfolding events, questioning whether a more powerful foe had arrived. It hurts. I'm so tired. Perhaps it's best to sleep now? Bye Pang Pang. Where are you? Li Yingyi's eyes could no longer remain open. She longed for a peaceful rest. Yet, the familiar call once again compelled her drooping eyelids to lift. Wow, it's Gulang. He's here. Ji Yulang gazed at the girl before him. His feelings a tangle of complexity. She appeared fragile, yet possessed an unwavering resilience. Much like the vine she conjured, Li Yingyi had been exceedingly kind to him, caring for him over the past 10 days. But now, her condition was dire, teetering between life and death. I'm sorry, it's not that I do not wish to save you. It's that I am too weak. Gulang silently lamented, observing the small pup keep its head down in silence. Li Yingyi spoke up. Do not be sad. You were amazing just now. You did not run away. Her words. Gulang's heart jolted, as if something within him was fervently growing. It was guilt and regret. It is our failure to protect you. Li Yingyi, weak as she was, spoke in broken phrases. Ji Yulang remained silent, gazing up at her. Suddenly, Li Yingyi lifted her hand, but from blood loss, her strength was waning. With great difficulty, she extended her hand towards Gulang, though it seemed to aggravate her wounds, eliciting a pained groan. Understanding her intent, Gulang leaned closer, realizing she wished to touch him one last time. I'm sorry. Gulang silently apologized to Li Yingyi once more, feeling he had squandered her care and affection for so long. Let me allow you one last touch. He leaned in, waiting for an eternity. Yet, unexpectedly, the anticipated caress did not come. Startled, he lifted his head. Before his eyes lay a bloodied hand, open and offering a crumpled magical energy bar. With her other hand, Li Yingyi painstakingly tore open the wrapper, wiping the blood from her fingers on her pants. Then cautiously retrieved the energy bar. She held it to Gulang's lips. A silent thunderclap struck his mind, sending shivers through his very soul. Li Yingyi placed the energy bar in Gulang's mouth, whispering in a barely audible voice, I really wanted to touch you, but my hands are too dirty, covered in blood. I fear I might stain your white fur. No, you love energy bars, so I saved you a piece. Please, take care of yourself. With that, she summoned the last of her strength, forcing a smile at Gulang, and declared, This is the last time I will feed you. Gulang stared blankly at Li Yingyi. The energy bar in his mouth began to melt away. It was sweet, yet tinged with a faint, metallic taste of blood. This is the last time I will feed you. Gulang suddenly felt as though his heart was gripped by a colossal hand, squeezing it with a mix of bitterness and agony. Why are you willing to sacrifice so much for me? Why? Even in your dying moments, do you still think of me? Why are you reluctant to touch me in your final moments? An overwhelming wave of guilt surged, seeking to invade his heart already filled with sorrow. Why? Damn it. Why? On the verge of being engulfed by his emotions, Gulang raised his head, swallowing the now fully melted energy bar. Detected that the host has accepted the feeding of 100 G of magical energy bar. Detected feeding filled with emotions of affection. Detected feeding filled with emotions of happiness. Detected feeding filled with emotions of reluctance. Detected final feeding. Feeding value 99.99. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the words happiness, affection, reluctance, and final, Gulang's eyes instantly turned red. These potent emotions pinned him down in an ocean of guilt and regret. Gulang suddenly bowed his head, feeling as if the entire world was shaking. When others die, I can only lament their noble sacrifice. But your death brings me to tears. Damn it. Why did I only realize this after you were gone? Wu Yonghua was right. A wolf raised is still a wolf. I am merely a heartless white-eyed wolf. Thank you, and I am so sorry. Amidst his contemplation, the giant winged bird king, fixated on the charred remains, suddenly came to a realization. Oh, so it was merely a handful of 2-star mages, lacking a 4-star mage. How enlightening. Yet, these 2-star mages had managed to succeed in slaying 3 third-tier beast monsters. What a bunch of useless fools. With an expressionless demeanor, the giant winged bird king flapped its enormous wings and soared into the sky. A gust of wind swept by, and the avian demon landed before Song Lingyao and Gu Lang. Folding its massive wings, it turned to the dazed Song Lingyao and said, "How do you wish to die?" The way it spoke was so casual, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Yet, its tone suddenly turned high-pitched. "Oh, look, there's still a foolish dog here. Oh, I see. You're just staring at a corpse." It approached Liangyi, leaning closer with a face full of mock pity. "Let me take a look." Oh, what a gruesome sight. The belly is ripped open. It must be a striped tiger. The giant winged bird king seemed to discover a new world, exclaiming in astonishment, "You still have a bag of snacks in your hand?" Eating snacks before dying, not fearing that they might spill out from your intestines. Cackling with amusement, it found its own remarks hilarious. The wave of disdainful laughter suddenly reached Gu Lang's ears, igniting a fierce anger within him. An immense, indescribable rage surged forth. Without uttering a word, Gu Lang turned around, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Lingyao and coldly glaring at the bird demon, observing the last remaining pup of their team stepping forward. Song Lingyao snapped back to reality, weeping as she embraced Gu Lang's head. "No, please don't. You're all we have left. You must survive, for Liangyi, and for all of us." Song Lingyao was acutely aware that her demise was inevitable. The giant winged bird king would not spare her for having slain the crimson flame ape. Out of an 8-member exploration team, 7 had already perished, leaving only her and Gu Lang. But Gu Lang could not die. Liangyi had no family, and he was the only one Liangyi had cherished before his passing. Gu Lang had to live. He was a witness to the sacrifices of all those who had rushed headlong into death. As long as he survived, the 47th exploration team would not be considered completely lost. After speaking, Song Lingyao's exquisite face suddenly hardened as she stood up and confronted the bird demon. "Kill me, and then spare him." The giant winged bird king paused, then erupted into laughter. "Ah, no problem. Ha ha ha. Just a foolish dog." It turned its head, taunting Gu Lang. "Foolish dog, how fortunate you are. Ha ha ha. Such a beautiful human woman is willing to exchange her life for yours? Foolish dog, you." The giant winged bird king's voice abruptly cut off as it stared in disbelief at Gu Lang. More precisely, it was staring at what Gu Lang had in his mouth. Gu Lang was biting down on a bright red heart. An energy fruit? How could this foolish dog possess the energy fruit from our demon realm? The surging energy fruit, a fruit born from the world mother tree of the demon realm, which grants immense energy upon consumption, temporarily boosting combat power, valued at 9,999 feeding points. Of course, it was an energy fruit. It has to be an energy fruit. Give it to me. No, don't eat it. Who? You foolish dog. The giant winged bird king suddenly became frantic. After exchanging for the energy fruit in the system store, Gu Lang consumed it without hesitation. As the energy fruit shattered in his stomach, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his entire body. Every meridian within him began to expand and open up. Ding. Detected that the host has consumed the surging energy fruit. Energy infusion. Magical power advancement. Current stage. Peak of the first tier. Energy infusion. Magical power advancement. Current stage. Early second tier. Energy infusion. Magical power advancement. Current stage. Mid-third tier. The system's notifications continued until Gu Lang's magical power broke through to mid-third tier. Observing Gu Lang's escalating aura, the giant winged bird king was nearly driven to madness. The precious resources of the demon realm had been carelessly devoured by this foolish dog. Foolish dog, do you even know what you just consumed? You must pay the price. Hoping that the energy fruit had not been fully absorbed, the giant winged bird king, in a fit of rage, lunged forward, intending to devour Gu Lang. Song Lingyao immediately stepped in front of him, shielding Gu Lang protectively. Having consumed the energy fruit, Gu Lang showed no signs of hesitation. He swiftly summoned the system to activate the descend stance. In his heart, Gu Lang roared with fury. "System, I want to use the descend stance." Ding! Detected that the host has consumed the energy fruit. The energy intensity within is immense. Strongly advise the host against continuing to use the descend stance. The descend stance has extremely powerful side effects. It may affect the host's brain domain, vitality, etc. Shut your damn mouth. But before the mechanical prompt could finish, Gu Lang, consumed by rage, interrupted it. All he desired now was to brutally slay the giant winged bird king. Say it again. Let me use the descend stance. After a brief moment of silence, the system's mechanical voice rang out once more. Descend stance has been activated. Opening the River of Time. River of Time has been successfully opened. Projecting future phantoms. Future phantoms have been projected. Please select your descend stance. Please select the descend stance. The system's voice faded. Gu Lang's consciousness was abruptly pulled into a void space, his vision blurred. And he seemed to see countless towering phantoms that stood tall amidst the intermingling of sun and moon. With a swish, a vast, yellow river unfurled before Gu Lang's eyes. It was the River of Time. The River of Time surged and roared, droplets of time splashing wildly, erupting into countless stone statues of colossal wolves. Each of these wolf statues was exquisitely carved, with fur so lifelike that every detail was captured with astonishing realism. They lay with their eyes tightly shut, drifting with the currents, as if in a deep slumber. Some colossal wolf statues were entirely crimson, emanating an unmatched warmth. Others were shrouded in darkness, eerily absorbing the light that intertwined around them. Gu Lang's gaze settled upon one silver giant wolf, its surface flickering with hints of lightning. As Gu Lang focused on it, the aura of the statue intensified, becoming increasingly distinct, as if it were on the verge of awakening. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck, causing excruciating pain in Gu Lang's eyes, compelling him to divert his gaze from the silver wolf. Strangely, the moment he looked away, the giant wolf statue fell eerily still. Even the crackling arcs of electricity calming considerably. Gu Lang understood. This was a choice. He carefully contemplated the magic within him and the spells he had already mastered, before beginning his search for the suitable giant wolf. His gaze flitted around until it finally landed on a tranquil giant wolf statue, its form entirely snow-white, adorned with faint snowflake patterns in its fur. Instantly, Gu Lang felt enveloped by a chilling sensation. He fixated on it, daring not to avert his gaze. As time flowed, the white wolf statue began to stir, gradually coming to life. In the first second, the air turned frigid, causing Gu Lang to shiver. By the third second, the wolf's pristine fur began to sway without wind, dancing gracefully. In the fifth second, the snowflake patterns on its coat became increasingly pronounced, ultimately revealing themselves in their entirety. By the seventh second, a resounding wolf howl echoed in Gu Lang's ears, as if it had been suppressed for a millennium. In the 10th second, the pure white giant wolf suddenly opened its eyes. It had fully awakened. Simultaneously, the system's emotionless mechanical voice began to announce, selection complete, estimated level, early stage of Tier 4, estimated form, Snow Domain Wolf King. It will descend in the form of the Snow Domain Wolf King. Gu Lang successfully awakened this Wolf King from the northern snowfields, and its pale blue eyes shifted to rest upon him. The white wolf's piercing gaze scrutinized Gu Lang before it spoke human words. Descendant of the Wolf Sovereign, you chose me this time? Your strength is somewhat lacking, but barely sufficient to bear me. Tell your enemies to prepare. The white wolf suddenly grinned savagely, unrestrained and bold. Prepare to welcome the winter from the land of eternal frost. Before the words could fade, the pure white wolf king surged forth from the River of Time, leaping powerfully into Gu Lang's body. Instantly, Gu Lang felt an unfathomable chill of energy being born within him. This energy scattered immediately, spreading throughout his entire being. It filled every limb and sinew. Finally, the remaining surge concentrated entirely within his heart. Gu Lang felt an overwhelming pain coursing through him. His heart raced wildly. "Awoh!" Gu Lang cried out in agony, his howl reverberating throughout the entire spruce forest. Buzz! The snowflakes drifting in the night sky abruptly halted, no longer falling, eerily suspended in midair. An invisible wave pulsed through, and the snowflakes came back to life. Buzz! The suspended snowflakes seemed to respond to a silent yet forceful call, instantly swirling purposefully towards Gu Lang. The elemental forces in the air began to materialize, with ice elements coalescing directly from an invisible microscopic form into crystalline shapes. All the ice and snow elements in this land transformed into crystalline particles, rapidly swirling around Gu Lang's body. Before Song Lingyao and the giant winged bird king, a vortex of formidable energy materialized, with Gu Lang at its very center. From the heights of the Tianyan mountain range, Gu Lang's position appeared as a black hole, continuously absorbing the errant elemental energy from the surrounding area. As the wolf howl echoed, Gu Lang's fur, bones, and muscles began to grow at a visibly astonishing rate. The giant winged bird king, taken aback by this sudden transformation, stared in awe at Gu Lang's expanding form. Song Lingyao sensed an unstoppable, violent aura emanating from behind her, nearly knocking her off her feet. A whoa, followed by a resonant wolf howl. Song Lingyao quickly turned around. And in the next moment, disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. Countless swirling snowflakes and crystal particles encircled Gu Lang, who was howling towards the sky. Were these crystalline particles manifestations of ice elements? They were converging upon Gu Lang. Elemental manifestation, circling in submission. This was an anomaly only a 3-star mage could achieve upon breaking through to 4 stars. How could this happen? In the blink of an eye, Gu Lang underwent a complete transformation. A genuine metamorphosis. The once tender little beast was no more, replaced by a towering, menacing giant wolf. This colossal wolf was robust, dwarfing the giant winged bird king. Its fur was a pristine white, with countless snowflake patterns entwined along its back. The soft fur on its massive head billowed in the strong wind, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Its powerful limbs, lithe waist, and unmatched magical fluctuations all showcased its might. A Tier 4 beast without a doubt. It was the Wolf King. Now, Gu Lang stood at 3 meters tall, a true white beast. He maneuvered past Song Lingyao, facing the bird demon head-on. Song Lingyao gazed up in astonishment, her delicate face still marked by tears. It truly was a wolf, a powerful wolf king. She could not comprehend how, in an instant, Gu Lang had transformed from a timid pup needing careful attention into a Tier 4 giant wolf, observing Gu Lang standing protectively before her. Song Lingyao understood that the Wolf King was ready to defend her and prepare for a blood-soaked vengeance, a vengeance that was destined to be exceedingly brutal. A fierce aura radiated from him, striking Song Lingyao with such force that she struggled to remain upright. The giant winged bird king stared in shock as Gu Lang shielded the fragile, beautiful human girl with his formidable presence. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be fed with energy fruits? When did energy fruits allow a foolish dog to undergo such a transformation, directly evolving to early-stage Tier 4, on par with itself? Can anyone explain this to me? The giant winged bird king snapped back to reality, its gaze turning vicious as it fixed its stare upon Gu Lang. First, a 2-star mage defied a 3-tier beast, annihilating its 2 subordinates without leaving a trace, one even without a corpse. Ha! And now, even a foolish dog dares to challenge me. The bird demon's anger swelled, fueled by the thought that this mere blue star and these humans repeatedly obstructed the realm of beasts. The fruit of the world mother tree is indeed powerful, but it cannot bridge the chasm between us. I shall soon demonstrate just how vast our differences truly are. With that, the bird demon paused. Then in a tone laced with mockery, spoke again. And then, I shall have you end up like that dead woman sprawled on the ground, intestines spilled. Gu Lang's eyes flashed with a chilling intensity. He was determined to tear this wretched creature apart, a fate it so deserved. Oh well. With a wolf's howl, Gu Lang sprang into the air, launching himself fiercely at the bird demon. The bird demon, witnessing this, immediately condensed a thick layer of magical energy upon its wings, which glimmered a deep green, creating an impenetrable barrier. After releasing its magical energy, it swiftly folded its wings in front of itself, intending to use the power-infused wings to block Gu Lang's assault. Just as Gu Lang descended from the air, he extended his forepaw, charged with snow-white magical energy, his gaze steely as he focused on the bird demon. Clang! Gu Lang's sharp forepaw struck the bird demon's wings, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The bird demon, having successfully thwarted Gu Lang's attack, let out a derisive snort that all you've got. In the next moment, its wings spread apart, one sweeping upwards and the other downwards, aiming a horizontal strike at Gu Lang's foreleg. The razor-sharp wings sliced through the frigid air, emitting a piercing whistle. Faced with the Tier 4 bird demon's magically enhanced strike, Gu Lang dared not withstand it head-on. Just as he landed, he deftly evaded the attack with a nimble leap. The bird demon, realizing its strike had missed, let out another fierce screech. Imbuing its talons with powerful magical energy, it surged forward, intent on launching an offensive against Gu Lang. Sensing the overwhelming magical energy on the bird demon's wings and talons, Gu Lang deftly retreated several paces, distancing himself by a good 10 meters. He needed some space to regroup and assess the bird demon's next move. Observing Gu Lang retreating, the bird demon grinned menacingly. Oh, what if it had grown stronger from the energy fruit? It still lacked battle experience. believing that a mere 10 meters of reaction space would suffice to anticipate my ensuing assault. Ridiculous, such a trivial distance, for a bird demon adept in the manipulation of wind elements, is nothing more than a casual gap to traverse. With this thought, countless wind elements coiled around my form, and the bird demon erupted into action, its wings poised menacingly forward, charging toward Gu Lang with the speed of a striking arrow. In that moment, the bird demon had transformed into an unstoppable projectile. Gu Lang stood motionless, staring intently at the approaching creature, as if paralyzed by fear. Noticing Gu Lang's lack of reaction, the bird demon scoffed. "Ha! Merely a foolish dog, possessing only magic and rank." Gu Lang could scarcely witness the fleeting green light before the bird demon was upon him. Its razor-sharp wings, glimmering ominously, were but half a body length from Gu Lang's throat, truly within arm's reach. Just as the bird demon's wing was about to slice through Gu Lang's neck, he suddenly sidestepped, narrowly evading the creature's thrust. The bird demon's enchanted feathers grazed Gu Lang's neck, barely missing him. What? Before the bird demon could process its shock, Gu Lang swiftly turned and clamped down on its right wing with ferocity. In a seamless motion, Gu Lang's forepaws also latched onto the same wing he had bitten. As fellow fourth-tier beasts, Gu Lang was unperturbed by the bird demon. His sharp teeth, imbued with an overwhelming magical force, pierced through the surface magical defenses and the bird demon's feathers, plunging into its flesh in an instant. A torrent of blood erupted from the bird demon's wing. Bastard, die! Gu Lang unleashed a surge of power, infusing the bird demon's wing with countless chilling, lethal ice elements. Screech! The bird demon shrieked in agony, finally realizing its peril as it prepared to retaliate with its other wing. With its magically charged wing, the bird demon swung in a wide arc, aiming to smash Gu Lang's head. Though Gu Lang was intent on a swift victory, he was unwilling to be struck in such a vital area. Sensing the impending attack, he promptly released his grip to evade. The bird demon quickly retracted its right wing. Now freed, the bird demon disregarded all else, erupting into a powerful retreat, soaring far away. The distance between them stretched to a full 100 meters, far more than the 10 meters Gu Lang had previously evaded. The bird demon, now distanced, wore a grim expression, its right wing still oozing with crimson blood, the pain excruciating. Gu Lang had just infused it with a substantial amount of ice elements, and the bird demon now faced the arduous task of cleansing itself. In need of time to recuperate, it had no choice but to widen the gap. Wary of Gu Lang's potential resurgence, the giant winged bird king glared at Gu Lang with a vengeful gaze. Still perplexed, how had Gu Lang managed to evade its earlier attack? He had appeared as a wooden statue, standing still, yet suddenly he had dodged. In the bird demon's eyes, Gu Lang's unexpected evasion seemed as if he had predicted its assault. Predicting my attack? How could that be possible? It was caught off guard by Gu Lang's evasive maneuvers, suffering a significant loss. Little did it know, while it quietly summoned its magical energy to unleash a burst. Its danger sense had suddenly issued a warning 100-fold stronger than before. Gu Lang reacted instantly. The bird demon intended to land a finishing blow. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bird demon's strike. Seizing the opportunity, he counterattacked, inflicting considerable damage upon the bird demon. Humph! Seeing the bird demon retreat so far, Gu Lang emitted a derisive snort. In the next moment, his limbs, enveloped in icy blue magic, surged forward toward the bird demon. Gu Lang would not grant it a moment's respite. Upon seeing Gu Lang charge toward it once more, the bird demon's expression shifted dramatically. Damn! Injured, it now lacked the confidence to confront Gu Lang head-on. Its physical strength was no match for his. The bird demon had no choice but to abandon its healing, channeling its magic to endure the pain and flapping its wings to increase the distance. With a few powerful flaps, it reached the edge of the open space, near the spruce forest. After another spiral, it finally landed atop a towering tree. The bird demon's face was filled with indignation. It had been forced to flee by a mere foolish dog. Well then, since close combat was out of the question, it would resort to casting magic from afar to exhaust this white wolf. Chapter 33, Exhaustion and Counterattack. It prepared to unleash long-range magic to wear down Gu Lang. Gu Lang recognized the bird demon's intentions. It had ascended the lofty tree to gain a vantage point for its magical onslaught. As the saying goes, strike high from low, and outsmart the foolish. The giant-winged bird king was indeed contemplating this strategy. It would leverage its superior mobility to seize the advantageous terrain, utilizing magic to chip away at Gu Lang. Foolish dog, allow me to show you what true fourth-tier magic is. You are not even in the same league as me." Following its injury, the bird demon had grown even more irritable, now spewing arrogance in an attempt to provoke Gu Lang. Yet Gu Lang paid it no heed, continuing to charge forward, steadily closing the gap toward the spruce trees where the demon perched. Upon observing Gu Lang's approach, the giant-winged bird king immediately concentrated its magical energy and unleashed wind magic. The bird demon opened its beak, and instantly, dozens, if not hundreds, of swirling wind bullets erupted forth. The moment these wind bullets appeared, they locked onto Gu Lang and surged toward him. Their speed was astonishing, blocking Gu Lang's path in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Gu Lang found himself surrounded on all sides by a dense swarm of spiraling wind bullets he sought to evade. But with such an overwhelming number of projectiles, he could find no place to take refuge. Reluctantly, Gu Lang let out a howl and activated frost armor, enveloping himself in a layer of magic as he charged forward with ferocity. Upon colliding with Gu Lang, the wind bullets expanded violently, transforming into swirling vortices that engulfed the surroundings. Gu Lang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the wind bullets to morph into whirlwinds, lacking the knowledge to comprehend this technique. He was oblivious to its nature, but the distant observer, Song Lingyao, recognized it. This was a derivative magic. Derivative magic is a type of sorcery that does not require the caster's constant control and can automatically transition into the next form of magic upon encountering an adversary. In Blue Star, the threshold for casting derivative magic is 4 stars. Only upon advancing to this rank can one wield such powerful elemental control. Song Lingyao bit her lip, anxiously watching Gu Lang as he faced the whirlwind assault. She had not anticipated that the bird demon's mastery over wind elements had reached the point of being able to cast derivative magic. These constantly twisting and tearing whirlwinds swiftly ripped through Gu Lang's skin, leaving behind long, gruesome lacerations. He was injured. Regaining his senses, Gu Lang immediately summoned the ice elements within him to freeze the bleeding wounds. Raising his gaze, he cast a cold, steely glare at the bird demon. Witnessing its magic successfully strike Gu Lang, the giant-winged bird king felt little pride. It knew that it had merely grazed Gu Lang's surface. With another sweep of its wing, it unleashed a flurry of wind blades toward Gu Lang. Prepared, Gu Lang held his breath, exhaling forcefully, attempting to use several ice shards to block the bird demon's onslaught. Upon colliding with the ice shards, the wind blades transformed into hundreds of arrows, launching toward Gu Lang. Although Gu Lang had braced for impact and cast a protective spell, several arrows still grazed him, leaving behind additional wounds. Another instance of derivative magic. Truly, it was impossible to guard against. Gu Lang felt a surge of frustration. He needed a powerful counterattack, or he would be drained of magic by the bird demon perched high in the treetops. His current combat strength was all temporary, reliant on either energy fruits or his descended state. Gu Lang was uncertain how long these external aids would last. He had to resolve this swiftly, before his condition deteriorated, lest both he and Song Lingyao meet a grim fate. With his mind racing, Gu Lang made a decisive choice, channeling his magical sea and exhaling a vast cloud of frost into the air. The Frost Veil. The Frost Veil was not a damaging spell, but it would enhance the potency of subsequent ice magic. The bird demon was taken aback. The foolish dog had not directly attacked. However, it quickly reconsidered. Perched 100 meters high in the treetops, this dim-witted dog likely possessed no magic capable of precise targeting. By casting auxiliary magic to establish an ice element stronghold, it was likely biding its time for the dog to come down for a fierce confrontation. What use is it, if you can only operate on the surface? With a disdainful sneer, the giant-winged bird king disregards Gu Lang, who is incessantly casting Frost Veil below, and instead focuses on expelling the ice elements within its body, striving to recover its strength. The atmosphere instantly turns frigid, with neither of the two creatures engaging in combat. One is healing while the other prepares the battlefield. Without the interference of the avian demon's magic, Gu Lang moves swiftly, conjuring Frost Veil over 100 times in mere minutes. The crystalline particles of ice quickly adhere to the robust roots of the spruce trees, their brown-gray bark now adorned with frost. The roots of the spruce trees are as thick as several people could encircle, requiring magic to be destroyed. Upon seeing that the tree the bird demon had perched upon was now encased in ice, Gu Lang opens his mouth and expels a hard ice bullet. Bolstered by the Frost Veil, this ice bullet crashes violently into the spruce tree, which was already half frozen, causing its trunk to splinter and shatter, scattering icy wood chips in all directions. The towering spruce tree loses its support and immediately collapses. First, drive the bird demon down. Sensing the impending disaster, the bird demon quickly flaps its wings and ascends into the air. Seeking refuge in another large tree, Gu Lang swiftly arrives beneath the second great tree, repeating his tactic to once again destroy the towering giant. The giant winged bird king is compelled to change its perch once more. One demon flees while the other pursues. Within a short span, a significant portion of the spruce forest has fallen. A chilling frost veils the ground, nearly overflowing. Truly, it can run. Gu Lang's expression darkens. Truly, it can chase. The giant winged bird king's countenance is equally grim. The area below is completely dominated by Gu Lang's ice elements, and descending would surely lead to its demise. Moreover, this is Blue Star, and human reinforcements are likely on their way. It cannot stall for long. Yet, the tension in its brow suddenly relaxes. Gu Lang's magic must be running low. Then let us prolong this a little longer. The giant winged bird king flaps its wings and continues toward another large tree. Before long, the once lush spruce forest is left with only a few scattered trees remaining intact, perched atop the treetops. The giant winged bird king lets out a cold laugh. The frost elements Gu Lang had infiltrated have already been expelled, and its wounds have long healed. That it is time to counterattack. Observing Gu Lang laboriously attempting to fell trees, aiming to force it to the ground, the bird demon's face is filled with disdain. A foolish dog is merely a foolish dog, possessing only brute strength. With its condition restored, the giant winged bird king leaps from the treetops, spreading its wings to glide downwards. As it nears Gu Lang, the bird demon fully unfurls its massive wings, plunging rapidly toward him. The fully extended wings of the giant winged bird king span nearly 10 meters, densely covered with emerald magical feathers. As the bird demon approaches, these feathers begin to loosen and fall, ultimately transforming into sharp, piercing beams of ethereal light aimed at Gu Lang. Seeing the bird demon dive toward him, Gu Lang instead breathes a sigh of relief. If the bird demon refuses to descend to battle and remains airborne, he would truly be at a loss. In the face of the fierce feather assault, Gu Lang immediately exhales, a flurry of icy light erupting to form a translucent blue ice shield before him. The ice shield, unable to withstand the onslaught of countless feathers for long, shatters with a crackle and disperses into powder. However, the shield has served its purpose, successfully allowing Gu Lang to evade all subsequent feather strikes. The feathers that missed Gu Lang redirect back to the bird demon's wings. The bird demon's feathers, once unleashed, can even be retracted, truly an old trick. Observing that Gu Lang emerged unscathed from this attack, the bird demon remains unfazed. After diving, it ascends once more into the sky. It channels its magic, and countless feathers immediately reattach themselves densely, restoring its wings. The bird demon employs the same tactic, soaring to a sufficient height before swooping down again. As it approaches Gu Lang once more, it releases its feathers anew. Gu Lang opens his mouth, unleashing a powerful, piercing icy wind mixed with shards of ice that knocks all the feathers soaring through the air down. The fallen feathers return once again to the giant winged bird king's wings. Seeing its magical feathers return ineffectively, the bird demon is not in a hurry. It ascends once more into the heights. The bird demon is exceedingly cunning. Even when diving, it does not descend too low, providing Gu Lang with no opportunity to attack. Observing the bird demon's cautious demeanor, Gu Lang remains unperturbed. Fool, do you think you alone can wield magic? Gu Lang smirks inwardly, subtly watching the bird demon high above. Unbeknownst to the bird demon, the feathers on its wings have accumulated numerous frost particles during their repeated firing and retraction. In other words, its feathers are now suffused with countless imperceptible traces of Gu Lang's magic. The bird demon, facing the icy glow on its feathers, merely assumes it to be snowflakes and pays it no heed. Failing to investigate further, Gu Lang bides his time, allowing the ice elements on its body to accumulate a while longer. Thus, the bird demon repeatedly launches feather assaults, and Gu Lang counters each time, stalemating for several minutes. Finally, the giant winged bird king discerns something amiss. Why do its wings feel increasingly heavy? Upon closer inspection, it is horrified to discover that its feathers are densely coated with ice elements. It is that foolish dog's magic. The bird demon is taken aback, about to flap its wings to dispel the ice elements. But Gu Lang cannot permit it. Gu Lang's eyes blaze with murderous intent as magic surges forth. Scruffy bird, witness the true winner of the frigid lands. Buzz. A majestic phantom rises from the horizon. It is the true Wolf King of the snowy domain. The spectral image of the Wolf King stands tall behind Gulang, its visage proud and defiant. Whoa! The Wolf King's phantom and Gulang howl simultaneously at the heavens. This is the roar of winter's fury. Invisible ripples immediately expand outward. As the wolf's howl reverberates, all ice and snow elements in the snowy domain tremble and begin to coalesce. The snowflakes drifting through the air merge together, gradually enlarging into dense, massive hailstones. These snowflakes, having coalesced into the size of a head, do not cease their growth, continually merging into larger ice element conglomerates. The giant winged bird king hears two resounding wolf howls, and the air temperature plummets by several degrees. Countless snowflakes twirl before its eyes, continually gathering. This sky is under its control. Damn it! How could this fool wolf's spellcasting prelude be so outrageous? Feeling an ominous turn, the bird demon rapidly ascends, disregarding the ice elements on its body. Desperate to distance itself from the white wolf below, it flaps its wings and soars into the sky, reaching several thousand meters high, but to its horror, the ice elements here still submit to Gulang. What terrifying control over the ice elements is this? Watching the ever-growing ice elements, the giant winged bird king's expression darkens. It can only brace itself against Gulang's magic. It hovers in the air, rapidly gathering magical energy, preparing for a direct confrontation. The thick, surging currents of wind magic begin to mobilize, and a torrent of wind elements sweeps forth. Enveloping the bird demon's broad wings, the giant winged bird king folds its wings tightly, shielding its body beneath them. At this moment, Gulang's magic has taken form. After a prolonged casting period, the ice elements dispersed in the sky finally converge entirely. They adhere together to form ice crystal spheres with a radius of 5 meters. Once the ice crystal spheres have formed, they plummet with ferocity. They streak through the sky, leaving behind blue trails of light, reminiscent of a meteor shower striking the ground. Frost ice meteor rain. This is the pinnacle technique of 4-star ice magic. The giant winged bird king, trapped and locked, has no choice but to surge against the falling ice. I refuse to believe that the magic of a mere foolish dog can withstand my onslaught. I refuse to believe it. The bird demon's eyes blaze red as its wings conjoin into a conical shape, viciously charging toward one of the falling ice meteors. Buzz! The ice meteor, laced with piercing, bone-chilling winds and crashing down with immense force, strikes the bird demon's wings with a resounding impact. Bang! In the incredulous gaze of the giant winged bird king, the ice meteor instantly shatters its torrent of magic. It collapses and disintegrates before the giant winged bird king can react. The onslaught of ice meteors has fully arrived. Countless meteors bombard the bird demon. Bang! The giant winged bird king is instantly pinned beneath the barrage of ice meteors. Rendered immobile, like a meteor, it plummets to the ground. Boom! Exclamation point. The ice meteors crash to the ground, unleashing a terrifying and powerful shockwave that sweeps outward. The thick layers of snow on the ground are blown away, revealing the frozen earth beneath. Gulang slightly raises his paw to shield himself, then dashes forward. As the dust settles, a massive crater of 100 meters is carved into the ground. The ice meteors shatter and scatter, revealing the disheveled giant winged bird king beneath. Cough. Wow! The colossal winged avian monarch, with its feathers in disarray, opened its beak and expelled a mouthful of chilling blood before staggering to its feet. Witnessing the bird demon's miraculous survival from beneath the fallen ice, Gulang's pupils contracted sharply. Still alive? How could this be possible? The bird demon, filled with trepidation, realized just how close it had come to death. Had it not been for the life-preserving secret technique bestowed by the demon lord prior to its departure, allowing it to unleash a second burst of power, it would have surely perished. In its final moments, it had struggled to manifest its body into elemental form, transforming into the essence of wind and evading much of the impact. It was a near miss with death beneath the icy ruins. Damn it! How could there be such terrifying ice magic? The bird demon, still shaken, noticed Gulang charging towards it from the edge of the ice pit. And a flash of venomous rage crossed its face. That damned white-haired mutt. After casting such an outrageous spell, his pool of magical energy must be nearly depleted. Although the bird demon still retained a fair amount of magic, its physical form had suffered significant injuries. In a confrontation with the fully intact Gulang, the outcome was uncertain. Engaging this foolish dog head-on was not an option. The colossal winged avian king surveyed its surroundings, and suddenly fixed its gaze upon Song Lingyao in the distance. First, it would eliminate her. The bird demon made a swift decision, enduring its pain as it took to the skies. Chapter 35, The True Wolf King. The full moon hung high in the night sky, casting its pure, luminous glow. Song Lingyao was already mentally and physically exhausted. The rapid succession of unforeseen events had overwhelmed her. First came the warning from the detection crystal tower, leading to a dispute with Tao Haoran. Then, 2 spatial rifts appeared simultaneously, bringing 6 demon beasts to Blue Star. In the ensuing struggle, with sacrifices made by several teammates, they had barely managed to defeat 3 of the demon beasts. Yet, there was no time for mourning or relief. As the 4th-tier bird demon returned, this series of upheavals and battles had left her utterly drained, but the ordeal was far from over. Just as she thought she would perish at the hands of the bird demon, the pudgy little creature suddenly underwent a drastic evolution, transforming into a 4th-tier wolf king to confront the avian foe. Song Lingyao collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless, praying fervently for reinforcements to arrive swiftly. It had already been 40 minutes. Shouldn't the 4th-tier mage have arrived by now? What could have possibly delayed them? Song Lingyao looked up, dazed, at the bloody clash between Gu Lang and the bird demon. The battle unfolded with such rapidity that she could scarcely discern the details. She saw the bird demon transform into a streak of green light, lunging towards the great wolf, which nimbly evaded the attack by sidestepping, only to retaliate by sinking its teeth into the demon's wing. It appeared that the snow-white wolf king held the upper hand. However, the beleaguered bird demon, cunning as ever, was unwilling to engage further with the wolf king. Instead, it opted to retreat, maintaining a distance between the 2 adversaries. The bird demon insidiously chose to exploit its superior mobility to wear down the wolf king. They remained locked in a stalemate for a significant time. But then the situation shifted dramatically as the wolf king unleashed a terrifying ice magic, pinning the bird demon firmly to the ground. Song Lingyao believed victory was at hand. After all, such overwhelming power from the fallen ice could not be resisted by even a 4th-tier bird king. Yet, astonishingly, the bird demon survived. Not only did it endure, but it still retained a considerable fighting capacity. Rising to its feet, the bird demon cast a glance around before heading straight for her. This was bad. Song Lingyao sprang to her feet, attempting to evade, but her weakened body barely made it a few steps before collapsing once more. The colossal winged avian king's eyes glowed crimson, a malevolent grin spreading across its face as it swept towards Song Lingyao with a gust of wind. It raised its bloodied wings and swung them forward with ferocity. It's my turn now. Song Lingyao despaired, closing her eyes. So be it. Bang. In that critical moment, Gu Lang leaped forward, intercepting the bird demon. He rolled on the ground twice before rising, coldly fixating on the bird demon, which had also regained its footing. The bird demon shook its wings and let out a cruel laugh, mocking, a foolish dog. Without any magic left, what can you possibly do against me? And don't forget about your 2 weaknesses, a human girl and a corpse. Silly dog. Watch as I desecrate this dead woman, with a sinister expression. The bird demon spread its wings wide and unleashed a barrage of slicing wind blades towards the lifeless body of Li Yingyi. Gu Lang lunged forward, positioning himself in front of Li Yingyi. Swish, swish, swoosh. The wind blades tore through Gu Lang's flesh, leaving countless gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. The once pristine white fur was instantly stained crimson. Ha ha ha. A foolish dog is just that. Foolish. The bird demon cackled maniacally, reveling in its vindication. Do you think you can protect this corpse? Can you protect her? The bird demon waved its wings again, launching a volley of wind bullets towards Song Lingyao. Gu Lang sprang once more, shielding Song Lingyao with his body. The wind bullets pierced through Gu Lang's skin, slamming into his interior. Upon entering, they unfurled into whirlwinds, churning his internal flesh and blood. Ugh! Gu Lang let out a muffled groan, bowing his head in agony. A significant gash opened in his abdomen, hot blood spraying onto the snow. The thick blanket of white snow was soon drenched in scarlet. Meanwhile, Song Lingyao, unharmed and pale-faced, realized what was happening and rushed to position herself beside Li Yingyi's corpse. At the very least, this way Gu Lang wouldn't have to run back and forth. Heh! Gu Lang shut his eyes tightly, acutely feeling the pain and weakness throughout his body. The enhanced state was on the verge of fading. Time was running short. Gu Lang opened his eyes, his fierce gaze locking onto the bird demon. The colossal winged avian king erupted into another fit of frenzied laughter. Foolish dog, do you finally understand the disparity between us? Huh. Worthless. It taunted as it sent another barrage of wind blades towards Gu Lang that Gu Lang barely managed to evade, then charged towards the bird demon with all his might, the colossal winged avian king. Seeing this, immediately flapped its wings and soared 100 meters away. Foolish dog, can you even fly? I can. Can you reach me? Huh. Worthless. Now you're just like that woman. Ha ha ha. She was eviscerated, and so shall you be. Ha ha ha. I will wear you down to nothing. The bird demon's dark gray beak opened and closed incessantly, mocking Gu Lang without restraint. Turning, it took to the skies once again, at a certain height. It began to turn and dive. When it reached the lowest point, the colossal winged avian king spread its wings wide, launching a flurry of densely packed feathers, using the same trick again, gasping for breath. Gu Lang struggled to avoid the onslaught, yet several feathers still struck his left foreleg. The agonizing pain forced Gu Lang to kneel on the ground. The bird demon soared back into the sky. Preparing for another glide, with a twisted expression, Gu Lang rose again, limping in an attempt to evade. Swish. Swoosh. More wounds opened on Gu Lang's battered body, blood pouring forth in torrents. The colossal winged avian king continued its relentless descent, repeatedly bombarding Gu Lang with feathers. Already gravely injured and bleeding profusely, he could scarcely evade the barrage. Finally, amidst yet another dive attack from the bird demon, Gu Lang, dragging his injured leg, failed to evade even a single feather. He was left on the brink of collapse. The bird demon, witnessing this, cackled in triumph. Just like that, this foolish dog is finally about to die. Gu Lang's mind struggled to function, slowly processing the situation. The colossal winged avian king clearly did not wish to engage Gu Lang in close combat any longer, yet it could not afford to prolong the battle indefinitely. After all, they were in Blue Star. And wary of the impending reinforcements from mages, it was likely growing anxious. Gu Lang was equally disinclined to prolong the fight, as was the bird demon. Both sought to end this encounter swiftly. However, it had no means to decisively defeat Gu Lang, relying solely on its aerial agility to wear him down. Yet now, with its magic waning and injuries mounting, the bird demon seemed unable to hold back much longer. Each time it took to the skies for a glide attack, it would ultimately swoop down, positioning itself closest to Gu Lang. Thus, there lay his singular opportunity, a chance to gamble his life, a chance for a single fatal strike. It would be either your demise or mine. Gu Lang lifted his head, his crimson eyes obscured by blood, coldly gazing at the bird demon as it once again swooped down towards him. The bird demon, relentless and tireless, spread its colossal wings that blotted out the sun, launching all the feathers from its wings with a fierce intensity. Foolish dog, prepare to meet your demise. This time, the feathers carry 1/5 of my power. 10 times more than before, the bird demon had completely lost its sanity. It must kill this white wolf with this attack. There could be no delay. After unleashing the feathers, it gathered the remainder of its magical energy and surged forward, unleashing countless spiral blades of wind. Let us see if you survive this time. Victory shall belong to me. Thousands upon thousands of magical feathers, entwined with the howling spiral blades, hurtled towards Gu Lang with a chilling ferocity. Yet, to the bird demon's astonishment, Gu Lang rose from the ground, staring fixedly at the bird demon without so much as a hint of retreat. He held his head high, staring defiantly into the eyes of the bird demon. With a grunt, Gu Lang limped forward, gradually increasing his speed, faster and faster. He charged. The howling cold wind swept away the white and red tufts of fur, revealing Gu Lang's fierce, defiant visage, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. He pressed his battered front legs forcefully against the ground. He tensed all 4 of his bloodied limbs, muscles bulging as he charged recklessly forward, prepared to face death head-on. Countless feathers pierced his body. Countless wind blades sliced through him. Yet neither the feathers nor the blades could halt his advance even for a moment. Charge, his momentum soared, relentless and unyielding. The giant winged bird king dove down, and the snow domain wolf king surged forward. The distance between them closed rapidly. A single lethal strike. It is now. Gu Lang's hind legs propelled him with explosive force into the air. In the bird demon's horrified gaze, Gu Lang leaped before it. His eyes glinted with murderous intent, revealing his sharp, glistening fangs as he lunged fiercely at the bird demon. With a savage howl, countless tufts of fur flew. The giant winged bird king emitted a terrifying shriek. Its wings torn off in an instant by Gu Lang, the bird demon was instantly drenched in blood, with several shredded muscle tissues hanging from the torn remnants of its wings. the bird demon crashed to the ground, staining the snow with its lifeblood. Spitting out the severed wing, Gulang lunged at the bird demon again with renewed ferocity. Mongrel bird, you shall die. With claws and teeth, Gulang relentlessly gnawed and tore at the bird demon's remaining carcass. The giant-winged bird king, in unspeakable agony, raised its sharp beak to frantically peck at Gulang. Yet Gulang seemed impervious to pain, allowing the beak to carve more bloody holes into his already battered body. Blood gushed forth from Gulang like a fountain. I'll pierce you. Let us see if your mongrel life is tougher than that of the wolf king. With a fierce howl, the other wing of the giant-winged bird king was torn off as well. Fly. Let us see how you can still manage to fly now. Within a minute, both wings of the bird demon were brutally torn away by Gulang. The bird demon was on the brink of death. But this was far from over. Gulang's fury had only begun to ignite. Gulang opened his bloodied mouth once more, clamping down on the bird demon's beak. Clang! The beak had been tempered to a hardness akin to metal by the giant-winged bird king. Yet Gulang paid no heed. He clamped down fiercely, his front paws pressing against the bird demon's chest, violently jerking his head back. Rip! The black-gray beak was brutally wrenched from the bird demon's mouth, trailing countless bloody bits of flesh. With a ferocious growl, the bird demon howled in excruciating pain, raising its head in a plea for mercy. Please, spare me. Spare you, you miserable wretch. With a savage glare, Gulang plunged his razor-sharp claws deep into the bird demon's chest. Carving through its flesh, in its horrified, despairing gaze, he ripped out its vibrant red heart and crushed it in his grip. After completing this gruesome act, Gulang stood, blood surging through him, atop the bird demon's corpse. Showing no intention of retreat, he raised his head, allowing the fierce winds to whip mercilessly against his battered body. His once pristine white fur, now stained crimson, dripped with countless droplets of blood, both the bird demon's and his own. With labored breaths, Gulang gasped for air. The imposing form and overwhelming energy he had once possessed were waning. The power from the future was fading away. The spectral wolf king, emanating an aura of cold, emerged from Gulang's body. The river of time unfolded once more. The moment had arrived for it to return, yet it did not rush to leap into the yellowing waters to revert to its stone form. The snow domain wolf king glanced back at the fading Gulang, its expression one of admiration. It extended a claw, pressing gently towards him. An exceptionally clear hexagonal mark instantly appeared on Gulang's back. Gradually, it faded and disappeared into his fur, the snowflake mark. This was the snow domain wolf king's acknowledgement of Gulang. In just a brief span of minutes, Gulang had proven himself remarkably well, displaying commendable battle awareness, potential, and character. The wolf king was more than satisfied. It recognized Gulang as a wolf, a true wolf in every sense. Having accomplished this, it turned away and returned to the river, resuming its eternal silence as the original stone statue. With a thud, Gulang crashed to the snowy ground. After a series of spasms, he gradually reverted to his original form. A numbing pain throbbed in his head, accompanied by a hollow sensation. The injury sustained during his transformation lingered. The side effects of his descending form began to manifest, compounded by his severe wounds, leaving Gulang teetering on the brink of death. With great effort, he crawled a few steps closer to Liangyi. Whimper, Gulang extended his furry head, nuzzling Liangyi's already cold hand. I'm sorry. In his heart, Gulang silently apologized to Liangyi before losing consciousness in an instant. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Liangyi's heart was enveloped by a swirling green light. No. Song Lingyao rushed forward, cradling the bloodied pup in her arms. Why must I witness my companions dying before me, and I can do nothing? A profound sense of helplessness engulfed her spirit. She had never desired strength as fervently as she did now. She clutched the chubby pup tightly, tears dripping onto him. Xiang Jing, Wu Yanghua, Wang Cheng, Lin Qingya, Tao Haoran, Zhu Qingji, Liangyi. One after another, they fell before her eyes. Now, even the little pup, in protecting her, was gravely injured and near death. There must be a way. Suddenly, Song Lingyao realized something. Her summoning magic still held power. The gentle magic of summoning was a healing elixir for all summoned beasts. Contract summon. She would make the chubby pup her second summoned beast. Then she could use summoning magic to heal him. This was the only way to save him. Song Lingyao hurriedly wiped away her tears and gently laid the nearly lifeless Gulang Ping onto the ground. She then extended her right hand, delicately resting it upon Gulang's blood-soaked head. Hailing from the Song clan, renowned throughout the nation for their mastery of summoning arts, Song Lingyao, as a descendant of this illustrious lineage, astonishingly awakened not to the expected summoning affinity, but to the water element. This was nothing short of remarkable. Every member of the Song family had anticipated her to awaken the summoning affinity first, as had been the tradition for generations. Her forebears, including her father, grandfather, uncles, and even cousins, all exhibited the summoning affinity as their primary element. The blood that coursed through the veins of the Song family inherently favored the summoning arts, before she even reached the age of maturity. Her family had conducted a thorough examination of her bloodline, finding it pure and promising, guaranteeing her a future as a top-tier summoner. However, with her first awakening being the water element, this did not signify a misjudgment on the part of her kin. Rather, it implied that her water affinity was extraordinarily potent, surpassing the inherited lineage that had been passed down through generations, and revealing itself as her primary element. The entire Song clan rejoiced at this revelation, heralding the emergence of an exceptional talent. With proper cultivation, they believed it not only possible to achieve a 4-star rating, but to also overcome the formidable trials that lay along the path of a mage. Song Lingyao was truly a child of privilege, nurtured with an abundance of resources and the guidance of numerous powerful mages. At the tender age of 17, she broke through to a 2-star rating as a high school student, successfully awakening her summoning affinity, an outcome that was deemed entirely reasonable. However, her first summoned beast was the white-clawed spirit cat. The elders of her clan had intended to provide her with a number of top-tier spirit beasts, brimming with potential and formidable combat prowess. But Song Lingyao declined their offers as she articulated. Her water affinity already afforded her sufficient combat ability, and she desired a companion with supplementary capabilities. Ultimately, she chose the white-clawed spirit cat. Predominantly an auxiliary spirit, the clan members understood her reasoning. They could always procure a powerful spirit beast for her once she advanced her summoning affinity to 2 stars. Yet, a month prior, after her summoning affinity had indeed ascended to 2 stars, she once again rejected the well-meaning suggestions of her father and several elders. She did not lack combat strength. She sought to find a truly compatible summoning beast on her own. When her father, Song Bowling, inquired what a truly compatible summoning beast entailed, she merely shook her head, uncertain at the time. But now, clarity washed over her. It was an extraordinarily unique sensation, one that resonated from her body to her spirit and into her magical essence. A profound willingness to form a contract with a spirit beast. At this moment, as she faced the gravely injured Gu Lang, she subconsciously accepted him as her summoning beast, feeling an innate desire to bind him to her as her hand rested upon Gu Lang's bloodied head. Her summoning affinity surged, boiling in a literal sense. There was no need for Song Lingyao to consciously direct her magical essence. It flowed forth in a torrent, cascading into Gu Lang's body. She maintained her touch, continuously infusing him with her magic. Yet, Gu Lang remained unresponsive, like clay submerged in the ocean. Darkness enveloped him, an inky abyss. Pain coursed through him, excruciating, relentless. This was the last vestige of consciousness lingering deep within his mind. His cerebral cortex lay in tranquil stillness, resembling the calm surface of the sea after a cataclysmic tsunami. His awareness meandered like an octopus in the depths of this cerebral ocean, aimlessly drifting without direction. He swam and swam, lost in the void of darkness, until he glimpsed a distant, radiant white light. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt irresistibly drawn to this beam. He continued to swim, the duration of his journey a mystery, until he finally approached the vicinity of the white light. He arched upward, and the light enveloped his consciousness. A wave of comfort washed over him. He found the warmth of this glow immensely soothing. As he lingered in the light, he noticed it gradually fading, receding from his presence. Panic surged within him. This simply could not be allowed to happen. He hastily pursued the retreating radiance, swimming towards the source. At the end of the light, he encountered a hexagram that seemed familiar to him, yet he could not recall its significance. Unable to recollect, he dismissed the thought but felt a surge of indignation, questioning why the light would cease to shine. How dare it steal from the noble wolf lord's brilliance? Enraged, he propelled himself headlong into the hexagram. With a resounding bang, followed by a resonant hum, the hexagram erupted into a multitude of bizarre magical runes, enveloping Gu Lang in layers upon layers of enchantment. These magical symbols conveyed to him that he was to be contracted as a summoning beast. Gu Lang was taken aback. The Wolf Lord was a creature of noble lineage, one who only acknowledged subordinates. No one had ever dared to claim the Wolf Lord as their own. I refused to be a mere pet, He struggled vehemently to escape. Yet, he soon halted, as a myriad of images flooded his mind, fragments of Song Lingyao's memories. From her birth to her 17th year, every significant event played out before him. Born into a prestigious clan, with breathtaking beauty and exceptional talent, she was an object of admiration, her peers often gazing up at her. A favored child of destiny, her path was smooth, devoid of tumultuous challenges. Everything unfolded seamlessly, or so it should have continued, until the onset of her trials, where comrades fell, sacrificing themselves one after another. Suddenly, Gu Lang felt the weight of her emotions, resonating with his own prior sentiments: powerlessness, despair, collapse, anguish, guilt, shame, fear. All of these feelings conspired to drown her in the depths of darkness. Gu Lang stared, transfixed, until the very end, where he beheld himself, now lying in Song Lingyao's embrace, slumbering peacefully. "Do wish to save me?" Gu Lang remained silent for a time, then relinquished his consciousness, allowing the magical runes of the hexagram to merge with him. He permitted her to become the master of the Wolf Lord. Song Lingyao's heart raced anew. Why was there no response from the summoning contract? Why did the white-clawed spirit cat remain unresponsive? She bit her lip, her worst fears materializing before her. Song Lingyao continued to channel her magic. And at last, the essence departing her body responded. The summoning affinity collided with something, being absorbed, establishing a connection. Then, a prolonged silence enveloped the moment, with a resonant hum. A pristine white hexagram materialized upon Gu Lang's brow. Upon witnessing this symbol, Song Lingyao could no longer contain her tears. A cascade of droplets fell, splattering onto Gu Lang's face, who had just awakened. Upon seeing this, he winced in pain, exclaiming internally, "Why is this girl crying again? Do not weep. From now on, you shall be protected by the Wolf Lord." Gu Lang extended his tongue, licking away the tears from her cheeks. Awakened, Song Lingyao, disregarding the fact that her face was now dampened by the affectionate licks of the white-clawed spirit cat, hurriedly infused more summoning magic into Gu Lang. He felt drowsy and fatigued. Even with the summoning magic sustaining him, he was utterly exhausted. Overwhelmed by weariness and pain, he thought to himself, "Forget it, I shall continue sleeping." With that, he closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. From this moment forth, Gu Lang would become Song Lingyao's summoning beast, potentially the mightiest summoning beast in the Blue Star realm. What does it mean to be the strongest? It should indeed be a feast. The contract has been finalized, and Song Lingyao continues to channel summoning magic into Gu Lang's body, gradually healing him. She then cradles him in her arms, finding a stone to lean against. 10 minutes later, several indistinct figures swoop down from the sky, tracing brilliant arcs of magic against the star-studded night. Among them is a middle-aged man with a square face, by Tyran, the president of the Ruaching Magic Association. A 4-star mage with a specialization in fire magic. Upon landing, by Tyran immediately spots Song Lingyao and rushes towards her, exclaiming, "Lingyao, you." He hadn't anticipated encountering her here, but suddenly recalls that she was also arranged by the Song family for training. Bai Tyran has numerous questions, yet faced with her indifferent expression and swollen eyes, he is at a loss for words. "Uncle Bai, you have come." Song Lingyao holds Gu Lang tightly. "As long as you are safe. That is all that matters." "But, what about the spatial rift? Was there not a beast?" Bai Tyran inquires urgently. "Yes, it closed an hour ago. There were 2 rifts. 1 4th-tier beast and 5 3rd-tier beasts," Song Lingyao responds after a moment of silence. Upon hearing the words 2 rifts, 4th tier, and 5 3rd tier, Bai Tyran's eyelids twitch violently. 6 beasts appeared here, coupled with the beasts he encountered on his way here. This was a premeditated assault. Bai Tyran had initially made his way here with the intent of arriving in 30 minutes. 40 would have sufficed. Yet, it took him a full hour. The road was fraught with interdimensional beasts he could not ignore. He had already slain 4 3rd-tier beasts on his way. He had never anticipated that there would be people near the spatial rift. Especially the daughter of his dear friend. It is fortunate that Song Lingyao is unharmed. Otherwise, he would have no way to face Song Bowling. With a sigh, Bai Tyran continues, "What about that 4th-tier beast now?" He suddenly realizes that the 4th-tier beast must have left. Otherwise, how could he see his niece? Oh, it must have fled. Thankfully, you all managed to hide. Bai Tyran's words are abruptly interrupted by Song Lingyao. "Uncle Bai, they are dead. We did not hide. We killed 3 3rd-tier beasts and 1 4th-tier beast." Bai Tyran is left dumbfounded, shock evident on his face. The other 4-star mages, upon hearing this, were expressions of disbelief. Convinced that they must have misheard, 3 third-tier beasts and 1 fourth-tier beast were killed by these 8 2-star mages, a meerkat, and a dog of unknown origin. Tyran himself would have lacked the confidence to defeat these 4 beasts. How could this be possible? My dear niece, you must be jesting. Tyran initially intended to chide Song Lingyao for her humor, but he suddenly falters. He has spotted the corpse of the avian beast in the snow. It is not difficult for Tyran, with his prowess, to ascertain that the avian beast is of 4th-tier status. His pupils constrict in disbelief. They truly killed it? The gruesome scene suggests a brutal melee. The avian beast's mangled body, with its entrails spilled, and the severed wings lying nearby, sends a chill down his spine. Who was responsible for the demise of the 4th-tier avian beast? Such astounding power. Capable of brutally slaying the creature, Tyran, his countenance filled with shock, ascends into the air to survey the scene below. Hiss, he inhales sharply once more. The charred earth, dotted with sparks, reveals a massive pit infused with ice elements. What is the cause of this scorched earth? What exploded? And what of this crater? Which 4-star mage cast such a spell? What magnitude of power is this? Tyran turns to see a red flame beast with a gaping wound at its heart. Alongside a charred, concave-headed striped tiger. Moreover, there lies the dismembered corpse of Tao Haoran and that of Shu Qingji, who was missing an arm. There are also indistinguishable remains, the scorched earth, the crater, the blood, the flesh, the magic, the sacrifice, the death. All these are the recent tales of this land. The other 4-star mages, seeing no further beasts in need of elimination, exchange greetings with Tyran before soaring off to other locations. They, as mere advance forces, are followed by a large contingent of military mages. This night in the Tianyan Mountains has revealed more than just a rift or two. Tyran remains silent for a long time. The training team should consist of 8 members, yet he has only seen Song Lingyao standing alone. He has not sensed any magical auras apart from hers. Turning, he dials a phone number, summoning a rescue team. To retrieve the bodies, Uncle Tyran swiftly turns back to Song Lingyao, eager to learn what transpired. Let's take everyone home. Back to Ruiqing. Tyran falls silent, unable to voice his questions. Ultimately, he nods heavily. All right, I will escort you all back. Upon returning to Ruiqing, Song Lingyao tightly holds the slumbering Gu Lang throughout the journey. Tyran remains silent, aware of the heavy burden upon his niece's heart. Indeed, with so many sacrifices made, the sight of their tragic fates pains him deeply. These individuals were the future pillars of Huagua. To perish in such an ambush is a tragedy. Tyran refrains from inquiring into the specifics of what transpired, how the beasts met their end, or how everyone else fell. He asks none of these questions. Before departing, he takes the storage chip from the detection crystal tower, which holds the truth of all that occurred. Once the video from the chip is reviewed, everything will be laid bare. In the heart of Ruiqing, at the Song residence, Tyran calls Song Bowling as he nears, offering a brief update. Upon learning of Song Lingyao's return, Song Bowling is taken aback, puzzled as to why she has returned so early when the training was supposed to last half a month. However, upon hearing Tyran's words, he becomes frantic. The spatial rift appeared near Song Lingyao's training team. 1 4th-tier beast and 5 3rd-tier beasts. How could this be? Song Bowling regrets having used his connections to place Lingyao in that training team. As he anxiously ponders, Song Lingyao returns under Tyran's escort. She arrives covered in blood, cradling a small red dog. Upon seeing his daughter, bloodied and weary, Song Bowling is alarmed and rushes to her side. Song Lingyao shakes her head at her father, signaling that she is unharmed. Noticing that the blood on her clothes is not her own, he breathes a sigh of relief, only to realize that the dog in her arms is also stained with blood. He understands that a horrific event must have transpired in the Tianyan Mountains that night. Observing his daughter with her head bowed and unwilling to speak, he refrains from asking questions. Song Bowling turns to Tyran, hoping to glean some understanding of the situation. However, Tyran simply shakes his head, indicating that they should discuss it outside. Song Bowling calls for several servants to attend to Song Lingyao before following Tyran to the garden. What happened? Song Bowling inquires, brow furrowed. Did you not say there was a 4th-tier beast? Was it slain? Tyran shakes his head, speaking softly. There is more than one spatial rift. I suspect this was premeditated. The 4th-tier beast was already dead when I arrived. Lingyao claims they were the ones who killed it. I surveyed the area, and at least 3 3rd-tier beasts were also deceased. Song Bowling is taken aback, momentarily stunned by Tyran's words. What nonsense is this? The 4th-tier beast was killed. 3 third-tier beasts were killed. By my daughter and her companions? Are you jesting with me? By Tyran? Just as Song Bowling is about to berate his old friend, he sees the serious expression on Bai Tyran's face and realizes he is not joking. He swallows his curse and asks, how did they manage to do that? What are those children? Bai Tyran understood that Song Bowling's inquiry about the child referred to the other members of the training team. With a sorrowful expression, he spoke, they are all dead, except for your daughter. They are all gone. Song Bowling's countenance instantly darkened. All dead? How could that be? When I arrived, only your daughter remained. I saw several corpses of the others. None intact. Indeed, none were whole. Wu Yanghua was reduced to ashes. Wang Qinglin and Cheng Yi vanished without a trace, and Xiang Jing was crushed into a mist of blood. Among the remains, the most intact was Li Yingyi. Song Bowling fell silent. They did not flee. They bravely stepped forward to confront the beast. They wished to protect us, to safeguard Ruiqing. Bai Tyran's eyes suddenly glistened. These university students, merely in their late teens to early 20s, were, to him, truly just children. Yet it was these very children who, fueled by fervor, sacrificed their lives to defend their homeland. To give one's life for the nation's peril, to regard death as a return. The two remained in silence for an extended period. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed, its source unknown. Bai Tyran hastily retrieved his phone and answered. What? There are survivors. Quickly. I'm on my way. A mix of urgency and joy surged through him. The follow-up rescue team had called, reporting that there were still survivors from the training team. He had no time to exchange pleasantries with Song Bowling, soaring away into the skies, leaving behind a bewildered Song Bowling. There are survivors? Did you not notice? You, the president, are truly unfit for your role. Half an hour earlier, the magical rescue team of Ruiqing arrived via helicopter at the desolate expanse as the helicopter landed. A young man in a white coat, composed in demeanor, leaped down. Despite Bai Tyran's description of the situation as somewhat grim over the phone, Zhang Rui was fully prepared mentally. Nevertheless, the horrific sight before him shocked him. Especially the carcass of the bird demon. It was utterly ghastly, with its beak torn off, leaving only a mangled torso. Zhang Rui averted his gaze after a mere 2 glances. Urgent rescue was paramount. If there were still survivors, at merely 25 years of age, Zhang Rui had already attained the rank of a 3-star mage, specializing in the wood element, renowned for its superior healing capabilities. Thus, he was appointed the captain of the Ruiqing Magical Rescue Team. He gestured for the team members following the transport aircraft to disperse and search the area meticulously in pairs. Captain, there's one still alive, a team member shouted, pointing at something. Zhang Rui followed the direction of the team member's finger. Discovering a charred figure, he rushed over, realizing that this humanoid char had a barely perceptible heartbeat, but no trace of magical energy. This was peculiar. Even if a mage's magical reservoir was depleted, there would still be residual magical energy. That energy would be ingrained in every cell of the body from years of elemental cultivation. This pile of charred remains, exhibiting only a faint heartbeat and devoid of elemental presence, might have gone unnoticed if not for the meticulousness of the rescue team member. Prepare. Plan 13. Zhang Rui commanded sharply, kneeling in the scorched earth, his hands weaving intricate magical gestures. Deep green energy, under his command, coalesced into various phantom plants. 100 flower seed, vines, 100 flower seed, stonewood roots, 100 flower seed, maple leaves, 100 flower seed, rejuvenating grass. Within a few short minutes, Zhang Rui manifested over a dozen types of plants. Other team members assisted with their spells, albeit at a slower pace than Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui did not hastily crush these phantom plants for Wu Yanghua's treatment. Instead, he arranged and mixed these herbs in a specific manner before carefully infusing them into Wu Yanghua's body. After a considerable effort, Wu Yanghua's condition gradually improved, with the instruments indicating a stabilization of vital signs. That a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Having reclaimed a life, Zhang Rui casually wiped the sweat from his brow with a clean white cloth and continued to traverse the charred terrain. He felt it was somewhat warm, despite it being a snowy night. How could he be sweating? Lowering his gaze upon the ground, he was astonished. Was this the work of that charred figure? The scorched earth still radiated warmth, continuously roasting the falling snowflakes. The fire element could be manipulated to such an extent. He glanced back at the pile of charred remains, his eyes reflecting a hint of respect. Bai Tyran had mentioned that these individuals were members of the training team, who chose self-sacrifice to protect Ruiqing. The training team, they were all university students, considering that these individuals were a few years younger than him. a wave of heaviness enveloped Zhang Rui's chest, shaking his head. He cleared his tumultuous thoughts and resumed his search for signs of life in the scorched earth. As he walked, he gradually approached the epicenter of the explosion. Here, the heat was more intense, and the ground was even harder. Yet, Zhang Rui suddenly noticed something amiss. A section of the ground, aside from being charred, bore subtle ripples that appeared as if some flowing liquid had been abruptly frozen. Quicksand. Zhang Rui realized. His secondary element was earth. He envisioned a tragic battle, where someone cast quicksand to restrain the enemy, while that charred figure ignited itself, triggering an explosion. The quicksand, upon being unleashed, was immediately solidified by the intense heat. Solidified, Zhang Rui suddenly grasped something and promptly called over several team members. "Quick, it's right here," Zhang Rui hastily instructed, and the rescue team members quickly brought instruments to investigate. One team member wielded a magical device akin to a vacuum cleaner. Scanning the area below, the magical life detector could keenly sense fluctuations of life forms or magical energy. A mage, even in death, would retain some elemental magical residue, except for cases like Wu Yanghua, who had completely detonated himself, leaving no elemental remnants. Thus, this detector was frequently employed by rescue teams to locate mages or their remains. However, the team member, after a prolonged search with the detector over the scorched earth, reported back to Zhang Rui, "Captain, no response. There's no one here." Zhang Rui felt a pang of disappointment. No one. The magical life detector had a detection radius of 10 meters, while the maximum depth of quicksand cast by a 2-star mage would not exceed 3 meters. It seemed that indeed, no one was down there. Zhang Rui waved his hand in resignation, signaling the team members to leave this spot and search elsewhere. The team members nodded and turned to seek out the remains of the fire elemental beast. "Wait, give me the detector," Zhang Rui suddenly called out to one of the team members. The team member, bewildered, complied and handed over the detector. Zhang Rui carried the detector to the very center of the rippling scorched earth. Before coming here, he had reviewed the roster of the training team. Only one individual was proficient in earth magic, Wang Cheng, a seemingly simple-minded giant. This quicksand, if nothing else, must have been cast by him. As a 2-star mage, the maximum depth of quicksand he could conjure would generally be around 3 meters. Even if Wang Cheng had cultivated his earth magic to a high degree, it wouldn't exceed that range by much. However, what if the deepest point of this quicksand exceeded 10 meters, precisely outside the detection range of the device? Would a miracle occur? Zhang Rui himself held little confidence, yet he was unwilling to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. To him, Wang Cheng and his companions were already heroes. Even in death, their remains deserved to be found. With this thought, Zhang Rui decisively cast an earth magic spell, earth-shattering, as the brownish-yellow energy surged forth. The rippling scorched earth beneath Zhang Rui began to writhe violently. The soil possesses a semblance of consciousness, fissures forming in the center, rolling and stacking toward both sides in a mere span of a few seconds. A trench 5 meters deep materialized before Zhang Rui, who, clutching his detector, leapt down. With a depth of 5 meters and a detection range of 10 meters, he could now sense the mage buried 15 meters beneath the surface. If there were still no signs, Zhang Rui gritted his teeth. He would continue to dig. He would not rest until he unearthed the bodies of those who had sacrificed their lives, with the detector in hand. He meticulously traversed the trench from start to finish. The detector remained unresponsive, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, Zhang Rui's expression remained stoic as he continued to employ the technique of pingtan, opening the mountain, extending the trench deeper. Before long, the trench's depth reached 10 meters. Zhang Rui scrutinized the soil below with great care. There were patterns. The soil at this depth bore markings. The sand he had conjured indeed affected this area. The mage named Wang Cheng had managed to penetrate 10 meters into the earth with his earth quicksand spell. His mastery over the earth element was astonishingly profound, being merely a 2-star mage. He had already surpassed many newly initiated 3-star mages. There was hope. Zhang Rui felt a surge of excitement as he continued his search with the detector. Finally, as he reached the end of the trench, the detector emitted a series of beeps. Beep, beep. He had found it. Zhang Rui rejoiced, discarding the detector, and hurriedly cast his magic at the bottom of the deep pit. A minute later, he had excavated a hole 8 meters deep at the location indicated by the detector. 18 meters underground, he had finally discovered traces of Wang Cheng, a 2-meter-long, grayish-yellow spherical crystal. Wang Chung was inside the crystal. Hurry. Bring a few people. 5 minutes later, the rescue team successfully extricated Wang Chung from the depths below. Thud. A massive, earthy yellow crystal crashed onto the scorched ground. The team members cautiously employed a cutting machine to gradually carve an opening in the outer crystal, extracting the barely breathing Wang Chung from within. The injuries were overwhelming. As the rescue team beheld Wang Cheng's condition, they collectively gasped in shocked that moment. Wang Cheng's face was ashen, his eyes tightly shut. His abdomen bore a gaping wound as wide as a bowl. With bite marks on his waist, his right hand lay limp, its bones nearly reduced to dust. What had he endured? Why was he entombed within this earthy yellow crystal, buried 18 meters underground? Most critically, he had somehow survived at the epicenter of the explosion. Everyone was utterly perplexed, yet their expressions grew grave as they commenced the rescue. Prepare, Plan 8. Zhang Rui bellowed, summoning countless ethereal plant forms to coalesce in his hands, akin to his earlier efforts to save Wu Yanghua. 10 minutes later, Wang Cheng's breathing stabilized. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Rui felt a sense of relief. He had managed to save Wang Chung. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze around. The scattered rescue teams had nearly completed their search and rescue operations. Among the 8 members of the training team, aside from Song Lingyao, who had already returned to Ruiqing, the remaining 7 had all been located. Zhang Rui noticed 2 team members carrying a large box containing formless bloody remnants. It was Xiang Jing. Zhang Rui stole a few glances. His chest tightening. It was not a physical discomfort. Having joined the rescue team right after university, he had witnessed countless tragedies. However, reflecting on these individuals, younger than him by a few years, who had fought valiantly for Ruiqing and Huagua just 2 hours prior, his heart began to ache that he stood still, watching as the rescue team members loaded stretcher after stretcher onto the transport plane. One stretcher bore the body of a light mage who had lost his lower half, deep claw marks on his chest, inflicted by a ferocious tiger. His mana C was entirely depleted. Another stretcher contained the body of a lightning mage with a severed left arm. The fatal wound being his heart, shattered by immense force. His mana C held not a trace of mana left. A wind mage, riddled with bloodied holes, was discovered at the explosion's periphery, having succumbed to excessive blood loss. His mana C was devoid of any mana. They had exerted their utmost efforts. When the rescue team discovered Xiang, Tao, Zhu, and Lin, they did not summon Zhang Rui to provide treatment. They simply took photographs for documentation and carried them away. For they were devoid of life, devoid of hope for salvation. Zhang Rui crouched on the ground, covering his forehead, feeling immense distress. Another stretcher passed before him, atop which lay a sweet-faced girl, clutching a piece of wrapping paper tightly. Wait. Zhang Rui suddenly sensed an exceedingly faint life force. Had he not been a 3-star mage specializing in wood magic, he might have missed it. There was no doubt about it. Traces of wood magic flowed within her. Zhang Rui hastily pushed past the team member blocking his way and rushed to Li Yingyi, who lay on the stretcher. He extended his hand, placing it upon her forehead, channeling his magic to sense her condition. The girl's mana C was barren, and her mind was eerily calm. Zhang Rui's magic descended to her heart. Though it lay still, it was enveloped by a strange surge of wood magic. This wood magic had assumed the role of her heart, tenuously sustaining Li Yingyi's life. Yet, this wood magic was continuously depleting, growing scarcer by the moment. She was still alive. Hurry, treat her wounds, Zhang Rui shouted anxiously, urgently casting restorative magic on Li Yingyi's abdominal injury. Captain, she's already dead, one team member exclaimed, astonished. The instruments had long indicated she bore no signs of life. Hurry and help, Zhang Rui cried out in desperation, incredulous at the team's lack of perception. The other members, unable to sense the magical fluctuations within Li Yingyi, exchanged glances before finally stepping forward to assist. After considerable effort, the rescue team managed to stabilize Li Yingyi's wounds. Zhang Rui let out a sigh of relief. Yet his heart sank once more. The wood magic adjacent to her heart was still dwindling. At this rate, within a few hours, she would truly perish. Zhang Rui grew frantic. This could not stand. He absolutely would not allow someone he had fought to save to die. He hurriedly retrieved his phone and dialed by Tyran for assistance. It was not that Zhang Rui was incompetent. He had never encountered a situation like Li Yingyi's in all his time with the rescue team. How could someone remain alive without a beating heart? She was not a 4-star Saint Mark mage capable of elemental transformation. Without a heart, she should be doomed. The notion of surviving through the magic of her mana replacing the heart's function, was utterly unheard of to him. Bai Tyrant answered the call, and Zhang Rui hastily relayed the situation. President, 3 individuals are still alive. We're providing treatment, but one girl's condition is particularly unusual, the wood mage named Liangyi. I don't know how to handle it. Please come quickly. No, don't come here. Head to the Magic Association. We're returning now. After a flurry of urgent words, Zhang Rui hung up and sprang into action, urging his team, quick, hurry up, move faster. Are you all just sitting around? Get on the plane, back to Ruiqing, to the Magic Association. Hearing the captain's urgency, the rescue team members did not dare to delay. Swiftly loading the stretchers and equipment onto the transport aircraft. 30 minutes later, the pilot's ears were nearly worn out from Zhang Rui's incessant shouting to speed up. Finally, they returned to Ruiqing within half an hour. At this point, Bai Tyrant was already waiting on the helipad of the Magic Association. Upon seeing the transport plane return, Bai Tyrant immediately approached, but before he could speak, Zhang Rui rushed in. President, is there a 4-star mage specializing in wood magic? Hurry up. Don't just stand there in a daze. You're of no use with your fire magic. Upon hearing Zhang Rui's words, Bai Tyrant nearly exploded with rage. Damn it, you called me here just to say I'm useless. Yet, understanding the urgency, he bit back his anger and pondered for a moment before responding. We don't have any wood mages in Ruiqing. I know we don't have any in Ruiqing. I am asking where there are. Zhang Rui leaped up, abruptly interrupting Bai Tyrant's words. Bai Tyrant was infuriated, thinking, what kind of person is this? Can't he wait until I finish speaking? How dare he speak to me like this? Although Bai Tyrant was agitated, he had known Zhang Rui long enough to understand that while he was generally amiable, he would become frenzied like a rabid animal in the face of a patient's critical condition. The president of the Magic Association in Taichung is a master specializing in wood magic. I am calling her right now. With that, Bai Tyrant took out his phone and turned away, eager to distance himself from Zhang Rui. Meanwhile, at the Song residence in Ruiqing, Song Lingyao had just finished her bath and changed into comfortable home attire. With a heavy heart, she gazed at the plump Bai Pang Pang, who was surrounded by a throng of family elders. They were unaware of the events that had transpired that evening, believing Song Lingyao had returned early from her training. Curiosity had drawn them to witness her second summoned beast and to assist Gu Lang with his injuries. Yes, to assist with his injuries. Though Gu Lang had sustained severe wounds and was suffering from the immense side effects of his summoning, he was not far from death. However, after Song Lingyao had contracted him as a summoned beast, the summoning magic surged into his body like an unrestrained river, ultimately preserving his life. The magic associated with summoning was exceptionally restorative, and under its healing influence, Gu Lang's minor injuries healed swiftly, leaving only some grievous wounds that would require time to mend. When Song Lingyao returned from her bath, she had also taken the opportunity to wash Gu Lang. The sight of his wounds and blood filled her with trepidation. So many injuries. A wave of sorrow washed over her as she cast a spell to channel her magic into Gu Lang, then called over several elders to seek their assistance to her surprise. As soon as the elders approached, they became intrigued by Gu Lang's condition. Upon realizing he was still alive and that his injuries were not immediately life-threatening, they lost interest in helping and instead began to speculate about his identity. What kind of spiritual beast is this? I don't believe I've ever seen one like it. Is it a wolf? Its snout seems too short to be a wolf. Isn't this the creature Lingyao brought back from the Tianyan mountain range? There aren't any formidable wolf clans in the Tianyan mountain range. The magical fluctuations are so weak. Only first tier. Could it be due to its injuries? The crowd engaged in a lively debate, failing to reach any conclusions. It somewhat resembles an Alaskan puppy, spoke Song Lingyao's second uncle. At this remark, the room fell silent. After a prolonged pause, someone finally responded, "No way. Aren't Alaskans just dogs? It does look a bit like an Alaskan." The assembly quickly retrieved their phones to search for images of the sled dog, discovering that Gu Lang, lying on the bed, bore an uncanny resemblance to the breed. It was no longer a mere resemblance. They were virtually identical. However, would Song Lingyao truly contract such an unpromising creature? The crowd immediately turned their attention to the now-forgotten Song Lingyao. "Lingyao, please tell us, what kind of summoned beast have you contracted?" Song Lingyao remained silent for a considerable time, uncertain of what Bai Pang Pang truly was. After Liangyi had found him, everyone had assumed he was merely a dog. Yet tonight, he had transformed into a wolf king, mercilessly defeating the giant winged bird. Now, she too was left in the dark regarding his true nature. Gazing at her inquisitive elders, she noticed their determination to uncover the truth and reluctantly nodded. Yes, he is an Alaskan puppy, but a mutated one, hence he possesses magic. Before the astonished elders could respond, she hurried to the bedside, cradled Gu Lang, and feigned exhaustion as she rushed back to her room. Once inside her chamber, she closed the door and exhaled deeply. Gently placing Gu Lang beside her, she fixated on his fluffy head, murmuring, "What exactly are you? A wolf?" With no answers forthcoming. Song Ling now resolved to wait until Bai Pang awoke to engage in meaningful communication with him. After completing the phone call, the wood mage from Taichung, Yao Xiaohe, arrived in haste shortly thereafter. This four-star mage was an elegant adult woman, who, after inquiring about the situation, placed her hand upon Li Yingyi's forehead and channeled her magic for an extended period. Rising, she began to converse with Bai Tairan and Zhang Rui. Yao Xiaohe delivered two pieces of news. The first was unfortunate. She could not fully revive Li Yingyi from her coma. The second was more hopeful. Although she could not cure Li Yingyi, she could use her magic to maintain the wood magic surrounding Li Yingyi's heart, in other words, to keep her alive. Bai Tairan and Zhang Rui exchanged glances. Bewildered, how can she remain alive indefinitely? Does that mean we must continually transfer magic? How is that feasible? Expecting a four-star mage to constantly monitor Li Yingyi is utterly unrealistic. Noticing their confusion, Yao Xiaohe addressed their concerns. Explaining, her condition is peculiar, a subconscious act during a life-threatening crisis, instinctually utilizing magic for self-preservation. I cannot awaken her consciousness, as her true awareness is in a comatose state. However, I can maintain the magic surrounding her heart, which does not require constant attention. About once every half-month will suffice. After a brief pause, filled with admiration, she continued, I was deeply moved upon hearing of her ordeal. Delaying the monster's assault to protect the civilians of Ruiqing is a commendable act. Half-monthly visits are not a burden. I will regularly come to Ruiqing to assist. If you wish for a complete cure, I currently cannot facilitate that, but you may seek. Those masters, the identity of those masters was self-evident. Even to Bai Tairan, who expressed his gratitude to Yao Xiaohe before issuing a few instructions to Zhang Rui and departing. After leaving the Magic Association, Bai Tairan received another call and promptly turned northward. He intended to visit the Magic Association in Modu, which possessed the means to read the storage chip of the detection crystal tower. The chip contained records of all the events encountered by Song Lingyao's training team No. 47. Following the emergence of the spatial rifts, countless perplexing mysteries plagued Bai Tairan's mind. Why had the spatial rifts suddenly appeared in clusters within the Tianyan mountain range? How many beasts had emerged from these rifts? Why had they delved deep into the mountains rather than attacking humans? What was the absurdly large crater on the ground? And how had that fourth-tier bird monster met its demise? With these questions swirling in his thoughts, Bai Tairan set off for Modu, armed with the storage chip. After a night and half a day of relentless travel, Bai Tairan finally arrived at the entrance of the Moda Magic Association just before noon the following day. Gazing up at the towering skyscraper that pierced the clouds, he felt a pang of envy. Indeed, big cities are remarkable. The Magic Association's building is so grand, far surpassing the dismal stature of Ruiqing. When will Ruiqing ever achieve such splendor? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he decided to focus on the task at hand. Just as he was about to step inside, he unexpectedly collided with a balding middle-aged man, who appeared equally intent on entering the Magic Association. Upon recognizing the balding man, Bai Tairan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Who would have thought it was you, old baldy? What brings you to Modu? Aren't you supposed to be minding your own business in Jincheng? The man, known as Tu Maodian, was momentarily stunned by Bai Tairan's greeting, only to become enraged. His mood had already soured, and encountering such an imbecile only exacerbated his irritation. Glaring fiercely at Bai Tairan, he retorted, I can come to Modu whenever I please. What business is it of yours? Tu Maodian, the president of the Jincheng Magic Association, holds an equal standing with Bai Tairan, and naturally, their paths have crossed frequently over the years. The two share a rather familiar rapport, with Bai Tairan often jesting about Tu Maodian's baldness, affectionately dubbing him Old Baldy. Despite the teasing, Tu Maodian takes it in stride, acknowledging his own propensity for banter. Clearing his throat, Bai Tairan inquired earnestly, Old Tu, what brings you to Magic City? It struck Bai Tairan as peculiar. Tu Maodian typically confines himself to his little domain in Jincheng, indulging in his magical pursuits as a reclusive mage, so it was quite coincidental that he found himself in Magic City today. Tu Maodian lifted his gaze to meet Bai Tairan's and replied listlessly. There's been an incident in Jincheng. You're aware of the spatial rifts, I presume? One has opened on the outskirts of our city. Spatial rifts? In Jincheng? Isn't it merely the Tianyan Mountains on the outskirts of Ruiqing? Bai Tairan exclaimed, alarmed, as he grasped Tu Maojian's arm, eager for clarity. What on earth happened? How many rifts have opened? We've had one too, resulting in numerous casualties, initially reluctant to be grasped by the collar. Tu Maojian's disbelief mirrored Bai Tairan's. Ruiqing has also experienced a spatial rift. We had around 10 rifts emerge, and the detection crystal tower has issued a red alert, yet when I and others rushed over, we didn't catch even a glimpse of the beasts. Last night, around midnight, Tu Maojian had received the alarming signal from the detection crystal tower, a red alert indicating the presence of interdimensional beasts. He hastily summoned several 4-star mages and rushed to the outskirts of Jincheng, where the detection crystal tower had signaled. However, upon arrival, apart from the solitary detection crystal tower, there was nothing to be seen. The other towers that had issued alerts were similarly devoid of any beasts. Tu Maojian's heart sank. It was highly probable that the beasts had circumvented them, taking an alternate route towards Jincheng. However, upon their frantic return, they discovered Jincheng to be in perfect safety. There were no otherworldly creatures in sight, not even the most mundane of animals. The group was left in a state of utter bewilderment. It was an absurd situation. Logically, if beasts were to appear, they would first descend upon the nearest human settlement to wreak havoc, as evidenced by the previous incidents in Nevada, with multiple detection crystal towers issuing alerts, yet no sighting of beasts. Tu Maojian found himself at a loss. He began to suspect that the detection crystal towers were malfunctioning. After all, the interdimensional beasts differed significantly from the local creatures of Blue Star. Their proclivity for slaughter was pronounced, if they appeared. How could they possibly refrain from attacking the residents of Jincheng? Without hesitation, Tu Maojian contacted the Magic Association in Magic City to inquire about the potential malfunction of the detection crystal towers. To his dismay, he was met with a barrage of reproach, with instructions to promptly bring the storage chip from the crystal tower for a report. Frustrated and burdened with questions, Tu Maojian made his way to the Magic Association in Magic City, where he fortuitously encountered Bai Tairan. Tu Maojian animatedly recounted the events, while Bai Tairan listened with a grave expression. The emergence of spatial rifts on the outskirts of Jincheng, the red alert from the detection crystal tower indicating the presence of beasts. Yet when the mages from Jincheng arrived, they found no trace of the interdimensional creatures, nor had Jincheng been attacked. If the detection crystal towers were functioning correctly, then there was only one possibility. The beasts were lying in wait. Bai Tairan immediately voiced his suspicions, and Tu Maojian merely nodded in agreement. Yes, after reporting to Magic City, they instructed me to bring the storage chip from the detection crystal tower. You two have come for this matter? Upon hearing the inquiry about Ruiqing, Bai Tairan's demeanor instantly shifted to one of grave solemnity. Indeed, the spatial rifts have manifested in the Tianyan Mountains on Ruiqing's outskirts. Notably, 2 of these rifts appeared right beside a training team. 2 spatial rifts opened next to a training team in Ruiqing? Tu Maojian gasped, fully aware that this team consisted of students from the Magic University, their average strength hovering around the mid-level of 2 stars. Confronting interdimensional beasts with such meager power, it was a recipe for disaster. What transpired subsequently? How many of those students managed to escape? After a moment of silence, Bai Tairan spoke solemnly. The students of that team did not flee. They chose to stay behind, attempting to hold the beasts at bay while waiting for reinforcements to prevent them from wreaking havoc in Ruiqing. Tu Maojian was momentarily taken aback. Staying behind to restrain the beasts, 2-star mages attempting to hold back 3-star beasts. Was that not akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Bai Tairan seemed to sense Tu Maojian's thoughts and promptly revealed the subsequent events. There were 8 of them in total, and they managed to slay 3 3-star beasts. However, 4 of them sacrificed their lives, and 3 others are severely injured and currently unconscious in the hospital. Bai Tairan refrained from mentioning the fallen 4-star giant winged bird king, deeming it too shocking to disclose. Nonetheless, the revelation left Tu Maojian in a state of profound astonishment. 3 3-star beasts had been slain by 2-star mages. Amidst the shock, a wave of sorrow washed over him. For out of 8 had perished, with 3 in critical condition. Was this not tantamount to a complete rout? Though Tu Maojian struggled to fathom it. He had no reason to doubt Bai Tairan's words. This old rascal would not deceive him regarding such matters. Having finished speaking, Bai Tairan did not linger in conversation with Tu Maojian, but instead, with a heavy heart, entered the building to seek out the higher-ups of the Magic Association. Tu Maojian hurriedly followed, closely trailing Bai Tairan inside. As they entered the building, They were momentarily blinded by the opulence of the surroundings. Even after several visits, the resplendent magic hall never ceased to astonish them. The reception hall on the first floor soared to a height of 20 meters, supported by stone pillars entwined with elemental energies. And even the seating was crafted from magical stone. The wealth on display was staggering. The carpet had been recently replaced. What creature's fur could it possibly be? Tu Maodian felt a pang of envy. Jincheng and Ruiqing were not vastly different, both being small cities, yet they could not compare to the financial might of Magic City. Observing Tu Maodian's almost drooling admiration, Bai Tyran felt a wave of embarrassment at being seen with the bald man. However, he quickly turned to exclaim, "Goodness, even the receptionists here are 3-star mages." In the center of the magic hall stood a vast counter, behind which sat a dozen receptionists, all boasting 3-star prowess. Regaining his composure, the two strode confidently forward. "Esteemed seniors, may I inquire who you seek?" A 30-something receptionist greeted them with utmost respect upon noticing the two men. If lesser-ranked mages had entered, the receptionist would have merely offered polite formalities. However, upon seeing the 4-star badges adorning their chests, the tone shifted to one of deep reverence. Both Bai and Tu wore 4 diamonds shining with blue light on their badges, marking them as 4-star stigmata mages, a title of significant prestige. The receptionist marveled inwardly. Though there was only 1 star's difference between 3-star and 4-star, the disparity in strength was monumental. 10 2-star mages might easily overwhelm a weaker 3-star mage, but 10 3-star mages would stand no chance against a 4-star mage. Advancing to the next level was a monumental milestone in a mage's journey, encompassing capabilities such as elemental embodiment, absolute elemental control, extreme compression of magical energy, and the materialization of mental strength, abilities exclusive to 4-star mages. Consequently, even in the elite ranks of Magic City, where powerful mages abounded, 4-star mages commanded considerable respect. The IS President Yi present, Bai Tyran inquired, seeking none other than Yi Jingzhen, the Vice President of the Magic Association in Magic City. Having held the vice presidency for over 5 years, he directly oversaw the magic associations in smaller cities like Jincheng and Ruiqing. Though a vice president's title seemed lesser compared to Bai Tyran and Tu Maodian's roles as presidents, it bore weight in this context. After all, in Magic City, the combined strength of Jincheng and Ruiqing could hardly measure up. "President Yi is in. Please follow me," the receptionist replied. The receptionist, after finishing his words, turned and led the two individuals to the elevator, ascending to the 23rd floor. Subsequently, they meandered through a series of turns until they arrived at an office door, at which point the receptionist took his leave. Tu Maodian signaled Bai Tyran with his gaze to knock on the door. Bai Tyran shot him a glare, straightened his collar, and stepped forward to rap on the door. Bang, bang, bang. He then proclaimed loudly, "President Yi, it is I, Bai Tyran. I have come with Maodian. No sooner had Bai Tyran's voice faded than the door swung open, revealing the countenance of a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a beard. Yi Jingzhen had opened the door, and after the two greeted him, they entered the office. Inside, they found that Yi Jingzhen was not alone. 2 familiar faces were seated on the sofa. Su Zhenghua, the president of the Kaching Magic Association, a burly man with thick lips and a robust physique. Hu Manli, the president of the Wuqing Magic Association, a middle-aged woman with a well-proportioned figure and striking features. Upon seeing Tu Maodian and Bai Tyran, both stood up in surprise to greet them before taking their seats. Yi Jingzhen wasted no time. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he began to address the matter at hand. "I trust you 4 are already aware that we are here regarding the issue of the spatial rifts." The 4 exchanged glances, having not anticipated that similar incidents had occurred in other neighboring cities. "I know you may have some suspicions and conjectures. Thus, I can responsibly inform you of 2 points. First, the detection crystal tower is functioning correctly. Its warnings are absolutely accurate. The reason you did not encounter any demonic beasts is that your response was too slow." At this juncture, Yi Jingzhen cast a fierce glare at Tu Maodian, directing his words pointedly at him. Tu Maodian felt unjustly accused, retorting internally, "I was in a hurry. The detection crystal tower in Jincheng is located in such a remote area that it takes time to get there. Secondly, the emergence of these spatial rifts in such close succession is premeditated." After stating these 2 points, Yi Jingzhen rose and opened the door, gesturing for everyone to follow. "We are now heading to the chip decoding room on the upper floor to examine what data your chips have recorded." No sooner had Bai Tyran settled into his seat than he joined the other 4 in heading to the elevator, arriving at the 30th floor. The 30th floor housed only a few rooms, the largest of which was the chip decoding room. Inside, staff members were already waiting. Upon seeing Yi Jingjin, they promptly greeted him and took the nearly 20 storage chips from the floor, rushing into the room. Decoding will take some time. Let us wait a moment, Yi Jingjin stated, casually finding a chair to sit. The other 4 presidents also sought places to sit, and observing Yi Jingjin with his eyes closed. They began to engage in light conversation. Tu Maodian nudged Su Jinghua with his elbow, inquiring about the situation on his end. Su Jinghua, the president of the Keqing Magic Association, situated slightly north of Ruiqing but not adjacent, did not hold back and recounted the events that transpired in Keqing the previous day. Late last night, around 11 p.m., Su Jinghua received several red alerts from the detection crystal towers, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he organized all top-tier combatants in Keqing to head to the reporting location, due to the proximity of the spatial rift just outside Keqing. The swift actions of Su Jinghua and his team led them to encounter several waves of interdimensional demonic beasts. These beasts were all of the 3rd tier, and within moments, they were subdued by the 4-star mages, hardly causing any disturbance. However, with manpower being limited, their ability to eliminate a few waves of beasts was already their utmost limit. By the time they arrived at the other reporting detection crystal towers, no beast remained. Su Jinghua suspected that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation and discovered numerous traces left by the interdimensional beasts. Following these traces, they managed to slay several slower-moving beasts. Yet, many others seemed to have fled deep into the mountains, faced with the endless mountain ranges. The group could only lament their inability to pursue further and return to Keqing to bolster their patrols. Su Jinghua shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face. The strength of those creatures is indeed significantly higher than that of the equivalent beasts from Blue Star, and their intelligence seems to be nearly on par with ours. I suspect they are lying in wait for their next move. There must be a grand conspiracy at play. Hu Monli nodded in agreement, noting that the situation in Wuqing was quite similar to that of Keqing. Having also slain several 3rd-tier beasts the previous night. Tu Maodian, feeling somewhat speechless, realized that Jincheng had not encountered any beast at all. Not only had they failed to engage them, but they had also doubted the functionality of the detection crystal tower. No wonder when he called Yi Jingjin yesterday, he received a scolding. It turned out his colleagues were simply more industrious. After pondering, Tu Maodian continued to inquire, "So, our purpose here is to ascertain exactly how many demonic beasts have appeared?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jingjin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, spoke up. "Indeed, but that is only one aspect. We also need to determine the types of beasts that have emerged and what abilities they possess. Furthermore, we must analyze the motives behind their large-scale assault. Finally, we must locate and eliminate them all." As he spoke the last words, a grim resolve was etched across Yi Jingjin's face. Tu Maodian, puzzled, interjected, "But merely reviewing the video will not reveal their abilities, will it?" Tu Maodian's inquiry, rather than being welcomed, only served to irritate Yi Jingjin. Instantly, Yi Jingjin glared at him, exclaiming, "How can you still have the audacity to speak? Only your Jincheng has not come into contact with the beasts." Without any engagement, the detection crystal tower cannot record the battle footage. Without battle footage, observing their traversal through the spatial rift yields no valuable analysis. Tu Maodian, splattered with Yi Jingjin's spittle, dared not retort and could only sheepishly touch his nose. Battle footage is exceedingly precious. The spies from Blue Star infiltrating interdimensional realms can only gather limited information from the shadows, making it exceedingly difficult to witness the specific combat strategies of those beasts. In a few years, the interdimensional realm will fully merge with Blue Star, and when conflict arises, the data analyzed now will certainly be worth its weight in gold. Thus, Yi Jingjin places such importance on this footage. Hearing Yi Jingjin's words, Humanli hurriedly interjected, "President Yi, but we did not encounter any 4th-tier beasts last night. We had no direct engagement." Su Jinghua nodded in agreement, affirming that the mages from Keqing and Wuqing had not encountered any 4th-tier beasts from the interdimensional realm during their forays. If they were to analyze this large-scale assault from the interdimensional realm, they certainly could not focus solely on the 3rd-tier beasts. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingjin turned his gaze to Bai Tyran. Bai Tyran immediately replied, "We in Ruiqing did. Not only did we engage, but we also managed to slay one. You killed a 4th-tier beast." This statement left not only Su Jinghua and Humanli astonished, but even Tu Maodian, who had exchanged words with Bai Tyran downstairs earlier, was taken aback. The combat prowess of a 4-star mage surpasses that of a 3-star mage significantly, largely due to their ability to achieve body elementalization. Similarly, a magical beast that has cultivated magic must also master body elementalization to be classified as fourth tier. Body elementalization is an extraordinary ability. As the name suggests, it allows one to transform every structure, cell, and even every strand of hair into a single element. For instance, Tyran possesses the ability of body fire elementalization. When he transforms himself into fire elemental form, all magic power within him, aside from the other three elements, becomes fire elemental at this juncture. His fire magic damage is significantly enhanced. Moreover, he becomes immune to fire elemental magic attacks, while other elemental magic attacks are weakened by 90.as for physical damage. Physical damage. Even if Newton himself were to resurrect and apply classical mechanics in an intricate manner, it would still fail to harm an elementalized mage. This ability not extraordinary. Faced with low-level mages, one becomes nearly invincible. Once I activate elementalization, standing there and attacking you poses no challenge. It is indeed quite difficult for another 4-star mage to slay a seasoned 4-star mage who has mastered elementalization. After all, if one cannot overpower, fleeing is certainly an option. The same principle applies to 4th-tier beasts, which are equally formidable and difficult to vanquish. Thus, when Tyran announced, "I have slain a 4th-tier beast," the other three were taken aback in astonishment. Beasts from other dimensions are inherently powerful, and to top it off, this was a 4th-tier beast that had mastered body elementalization. A mage from Ruiqing has actually killed a 4th-tier beast. "Old Bai, you didn't mention that downstairs," Tu Maodian exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Old Zhang intervened. "Didn't he?" Su Jingguo inquired, his face a mask of surprise. The old Zhang Su Jingguo referred to was a venerable elder of the Ruiqing Magic Association, nearly 70 years of age, who had mastered earth-based spells to an exquisite degree. If he had intervened, dispatching a 4th-tier beast would have been well within his capabilities. No, old Zhang is unwell. He wasn't called last night and was merely asked to stay in Ruiqing to guard. Tyran replied, shaking his head. "Then who was it? Did you 4-star mages gang up on it and take it down in an instant?" Tu Maodian inquired anxiously, but as soon as he spoke, he realized he had misspoken. Indeed, the others looked at the bald man with disdain. How could he dare refer to them as 4-star mages? If a few 4-star mages could swiftly dispatch a 4th-tier beast, could it still be called a 4th-tier beast? President Yi, the chip decoding is complete and ready for viewing, a staff member approached to inform Yu Zhengzhen. The three had intended to question Tyran further, but upon learning that the decoding was finished, they decided against it. After all, they would soon be able to watch the live footage and ascertain how the 4th-tier beast met its end. There was no need to rush for a minute or two. The 5 of them followed the staff member into a darkened room, where a large electronic screen was affixed to the wall. Approximately 10 mages, equipped with computers and notebooks, were already present, seemingly there to analyze the beasts. Let us start with video 1 from Jinsheng. Yi Jingzhen instructed the staff that Tu Maodian had brought 5 storage chips from Jinsheng to Modu, and the staff had numbered these chips. Tu Maodian remained silent, watching intently, fully aware of the reason for prioritizing Jinsheng's surveillance footage. After all, Jinsheng had not encountered the beasts directly, and they were unaware of what types of beasts had materialized. Buzz, buzz, the screen suddenly illuminated, and everyone fell silent, their eyes glued to the display. The footage revealed the outskirts of Jinsheng on a small clearing. The moon hung high, casting a serene glow over the tranquil night, occasionally interrupted by the distant roars of native beasts. The detection crystal tower began recording only after it detected the imminent emergence of a spatial rift. In other words, within 10 minutes, a spatial rift would appear in the footage. However, Yi Jingzhen, growing impatient, urged the staff to fast forward to the moment the rift emerged. With a sharp sound, a silver-white tear appeared in midair. All attention was fixated on the screen. Roar, a bear-like demon emerged, quickly turning to facilitate the entry of its companions from the rift. Within mere minutes, 3 beasts had traversed from the other dimension to Blue Star. The trio briefly surveyed their surroundings, oblivious to the drone hovering above. Subsequently, one of the fox-like beasts pointed in a specific direction, and the 3 swiftly made their way towards it. Their speed was astonishing, leaving the detection crystal drone unable to keep pace. "They are heading into the southern mountains," Tu Maodian remarked. As the president of the Jinsheng Magic Association, he was somewhat familiar with the outskirts. The camera angle shifted, revealing another spatial rift in the same video. The 2 rifts were alarmingly close, just as in Kaching. Su Jingguo's expression grew solemn. Although they were near, A distance of nearly 1,000 meters still separated them, since the aberrant beasts that appeared in Jincheng had not engaged with the mages. The footage was rather brief. In just half an hour, all 5 videos from Jincheng had been viewed. Each video represented a different detection crystal tower, with 2 spatial rifts appearing in each, releasing 3 aberrant beasts each. Doing the math, that amounted to 30 aberrant beasts. Without any engagement, their strength was difficult to assess, but it could be vaguely inferred that there were 3 4th-tier beasts and 27 3rd-tier beasts. Tu Maodian's countenance darkened. The thought of 30 beasts lurking in the deep mountains outside Jincheng left him restless. Damn it. 30 beasts, right outside Jincheng, hidden away. Yi Zhengzhen shot a glance at the visibly distressed Tu Maodian, then snorted coldly. You better remember every single one of those beasts from the video. Return and ensure they are thoroughly eliminated. Capturing them alive would be ideal, but dead will suffice, within a month. Do you hear me? Startled, Tu Maodian looked at Yi Zhengzhen with a troubled expression that if 30 beasts were to confront the mages of Jincheng, annihilating them was indeed a possibility. The problem was that these beasts were hiding. Such a vast expanse of mountains. How could they be captured? Yi Zhengzhen, aware of his unspoken concerns, let out another cold snort. Humph. The Modu authorities will send assistance. Upon hearing this, Tu Maodian nodded vigorously, which was much more agreeable, seeing the bald man acquiesce. Yi Zhengzhen's mood lightened slightly. He then turned to the staff and exchanged a few words. Before long, the screen displayed the footage from Kaching. Similarly, 5 detection crystal towers had identified spatial rifts. The video quickly revealed a spatial rift, followed by the emergence of a lion's paw. A lion had crossed over from the other dimension to Blue Star. Soon after, 2 more beasts followed suit. Upon seeing this lion, Su Jinghua immediately straightened, deducing that this lion was a 4th-tier beast. However, it had not been encountered the previous night, indicating that this lion had managed to escape. As the video from Kaching played, it soon transitioned to footage of combat that Su Jinghua, along with several other 4-star mages from Kaching, engaged in battle against a few 3rd-tier beasts, because they were close to the detection crystal tower. The video quality was relatively clear. Had it been captured by a drone, the footage might have been more blurred. What was termed a battle was, in reality, a one-sided massacre. Su Jinghua and his teammates unleashed a barrage of attacks, swiftly dispatching the 3rd-tier beasts. Upon reviewing the footage, Yu Jingzhen was somewhat irate. What is this? You killed them off so quickly. How can we analyze anything? Su Jinghua, with his ample physique, wore a look of grievance. What are you saying? When encountering beasts, one must go all out. Should we wait for them to unleash all their moves first? Realizing he had overstepped, Yu Jingzhen fell silent and gestured to the 10 or so mages with notebooks seated nearby, instructing them to meticulously record and analyze the beasts. Another 2 hours passed, and the Kaching videos concluded. Notably, one beast was abruptly severed in half as it traversed a spatial rift when the rift unexpectedly closed, leading to its demise. It seemed that the technology for managing rifts in other dimensions was still in its infancy. Much like Jincheng, Kaching also experienced 10 spatial rifts, resulting in 30 beasts making an appearance, with strengths comparable to those in Jincheng. However, due to Su Jinghua's team having eliminated several waves of beasts, only 13 3rd-tier beasts and 3 4th-tier beasts remained lurking. Yi Zhengzhen issued another directive. Jinghua, you too, clear out these beasts within a month, regardless of whether they're alive or dead. Su Jinghua nodded gravely. Although a significant number of the 3rd-tier beasts in Kaching had been slain, there remained 3 formidable 4th-tier beasts. These were the real threat, and the primary force. Su Jinghua, or rather, Kaching, bore a burden not much lighter than that of Jincheng. After thoroughly reviewing the surveillance footage from both Jincheng and Kaching, Yu Zhengzhen showed no inclination to rest. He promptly ordered the staff to continue with the video from Wuching. As the footage from Wuching commenced, the analysts became wholly engrossed. The situation in Wuching mirrored that of Kaching. Shortly after the appearance of the beasts, they encountered the mages from Wuching, led by Humanli, and were swiftly vanquished. However, the issue lay in the quantity of footage available. The detection crystal tower brought by Humanli contained only 4 chips indeed. Just 4. This was one less than the 5 brought by Tu Maodian and Su Jinghua. Yet, this was not due to Humanli's oversight, but rather because a portion of the detection crystal towers in Wuching had yet to be properly installed. It was likely that the last 2 spatial rifts had formed in that area devoid of detection crystals. The 4 videos that had been captured revealed the presence of 2 4th-tier beasts and 22 3rd-tier beasts. The number of beasts appearing in Jincheng and Kaching was identical, 3 4th-tier and 27 3rd-tier. If Wuching's circumstances were similar to those of the previous 2 cities, It implied that one fourth-tier beast and five third-tier beasts had escaped detection. Humanly's countenance darkened at this realization. It was far from good news. Not only did it suggest that beasts were lurking in the shadows, but now the types and appearances of these creatures remained unknown. Yet, at that moment, Yi Jingjin spoke up to reassure her. "Monly, do not worry. Although we are uncertain about the final few beasts, our magic association in Modu has recently developed an interdimensional magical energy detector. With it, we can ascertain whether there is interdimensional magic within a kilometer range. This will enable us to locate the interdimensional beasts. Just like Blue Star, the air in the interdimensional realm is imbued with various elements. However, these elements and the magical energies they cultivate differ slightly from those on Blue Star. Modu has taken advantage of this distinction to invent a detector specifically for interdimensional magic. Beasts from the interdimensional realm inherently contain these magical energies. With the detector, locating them will be considerably easier." Upon hearing this, Humanly's furrowed brow began to relax slightly. Both Tu Maodian and Su Jingguo were also elated to learn of such a specialized instrument. No wonder Yu Jingjin was so confident that the Modu would be able to resolve the interdimensional beast problems plaguing the subordinate cities. After viewing the surveillance footage from Jincheng, Keqing, and Wuqing, the outside world had darkened considerably. Nevertheless, Yu Jingjin showed no signs of pausing. He intended to review the video from Ruiqing as well. Ruiqing also had 5 chips, thus 5 videos. The first 4 videos captured by the detection crystal towers bore no significant difference from those of the previous 3 cities. They depicted the emergence of rifts, with beasts arriving from the interdimensional realm. Those fortunate enough escaped into the deep mountains, while the unfortunate were slain by the arriving mages of Rating. That IT continued until the final video, the footage from the detection crystal tower situated in the spruce forest. Yu Jingjin suddenly called for a stop. He turned to the gathered individuals with an expression of utmost seriousness and declared, "You all need to pay close attention from here on." Yu Jingjin did not elaborate on his reasons, but his demeanor suggested a deep concern. Upon hearing his words, dozens of analysts, for presidents, and the staff straightened their posture and focused intently. The video began to play. The screen remained dark, yet sounds emerged. "Run, we must leave this place." The voice of a young man conveyed panic, fear, anxiety, and restlessness. Then the screen brightened, revealing 8 diverse young men and women standing directly before the detection crystal tower. Their faces were ashen, their bodies tense. The first speaker was a well-built, somewhat handsome young mage who was now fervently shouting at the others, "The beasts are coming. We need to flee now." This young student was clearly terrified of the spatial rifts, incessantly urging the group to escape. "Huh? How do they know the detection crystal tower is monitoring the spatial rifts? It hasn't been made public yet," Humanly interjected, breaking the focus of the viewers. "It was that leading girl who mentioned it. The one who is most beautiful. She is from the Song family in Ruiqing," Bai Tyran responded. Upon hearing this, Humanly nodded in understanding. The Song family was indeed a significant power, and it was reasonable for them to be aware of such not-so-secret information. She turned her attention back to the video. Following the young man's urging, the others appeared increasingly anxious, preparing to flee. At a critical moment, it was the girl previously mentioned by Bai Tyran who stepped forward to halt the others. "Behind us lies Ruiqing. We must hold off the beasts and await reinforcements." Everyone present was moved by her words. The 8 individuals in the video soon descended into a heated argument. Tao Haoran's face flushed as he engaged in a fierce dispute. Su Jinghua observed Tao Haoran's behavior in the video with a frown. The student's conduct was rather. However, he remained silent, as the average strength of these students was merely at the mid-second star level, making their fear understandable. The argument intensified, enveloped by overwhelming fear. With emotions running high, "Civilians, how can they be compared to us? Hundreds of lives do not equate to even one of ours." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the room darkened, save for Bai Tyran. How outrageous! How could such words be uttered? Both Su Jinghua and Humanly were incensed. They had forsaken the promising prospects of a flourishing life in a grand city like Modu to return to smaller towns like Ku and Wu, all to protect their homeland and safeguard the non-magic practicing civilians. Tao Haoran's words had clearly struck a nerve. Even Yi Jingjin, who had a slight inkling of the impending outcome, furrowed his brows tightly. Though he remained silent, the video continued to play. Indeed, as soon as Tao Haoran's words left his lips, the other members of the team began to reprimand him. "Have you forgotten the mage's covenant of Huagua? You swore an oath under the red flag. The mention of Wang Cheng's words in the video prompted the gathered individuals to recall the Mage's Covenant of Huagua, which marked the day they awakened their magical powers and became official mages. Su Jinghua needed no reminder. He silently recited it in his mind. Even if all my comrades have perished, even if my magical powers are exhausted in battle, even if death is inevitable, I shall still stand before them. Using my flesh and blood to protect them, a young man with blonde hair in the video began to recite the first line of the covenant. The other youths resolutely voiced their agreement. It is red. The brilliant red earned through the struggles of countless ancestors of Huagua. The small team has once again united, exhibiting greater resilience than before. The room fell into a heavy silence as the passionate words of the university's students evoked poignant memories among the gathered crowd. Yet, a profound sorrow enveloped them, for they all understood the hellish trials these young scholars were about to face. The video continued to play, depicting the 8 individuals divided into 4 groups, scattered in search of spatial rifts. At that moment, they remained unaware that they would soon confront 2 such rifts. Before their departure, Song Lingyao fired 4 signal flares into the sky, 1 green, 1 purple, and 2 red. The sight of those 2 red flares caused Su Jinghua and the others to feel an acute sense of dread. Surely, they realized the grave danger that lay ahead. The subsequent scenes, captured by a drone, were not as clear as before. Fiery apes, the giant-winged bird king, and mother spiders descended upon Blue Star in rapid succession. The moment they beheld the giant-winged bird king, the expressions of those watching turned grave. Even Yi Zhengzhen gasped in shock that a 4th-tier avian demon adept in wind magic was inherently agile, and when enhanced by wind attributes. Fortunately, the avian demon took flight. Had it not, these students would have perished in an instant. The viewers soon noticed a second spatial rift that had traversed the beasts, discovered by the previously timid Tao Haoran. Su Jinghua expected him to succumb to fear once more. However, he did not falter. Instead, he bravely drew the attention of the vibrant striped tiger demon. Thereafter, the group endeavored to lure 3 third-tier beasts back to their camp. Supernova, upon witnessing Wu Yanghua unleash a 3rd-tier fire spell, the others were taken aback. Wasn't he merely a 2nd tier? To wield such a powerful spell showcased remarkable talent and relentless dedication. Yet, they soon felt a weight of despair. Knowing that a single supernova would not suffice to threaten a 3rd-tier beast. Indeed, Wu Yanghua's exhausted assault merely inflicted minor wounds on the mother spider. Alas, a supernova was a broad explosion, not a concentrated strike like the sunray beam. Su Jinghua sighed at Wu Yanghua, too, recognized this limitation and hurried to regroup with his teammates. The 8 members of the training squad reconvened at the camp, and the video became clearer. Before them loomed 3 formidable beasts. The physical prowess of the fiery ape was astounding. Aside from its organs yet to be enhanced, its body alone rivaled that of a weaker 4th-tier beast. Tu Maodian shook his head despondently. The mother spider was no trivial adversary. With its grotesque silk and offspring that Su Jinghua spoke in a grave tone, as expected, the battle began unfavorably for them. Even the seemingly promising Zhi Qingji fell victim to the tiger demon's treachery. Losing an arm and collapsing unconscious, the 8 fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. As they watched Xiang Jing being struck away by a powerful blow, Humanli's heart ached, unable to continue watching. President Yi. Let us keep watching. Yi Zhengzhen's firm reply was a mere 3 words. Humanli, heartbroken, questioned whether she should witness their torment at the hands of the beasts. The arrival of death was merely a matter of time for these young souls. The tiger demon eviscerated a girl with a single swipe and lunged forward to finish her off. Yet, a shimmering shield intercepted the tiger, wielded by that young man who had previously sought to flee. It was he, choosing to expend his last magical energies to protect his comrades. The expressions in the room were complex. It is driving away the water elements in the air, came Song Lingyao's voice. Su Jinghua felt a pang of trepidation. Despite the fiery ape's overwhelming advantage, it remained cautious, unwilling to allow even a glimmer of hope. I can cast supernova one more time, hearing Wu Yanghua and Wang Cheng's words. Hope surged anew among the crowd. Was he truly opting for such a perilous strategy? Yet, they thought, supernova was ineffective against the mother spider. That I understand. Soon, you grant me a layer of protection. Everyone present grasped Wu Yanghua's intent. He aimed to compress the energy unleashed by supernova into a single point using the rock shield. However, this would leave him with almost no chance of survival. Upon hearing his words, Wang Cheng rushed to strategize with the barely conscious Lin Qingya. But in the next moment, The fiery ape's overextended ice crystal spear pinned him to the ground. Witnessing the gushing blood, sorrow washed over the crowd. How could this be? Hope was extinguished. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the tide began to turn. Xiang Jing, her hair disheveled and undaunted by death, infused her life into the fiery ape's body with water elements, granting Song Lingyao a final opportunity. The dying Lin Qingye unleashed his blade typhoon to clear a path, while Wang Cheng ensnared the mother spider with his astonishing sand trap, culminating in a mutual demise under Wu Yanghua's supernova. Even the tiger demon fell to the counterattack from Tao Haoran and Xi Qingji. It was a true exchange of lives for lives. The room fell into a profound silence. They were, after all, just children. Tears brimmed in their eyes, and a somber atmosphere enveloped them, upon witnessing Tao Haoran reaching out in his final moments to grasp the starlight. Humanli broke into tears, observing students of the same age as her son sacrificing themselves to protect Ruiqing filled her with inconsolable anguish. Why could you not return? Just give us these beasts. We would not hold it against you. We would not blame you. Humanli wept for a long while, and the others wore heavy expressions, their eyes reddening. That boy's father was Tao Yong, who perished in the demon crisis of Ruiqing 16 years ago. Bai Tairan spoke with despair. He died saving a few civilians that in 2007. A sudden surge of beasts erupted from the Tianyin mountain range, catching Ruiqing off guard and resulting in countless casualties. The higher-ups of Huaguo were furious and dispatched a significant portion of southern China, unleashing over 150 mages of 4 stars and above to cleanse the entire Tianyin mountain range. The leading serpent clan, along with the serpent eggs left in their lair, were utterly destroyed. Today, one would not find even lizards daring to linger in the Tianyin mountain range. Yet, that was merely Huaguo's reprisal against the demon clan following the beast tide. The true tragedy lay in Ruiqing, which was devastated by the beast tide, where Tao Yang also met his end. A legacy of dual martyrs, Su Jingguo muttered in a daze, just as everyone was lost in thought. The avian demon returned. Instantly, the room grew tense, and Bai Tairan focused intently, missing no detail of the unfolding scene. Upon its return, the avian demon did not immediately regard the remaining few. Instead, it inspected the remnants of the battle. Having discerned the events, the avian demon flapped its wings and approached Song Lingyao. How do you wish to die? The speaking giant winged bird king startled everyone that it had mastered the language of humanity. Their infiltration was far more profound than we had imagined. How brazen this creature is! Tu Maodian seethed with indignation. The bird demon's subsequent remarks were utterly infuriating. Why has this little pup not fled? Tu Maodian cried out again, surprised to see Gu Ling still munching on Li Yingyi's snacks. What a silly little white dog. It stood resolutely before Song Lingyao despite the chaos around it. To Tu Maodian's astonishment, the little pup stood unwaveringly in front of Song Lingyao. Su Jingguo turned to Bai Tairan, perplexed to see the latter also gazing intently, with a look of contemplation on his face. Was this 4th-tier avian demon not slain by Bai Tairan's team? Why did he also wear an expression of curiosity regarding the bird demon's fate? Su Jingguo could not fathom it and turned back to the screen. The creature dubbed White Chubby scrutinized the avian demon with cold disdain. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and produced a bright red heart, holding it within its jaws. What on earth was this? A few individuals immediately shifted their gaze to Yu Xingzhen, who sat at the front, hoping he might possess some insight. Why are you all looking at me? I have no idea. Yi Xingzhen promptly declared his ignorance. The attendees were puzzled, as their discerning eyes could not recognize the object clutched in the mouth of the dog. However, the avian demon soon provided clarity. How could you possess the energy fruit of our Wanyao realm? Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhen was taken aback. The information revealed by the bird demon was rather substantial. It was the first time he learned that beings from an alternate dimension referred to their mother realm as the Wanyao realm. Previous pioneers who ventured into alternate dimensions had not brought back such intelligence. They had merely observed from a distance, gathering only rudimentary information before hastily returning. Thus, the term Wanyao realm was a novel discovery, disclosed by a talking 4th-tier bird. Then, there was the energy fruit, which presumably referred to the heart-like object in the dog's mouth. Energy fruit? Why was this bird demon suddenly so anxious? Just as it attempted to snatch the fruit from Gu Lang, he swallowed it whole. Leaving the bird demon in a fit of rage, the onlookers could only watch in astonishment as Gu Lang's aura surged dramatically. With the aid of the energy fruit, Gu Lang's magical power ascended to the mid-3rd tier. What? 3rd tier? Was this energy fruit truly so potent that it could elevate a small beast's magical level to the third tier? Tu Maodian was astonished. This energy fruit must indeed be a remarkable item. No wonder the bird demon coveted it so desperately. It was likely a temporary enhancement. Just look at its unstable condition. Su Zhenghua felt a sense of unease regarding this peculiar item. After all, external assistance could not be as reliable as one's own rigorous cultivation. A temporary boost to the third tier was indeed. Wait, this energy fruit can even alter its form? Tu Maodian was utterly flabbergasted. Mirroring the incredulity of the bird demon on the screen as he gazed at Gu Lang, that Jiu Lang had transformed from a fluffy little dog into a majestic giant wolf. His aura had also transcended a significant level. Reaching the fourth tier, within the realm of demon beasts, fourth-tier beings were referred to as kings. Before the crowd stood a magnificent white wolf king, its fur flowing like snow. Yi Jingjin could no longer remain seated. He stood up, his eyes nearly glued to the screen. What on earth was happening? He had initially thought that a three-tier leap was the limit of the energy fruit's power, yet it had propelled him straight to the fourth tier. What the hell? How had this little dog transformed into a wolf king across species? Most surprising to Tu Maodian was that Gu Lang had become a wolf. Was it possible that he had originally been a wolf? Merely appearing too small to be recognized? Su Zhenghua offered his thoughts. That was clearly an Alaskan Malamute. He exclaimed that my granddaughter has one, and it looked just like that when it was young. Tu Maodian retorted loudly. Can that energy fruit really be so extraordinary? Not only does it elevate one's power to the fourth tier, but it can also change species. If a snake consumes it, could it turn into a dragon? Su Zhenghua was equally discontent. Yi Zhengjin, uninterested in the squabbling between the two bickering presidents, focused intently on Gu Lang. What kind of wolf was this? It seemed somewhat reminiscent of someone. Yi Zhengjin felt a sense of familiarity, but could not quite place it. In the video, Gu Lang had begun to engage in a fierce battle with the bird demon. After just a few exchanges, the bird demon found itself at a disadvantage and retreated to perch atop a tree. From the towering tree crown, the bird demon unleashed spells to drain Gu Lang's strength. Was this bird king so cunning? If it could not win in direct combat, it resorted to underhanded tactics. Tu Maodian was quite displeased, having already sided with Gu Lang. At that moment, he couldn't wait for the foolish bird demon to meet its demise. Su Zhenghua was too exasperated to comment, questioning what was wrong with playing dirty. If it could not win in close-quarters combat, utilizing its advantages to wear down the opponent from a distance was perfectly reasonable, was it not? Did they expect the bird to fly into the Wolf King's mouth for a bite? While Su Zhenghua also wished for the bird demon's swift demise, he could not dismiss its intelligence. The 10 analysts standing on the sidelines hurriedly took notes, occasionally whispering to one another. After all, this was a video of a fourth-tier demon beast battle from an alternate dimension, exceedingly rare. Previously, Hua country had never obtained such footage. Following the attack incident in Nevada, the United States did possess battle videos featuring fourth-tier demon beasts from another realm. But they kept it tightly under wraps, unwilling to share it with anyone. Even the materials submitted to the International Magic Association were merely scraps, hastily assembled to meet requirements. One could hardly blame the Americans for being untrustworthy. Though they certainly were. Until the blue planet faced utter devastation, nations would never genuinely unite, always remaining cautious of one another. The video continued, and after a brief recovery, the bird demon abandoned the tree. Continuously gliding and diving. It initiated its most irritating feather assault. In the footage, the Wolf King found itself on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. This wolf is rather weak. It lacks any aerial magic. Tu Maodian complained. What do you expect from a wolf? If wolves were superior in aerial combat compared to birds, then what would be the purpose of birds? Su Zhenghua could no longer tolerate the bald-headed man's foolish remarks. Indeed, there had been no reports of any wolf king on the blue planet capable of casting aerial magic. Tyran chimed in agreement. So what now? Is the wolf king going to be worn down to nothing by the bird demon? Tu Maodian cried out. That seems to be the case. The wolf king should soon be. Halfway through his sentence, Humanly gasped in shock as the bird demon appeared to have discovered something extraordinary and attempted to flee in terror. The white wolf howled skyward, and a fearsome spectral wolf king emerged behind it. The apparition, alongside the white wolf, let out a resonant howl, summoning countless ice elements to coalesce, realizing it could not escape. The bird demon had no choice but to confront the magic head-on. Dozens of 5-meter diameter ice meteors plummeted from the sky, exuding overwhelming force. The bird demon was utterly powerless to resist, crushed beneath one of the meteors. Unable to move as it plummeted to the ground, the crowd stared in astonishment. Was this the frost meteor? Su Zhenghua recognized it instantly. Why is the power so absurd? Tu Maojian exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. They had witnessed other elite ice magic practitioners of the Holy Mark level cast frost meteor before, but the scale, power, and intensity were incomparable to what this Wolf King unleashed. This Wolf King had commandeered the entire atmospheric ice and snow elements. Such mastery over the elements was terrifying. Was this truly the capability of a wolf? What kind of wolf was this? Wait. Pause. Yi Jingzhen suddenly shouted. The staff hurriedly halted the video. The others looked at Yi Jingzhen in confusion. He leaned closely to the screen, scrutinizing it for a while, then closely examined the spectral form of the Snow Domain Wolf King. Suddenly, he exclaimed in excitement. I've got it. I know what it is. The Snow Domain Wolf King. It's the Snow Domain Wolf King. The four presidents stared blankly, bewildered by his declaration. The Snow Domain Wolf King. What on earth was that? Seeing the blank expressions on his subordinates, Yu Jingzhen felt exasperated. Damn it. I've told you to read more, yet you never listen. Now you know nothing. He gestured to an analyst, signaling him to explain thoroughly. The analyst was momentarily taken aback, but soon stood to enlighten everyone. The Snow Domain wolf is an ancient wolf species discovered in the Siberian tundra of the Bear Country. They are valiant and possess an extraordinary affinity for ice elements, excelling in ice magic. According to historical records from Bear Country, over 5,000 years ago, there was a particularly strong Snow Domain wolf that broke through to the Emperor tier. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Breaking through to Emperor. One must know that only 6th tier demon beasts can be called emperors. A breakthrough to Emperor would mean it reached the 7th tier. The analyst continued, reciting as if rehearsed. Under the leadership of the 7th tier Snow Domain wolf, all other wolf packs in the Siberian tundra were completely devoured. Even many other demon beast clans were driven out of the tundra. During that era, the northern tundra was the dominion of the Snow Domain wolf clan. However, the 7th tier Snow Domain wolf eventually vanished under mysterious circumstances, and the entire Snow Domain wolf clan perished entirely. At this point, the analyst looked at Yi Jingzhen with curiosity and astonishment. President Yi, how did you deduce that it belongs to the Snow Domain wolf clan? Yi Jingzhen smiled triumphantly and boasted. Isn't it because I have read extensively and traveled far and wide, gathering knowledge? Upon hearing Ye's bragging once again, the crowd fell silent in disbelief. Were they playing a game of awkwardness? Observing the skepticism on his subordinates' faces, especially from Tu Maodian, who was nearly rolling his eyes, Yi Jingzhen felt a surge of frustration at Tu Maodian. What do you mean by that? You don't believe me? To his astonishment, Tu Maodian actually nodded. This infuriated Yi Jingzhen even more. In 2014, when I was on a business trip to the Bear Country, a local invited me to his home, where he had a pristine white wolf pelt hanging up. I inquired about it, and he told me it was a treasure passed down from his ancestors, the fur of a snow wolf, with the snowflakes on it being the unique emblem of their clan. Now, in this video, doesn't this Wolf King have the same snowflake markings on its back? As the crowd came to a realization, they recognized that Yi Jingzhen did indeed possess some knowledge. Seeing that the others were convinced, he let out a satisfied hum and resumed watching the video. Indeed, the Snow Wolf was a master of ice magic, as the Wolf King in the video unleashed a devastating icy meteor shower. Preparing to vanquish the Bird King, the audience watched in awe as the bird demon was struck by the falling ice and plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. At that moment, Bai Tian suddenly understood. So that was how the massive crater was formed. With the bird demon trapped beneath the ice, nearly everyone believed that this was a certain win. Such a ludicrous display of ice magic. How could it possibly survive? The bird demon was doomed. Yet only Bai Tian held a different opinion. He had witnessed the bird demon's death before, and it was nothing short of brutal. The bird demon was tortured to death. The falling ice could not achieve such an effect. Sure enough, the next second, the bird demon crawled out from the crater. It was still alive? Tu Maodian was taken aback. It hadn't perished after all. Su Zhenghua wore a grave expression. The Wolf King had exhausted its magic, yet the bird demon's combat power remained largely intact. Was it elemental transformation? Hu Monli speculated, as she thought she had seen a burst of emerald energy emanating from the bird demon. But that didn't seem right. How could it elementalize its body under the suppression of the ice magic? Tu Maodian questioned. This. Hu Monli was momentarily at a loss for words. Tu Maodian's assertion was indeed valid. Elemental transformation, while a remarkably powerful ability, came with numerous limitations. Firstly, engaging in combat while in an elementalized state would drain a substantial amount of magical energy. Even a 4-star mage could not maintain elemental combat indefinitely, as their magic reserves would quickly deplete. Secondly, elemental transformation could not be executed at will. One could not elementalize when under attack by an enemy's elemental magic. Elemental transformation involved converting every part of a mage's body into a specific element. However, if other conflicting elements were present, elemental transformation could not be performed. If an enemy's elemental magic infiltrated during the process, the mage would be in grave danger. Rewind. Yes, that's it. Pause. Slow it down to half speed. Yi Jingzhen shouted, directing the staff to rewind the video slightly. The scene shifted to mid-air, where the bird demon was desperately struggling beneath the weight of the falling ice. Suddenly, as if igniting, the bird demon erupted, unleashing countless gusts of wind energy. These swirling winds pushed the ice away ever so slightly. Finally freed from the magical suppression, the bird demon seized the opportunity to elementalize its body, thanks to the elemental transformation, which allowed it to negate nearly 90 of magical damage. The bird demon managed to survive. The eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. How could the bird demon muster the strength to erupt while being suppressed? Bai Taiyin was puzzled that Yi Zhongzhen remained silent, glancing at the analysts. The analysts exchanged uncertain looks, none sure of what was happening. The room fell into a heavy silence. Observing his subordinate's lack of reaction, the veins on Yi Jingzhen's forehead bulged. "Are you all just sitting around for nothing?" Yi Jingzhen roared, beginning to berate them again. The analysts exchanged glances, and finally, someone bravely stepped forward. "This seems to be a form of secret technique." After this initial suggestion, others chimed in with their thoughts. Do you think this is some sort of cultivation, a secret technique? Although we practice magic, magic must also adhere to scientific principles. How can it be so illogical? The analyst who had first suggested it was a secret technique, seeing the objections from his peers, timidly added, "But isn't it a demon beast? How can we apply our mage's reasoning to it?" Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Then, hushed conversations began, leading them to a conclusion. It was likely a unique ability of the demon tribes from the myriad demon realms. Let us tentatively name it a secret technique. Sigh. Yi Jingzhen exhaled heavily. The strength of demon beasts from other realms already surpassed that of Blue Star's demon beasts, and now they had this additional explosive secret technique. If a full-scale war were to break out, Blue Star's mages would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. Alas, these challenges would need to be addressed by those at the higher echelons. For now, let us finish analyzing the video. The staff pressed a button, and the video resumed. After surviving, the bird demon was unwilling to continue battling the Wolf King and turned its attention to eliminate the lovely young girl. However, the Wolf King blocked its path. The bird demon was cunning and vicious, exploiting the Wolf King's weakness, relentlessly casting magical attacks on Song Lingyao and the unconscious Liangyi. With no magical power left, the Wolf King could only withstand with its physical body, sustaining significant injuries. Useless. Now you're just like that woman. Ah ha ha. She was disemboweled, and so will you be. Ha ha ha. I will wear you down. The malicious words of the bird demon made everyone watching seethe with fury, wishing they could leap into the video and slay the wretched creature. The tide of battle shifted. The bird demon, still capable of flight thanks to its magical energy, maintained a distance from the Wolf King, continually toying with it using magic and wearing it down. The injured Wolf King, bloodied and panting heavily, lowered its head in exhaustion. The onlookers clenched their fists, unable to bear the sight. Was the Wolf King truly destined to die in such a humiliating manner? Once more, the bird demon ascended, exhausting all its magical energy to launch its final magical assault. Feathers and wind blades surged forward, with the bird demon diving behind. Yet, to the astonishment of everyone present, the Wolf King did not attempt to evade the torrent of magical energy. Instead, it lifted its head, staring defiantly at the bird demon, witnessing the Wolf King as for billowing wildly in the fierce wind. The crowd felt goosebumps rise on their skin. How could it suddenly appear so majestic? The Wolf King charged forward fearlessly, disregarding the piercing wind blades that penetrated its body. Finally, it leaped high, pouncing upon the bird demon. Rage. The bird demon's wings were torn apart in a flurry of bites, and its beak was wrenched off with brutal force. The Wolf King crushed the bird demon's heart, letting out a howl that proclaimed its victory. This, an exultant roar echoed in everyone's hearts. Wolf King. This was the true Wolf King. Gulang's performance sent shivers down the spines of all present. It had genuinely slain the bird demon. In that final charge, the Wolf King, the genuine Snow Domain Wolf King. The lingering howl resonated in their ears. Filled with adrenaline, Tu Maodian leaped up and did 2 push-ups, almost bursting to rush out and wreak havoc. When he looked up, he noticed everyone staring at him as if he were a fool. My legs fell asleep from sitting too long, just stretching a bit. Tu Maodian chuckled sheepishly. Yi Jingjin shook his head in exasperation. This bald old man, nearing 50, was still so childish. He then turned serious, looking at Bai Taiyan. Is this Wolf King the summoned beast of that young girl? In the video, Gulang has reverted to his puppy form. While Song Lingyao kneels on the ground in a kneeling position, with Gulang resting on her legs, she is continuously channeling magical energy to Gulang. The onlookers, unable to witness the contract ceremony, mistakenly believe that Gulang has long been Song Lingyao's summoned beast. When Yu Zhengzhen inquires about the relationship between the puppy and Song Lingyao, Bai Taiyan ponders for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Yes, it must be Lingyao's summoned beast. Her secondary affinity is summoning, which recently just broke through to 2 stars. It is likely procured by her family. After a brief pause, Bai Taiyan proudly boasts, this Wolf King is formidable. Isn't it? Its owner is my niece, so it should call me uncle. Yi Jingjin is utterly speechless, realizing that even his subordinates are acting foolishly. He glances around at the analysts and falls into contemplation once more. The video has concluded, yet several questions remain. First, how did the energy fruit come into existence? Second, what exactly is that little dog named by Pang Pang? Third, what is the purpose of these demon beasts, and why do they not assault human settlements? He looks towards the analysts, hoping these learned individuals might provide some answers. After a lengthy discussion among the analysts, a young representative steps forward to elucidate that we cannot ascertain the objectives of the demon beasts. There is insufficient information, and the conclusions drawn thus far are merely absurd. The analyst shakes his head, indicating their inability to determine the intentions behind the sudden attack by the demon beasts. Pausing for a moment, he continues, regarding the white juvenile beast, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that it is a wolf, likely a descendant of the Snow Domain wolf, albeit resembling a dog. The second is that it is a dog, yet possesses a trace of Snow Domain wolf blood within it, albeit faint. However, under the influence of the energy fruit, this lineage has been activated. It resembles an Alaskan Malamute, which is also an Arctic sled dog. Living in snowy terrains, perhaps its ancestors were once mated with the Snow Domain wolf. The analyst grows increasingly confident, secretly relishing his own brilliance in making such deductions. He continues with renewed conviction. As for the energy fruit, it was suddenly regurgitated by the puppy. It likely ingested it unknowingly and has yet to digest it, now bringing it back up. Regurgitate? The audacity of this analyst is astounding. Yu Zhengzhen thinks with exasperation. However, upon reflection, it seems the only explanation that fits. The energy fruit might have fallen from some spatial rift and been picked up by this foolish dog, which then consumed it, leading to an explosive reaction, defeating the avian demon. Though somewhat far-fetched, Yi Jingjin is too weary to contemplate further. He decides to leave these uncertainties to those higher up. With a firm resolve, Yi Jingjin plans to visit the capital later and pass the burden of inquiry onto others. After analyzing the video stored in the probe's memory crystal, it is already 9 in the evening. Under Yi Jingjin's guidance, the group proceeds to the dining hall within the building to prepare for their meal. While ordering, Yi Jingjin steps aside to take a phone call, responding respectfully with affirmatives and assurances. After concluding the call, he returns with a serious expression directed at Bai Taiyan. Taiyan, you should remain here for now. There's no rush to return to Ruiqing. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the capital to meet with the higher-ups. Bai Taiyan is taken aback, surprised at the sudden trip to the capital. Aside from attending the Forbidden Spell Conference once a year, he rarely travels there. Why do the capital's officials suddenly wish to see him? However, it dawns on him that it must be related to the recent video. Seeing his subordinate come to a realization, Yu Zhengzhen nods affirmatively. Indeed, it is about that video. It seems the capital's Magic Association has some arrangements in mind after learning of it. The status of the capital's Magic Association far surpasses that of a small city like Ruiqing, holding significantly more authority than the Magic Association of Modu. The capital's Magic Association is the true governing body, overseeing all other magic associations across Huagua, both large and small. Bai Taiyan, as the president of Ruiqing's Magic Association, was directly appointed by the capital. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Tyrant asks, Chairman Yi, can you divulge what the capital intends to do with the video? Unexpectedly, Yu Zhengzhen merely shakes his head. I'm not entirely sure of the capital's intentions. As he speaks, Yu Zhengzhen suddenly shifts the topic. However, I speculate that they are preparing to release the video. Bai Tyrant is astonished. He never anticipated such a decision, although the impending convergence of the Otherworld and Blue Star is no longer a secret. There seems to be no need to publicize such gruesome battle footage. Isn't there a risk of inciting societal panic? Sure. Yu Zhengzhen places a finger to his lips, signaling Bai Tyrant to lower his voice. He scans the vicinity to ensure no one is eavesdropping before continuing in a hushed tone. Why are you speaking so loudly? I already mentioned this is merely my speculation. Who can say for certain what the capital intends? In my view, releasing the video isn't necessarily detrimental. Yu Zhengzhen fervently elaborates, passionately detailing his thoughts. Just the day before, the United States made a new breakthrough in the study of the world barrier. Predicting that the Otherworld would fully merge with Blue Star within 3 years at the latest, the Otherworld has already attacked Blue Star multiple times, making future conflict an inevitable reality. The United States chose not to conceal this information, announcing it directly at the International Joint Magic Association. After all, it has been confirmed that the Myriad Demon Realm is a common enemy of Blue Star, and the United States hiding this information would only be detrimental to itself. When Huagua suffers, it will gain little benefit. The higher-ups in Huagua, or rather, the world's leaders, are contemplating how to appropriately disclose the declaration of war. There remain a significant number of individuals across Blue Star who cling to naive beliefs. Perceiving the Otherworld as a friendly neighbor, others harbor profound fears, believing that an invasion from the Otherworld would signal the true end of the world, leading to Blue Star's annihilation. Such diverse sentiments pose considerable risks. To pacify external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Without even discussing the unification of Blue Star, at the very least, the psychological state of the global populace must be properly aligned. This video serves as an excellent example. 8 students valiantly fought, sacrificing several in the process, yet ultimately annihilating the enemy. This can help establish a model for the public, a patriotic, fearless, and courageous hero. Simultaneously, it can dissuade a portion of the populace from their friendly attitudes towards the Myriad Demon Realm, clarifying that the Myriad Demon Realm is, indeed, the enemy, and this enemy is not invincible. As long as we unite, overthrowing high-level demon beasts is not beyond our reach. Have I made myself clear? After finishing, Yu Zhengzhen, parched, gulps down a glass of water. That seems plausible. A model of positive energy. Bai Tyrant muses thoughtfully. Ahem, this is merely my speculation. Please don't spread it around. We must wait for the capital to make an official statement tomorrow. Yu Zhengzhen hastily adds. Bai Tyrant nods in understanding. 7 days later, ET noon on December 26, 2022 in Ruiqing, at the Song family estate. After sleeping for 7 consecutive days, Gulang finally opens his eyes. Where am I? Gulang lifts his head, surveying his surroundings. Faced with a bedroom 5 times the size of his previous cave, Gulang feels somewhat bewildered. The room is empty and desolate. He lies on a soft bed, covered with a small blanket. The warm sunlight streaming through the window envelopes him, providing immense comfort. He feels invigorated. All his injuries have healed. This slumber was truly refreshing. Gulang, indifferent to his surroundings, decides to summon the system for a look. Race, Starry Sky Demon Wolf. Born under the luminous glow of stellar magic, possessing an acute sensitivity to all elements, one can traverse various dimensions unimpeded. Magic level, early stage of 2nd rank. Feeding value, 6730. Remaining refresh time in the mall, 144 hours and 53 minutes. Skills, tail wagging, danger perception, magic shielding, ascendant form. Available for reuse after 12 hours and 11 minutes. Enhancing strength to reduce cooldown time. Mastery of magic, 2-star ice element. Achieve perfection. Upon opening the system, Gulang was taken aback. My magic level has reached the early stage of the 2nd rank. No, wasn't my magic at the late stage of the 1st rank? Could it be due to the energy fruit? Is there still a surge of energy remaining? Gulang pondered, continuing to read. Feeding value, 6730. How could there be so much feeding value? What is happening? Wasn't my feeding value depleted after purchasing the energy fruit? System, how did I accumulate this feeding value? Gulang was perplexed, silently calling out to the system. Please check the feeding log. Host, Gulang was startled. noticing a new book icon in the upper right corner of the system. Feeding log. Detected that the host has become a summoned beast. Summoning magic is now included in the feeding category. December 18, 2022, 1:37 a.m. Detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 units of illusory summoning magic. Feeding value 100.1. 48 a.m. Detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 units of illusory summoning magic. Feeding value 100.2. 37 a.m. Detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 units of illusory summoning magic. Feeding value 100. 2. 47 a.m. Detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 units of illusory summoning magic. Feeding value 100. Suddenly, Gulang recalled that night when he seemed to have contracted some sort of summoning magic with Song Lingyao, becoming her summoned beast, and then the system incorporated summoning magic into the category of obtainable feeding value. Almost forgot that Wolf Lord is now a summoned beast. Gulang felt a bit disheartened. Well, since I can gain feeding value through receiving summoning magic, I might as well accept it. Wolf Lord remains Wolf Lord. Just consider it a summoning contract binding me to a beautifully dependable servant for regular feeding. Gulang wagged his tail and continued to examine the feeding log. My master is preparing for the college entrance examination, so I shall first eliminate a demon stronghold to help her earn some extra points. Synopsis of Volume 2. After concluding her trials, Song Lingyao returned to the prestigious Magic Senior High School in Ruiqing, bringing along a fluffy little dog. In no time, everyone at the Magic High School learned that the academic goddess, Song Lingyao, had contracted a seemingly useless little fool of a dog. Not only was its combat ability lacking, but it also suffered from hysteria, constantly fantasizing it was a wolf. Its appetite was astonishingly excessive. Countless people lamented, feeling pity for Song Lingyao. Yet, Gulang merely basked in leisure, thriving in his role. Simultaneously, he accompanied Song Lingyao through her magical college entrance exams, aiming for a prestigious university. He had thought he would lead a tranquil life, merely serving as a scholarly companion. However, the horned demons from the abyss had long been eyeing the souls of Ruiqing high school students. Should they sacrifice 3 pairs of suitable souls, they could descend upon Blue Star. As the school celebrated its anniversary, it coincided with the day of the final sacrificial offering. The demons emerged, extending their claws, shrieking in despair. As flesh and souls fell victim to sacrifice, countless youth faced hopelessness. Yet Gulang stepped forward with bravado. Let me show you who truly suffers from hysteria. Wolf Lord is indeed Wolf Lord. To save the world, it must be me. Song Lingyao, don't panic for the entrance exam. I'll take care of a demon stronghold to boost your scores. Feeding log. Detected that the host has become a summoned beast. Summoning magic is now included in the feeding category. Feeding records for December 19, 2022. 8:37 a.m. Detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 units of illusory summoning magic. Feeding value 100.12. 48 p.m. Detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 units of illusory summoning magic. Feeding value 100. Feeding records for December 20, 2022. 7:41 a.m. Detected. Feeding records for December 26, 2022. 7:35 a.m. Detected that Song Lingyao fed 100 units of illusory summoning magic. Feeding value 100. After reading, Gulang was utterly flabbergasted. The most recent feeding record was from December 26, likely today. Song Lingyao had been feeding him continuously for 7 days, approximately 8 or 9 times each day, calculating. It amounted to around 60 feeds of 100 each, resulting in Gulang's current feeding value exceeding 6,000. The illusory in the system likely denoted the measurement unit for magic value. This mate is quite impressive, having fed Wolf Lord so much. Tears welled in Gulang's eyes, feeling a touch moved. Wait a moment. Gulang suddenly realized a flaw. The feeding records spanned from the 18th to the 26th, which meant he had slept for over a week. After some contemplation, he surmised it was due to the severe injury sustained during the battle with that scruffy bird, compounded by the side effects of the ascendant form. Gulang noted the lengthy cooldown of over 100 days for the skill ascendant form. Almost 4 months, such a protracted duration. Gulang furrowed his brow, needing to devise a means to further enhance his strength. After using it last time, he truly understood that this ability was his genuine trump card. Upon activation, he transformed, significantly boosting his strength, not to mention looking dashing. Combat prowess may be fleeting, but charm is eternal. Moreover, using the ascendant form not only incurs side effects but seems to leave behind some positive feedback as well. The last time Gu Lang opted for the form of the Snowy Wolf King, he found his control over ice elements had notably improved. Race: Celestial Magic Wolf, born under the radiance of stellar magic. Possessing acute sensitivity to all elements, capable of traversing various dimensions unimpeded. Magic level: early stage of 2nd rank. Feeding value: 6730. Remaining refresh time in the mall: 144 hours and 43 minutes. Skills: tail wagging. Danger perception, magic shielding, ascendant form, available for reuse after 12 hours and 1 minute. Enhancing strength to reduce cooldown time. Mastery of magic, 2-star ice element, achieve perfection. The system also presented several new categories of information, one of which included the mastery of magic. Previously, he had only mastered 1-star ice magic, acquired by spending 500 feeding value from the mall. Now, it had directly advanced to 2-star ice magic, with proficiency elevated to the level of achieved perfection. This was all thanks to the benefits derived from selecting the Snowy Wolf King after using the Ascendant form. Gu Lang felt elated. If he were to choose various Wolf Kings in the future, wouldn't he become the true god of all wolves? During Gu Lang's unconsciousness, the system mall had refreshed as well. Magic World Feeding Value Mall. Upon entering the mall, Gu Lang was greeted by an interface resembling supermarket shelves, displaying a few scattered items. At the top shelf lay a slightly yellowed tome. Eternal Transformation Technique. Upon mastery, one can transform into a human. Price: 9,990,000. Feeding value: 0.9,990. 000. Gu Lang calculated carefully. His current 6730 feeding value couldn't even make a dent in 9,990. 000. Sigh. When would he ever return to being human? Gu Lang shook his head in resignation. Let us first see what new items have been refreshed. 2-star Fire Magic Compendium. Upon purchasing this book, you will learn all 2-star fire magic. Proficiency: beginner. Price: 5,000. Feeding value. Note: if one has not mastered 1-star fire magic, it will automatically be learned upon use. If one has already mastered 1-star fire magic, its proficiency will automatically be upgraded to the level of achieved perfection. The first item was a crimson-covered magic book, adorned with an embroidered swirling spark. Gu Lang was somewhat familiar with magic books. During the last mall refresh, he had purchased a 1-star Ice Magic Compendium. Had he not mastered Ice Magic, he wouldn't have been able to select the Snowy Wolf King during the Ascendant form. Gu Lang felt a twinge of excitement at the sight of this magic book that included 1-star magic. This meant that after purchasing this book, he could also conveniently learn 1-star fire magic. This is worth buying. However, I should wait and see if there are any other enticing items. After some contemplation, Gu Lang continued to browse. Dog Clan form, Arrogant Chihuahua. Upon purchase, unlock the appearance of a Chihuahua. The price is 1,500 feeding points. Yet again, it's this worthless stuff. Gu Lang was speechless. Why does this marketplace always refresh with such rubbish? Chihuahua dogs are both ugly and despicable. Alaskan Huskies reign supreme. I wouldn't buy one. After meandering around the store, Gu Lang found only a 2-star fire magic compendium worth purchasing. Without hesitation, he pulled out 5,000 feeding points and bought it, immediately using it. Ding! 2-star fire magic compendium has been used. The mechanical notification from the system echoed, and the red magic book instantly blossomed into flames, which swiftly surged into Gu Lang's mind. Gu Lang felt a sudden pressure in his head, followed by an influx of memories regarding fire magic. Nice. I've learned it. I should find a place to practice this magic. Glancing around, Gu Lang realized he was likely in Song Lingyao's house, perhaps even lying in her bedroom. The room was filled with a youthful aura, but he wondered where Song Lingyao had gone. It seemed she was still at school. Gu Lang suddenly recalled that Song Lingyao was a third-year student at some magic high school. With the college entrance exam approaching, she was probably still attending classes. Alas, poor scholar. Gu Lang shook his head, sympathy etched on his face, but he soon felt joy. Thankfully, Lord Wolf doesn't have to do homework or attend school. How delightful. I must find a spacious area to test my newly acquired fire magic. I can't play with fire here. These furnishings look quite expensive. If I damage them, as a wolf without any economic income, I want to be able to compensate. I should head out first. Gu Lang wriggled out from under the blanket, leaping onto the windowsill. The winter sun was warm, and even the northern wind carried a hint of warmth. The room where Gu Lang was located was on the 2nd floor, overlooking a vast garden outside. It appeared to be part of a grand estate. How wealthy. Gu Lang felt a pang of envy. The newly hired servant must come from a well-off family, residing in such a magnificent mansion. This place is beautiful. Song Lingyao, Your house is quite impressive, but it now belongs to Lord Wolf. First, let me frolic in this grand garden." Gu Lang extended his fluffy paw and pushed open the large window, then dove into the garden's greenery. Emerging from the grass, Gu Lang shook off the bits of debris clinging to his fur, then began to explore his new home. The garden of Song Ling Yao's house was expansive, and Gu Lang strolled leisurely along the stone path. After some time, he paused before an artificial hill adorned with a small, clear pond at its base, where golden fish swam. That Ji Lang had no interest in the fish. He simply wanted to enjoy practicing his newly learned fire magic. The garden was too filled with flora to unleash his powers freely. He certainly didn't want to accidentally set anything ablaze. This was Lord Wolf's new home. He couldn't cause chaos here. He needed to find a suitable location to cast his spells. The little pond seemed perfect for unleashing fire magic. Ji Lang closed his eyes. Calming his mind, he began to draw upon his magical it. Should be noted that the magical sea of beastly creatures differs from that of human mages. Human mages can master multiple magical elements, such as wind, fire, and water, as their bodies harbor several magical seas, each storing different elements. That a first star mage, upon advancing to the second star, can open a second magical sea within themselves. However, beasts possess only one magical sea throughout their lives. Every beast on Blue Star has but a single magical sea. Their magical sea lacks attributes. Unlike humans who possess elemental seas, beasts contain pure magical energy that can transform into any elemental form if cultivated properly. A beast's ability to cast a specific element of magic depends on two factors: genetics and practice. Most beasts inherently possess a method to cast a particular element due to their lineage. For instance, a crimson flame ape is destined to master fire magic. The second factor, practice, involves continuous learning and training to master other elemental magics, but this is exceedingly difficult. The vast majority of beasts can only cast one elemental magic before reaching the fourth tier. Upon entering the fourth tier, a beast's brain capacity and magical sea expand significantly, enhancing their intelligence and magical potential. It is only in this state that a beast can train itself to learn a second elemental magic. However, it is not an easy feat. The giant winged bird king, whom Gu Lang tore apart, though a fourth-tier beast, could only wield wind magic. In this light, humans possess a significant advantage in magical talent. Upon leveling up, they can unlock a new magical element. They can then follow established incantations, learning step by step. Nevertheless, beasts are not without their strengths. Their physical prowess far exceeds that of mages of the same level, which is their capital in competing with mages. Ji Lang, though a starry sky magic wolf now serving as Song Ling Yao's summon beast, is essentially still a wolf, a beast. He possesses only one magical sea. However, Gu Lang is no ordinary beast. Firstly, his bloodline endows him with a keen perception of all elements. Secondly, his intelligence is remarkably high, though his magical power is only at the second tier. His intellect far surpasses that of typical second-tier beasts. Thirdly, he has a system. Gu Lang has a cheat. The 2-star fire magic compendium allowed Gu Lang to learn a plethora of fire magic in a mere second. Other mages who toil to learn a second elemental magic would surely be envious. Currently, Gu Lang was unconcerned with such matters. He merely wished to play with fire. Let us start with a fireball. The pure magical energy in Gu Lang's magical sea was continuously mobilized, transformed into fire elements through a unique process. Roar. Phew. Blazing fireball. A small fireball, barely 5 centimeters in radius, erupted from Gu Lang's mouth, trailing flames as it plummeted into the pond. Splash. The formerly tranquil surface of the pond suddenly caved in, sending countless droplets flying. Rustle. Gu Lang, caught off guard, was drenched completely. What power is this? He had just observed that the fireball remained intact for 3 to 4 seconds, even while submerged beneath the layers of pond water. Is this the might of a 2-star magic? The pond's water level had dropped several centimeters, and the fish within flailed in panic, fleeing in all directions. Feeling satisfied, Gu Lang prepared to experiment with different magic. Buzz. Just then, a warm wave surged through his mind. Ji Lang paused, his consciousness delving into his brain. Buzz. The source of the sound was the 6-pointed star-shaped magical orb. This star had been present in Gu Lang's mind since he regained consciousness, and he had paid it little mind, assuming it was merely a marker of the summoning contract. However, it had been quiet until now, so why was it suddenly agitated? Puzzled, Gu Lang extended his consciousness and gently touched the 6-pointed star. The star erupted in a blinding white light. Buzz. Following that was a faint, icy voice. "You have awakened?" Gu Lang was taken aback. Who was speaking? But he quickly realized it was Song Lingyao's voice, though it sounded distant and muffled, as if calling from afar. "Do not run around." "What is this?" "Don't run around. Song Lingyao, you need to recognize your position. Just because you're beautiful doesn't mean you can control Lord Wolf." Gu Lang huffed, refusing to comply. "I will return soon. Return soon? So that means not now. Lord Wolf is going out for a stroll." After pondering, Gu Lang concentrated his consciousness to respond to Song Lingyao. However, he was unsure how to use the six-pointed star, so he could only shout at it loudly. "Not good. Wolf Lord is Wolf Lord. Do not think you can control him." After Gu Lang's message was sent, there was no further response from Song Lingyao, leaving her uncertain whether she had heard it. Meanwhile, at the First High School of Magic in Rui City, in a senior classroom, a stunningly beautiful girl was lost in thought, staring blankly at her textbook. Song Lingyao felt perplexed. Surely, the chubby creature should have heard her words. She had initially been focused on her studies, attempting to catch up on the lessons she had missed during her training period. Despite her magical prowess far surpassing that of her peers, it was essential to attend the cultural courses, lest she underperform in the college entrance examinations, since the chubby creature had fallen into a coma. She had been transmitting summoning magic to it several times a day, hoping it would awaken soon. However, she still had classes to attend and could not guarantee she would be by its side when it finally stirred. Thus, she occasionally checked its condition through the summoning contract in her mind that a few days ago, the consciousness sphere corresponding to Gu Lang had been utterly silent. Yet, just after Song Lingyao finished taking notes, she instinctively reached out with her mind to sense the summoning contract and detected a vibrant energy. The chubby creature had awakened. Elated, she regretted not being by its side and could only communicate a few words to it through the hexagram. The chubby creature was her summoned beast, and through the summoning contract, she could convey her thoughts. After sending her message through the summoning contract, she patiently awaited a response. In the realm of Blue Star, only beasts that had reached the 4th tier, with a significantly increased capacity of their mental domain, possessed the ability to speak. However, summoned beasts were an exception. This exception did not imply that summoned beasts could converse before reaching the 4th tier. Rather, it meant they could convey their thoughts to their masters through the summoning contract. Essentially, it was akin to speaking, for the transmission of thoughts was far swifter than the articulation of words. Previously, Song Lingyao had utilized the summoning contract to communicate with the White Claw Spirit Cat, which had also learned to relay information back to her through the hexagram. However, the White Claw Spirit Cat was merely a 2nd-tier spirit beast, with a limited mental domain and intelligence that fell short of human levels. Despite this, the cat could still exchange simple pieces of information with Song Lingyao, such as, "Little Ling, are there any beasts in the woods ahead?" "Meow, none." "Little Ling, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Meow, fish." Though its speech was still interspersed with meows, it was a significant improvement. Song Lingyao estimated that once the White Claw Spirit Cat advanced to the 3rd tier, communication would become entirely seamless. Her expectations for the chubby creature were even higher. After all, it possessed greater potential than the White Claw Spirit Cat, the night the celestial being descended and wreaked havoc upon the bird demons. Its combat prowess and intelligence were evidently on par with a typical 4th-tier beast. Consequently, Song Lingyao believed that the chubby creature was now capable of normal communication. Buzz. The summoning contract resonated. Song Lingyao quickly focused her mind into her mental domain. The hexagram was indeed vibrating. The chubby creature had responded. A radiant smile graced her lips, drawing the blank stares of several male classmates nearby. She reached out with her consciousness, eager to discern what the chubby creature had to say. Buzz, woof, 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 woof. Listening to the barrage of barking emanating from the summoning contract, Song Lingyao was taken aback. How could this be? Was the chubby creature incapable of utilizing the summoning contract? Shouldn't its intelligence surpass that of the White Claw Spirit Cat? Why was it only barking? Confusion gripped her, but there was little she could do. It seemed she would need to teach it properly when she returned. Gu Lang, unaware that his magnificent proclamation sounded to Song Lingyao like a series of barks, prepared to leave his new home for a stroll. He leapt onto the bushes, scaled a few low walls, and made his way outside. Seizing the opportunity while the gatekeeper was distracted, he slipped through the entrance. Once outside, Gu Lang turned to gaze at the main entrance of Song Lingyao's residence. Tall white pillars stood majestically, topped by a grand beam. A plaque hung above, emblazoned with a single character, Song, Wealth certainly had its advantages, allowing one to reside in such an opulent manner and possess an entrance of such grandeur. Shaking his head, Gulang continued his journey. Outside Song Lingyao's expansive estate lay a winding road descending the mountainside. As she resided atop a small hill, Ji Yulang found a large stone by the roadside and stood upon it. Gazing out over the sprawling urban landscape below, where countless skyscrapers pierced the sky, Ruwei City, he promptly decided to venture into Ruwei City for some amusement. He leaped down from the stone, but faced with the serpentine, lengthy mountain path, he found himself at a loss. This was far too distant. With his short legs, it would take an eternity to traverse. Beep, beep. Just as Gulang was mulling over his predicament, a horn sounded from behind. He quickly hid behind the stone and glanced back cautiously. A truck was emerging from the side gate of the manor, honking several times to signal the gatekeeper to allow passage. As the gate lifted, the truck rolled out slowly, with only the driver inside. The driver, an unremarkable middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and a black mole on his chin, appeared rather unapproachable. Presently, he wore a gloomy expression as he spoke on the phone. One hand gripping the steering wheel. He was too preoccupied to notice his surroundings, thus failing to detect Gulang stealthily climbing into the back of the truck. With a nimble leap, Gulang hopped into the truck's cargo area, intending to hitch a ride. Upon entering, he noticed numerous square objects covered with black cloth. Curiosity piqued. He lifted the cloth to reveal various iron cages, some stained with small traces of blood. The sight was quite unsettling. The cages were empty, devoid of any contents. It was unclear what business this man had in hauling a truckload of empty cages from the Grand Song estate. Ji Yulang dismissed such thoughts, lying down in the truck and gazing at the receding scenery, lost in contemplation. Not possible. A sudden, furious shout startled Gulang out of his reverie. Realizing it was the driver yelling on the phone, he discerned that the man seemed to be embroiled in an argument. After his outburst, the driver's voice lowered intentionally, but he soon recognized that they were on a deserted mountain road and raised his voice again. "You are being excessive. You are taking liberties." The driver grew increasingly agitated, and Gulang could vaguely hear snippets of the conversation from the cargo area. "Ruwei City is not finished yet. Move to the next location." Gulang listened in confusion, unable to comprehend the driver's words. It seemed he mentioned Ruwei City, implying something was missing. Then he instructed the other party to go to another place, listing several unfamiliar locations. Gulang paid little attention to the geographical names, relying on instinct to conclude that this driver was not a good person, based on his years of watching novels and dramas online. He suspected the driver was likely coerced by a criminal organization, forced into committing nefarious deeds. Now, the nefarious leader was calling the driver for something even more outrageous. The driver's remaining conscience was resisting, but he would inevitably succumb to the criminal group's demands. Ji Yulang chuckled to himself, pleased with his deduction. As expected of Wolf Lord, piecing together the situation in mere seconds. A criminal organization. But what does that have to do with me? Am I to play the role of a hero? Not a chance. The truck continued its journey along the winding mountain roads, soon descending and turning several corners before entering the city, seizing the moment while the driver awaited the red light. Gulang leaped from the truck bed, landing gracefully on the road. He watched as the vehicle twisted and turned, eventually disappearing from sight. Turning his head, Gulang stepped onto the sidewalk, surveying his surroundings. It appeared to be a bustling commercial street, lined with an abundance of shops. The throngs of pedestrians hurried past, their steps brisk and purposeful. Most of them regarded Gulang as merely a small stray dog, homeless and forlorn, instinctively veering away from him. Only a few young girls were captivated by his charm, reaching out to pet him. "Ah, so adorable," they exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with affection as they gazed at the fluffy pup. Gulang initially felt pleased, eagerly leaning in to receive their attention. Look at that. The allure of the Wolf Lord is undeniable. However, upon noticing that the girls had nothing in their hands, he was suddenly filled with indignation. Skillfully dodging their outstretched hands, "Get away! Do not touch me with your filthy hands. The Wolf Lord is not a mere plaything for you. You think you can approach me without offering any food." Gulang bared his teeth in an attempt to frighten them off. Yet, to his dismay, his appearance was too deceiving. They merely found the little pup to be endearing. They continued to reach out, eager to pat his soft head. Growing displeased, Gulang abruptly suppressed his magical aura. With a surge, a powerful and vibrant magical presence erupted from him, unleashing chaos upon the sidewalk. A monster. The girls gasped in shock. hastily retreating. Gu Lang reveled in their fear. Humph! Have you now witnessed the might of the Wolf Lord? One girl, tripping over her own feet, fell to the ground in a panic, scrambling on all fours. Jiumin, there's a monster. There's a monster. Gu Lang was momentarily puzzled. What does this mean? Just a hint of magical energy, and they're this frightened. The girls continued to scream in a frenzy. A monster! A monster! From across the street, a rather unremarkable boy burst forth from a bubble tea shop. Xiaoyingjie, a freshman at Ruiqing Magic University, had merely stepped out to run an errand for his goddess. Purchasing bubble tea, he intended to buy just 1 cup for her, abstaining from indulging himself, as practicing magic was quite costly. However, the goddess insisted on 2 cups, claiming her friend desired one as well. Xiaoyingjie had grown accustomed to this. Sometimes, he would bring 2 meals for her, both intended for her friend, who had a hearty appetite and always requested extra servings. He didn't mind. Thinking it was no trouble to buy 2 cups, he could just save a bit more. He had expected today to be just another ordinary day. Little did he know that a commotion would erupt across the street, with high school girls crying out about a monster. Xiaoyingjie rushed out, only to find a small, fluffy dog standing before them. His excitement surged. He had recently advanced to the late stage of 1-star magic and had yet to practice. Although there were practical classes at Ruiqing Magic University, the teachers provided heavy protection, rendering them meaningless. He had felt disappointed for not being selected for a training team. Yet here he was, encountering a monster on the street, a weak dog monster at that. Watch me showcase my prowess. Xiaoyingjie quickly crossed the road, positioning himself in front of the high school girls. Be careful. It seems quite powerful, one of them whispered. Sensing his arrival, he nodded slightly, adopting an air of a secluded master. His gaze fixated on the little dog monster. Ha! It doesn't even have sharp claws. Upon seeing Gu Lang's adorable appearance, he relaxed his guard. Perhaps this creature had escaped from some experimental lab at Ruiqing University. A slight reprimand would suffice. Let me impress the girls. Step back. I'm about to cast a spell, Xiaoyingjie commanded, his expression noble and righteous. The girls gazed at him in awe. Ignite. He clumsily conjured a spark from his hands. Heat up. The spark flared, gradually intensifying. Form. Xiaoyingjie struggled to bring the sparks together, eventually crafting a small fireball. Success. Upon seeing the fireball take shape, he was elated. As for the subsequent steps, he decided to forego them for now. As he was still inexperienced, Xiaoyingjie raised his head, a smug smile on his face as he regarded Gu Lang. Gu Lang was left utterly bewildered. Was he really casting a spell? How could he be so slow? Surely, this boy was not the brightest. It took him nearly 5 seconds to conjure a simple fireball, which looked as if it were on its last legs. Such a spell cast with such pride. Gu Lang quickly concluded that the boy was a fool. Seeing Gu Lang dazed, Xiaoyingjie assumed the little dog was intimidated. Aha, scared now, are we? Fireball. Go. The fireball shot from his fingertip, heading straight for Gu Lang. Angered by the boy's audacity to attack him, Gu Lang retaliated by channeling his magical power, unleashing a breath of frost. The frost instantly coalesced into a small ice projectile that hurtled towards Xiaoyingjie's feeble fireball. Fizz! The ice collided with the fireball, extinguishing it immediately. Xiaoyingjie stood dumbfounded. How could this happen? Before he could react, the ice projectile continued its trajectory, striking him squarely in the groin. Bang! Ow! Xiaoyingjie doubled over, clutching himself as he fell to the ground, rolling around for some time before recovering. Damn it! Xiaoyingjie fumed, utterly humiliated. This fool still believed it was merely a lapse in his own judgment. He began to channel his magic once more, preparing for another attempt. However, this time, it did not go as smoothly. He called out Ignite several times without eliciting any sparks from his hands. Ignite. At last, he managed to summon the fire element. Heat up. Form. Gathering his magic, Xiaoyingjie lifted his head, casting another glance at Gu Lang. Gritting his teeth, he continued to channel his magic. Burn. Erupt. Spread. The subsequent steps unfolded with increasing ease, filling him with joy. He had conjured a super fireball. Let us see how this foolish dog responds. Xiaoyingjie glared at Gu Lang, his face twisted in anger at having lost face before the girls. He was ready to launch the fireball. Gu Lang, thoroughly exasperated by the boy's antics, watched in disbelief as he meticulously crafted a simple fireball, treating it as if he were constructing a nuclear bomb. Having completed it, Xiaoyingjie wore a triumphant expression, as if eager for the world to see his status as a novice. Gu Lang shook his head. Allow me to show you true fire magic. Fire serpent, raising a paw, pure magical energy from the depths of his being transformed into fire elements. Radiating outward. Boom. A blazing red fire serpent materialized on Gu Lang's paw, coiling and writhing before lunging forward, devouring Xiangjie's fireball in one swift motion. Impossible. Xiangjie gaped in shock. The fire serpent was a 2-star magic. This seemingly simple dog-like creature was actually a second-tier beast. Meanwhile, he was merely at the late stage of 1-star magic. The 3 female students were equally astonished. This little dog had just obliterated a student from the Magic University. They had been watching closely, and in terms of both power and casting speed, the little dog far surpassed Xiangjie. Suddenly, Xiangjie realized something. First, Gu Lang had cast an ice spell, followed by the fire serpent. 2 elements of magic. From a single beast? A terrifying thought struck him. A 4th-tier beast. There's a 4th-tier beast here. Xiangjie let out a heart-wrenching wail. His theoretical knowledge was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have gained admission to the prestigious Ruiqing Magic University. However, his abysmal spellcasting left him with few options among universities. 6 months prior, Xiangjie had participated in the magical entrance examination, which included a subject on demonology, featuring questions about 4th-tier demonic beasts. In the realm of Blue Star, demonic beasts could typically only wield a single elemental magic until they reached the 4th tier. Only the most exceptional 4th-tier beasts could harness 2 distinct elemental magics. Help! There is a formidable 4th-tier demonic beast, an otherworldly invasion. It has begun. Xiangjie collapsed to the ground, his face contorted with terror as he crawled backward, yearning to distance himself from Gu Lang. He exerted every ounce of strength to call for help, finally attracting attention. Zhang Jiazi, a senior at Ruiqing Magic University, had applied for a training program 3 months prior, with outstanding grades and remarkable prowess. He was elected as the captain of Team 51. After the allocation of 7 team members, Zhang Jiazi led the group into the Tianyan mountain range about 20 days ago, embarking on a half-month training expedition. The task was straightforward: to construct several crystal towers to detect the number of demonic beasts in the area. Zhang Jiazi's team successfully completed the mission and prepared to return. However, on a moonlit night, calamity struck. The forest suddenly brimmed with the aura of powerful demonic beasts, and one team member even spotted a legendary spatial rift from a distance. From the rift crawled several 3rd-tier demonic beasts, instilling dread in the hearts of the team. Zhang Jiazi immediately ordered all members to extinguish the campfire, hold their breath, and lie low in the surrounding woods to evade danger. Before long, signal flares illuminated the sky. Green signaled a call for assistance, purple warned of danger in nearby cities, and red indicated a life-threatening situation. Zhang Jiazi intended to venture out to help, but was restrained by his teammates, who urged him not to court death. Though reluctant, he remained hidden. A few minutes later, the dark sky was once again lit by the flare's fiery displays: blue, red, green, indicating assembly, danger, and a plea for aid. Zhang Jiazi knew that other training teams were facing demonic beasts and were locked in fierce battles. Yet, he and his team dared not move. Suddenly, a colossal bird soared overhead, its wings casting an immense shadow. Zhang Jiazi glanced up, only to find the avian demon coldly returning his gaze. The chill ran down his spine. Even at such a distance, the creature had detected his hiding place. He braced himself for the worst, but the bird demon ignored him and continued its flight deeper into the mountains. After it departed, Zhang Jiazi trembled to his core, relieved that he had not succumbed to reckless impulse, and rushed out. Shortly thereafter, an unfathomably terrifying explosion erupted nearby, a small sun rising into the heavens. The very woods where Zhang Jiazi's team lay concealed were nearly illuminated by the intense light. The surging flames of the elemental magic reminded him of one person, Wu Yanghua, one of the most exceptional students at Ruiqing Magic University. After the explosion, the Tianyan mountain range fell eerily silent. Zhang Jiazi and his comrades, feeling slightly more at ease, prepared to emerge and investigate. However, the moonlight was abruptly obscured by a massive shadow. The 8 of them looked up in terror to see the bird demon returning, flapping its wings toward the direction of the explosion. In a frenzy, they scrambled to hide once more. After lying low for some time, the group bizarrely noticed that the energy within the Tianyan mountain range was shifting toward the direction the bird demon had just flown. It seemed as if a ravenous black hole was voraciously consuming energy. Meanwhile, the snowflakes drifting from the sky mysteriously halted. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Zhang Jiazi silenced himself, remaining dutifully buried in the thicket alongside his teammates. After a while, the snowflakes in the sky suddenly surged back toward the same direction. One of their team members, who cultivated ice magic, fearfully realized that the ice magic within their magical sea was depleting. As if being manipulated by an unseen force, summoning his courage, Jiang Jiaji poked his head out from the dense foliage and gazed skyward. What he witnessed would remain etched in his memory forever. Dozens of enormous azure ice crystal spheres shattered the cloud cover, trailing brilliant tails as they plummeted to the ground. The earlier bird demon folded its colossal wings and careened toward the falling ice with reckless abandon. The avian creature, unable to retaliate, was crushed beneath the weight of the ice. A thunderous roar ensued, causing the ground to tremble violently, akin to a magnitude 7 earthquake. Then, tranquility reclaimed the Tianyan mountain range. Jiang Jiaji believed the ordeal was finally over and called for the other team members to emerge. Convinced that the meteor had been conjured by mages from the Huan nation, timely arriving to vanquish the demonic beasts. Yet, his teammates steadfastly refused to budge, preferring to remain hidden. As they grappled with the standoff, a resounding, exhilarating wolf howl pierced the air. A woo. The wolf's cry was so spirited, so free-spirited, so unrestrained and ethereal. Before their eyes, it seemed as though a majestic wolf king howled defiantly at the moonlight. Following this, the Tianyan mountain range fell utterly silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Team 51 hurriedly set off, unwilling to linger in the Tianyan mountain range for even a second longer. Ultimately, they returned to Ruiqing a day ahead of schedule. Jiang Jiaji's teammates rejoiced at having narrowly escaped with their lives, boasting to those around them about the magnificent spectacle they had witnessed. However, these boastful team members soon discovered that many others had also witnessed the events of that fateful night. It turned out that they were not alone. Numerous other training teams had hidden in fear as well. Look, we were not the only ones cowering like turtles. This is what we call tactical evasion. Any lingering sense of shame within them quickly dissipated. Jiang Jiaji paid little mind to his teammates, focusing intently on the returning training teams. Days passed, and the last of the teams finally returned, with the university announcing the successful conclusion of the training program. Upon counting, Jiang Jiaji realized that only 72 teams had returned, one less than the 73 that had set out. Team 47 was missing. He then consulted the training roster published by Ruiqing Magic University on the campus website half a month prior. Cross-referencing each name: Wu Yanghua, Wang Cheng, Tao Haoren. When Jiang Jiaji inquired within their respective faculties, he was told that these individuals had been assigned for exchange studies. This revelation sent a jolt of realization through Jiang Jiaji. He comprehended that those who had fought valiantly that night were indeed his comrades. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into the truth, the university issued a sudden decree forbidding any discussion regarding the events of that evening. The entirety of Ruiqing Magic University fell silent on the matter. Even Jiang Jiaji's team was summoned to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Yet, he remained undeterred. He scoured countless records and, coupled with the sighting of the spatial rift, ultimately arrived at a singular conclusion. This was an incursion by demonic beasts from another dimension. Indeed, the fourth-tier bird demon could only belong to another realm. But what significance did this knowledge hold for me? That night, I chose not to assist my bloodied comrades, instead burying my head like an ostrich, lacking even the courage to emerge from the thicket. What right do I have now to concern myself with this matter? Jiang Jiaji's emotions were a tumultuous mix, ineffable and complex. Today, as the weather was splendid, he took to the streets to clear his mind. An otherworldly invasion, a formidable fourth-tier demonic beast. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through Jiang Jiaji's ears. The phrase alternate dimension had become a persistent torment for him during this time. His body stiffened abruptly, cold sweat pouring down. They have arrived. Jiang Jiaji lowered his head, his face contorted in agony. Perhaps he should take a glance first. P.S. This chapter is adapted from real experiences. A friend of a go. Huff, huff. Jiang Jiaji sprinted across the road, finally locating the source of the desperate cries for help. It was a male university student collapsed on the ground, with an adorable little dog standing in front of him. Jiang Jiaji was taken aback. He had braced himself for a fierce battle, anticipating a few ferocious beasts from another realm, either bears or tigers. They would emerge from the rifts in the fabric of reality, ready to slaughter the civilians of Ruiqing. But now, a cute little Alaskan puppy tilted its head, wagging its tail at him, exuding no hint of magical energy. Upon witnessing this scene, the boiling blood within Jiang Jiaji instantly cooled. He felt as though a crimson hot iron had been plunged into water, extinguishing its fire, leaving him without an outlet for his fury. Yet, relief washed over him. It was not a genuine invasion. Xiangjia, catching sight of someone approaching from behind, instinctively turned his head. A handsome young man with a vacant expression was standing there. It was Jiang Jiaji. Xiangjia immediately recognized him. He was one of the outstanding fourth-year students at Ruiqing Magic University, his photo long displayed on the wall. Senior, a fourth-tier beast. This dog is a fourth-tier beast. Seeing Jiang Jiaji standing behind him, Xiangjia clung to him like a lifeline. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Jiang Jiaji clenched his fists tighter at the sound of his cries. A fourth-tier beast? This puppy. Are you blind? Jiang Jiaji's forehead throbbed with veins, his teeth gritted tightly. Noticing the emblem of Ruiqing Magic University pinned on Xiangjia's jacket only fueled his anger further. He was tempted to rush over and give that utterly foolish junior a thorough beating. Xiangjia assumed Jiang Jiaji was frozen in shock, his head bowed and hands clenched tight. Senior, shut up. Are you blind? Look at this dog and tell me if it has any magical energy. Jiang Jiaji erupted in a furious tirade, unleashing a barrage of elegant Chinese phrases. Xiangjia was left utterly bewildered by the handsome senior's outburst. Huh? Xiangjia instinctively turned to Gu Lang. The little puppy looked innocently up at him, its fluffy tail wagging cheerfully. It exuded no magical energy whatsoever. Xiangjia was stunned. What was happening? Just moments ago, it had cast a spell. He hastily explained. First it was ice magic, then fire magic. Dual element magic. Jiang Jiaji's fury reignited. Do you even understand how difficult it is for a beast to cast dual element magic? Have you been overindulging in school? Have you lost your mind? Coming out here and embarrassing Ruiqing students. After venting, the typically composed Jiang Jiaji shook his hand dismissively and walked away without a backward glance. Xiangjia stood there, dazed. His mind felt overloaded. How could the little dog suddenly have no magical energy? What was going on? Gu Lang suppressed a laugh and trotted over, pawing at him. Xiangjia snapped back to reality, hurriedly turning to find the group of girls he had seen earlier for confirmation. But they had long since fled. Where did they go? I came to save you, and you all ran away. Xiangjia felt a twinge of grievance. If I hadn't sent you flowers on your 18th birthday. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the silence. Xiangjia quickly fished his phone out of his pocket and answered. Hey, man. Before he could finish, an impatient female voice came through. Xiangjia, why did it take you so long to buy a milk tea? No, I ran into. Xiangjia gritted his teeth, believing Man would trust him. I encountered a fourth-tier beast. It first used ice magic, then instantly summoned a fire serpent. The other end fell into a heavy silence. Xiangjia dared not breathe, waiting anxiously for his goddess's response. After a long pause, a cold laugh finally broke the silence. Oh, so you heroically intervened to delay it and saved Ruiqing? Is that why you were late for the milk tea? Yes, exactly. Xiangjia's heart soared. Indeed, Man understood him best. He was just that kind-hearted. He was about to say he would return soon, but the other interrupted in a furious reprimand. Get lost. No need to bring me milk tea. Xiangjia, you are truly a man devoid of responsibility. With a click, the call ended before he could offer further defense. Xiangjia sat on the street, staring blankly at the hurried passers-by. After a while, he stood up and rushed into a nearby shop to grab 2 cups of milk tea. Stepping outside, he stood in the street, utterly at a loss. Man didn't want his milk tea anymore. Who would drink it then? He suddenly glanced at Gu Lang. Gu Lang was puzzled by this daft fellow. He had lost his wits over a phone call. It seemed he had an argument with a woman. Oh, wait, not an argument. He was being scolded. Xiangjia walked straight over to Gu Lang, rolled up a pant leg, and plopped down beside him. He pulled a cup of milk tea from the bag, inserted a straw, and offered it to Gu Lang. Gu Lang was taken aback. Drink it. She doesn't like it. What a fool. Gu Lang cursed inwardly, realizing he was just a love-struck fool. He initially intended to kick the cup of love-struck milk tea away. But upon sniffing the aroma, he hesitated. It seemed quite delicious. After a moment's consideration, he bit down on the straw and began to drink. A notification chimed. Detected that the love-struck fool has provided the host with 50 milliliters of taro bubble milk tea. Feeding value -1 point. Rejecting love-struck fools begins with you and me. The mechanical prompt left Gu Lang momentarily stunned. Feeding from a love-struck fool? It can even deduct feeding points? Gu Lang's face was a picture of disbelief. But he quickly shook his tail. Whatever, It's just 1 point. As long as it tastes good, Jiu Lang continued to sip through the straw. Xiaoyingjia was lost in thought, feeling utterly dejected. He had first been bested by a little dog, then scolded by the respected senior Jiang, who accused him of being hysterical. Finally, even Man refused to believe him. He looked at Gu Lang, confused. How could it have cast magic just a moment ago, yet now exude no magical energy? Xiaoyingjia gazed forlornly at Gu Lang, hoping for some answers. Did you conceal your magical energy somehow? But Gu Lang ignored him, pretending to be a silly dog that couldn't understand human speech. Xiaoyingjia sighed, cursing himself inwardly. He had truly lost his mind, asking a dog for answers. After a lengthy period of despondency, he suddenly spoke. When I was younger, I thought everyone was the same. It wasn't until I entered that world of towering skyscrapers and dazzling lights that I realized humans are inherently different. I have struggled for half my life, gazing up at the faint glow atop those 100-meter-tall buildings, while the wailing infant on the rooftop is destined to become its next master. I find myself repeatedly reflecting on these thoughts, being incessantly forced to accept my own mediocrity. Jiu Lang was momentarily taken aback. What was this devoted admirer attempting to portray as a cultured individual? Xiaoyingjia's eyes were vacant as he poked at the cup of milk tea in his hands, lifting it to his lips and drinking greedily. Gulp after gulp, he soon discovered the milk tea to be utterly revolting. How bitter! He set the cup down on the ground beside him, lost in thought, and began to speak to himself. Why has Man suddenly lost her taste for milk tea? Upon hearing this, Gu Lang rolled his eyes dramatically, utterly exasperated by this hopeless fool. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoyingjia, he turned his back, refusing to look at him any longer. In a state of bewilderment, Xiaoyingjia opened his WeChat, searching for Man, and then navigated to her moments, scrolling through photographs. As he beheld Man's stunning images, a radiant smile reappeared on his face. Moments later, he enlarged a particular picture and held his phone up to Gu Lang. Look, doesn't Man look beautiful? The photograph was taken on a beach, featuring 3 men and 2 women, and he pointed at the girl clad in the most revealing attire. Jiu Lang scrutinized the heavily made-up girl in the photo, and then glanced at Xiaoyingjia, who resembled a quintessential bookworm. They were indeed an incongruous pair, akin to a firefly missing half its behind compared to a full moon. Ugh, disgusting. Gu Lang feigned a retch. Xiaoyingjia's smile immediately faltered. Humph, this blind fool lacks taste, he muttered indignantly. Jiu Lang's gaze turned hostile as he regarded Xiaoyingjia. What a revolting individual, merely peering into others' moments and indulging in fantasies. Just as Gu Lang was about to teach Xiaoyingjia a lesson, his phone rang again. Spotting the caller ID, Xiaoyingjia's face lit up with joy as he eagerly answered. Hello, Man. All right. I'm on my way. Xiaoyingjia dashed off, excitedly heading to fulfill his role as Man's ultimate servant. Gu Lang watched his retreating figure, shaking his head. His attire hardly suggested a wealthy background. The seams of his shoulders bore evident signs of needlework and patching. Sigh, why must one choose to be a sycophant? Gu Lang remained seated on the street, sipping the cup of taro bubble tea that had been given to him. Before long, the drink was finished. Ding! Detected a super sycophant's offering of 450 milliliters taro bubble tea. Ding! Offering value -10. Super sycophant? Wasn't he just an ordinary sycophant moments ago? Has he evolved? Gu Lang was utterly speechless as he stood up, brushing off the dust, and continuing his leisurely stroll down the street. The sidewalks were lined with various small eateries, each offering a delightful array of options: noodle shops, fast food, fried chicken, barbecues. Gu Lang wandered on until he reached the end of the street, turned a corner, and found himself on a new commercial avenue, one dedicated to magic. Ruiching Magic Street. It was bustling with activity, far livelier than the food street. Navigating through the throng of people, Gu Lang finally squeezed his way to the edge of the street. He lifted his head, surveying the scene before him. In front stood a large magical supplies store, occupying 5 storefronts. Changgu's universal magical materials. On either side of the entrance, 2 pillars bore an inscribed couplet. The first line read, "The sea embraces 100 rivers to gather treasures." The second line, "The 5 continents welcome distinguished guests." The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Changgu is incredible." Jiu Lang stared at this nonsensical couplet, baffled. Surely, this Changgu was a cultural desert, completely ignorant of the Chinese language. Shaking his head, he scoffed but decided to enter the store nonetheless. There was no one guarding the entrance, only cash registers and cashiers flanking either side. Taking advantage of his short stature, Gu Lang boldly strode inside. The store was filled with dozens of large stone cabinets, haphazardly arranged, their heights reaching the ceiling at 5 meters. Each cabinet was lined with numerous transparent drawers. Brimming with all sorts of magical materials, the store was bustling with customers, crowding the narrow aisles. Several employees stood atop tall sliding wooden ladders, assisting customers and retrieving items. Gu Lang skillfully navigated his way through the throng. The customers, upon spotting the small black and white pup, regarded him with curiosity but made no further attempts to interact. Assuming he was merely the store owner, Gu Lang explored, he was suddenly drawn in by a tantalizing aroma. What could be so fragrant? His mouth watered at the enticing scent that he followed the trail, eventually stopping in front of a cabinet tucked away in a corner. This stone cabinet, too, was filled to the brim, with a large sign hanging overhead, inscribed with the words, "Beast Materials." The delightful fragrance wafted from the bottom drawer that a layer of dust coated the handle, suggesting it had not been disturbed for quite some time. A plastic sheet was affixed to the drawer, bearing a plant illustration and the words, "Fragrant Bloodvine." Gu Lang approached the enticing drawer, examining it closely. Inside lay an assortment of cylindrical wooden vines of varying sizes. The smaller tendrils were a lovely shade of purple, while the larger ones were a dull brown. These plants, known as fragrant bloodvines, continuously emitted an alluring scent. After inhaling the aroma for a moment, Gu Lang felt an irresistible urge to open the drawer and devour its contents. Suddenly, a bald man appeared behind him, looking disdainful. When did this little foolish dog wander in? The bald man, hefty and imposing, raised his voice to complain to the cashier, about the lack of supervision that he waved his foot in front of Gu Lang, making a shooing sound to drive him away. Gu Lang shot a fierce glare at the bald man before wagging his tail and turning to leave. However, he didn't stray far. Instead, he peeked around the corner to spy on the scene. Behind the bald man stood a tall, skinny figure wearing a baseball cap, the brim pulled low, obscuring most of his face. He had a sharp, monkey-like appearance. Once Gu Lang had departed, the bald man squatted down and pulled out a drawer filled with fragrant blood vines that he reached in with his gloved hand, grabbing a handful to showcase to the man in the cap. The cap-wearing man took a vine from the bald man's grasp and brought it to his nose for a gentle whiff. After a moment, he nodded in approval. "How much would you like?" the bald man inquired in a booming voice. The man in the cap surveyed the contents of the drawer before whispering 2 words from several meters away. Gu Lang couldn't quite catch what the man in the cap had said, only gleaning that it was a 2-word response from the shape of his mouth. After hearing the customer's request, the bald man paused, then rubbed his shaven head thoughtfully. "We have some in the storeroom as well. Would you like those too?" The man in the cap nodded. Understanding, the bald man promptly sent a staff member to fetch more from the storeroom before leading the man in the cap to the next section of materials. The slender figure in the cap continued to purchase various materials, each time including items from the storeroom. The assortment was vastly different, leaving Gu Lang puzzled as to what this man could possibly need such a collection for. Gu Lang shook his head. The man in the cap clearly bore the marks of a villain. What kind of normal person would venture out with the brim of their cap pulled so low? What kind of normal person spoke in hushed tones, as if their vocal cords had been left at home? A villain, without a doubt, a character straight out of a novel, and how strange it was for him to be purchasing a pile of magical materials. Perhaps he was concocting a grand scheme. Fortunately, Wolf Lord was merely a carefree little dog. Otherwise, these villains would surely meet their downfall. Time to move on to the next shop. As Gu Lang approached the door, he was suddenly scooped up by a woman. Oh, where did this little dog come from? So adorably plump and chubby. You possess quite an appetite, do you not? Gu Lang was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected presence of a wild woman. What does it mean to be plump and portly? What does it signify to have such a hearty appetite? Such rudeness. He turned his head sharply, only to behold a charmingly delicate visage, with a high bridge and a cherry-like mouth. The most striking feature was undoubtedly her pair of sparkling, expressive eyes. Gu Lang was startled. She was indeed quite the picture of politeness. "Let me pet you for a moment," he thought, seeing the little pup's docile and adorably daft demeanor. Hu Qiuwen couldn't help but smile. She turned around and retrieved 2 sausages from the cupboard behind her. Gu Lang had initially intended to flee, but upon witnessing her produce the sausages, he decided to stay. It wasn't that Lord Wolf was greedy, it was simply rather impolite to leave when the host had already laid out the meal. The dishes had been served, and here he was, a guest. Contemplating an exit, Gu Lang watched eagerly as the store attendant peeled a sausage for him. As the plastic wrapper was removed, a rich aroma wafted towards him. He opened his mouth, before Hu Qiuwen could even extend the sausage toward him. Gu Lang had already lunged forward and devoured it whole. Ding! Detected Hu Qiuwen feeding the host a 50g magical beast sausage from the Maju company. Ding! Feeding value 50. Gu Lang was astonished. This sausage indeed offered quite a generous feeding value. The flavor was delightful, but he had consumed it too hastily to truly savor it. He lifted his head again, wagging his fluffy tail, eyeing the second sausage. Hu Qiuwen stood there, astonished. This little pup devoured his food at an astonishing pace. She hadn't even finished her sentence when he had already gobbled it up. The sausage barely had time to mix around in his mouth before it vanished down his throat. Hu Qiuwen shook her head in amusement. Seeing the pup's eager expression, she proceeded to peel the second sausage. This time, Gu Lang relished it thoroughly. The sausage burst in his mouth, transforming into a meaty paste. Once it became paste, the aroma intensified, rich with meaty fragrance, and the scent of bloodline. Gu Lang was taken aback. How could this be? The bald uncle, having properly attended to the guests, emerged from the store. Grumbling as he walked. "One, a little dog just dashed in. It's this one. Why did you place it on the counter? It's too dirty." Hu Yongxiang was astonished. He had thought that the little dog had already been chased away, only to discover that it had been cradled by his daughter on the counter, and she had fed it 2 sausages worth 20 each. Hu Yongxiang hurried over, his heart aching as he gazed at the sausage wrappers. "Wenwen, how could you feed such an expensive treat to a silly little dog? This is the new magical beast sausage from the Maju company. It's meant for domesticated spirit beasts or summoned beasts. For a little stray like this, it's such a waste." Upon hearing her father's reproachful words, Hu Qiuwen felt no guilt whatsoever. Their family ran a magical materials shop, and even on New Year's Eve, patrons flocked in continuously. The business was thriving, truly a case of daily profits pouring in like a deluge. With a dismissive pout, she replied, "What's the matter, if I want to feed it? Then I will. Can't we afford a few sausages?" Gu Lang was equally displeased. What did this mean? Was he unworthy of such sausages? You foolish bald man, looking down on a dog. It wasn't he about affordability. The sausages were limited. Only a few boxes were available each week. Faced with his precious daughter, Hu Yongxiang felt utterly helpless. What do you mean there are limits? The Maju company is truly something. I fed it, and I'll keep feeding it. Limit or no limit. Hu Qiuwen's lovely face twisted into a frown, her words laced with dissatisfaction towards both the Maju company and her father. While her father was generally wonderful, he was simply too stingy. Gu Lang also felt disgruntled. What sort of second-rate company was this Maju? Did they think they were dealing in tobacco, imposing limits? Why not issue a smoking license while they were at it? If he fed the dog, what would other customers do if they couldn't purchase any? Just as Hu Yongxiang's words fell, a middle-aged man entered the shop. "Boss, do you have any of those magical beast sausages left?" The middle-aged man inquired loudly. Yes, we still have some." Hu Yongxiang quickly turned and dashed back to the storeroom, returning in a few minutes with a large box. The box was colorful, adorned with several catchy slogans. Unmissable sausages. Delicious from Maju. If you don't eat Maju sausages, what will you eat? Your mother. Hu Yongxiang placed the box on the counter and turned to ask the middle-aged man how many he wanted. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before declaring he wanted them all. Hu Yongxiang was taken aback. These sausages were not cheap. You want them all? The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively. As Hu Yongxiang bagged the sausages, he casually chatted with the man. "Brother, why are you buying so many sausages at once? Do you have several pet beasts at home?" Hu Yongxiang was puzzled. While the sausages were indeed popular, he had never seen anyone buy so many at once. Moreover, like selling cigarettes, shopkeepers were reluctant to sell entire boxes. If he took an entire box, it would certainly deprive many retail customers. The middle-aged man sighed and explained, "You don't understand. My daughter has a gold-tailed cat. You know about gold-tailed cats, right?" Hu Yongxiang nodded. He was familiar with the gold-tailed cat, a popular pet beast from 2 years prior. Pet beasts were a type of small spirit beast raised for companionship and enjoyment, distinguished from ordinary beasts by their docility and gentleness, allowing them to be summoned and kept as pets. Unlike typical pets, pet beasts possessed higher intelligence and longer lifespans. They also contained a bit of magical energy. Although not much, after being cultivated, pet beasts became highly sought after, and nowadays, most households with pets own pet beasts. Ordinary cats and dogs were becoming increasingly rare. The middle-aged man mentioned his daughter's gold-tailed cat, which was quite common. However, he was unsure how this related to the sausages. The middle-aged man continued to vent. "You don't understand. My gold-tailed cat has become almost addicted to these meat sausages. At first, it just enjoyed them, but after a few more servings, it became insatiable. Now, it needs them. If it goes a day without 2 sausages, it becomes restless. Even mother cats get ignored. It just claws at the sofa and meows incessantly, driving me up the wall that I have no choice but to come out and buy more. Hu Yongxiang nodded, indicating he understood. It was a pity the meat sausages were limited. Otherwise, he could have stocked up more. So it was meant for the gold-tail cat at home. Preferring sausages over mother cats? Gu Lang nearly burst into laughter. Another silly cat, much like the white paw spirit cat. Yet he quickly became wary. Having just consumed 2 magical beast sausages, he wondered if it would have any repercussions. If he became addicted, that would be troublesome. Addicted? Gu Lang was taken aback. When he had just eaten the sausages, he had detected the aroma of bloodvine. Perhaps it was indeed lurking within. He had just witnessed the potency of bloodvine, its scent so enticing from afar, being merely a second-tier magical beast. Coupled with Lord Wolf's intellect akin to Einstein, he had managed to resist. If a more foolish creature were to consume it, one that couldn't even resist a can of meat. Wouldn't it just meow and devour everything in sight? Gu Lang stealthily peered at the sausage wrappers, glancing over the ingredient list, yet he did not spot the name of bloodvine. What was going on? Gu Lang pondered, having distinctly tasted the flavor of bloodvine. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to dismiss the thought. After all, he was merely a heartless little dog. Why bother fretting over trivial matters? The sausage appears to be problematic, so I shall simply refrain from consuming it. Having come to this realization, Gu Lang instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He languidly sprawled across the cashier's counter, basking in the warm sunlight. Hu Yongxiang, having seen off a customer, cast a mildly discontented glance at the rotund dog on the counter. Hu Chiowen, however, paid no heed to her father's demeanor. Absent-mindedly stroking the soft fur along Gu Lang's spine, suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, she lifted her head and inquired of her father, "Father, what about that customer in the hat? Is he still inside?" Hu Chiowen was particularly taken by the tall, slender figure clad in a black leather jacket and a duckbill cap. "Who? Oh, he left through the back door," Hu Yongxiang replied, initially perplexed but then quickly realizing. He mentioned that his car was parked closer to the back door, and since he had too many items to carry, I let him out that way. Hu Chiowen accepted this information without suspicion. Nodding in understanding, he purchased quite a few supplies: fragrant bloodvine, southern candle leaves, twisting belly grass. He cleared out several items that had been in stock for quite some time. Hu Yongxiang continued his monologue. Hu Chiowen, engrossed in petting Gu Lang, remained silent, finding nothing particularly odd about the materials bought by the man in the duckbill cap. Gu Lang rolled his eyes, thinking that this father-daughter duo must be rather naive. Dressed in unusual attire, selecting obscure materials in bulk, and departing through the back door, they spoke as if their throats were filled with 2 pounds of liquor. Was this not the very image of a villain? How could they not harbor any doubts? Unbeknownst to them, the pair encountered countless customers daily in their line of work, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands, who had the time to concern themselves with a single eccentric patron. Gu Lang had seen individuals clad entirely in rubber and walking with dog leashes before. Now that was truly bizarre, merely wearing a hat and purchasing magical materials. What could be amiss, having soaked up enough sun? Gu Lang grew disinclined to linger in the magical materials shop. The pungent odors of medicine and chemicals were quite repulsive to him. He rose, wagging his tail at Hu Chiowen to signal his departure, then leaped off the counter and sauntered into the bustling streets of Magic Street. Hu Chiowen paused, wondering if the dog had just bid her farewell. How astute he seemed. After a moment's thought, she dashed back to the storeroom, opened a box of sausages made from the marigold beast, and set aside a few for herself. She couldn't sell them all. After all, she needed to save a bit for the little pup. Having completed this task, she returned to the front, humming cheerfully as she resumed her role as the laid-back cashier. Gu Lang, meanwhile, found himself at a loss as to where to go next, continuing his aimless wanderings down Magic Street. At the end of the street lay a main road, across which stood a university. It appeared to be the morning break, with numerous young men and women laughing and chatting as they passed by. The large stone monument at the university's entrance boasted an ornate inscription of its name, Ruaching Magic University. Upon reading these words, Gu Lang's expression momentarily turned pensive. They were students here, after a brief silence. He shook his head, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts, and turned away to explore elsewhere. Gu Lang was uncertain of his current whereabouts. He merely wished to enjoy himself and experience the local culture of Ruaching. Suddenly, a familiar summons echoed from the depths of his mind. Was Song Lingyao looking for him again? Gu Lang stood still, focusing his consciousness inwardly. The hexagram vibrated incessantly, as if something urgent awaited him. With a slight smirk, he leisurely projected his consciousness onto the magical halo of the hexagram. Buzz, Chubby, where have you been? Are you not at home? The anxious tone of Song Lingyao's voice caught Gu Lang off guard. He noted that this time, her voice was much clearer than it had been in the morning. Was it due to distance? He contemplated that since he had been farther from Song Lingyao earlier. The transmission of the summoning contract had been somewhat restricted, rendering her voice muffled. Now that he had wandered closer to Ruiqing, the clarity of the communication had improved. It seemed that he was indeed near her. Yet what did she mean by this? He had been cooped up at home for 7 days, and she wouldn't allow him to step out for a stroll? After a moment's thought, Gu Lang concentrated again and shouted at the hexagram. The Wolf Lord goes where he pleases. Do you have any say in it? With that, he withdrew his consciousness from the mental realm and began to contemplate his next adventure. Where to go? Why not? Perhaps a visit to Song Lingyao's school, where there would be plenty of students. Students are wonderful. They possess a wealth of compassion. The group most fond of small animals is undoubtedly students. Given his own striking appearance, he was sure to be well-fed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Lang's mouth watered, and he quickened the pace of his short legs. Wait. Suddenly, he realized something crucial. He didn't know the way. He promptly delved his consciousness back into his mind, carefully attuning to the hexagram once more. The white hexagram was surrounded by countless small light points, which danced around it, forming a pristine magical halo. Upon sensing Gu Lang's consciousness approach, the magical halo eagerly enveloped him. He paid no mind to it, allowing the lights to immerse his awareness. Buzz. Dimly, Gu Lang seemed to catch sight of a graceful figure. It was Song Lingyao. Taking 2 steps northward, he continued to sense his surroundings. Buzz. This time, the hexagram's vibrations were slightly less pronounced. He took 2 more steps westward. Buzz. The feedback from the hexagram weakened further. Gu Lang deduced that Song Lingyao's school lay in the southeast direction. This summoning contract proved quite useful. It could even serve as an unconventional compass. Relaxing his consciousness, he exited the mental realm. He now stood beside a road, which sloped diagonally from northwest to southeast. The direction was correct. He needed to find a ride. Gu Lang hastily jogged a few paces to the crosswalk, which was currently halted by a red light. Several vehicles were lined up at the solid line, and Gu Lang casually chose an electric tricycle to board. The driver was a gray-haired elderly man, and the back of the tricycle was laden with fresh vegetables. Appearing to have just come from the fields, Gu Lang paid little attention. Finding a clean spot to lazily recline, an upscale open-air tricycle provided a natural atmosphere and circulation. Gu Lang blissfully took in the scenery. And soon the road wound into a wetland. The wetland was indeed aptly named. As the tricycle entered, the air grew noticeably thick. Several meandering streams crisscrossed through the area, bringing with them a vibrant vitality. The landscape was dotted with low, lush herbaceous plants, devoid of any towering trees. The view was remarkably open as Gu Lang gazed around. He quickly spotted a building deep within the wetland, a large iron shed. The shed was strikingly conspicuous, surrounded by verdant foliage, its yellowed roof standing out starkly. In front of the shed, a vehicle was parked. Gu Lang scrutinized it closely, then froze in shock. Wasn't this the very vehicle he had hitched a ride on earlier that morning? What was it doing here? Recalling the blood-stained cages on the truck, suspicion gripped him. Surely they weren't here to catch frogs. Were they? Frogs hardly required such large cages. This certainly boded ill. Moreover, why did the Wolf Lord always seem to serendipitously encounter such ominous situations? How infuriating! Accursed thing! Keep your distance. Gu Lang turned over, ignoring the shabby shelter and the cargo truck. This old man was a genuine veteran driver. He could make a 3-wheeled vehicle nearly outpace a 4-wheeled one. Before long, they exited the marshy area, and at a red light, Gu Lang hopped out of the car. Following the guidance of the summoning contract, he walked 100 meters or so and finally laid eyes on a school. The entrance was quite impressive, with several white marble columns arching high over an elaborate relief. The sign read, "The First Advanced Magic High School of Ruiqing." Beneath the name, an LED display scrolled vibrant red characters. 162 days until the Magic College entrance examination. Gu Lang scrutinized the scene for a while and noticed a guard kiosk at the entrance. Inside was a plump, middle-aged security guard. fast asleep in a reclining chair. Gu Lang paid him no mind and swaggered through the gap in the school gates. Eagerly, he ventured into the school, ready to bask in the attention of high school girls. However, just as he approached the entrance, the hefty security guard abruptly awoke. He opened his eyes and peered outside, only to find the area empty, devoid of any figures. What? How strange. Why was his magic triggered? Reluctantly, he stepped out of the kiosk to reset the magical defenses, but as soon as the guard opened the door, he spotted the sneaky Gu Lang. Where did this little dog come from? Shoo, shoo, go away. Seeing that even a chubby security guard treated him so rudely, Gu Lang's temper flared. He turned around, glaring fiercely. Do you believe that Wolf Lord will magic you to death? The guard, noticing the dog baring its teeth, braced himself. This dog trying to bite me. Just as the guard prepared to cast a defensive spell, the dog unexpectedly turned and bolted. Gu Lang swiftly slipped into the school. The guard stood there dumbfounded. Weren't you supposed to bite me? Why did you run away? Watching Gu Lang's rapid retreat, he had no desire to pursue. With a deep sigh of resignation, he decided to overlook it. Just a little dog, no big deal. After setting up the triggered magical alarm, he returned to the kiosk to rest, humming a little tune. I am a security guard. I rise at 6 for work. I work to finish work, every day boasting and having fun. I like teacher Dan. Dan loves cookies, but I can't afford cookies, so to hell with you. Dan, I am a security. Damn it. Even a security guard on duty possesses magic. Gu Lang ran into the school without looking back, and when he realized the guard wasn't following, he finally paused. He lifted his head and looked around. Beyond the entrance lay a vast square, with tall steps leading up to a grand building. The words administrative building were prominently displayed in gilded lettering above. Gu Lang knew that was where the school's leaders resided, people known for their wickedness. Turning away, he gazed at the teaching buildings facing the sun. His consciousness sank into his mind, the hexagram pulsating with an even more intense tremor. It seemed that Song Ling Yao was inside the very building before him. However, Wolf Lord had no intention of seeking her out. Why would a master look for a servant? The teaching building had 6 stories, and the faint sounds of lectures drifted from within, lulling him into a stupor. After straining to listen for a bit, Gu Lang felt drowsy and shook his head, promptly setting off to explore. It was class time, and the campus was eerily quiet, devoid of any students. Gu Lang reveled in the solitude. Wandering about with curiosity, at the edge of the square stood a grand banyan tree, its lush branches casting a wide shadow under which a statue of a person stood. The half-length statue depicted an elderly man with a graceful demeanor. The old man held his arms aloft, palms aglow with magical energy. Beneath the statue was a sizable stone tablet. Gu Lang approached and carefully read the inscription carved below the sculpture. Sun Zhongsong. A native of Ruiqing, founder of the first advanced magic high school of Ruiqing, a 5-star mage, specializing in the mystical arts, revered by contemporaries as the eccentric supplicant. In the year of Renshu, Mr. Sun wielded unparalleled sorcery, executing several hundred Eastern mages outside Ruiqing, earning widespread renown. But he later succumbed to grave injuries, passing at the age of 70. Note: the year of Renshu refers to 1942. The inscription was brief, merely a few dozen characters, yet Gu Lang found himself utterly bewildered. What is the mystical arts? What sorcery is unparalleled? And what about the title, the eccentric supplicant? Gu Lang felt overwhelmed. Despite the text being in familiar characters, it seemed he would need to study this world's magical history thoroughly. Otherwise, he would truly become a foolish dog. Resolute, Gu Lang decided to first visit the school's library. With agility, he dashed off, weaving through the greenery and around the teaching buildings. Behind the teaching blocks lay an expansive playground, its color oddly unlike the familiar red and green. Instead, it was a sticky milky white. On this white playground, over 100 students were engaged in training. These unfortunate children were not practicing anything else but magic. Gu Lang curiously leaned against the railing, watching intently. A young teacher was meticulously guiding the first-year students. Starting stance. Ready? Go. Very good. Collect. Quickly collect. I said collect. Xiaowei. The teacher's voice grew increasingly agitated as one short-haired boy failed to gather his starting stance, instead remaining dazedly focused on his hand gestures while channeling magical energy. Seeing this, the teacher grew anxious and quickly cast a protective spell. Sunlight's blessing. A slightly yellowish, pure white shield stood before the other students, safeguarding them from Xiaowei's runaway magic. Xiaowei, bewildered and anxious, had no idea what to do as the magic in his hands swelled uncontrollably. Ultimately coalescing into a small arc of electricity. He felt an unprecedented, tantalizing sensation in his hand, an unbearable itch. Instinctively, he flicked his fingers, sending the arc flying. Zing! The arc shot into the crowd, thankfully intercepted by the teacher's shield. Upon impact, the arc exploded, scattering into tiny sparks that dissipated upon hitting the ground, swiftly absorbed by the surface and vanishing completely. Only then did Gu Lang realize that the playground was not covered in rubber, but rather a special material designed to absorb magical energy. No wonder it was white on the playground. The teacher had already dispelled the magical shield and was now exasperatedly lecturing Xiaowei. Xiaowei's face burned with shame, while the other students burst into laughter. Hearing the commotion, the teacher turned, furrowing his brow as he admonished the onlookers. What is so funny? Although Xiaowei didn't master the starting stance, he still managed to cast magic. What about you? Do you have the audacity to laugh? You are the worst class I have ever taught. The previously boisterous students fell silent in an instant. The teacher unleashed a torrent of criticism for quite some time before resuming the practice of basic magical techniques. These students exhibited remarkable learning speed. Before long, a few outstanding individuals had successfully cast the most fundamental spells. Their innate talents were commendable, for without them, they would not have the privilege of studying here. The caliber of Rui City's premier magic high school is indeed exceptional, with numerous students gaining admission to the nation's top universities each year. After all, the faculty here is nothing short of impressive. With Bai Tyran serving as the vice principal, he occasionally graces the classroom with his presence, though more often than not, he indulges in grandiose tales. The students' practice would continue for the entire morning, followed by lunch, after which they would return to their classrooms for theoretical studies. Their schedules were filled to the brim with training, learning, dining, and resting. There was no alternative to gain admission to esteemed magical universities. Both talent and hard work were indispensable. Jiu Lang, having lost interest in the training students, continued on his way, intending to circumvent the playground. He noticed a large building behind the playground, with a sign indicating that the library was located on the 4th and 5th floors. Gu Lang, with his 4 little legs, scampered across the ground with great urgency toward the library. He encountered several older teachers along the way, but they showed little reaction upon seeing Gu Lang. As there were other creatures in Ruizhong, Jiu Lang quickly entered the building, deftly ascended the stairs, and reached the 4th floor. This floor was dedicated entirely to books. A young lady at the front desk was engrossed in her reading and failed to notice the diminutive Gu Lang. Unperturbed, he boldly entered the public space that a library, after all, is a place everyone frequents. Jiu Lang was well aware from his school days that the dormitory was a realm of freedom, a space for sleeping and conversing. The classroom was a domain of restraint, meant for speaking and resting. However, the library demanded silence, a sanctuary for slumber. During class hours, the library was nearly deserted, save for a few teachers seated at tables engrossed in their studies. Gu Lang nimbly navigated to the aisle beside the bookshelves, raising his fluffy little head to examine the catalog. He sought to explore the magical history of this world. After searching through several rows, he finally spotted the section labeled Magical History. Jiu Lang raced to that row of shelves, meticulously searching for the book he desired. Before long, he discovered a thick, yellowed tome on the 4th shelf, its spine elegantly inscribed with the words "A Brief History of World Magic." This was it. However, the book was positioned rather high, and even jumping did not allow him to reach it. Cursing under his breath, Gu Lang resorted to pulling out the heaviest tomes from the bottom shelf to use as a makeshift step. After stacking around 10 hefty volumes, each containing over 1,000 pages, he finally managed to grasp A Brief History of World Magic. Standing upright, he clutched it with his forepaws and placed the book on the floor before attending to the tomes he had used as a stepping stool. As a well-mannered citizen, how could he leave the books in disarray? While returning the books to their rightful places, one title caught his eye: Basic Knowledge of Dimensions and Adjacent Planes. A book about dimensions. This piqued his interest. After all, Gu Lang had the ability to traverse dimensions at will. He decided not to hastily return this book. Instead, taking a moment to read it, he stacked the 2 books on the floor and pushed them toward a window in the library. A golden beam of sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the floor of the aisle. Approaching noon, the warmth of winter sunlight was quite pleasant. This seemed like the perfect spot to read. Jiu Lang spread the book open on the floor and began to peruse its contents. Gu Lang was not particularly suited for scholarly pursuits, and the serious tone and careful wording of A Brief History of World Magic soon stifled his interest. After a few minutes of reading, He opted to flip to the table of contents for a general overview. A few moments later, he gleaned that the history of this world bore little difference from that of his previous life. The same dynasties and significant events persisted. The sole distinction lay in the historical figures, who were all powerful mages. Gu Lang nodded in understanding. After all, without strength, who could command respect? He flipped from the table of contents to the end of the book, scanning the names of prominent figures from modern history. However, upon a mere glance, he was utterly astounded. Nikola Tesla, a master of the atmospheric school, established the modern system of lightning magic during his lifetime. Gu Lang knew of the atmospheric school, which encompassed the elemental domains of wind, water, and lightning. He was also familiar with Tesla, the scientist renowned for his work with alternating current. Yet, the connection between the two was utterly jarring. Shaking his head, Gu Lang continued to read. Albert Einstein, a Jewish mage specializing in light magic, proposed the quantum explanation for the photoelectric effect and discovered the wave-particle duality of light. Through this, he aligned with the elemental core, achieving the status of a 7-star true spirit mage. Gu Lang was taken aback. Wait, isn't the wave-particle duality something one learns in physics? How does it relate to magic? Gu Lang felt bewildered. Having struggled with physics in his previous life, he feared he would face similar challenges with magic in this one. Closing the perplexing tome, Gu Lang resolved to examine the book on dimensions. Basic knowledge of dimensions and adjacent planes should be simpler and less convoluted. He opened the first page and began to read attentively. Yet, the very first sentence nearly fried his brain. Each dimension exists independently, separated by dimensional or world barriers. However, when two dimensions are influenced by dimensional laws and merge, the world barriers will blend until they vanish, thus connecting the two dimensions. The so-called dimensional merging is a manifestation of higher dimensions. What on earth? Gu Lang felt his head spin. What does higher dimensional manifestation even mean? Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. The merging of two dimensions does not manifest in three-dimensional space. Imagine a two-dimensional sheet of paper with a black dot in the upper left and another in the upper right. These dots do not merge, remaining a considerable distance apart in two-dimensional space. When the paper is folded, the dots align. However, this alignment no longer belongs to the realm of two dimensions. They acquire a z-axis, transforming into three dimensions. The merging of dimensions occurs in a manner beyond three-dimensional observation. Bang! Gu Lang slammed the book shut. What nonsense is this? Frustrated, he had intended to study in the library, but understood nothing at all. Forget it. He would seek out some entertaining books. Suddenly, a bell rang throughout the library, and Gu Lang realized that lunch break had ended. He shook his head, casually finding a spot to stow the two incomprehensible tomes. He then resumed his search throughout the library, hoping to find a storybook filled with illustrations and minimal text. Determined, he resolved not to read anything text-heavy. Romance of the Three Kingdoms? No, too many words. Harry Potter? No, foreign literature is not for me. Illustrated Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales? No, too many pictures. Little Tadpole Looking for Mama? No, too juvenile. The Golden Lotus, illustrated edition? This one. Gu Lang's eyes lit up. It was perfect. Conveniently, this book was at the very bottom of the shelf. So he wouldn't even need to find a stepping stool. With a swift motion, Gu Lang pulled it out and dashed back to the window. Opening the book, he felt a surge of excitement. This was exactly the vibe he sought. Engrossed in the read, he lost track of time, oblivious to the influx of people into the library. The academic demands at Rue City's premier magic high school were intense, with the lunch break lasting a mere hour and a half. Yet, within this short span, many diligent students flocked to the library to study. Some even hastily consumed their meals just to secure a spot. Jing Qing was among these industrious scholars. She rushed in with her little backpack, relieved to find available seats. As soon as Zheng Qing set her backpack down, her gaze was drawn to a fluffy little creature. What is this? A small dog. It was engrossed in reading. Zheng Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "There's a little dog reading a book here. This little dog can read." Her voice, not particularly soft, shattered the serene atmosphere of the library in an instant. Countless eyes turned towards her in unison. Realizing her blunder, Zheng Qing felt a pang of regret. Why had she spoken out loud? As the attention of the crowd settled upon her, she awkwardly smiled and pointed to Gu Lang, who was on the floor. Upon seeing Gu Lang, the onlookers' expressions turned to astonishment. Could it be that a dog was truly reading? However, they quickly lost interest, casting only a few hurried glances before returning to their studies with renewed focus. Gu Lang was nearly startled to death by Zheng Qing's outburst. Goodness, Lord Wolf wasn't reading anything appropriate. He hastily shut the risk book lying on the floor and shoved it back onto the shelf. Then, he retrieved the earlier tome that discussed dimensional realms, feigning a scholarly demeanor. Zheng Qing, brimming with curiosity, approached Gu Lang, eager to discover what he was reading. After regaining the book titled Dimensional, Brief Knowledge and Nearby Realms, Gu Lang casually flipped to a page. The upper half of the page illustrated a grotesque visage, complete with two horns protruding from its head, accompanied by the bold, crimson characters, Horned Demon. Below this unsightly illustration was a lengthy description. Gu Lang stared at it in a daze. Twisted Abyss, according to the alignment grid. It is categorized as a lawful evil dimension. Zheng Qing instinctively mouthed the words in her mind. How could this dog be engrossed in such complex material? It bore no trace of magical aura, so its intelligence should be rather limited. Puzzled, she continued to read on. In history, Blue Star has encountered the Twisted Abyss dimension on several occasions. The native beings of the Twisted Abyss are the Horned Demons, characterized by their malevolent and gruesome nature, feeding on the flesh, souls, and even emotions of other beings. The Horned Demons harbor deep-seated malice towards other dimensions, including Blue Star. Should you encounter a spatial mirror fracture caused by the Twisted Abyss, please seal it promptly to prevent greater calamities. Spatial mirror fractures. Gu Lang furrowed his brow. What could that be? Was it akin to spatial rifts? Zheng Qing, standing behind him, was equally perplexed. As a high school freshman, her exposure to such topics was limited, rendering her confusion quite normal. She gazed at Gu Lang, mesmerized, longing to pet this adorable little dog. After a moment's thought, she crouched down and stroked the soft fur on Gu Lang's back. Feeling her touch, Gu Lang lifted his head to gaze at her. The one who petted him was a girl with a sprinkle of freckles on her face, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at him. Ah, how charming. The allure of Lord Wolf was indeed formidable, effortlessly enchanting those around him. Gu Lang, feeling quite pleased, wagged his tail with pride, disregarding the book on the floor, and turned to leave. Gu Lang had no intention of lingering in the library any longer. Shaking off Zheng Qing's hand, he strolled towards the exit. Observing the cute little pup darting outside the library, Zheng Qing hesitated momentarily, glancing back at her study materials and recalling the soft touch of the puppy's fur. She gritted her teeth and followed suit. Once outside, free from the no loud noises sign, Zheng Qing immediately called out loudly, Shogo, Shogo. Don't run away. Gu Lang was taken aback upon hearing her voice. This girl had actually followed him out, initially intending to play with her for a while. He turned away, noticing her empty hands. Was she joking? Who would play without a treat? With a haughty demeanor, Gu Lang pranced along, making it impossible for Zheng Qing to catch up. Before long, he arrived at the white playground. The students, who had been practicing their stances, had just finished their class and were pouring out noisily. Blocking the narrow passage, Gu Lang strutted confidently past them. Wow, there's a little dog, someone exclaimed, and the throng of students surrounded Gu Lang completely. He had intended to slip through the crowd, but halted upon seeing the various snacks clutched in their hands. Perfect timing. It was noon, and he could scrounge a bit of lunch. Crouching down, he had the food in their hands, wagging his tail lazily. The students, catching on quickly, began to offer him candies and chocolates. Ding! Detected. Ding! Feeding value 5. Ding! Detected. Ding! Feeding value 6. Although the treats were nothing extraordinary, Gu Lang was unbothered. Even the smallest morsel was a delight, and the flavors were quite pleasing. Hurry and feed me. I'm still hungry. Seeing Gu Lang enjoy the snacks, the students pulled out more goodies from their pockets. Chocolate. Yum. Rainbow candy. Yum. White rabbit candy. Yum. Magic. Energy bar. Gu Lang suddenly froze. A hand reached out before him, holding an energy bar, but he fell silent. Even halting his chewing, an unexpected fullness washed over him. He had lost his appetite. Lowering his head, he dodged the hand grasping the energy bar and squeezed through the throng of students. The students were puzzled. Why had the little dog suddenly left? What was happening? How could a dog refuse an energy bar? They found it baffling that he would turn down the most expensive and finest treat in favor of mere snacks. Truly, a peculiar little pup. With the fun gone, they dispersed, returning to their own activities. What was Bai Peng up to? In the classroom, Song Ling was once again distracted. Why was it getting closer to her? Was it coming to find her? Lost in a daze, she lamented its lack of intelligence. It couldn't use summoning contracts for communication. Earlier, upon sensing Gu Lang's departure from Song Manor, She had grown anxious. What if it got lost in such a vast Rue city? Concerned for her summoned beast's safety, Song Lingyao immediately sent several messages inquiring about it.in return. She received a series of barks. Woof, woof, woof. Song Lingyao sighed in exasperation. It truly was a silly little dog. Lingyao, answer me. Startled, Song Lingyao hurriedly stood and turned to the blackboard, which bore a haphazard collection of alternative knowledge about dimensions. This was an extension class, discussing topics unrelated to college entrance exams, so most of the students were not paying much attention. Song Lingyao was no exception, having not listened closely, and was caught off guard by the teacher. Seeing the class's top female student summoned, the other students straightened up, fearing to lose focus. Lingyao, could you enumerate a few dimensions that Hua country has encountered? The teacher regarded Song Lingyao with appreciation. Fully aware that she stood out among the younger generation in Rue City, a truly exceptional student. Yet, how could she afford to daydream? Wasn't that a challenge to the teacher's authority? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Song Lingyao began to speak. Corrupted great world, bewildering shadow black hole dimension, upside-down dimension of heaven and earth, endless night, and no-day dimension. She rattled off a series of peculiar names, shaking her head to indicate she had finished. But her peripheral vision caught a few words on the blackboard, prompting her to add, and the twisted abyss. Don't forget the twisted abyss. Upon hearing Song Lingyao's response, the teacher pressed further. Lingyao, what sorts of creatures inhabit the twisted abyss? Song Lingyao shook her head, indicating she did not know. The teacher did not press her further, gesturing for her to sit down before continuing his lecture. The twisted abyss is an exceedingly malevolent, repugnant, despicable, and vile dimension. In short, no negative term could adequately encapsulate its nature, for within the twisted abyss dwells a kind of demon, one capable of devouring human emotions and souls to empower itself. Upon hearing the teacher mention demons, the previously disinterested students suddenly perked up with intrigue. Demons. Aren't they merely figments of fiction? Observing the curiosity etched on the faces of his students, the teacher couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and continued his narrative. These demons, initially, engaged in the domestication of livestock, only to devour their flesh and souls once they matured, thereby augmenting their own power. The teacher recounted the tale with eloquence, and the students listened intently at first. The twisted abyss is a realm of darkness and chaos. The rulers within it are demons adorned with a pair of ram's horns. These horned demons were once quite laid back, content to tend to their livestock and pass the time leisurely. However, a fortuitous accident, a mirror-like spatial rift, connected Blue Star with the twisted abyss. This so-called mirror rift resembled a transparent mirror, allowing no material exchange between the two realms. Yet, beings from both dimensions could communicate through this mirror. The first to encounter this mirror from the twisted abyss was a rather naive young mage. He possessed little sense of danger and harbored no wariness towards demons. Yet, upon seeing him, the ram-horned demon was immediately exhilarated. Tender flesh, untainted souls, and a plethora of rich emotions. These humans were the finest sustenance for demons. Alas, unable to descend upon Blue Star, the ram-horned demon resorted to other means that it sought to manipulate the young mage into doing its bidding. What kind of bidding? Capturing human mages or magical beasts to sacrifice to it through dark rituals. Naturally, the young mage initially refused, but after witnessing the demon's formidable power, he soon succumbed to corruption. The ram-horned demon employed bizarre methods to instantly enhance the young mage's magical abilities, granting him a surge in power. Unable to resist such temptation, the young mage agreed to serve the demon. The subsequent tale followed a familiar pattern. In pursuit of greater strength, the young mage began to prey upon his own kind, offering them as sacrifices to the demon. Eventually, the truth unraveled, and he was slain by righteous mages. The students, having heard the tale of demons, felt a wave of disdain wash over them, deeming it exceedingly dull. They had heard such cliché stories 1,000 times before. Nevertheless, the teacher, with a serious countenance, admonished, "Students, do not underestimate these ram-horned demons. Their ability to feed on souls is considerably terrifying. Whenever there exists a pair of complementary souls, these demons can absorb them to fortify themselves." After the teacher's words, a curious student inquired, "Teacher, what constitutes a complementary pair of souls?" The teacher, delighted to have an engaged student, praised the inquisitive one and cleared his throat to elaborate. A complementary pair refers to opposing souls, fear and bravery, arrogance and humility, loyalty and betrayal. As long as there are ample matching souls, the power of the ram-horned demons will continuously strengthen. The The previously inquisitive student grew even more perplexed, asking, "Why must the souls be complementary?" The teacher explained, "Because while demons consume human souls to bolster their own strength, they must also pay a certain price. Ram-horn demons are not invincible. After devouring human souls, they themselves undergo a degree of pollution. This pollution means that the demons are influenced by the souls they consume. For instance, if a ram-horn demon consumes the soul of an arrogant individual, it too becomes tainted by arrogance. Although this pollution may not be overwhelming, it accumulates over time. Eventually, the demon will be completely assimilated by the souls it has devoured. To mitigate such soul pollution as much as possible, ram-horn demons devised a method. They consume conflicting souls, allowing them to cancel each other out if I grow somewhat arrogant. Then consuming the soul of a humble individual would suffice. Wouldn't it? Thus, the consumption of souls and emotions by ram-horn demons is always in pairs. Isn't this akin to a balanced diet? Unbeknownst to whom, a student muttered, and the entire class erupted in laughter. The teacher, feeling somewhat defeated, acknowledged that the student's observation was indeed accurate, that it truly was a form of unconventional dietary balance. Ding, ding, the bell signaling the end of class rang, prompting the teacher to indicate that the lesson had concluded. The students immediately became a cacophony of chatter, rushing out of the classroom and heading towards the cafeteria. Song Lingyao also stood to leave, but she did not head to the cafeteria. She sought to find Bai Pang Pang. While the teacher was expounding on demons, she had sensed Bai Pang Pang's presence nearby. It was in the vicinity. It was within the school grounds. Song Lingyao made her way towards the playground. Along the way, she encountered several first-year students just finishing their magical training. These first-year students gazed at the approaching senior with a mixture of awe and shyness. It was inevitable. She was simply too exceptional and radiant. Song Lingyao was a renowned figure throughout the school, known for her diligent training and remarkable talent. During every class, teachers would often extol her virtues, saying how impressive Song Lingyao from the third year is, urging others to emulate her dedication and hard work. Over time, the students came to understand that she was indeed a prodigious scholar. Yet, the most striking aspect was her beauty, clad in the standard blue and white high school uniform. Song Lingyao exuded a pure, youthful charm, while the others appeared as mere weary scholars. To put it bluntly, there was a stark contrast between the essence of innocence and that of a drab studiousness. Upon encountering Song Lingyao, the first-year students instantly grew bashful, nodding in unison, "Hello, senior." These boys would hardly extend such courtesy even to the principal. Song Lingyao, accustomed to such reverence, returned their greeting with a polite smile and continued her trek towards the playground. Halfway there, she suddenly turned back. "Excuse me, Junior, have you seen a little white dog? It has a bit of black fur on its back. Oh, yes, yes." A young boy eagerly nodded. It was just outside the training grounds. After speaking, he felt his response was somewhat foolish and quickly added, "We even fed it earlier, but it's a bit odd. It only chooses the cheaper food, ignoring high-quality items like magical energy bars." "Doesn't like magical energy bars?" Song Lingyao paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, smiling politely to express her gratitude before hastily turning to search for Bai Pang Pang. The young boy remained rooted in place, gazing after Song Lingyao's enchanting silhouette as she walked away. "Oh, bro has a crush now, oh." Others began to jeer. The young boy, immediately incensed, pushed them away, then fell into a trance. Upon seeing Song Lingyao, a line of poetry suddenly sprang to his mind, which he softly murmured to himself. Proud and aloof, like the frost's hue, fragrant as the autumn dew, Song Lingyao was deeply concerned for the chubby creature that had just awakened and was unaware that Li Yingyi had not perished. Its current mood was likely quite dismal, and her heart ached for it. Song Lingyao continued on, walking and walking. At last, beneath a tree outside the playground, she found the chubby creature she had been yearning for. The gently swaying dark green leaves shielded it from the midday sun, where it squatted in the shade, lost in thought. With its head lowered, it gazed at its own paws, oblivious to the world around it. A circle of students, mostly girls, stood around it, perceiving the little dog as utterly adorable. The girls longed to reach out and pet its fluffy head, yet hesitated. This rotund little puppy exhibited a hint of fierceness, baring its teeth as a warning to anyone who dared approach. Left with no choice, they could only stand by and observe, occasionally tossing bits of food in hopes of easing its wariness. Gulang was uncertain of the emotion coursing through him, only aware that it was a struggle to endure. The moment he laid eyes on the magic energy wand, his heart began to ache. During the 7 days of slumber, He had subconsciously buried this matter deep within himself, hidden in a place even he could not locate. Yet, it had been unearthed by a mere energy wand. He sought refuge in a shadow, wishing for the sun to spare these troubled thoughts. This was the scene that Song Lingyao encountered, the little chubby ears drooping beside its equally lowered head. Huddled and motionless, as she waded through the crowd and approached it, a concerned girl called out, "Song Xuejia, be careful, that little dog is fierce. It might bite." However, Song Lingyao paid no heed and walked straight to the tree's base. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she scooped up Gu Lang that he lifted his head, realizing it was Song Lingyao, seeing her slightly furrowed brow and the concern etched on her beautiful face. He allowed her to hold him. Wrapped in her embrace, Song Lingyao gently stroked the fur along his back with her right hand, the delicate fragrance emanating from her gradually calmed Gu Lang's tumultuous emotions. He let out a soft whimper, nuzzling into her warmth to find a comfortable position to continue resting. Song Lingyao seemed unfazed, as if this were the most natural occurrence. Yet, the surrounding crowd erupted in a frenzy. Buzzing with chatter, they could not fathom why the little dog had previously resisted any touch, even shunning proximity. But now, with Song Lingyao's arrival, it not only permitted closeness but allowed her to embrace it entirely. "Wow, why doesn't it resist? How come it let Song Xuejia hold it?" they exclaimed. "Oh, it looks so adorable." The girls were filled with envy. Who wouldn't want to pet such a fluffy puppy? The boys were envious too, but their jealousy was not directed at Song Lingyao. Rather, it was aimed at Gu Lang. "Damn it, what a flirty dog. It behaves so well for Song Xuejia." Some boys, their eyes reddened with jealousy, lamented, "Why doesn't the senior hug me?" Several onlooking boys began to curse. "This little dog should be punished. It's so tiny, probably not even a month old, yet it already has its eyes on Song Xuejia." Hearing these remarks, Gu Lang felt utterly displeased and opened his eyes to scan the crowd. "All right, I, the Wolf Lord, shall remember this. You scoundrels dare to speak ill of me." He then closed his eyes again. Pretending to be sleepy in Song Lingyao's embrace, Ji Yulang felt secretly pleased. Having a sensible servant was truly delightful. It is my summoned beast. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Song Lingyao chose her words carefully to explain. "Oh, it's a mutated Alaskan sled dog that possesses a bit of magic." The crowd was taken aback. A mutated Alaskan? How unimpressive. Gu Lang was irked, thinking, "What do you mean? I am a wolf." He continued to howl at the sky. "A whoa." As the crowd pondered his antics, Song Lingyao, seeing him once more mimic a wolf's howl, felt a surge of panic and sought a way to smooth things over. Fortunately, a few boys, previously envious of Gu Lang, intervened. I know. I have a husky that howls like a wolf every day, thinking it's a wolf. Song Xuejia, your summoned beast is probably similar. It's just a case of hysteria. A good beating will fix it. My husky behaves just fine after I give it a couple of whacks with a slipper. Song Xuejia, if you're reluctant, I can help. I'm quite adept at disciplining dogs," proclaimed one boy, eager to showcase his prowess to its hysteria. Another confidently asserted. Song Lingyao, feeling helpless yet lacking alternative explanations, could only nod in agreement with their assessments. The crowd soon grasped the situation. The dog was merely suffering from hysteria, imagining itself to be a wolf. Indeed, both Huskies and Alaskans belong to the same category of sled dogs, and their intelligence should be on a comparable level. If Huskies are perceived as rather foolish, then it stands to reason that Song Xuejia's Alaskan is similarly lacking. Imagining oneself as a wolf, is that not akin to the absurdity of a rooster that lays eggs? With this thought, concern for Song Lingyao resurfaced among them. Although Song Xuejia possesses remarkable strength, it seems that neither of her summoned beasts boasts any combat prowess. First, she contracted a White Claw spirit cat, an auxiliary spirit beast with limited fighting ability. One would have expected her to summon a formidable creature upon reaching a 2-star rank in her summoning magic. Yet she unexpectedly returned with such a dim-witted dog. Not only is it a dog, but it also suffers from hysteria, deluding itself into believing it is a wolf. How ludicrous. Such a creature's combat capability must be akin to that of paper. With this in mind, the crowd collectively felt sympathy for Song Lingyao. Glancing helplessly at Gu Lang, "Damn it, you dog of a person." Gu Lang was furious, exclaiming in outrage. He immediately began to channel his magical energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack on the male student. Upon sensing the surge of magical energy from Gu Lang, Song Lingyao hurriedly scooped him up. She then addressed the onlookers, indicating her intention to leave. The students parted ways, allowing Song Lingyao to pass. She held Gu Lang tightly, soothing him gently. "All right, don't make a fuss." Upon hearing Song Lingyao's soft voice, Gu Lang felt a wave of warmth. She had always been cool and aloof. It was the first time she had spoken so tenderly. And he found himself unaccustomed to it. Gu Lang glanced up at Song Lingyao's beautiful face. Fine. Today, I shall grant my servant this favor. He then turned his fierce gaze back to the male student who had accused him of hysteria. Memorizing his appearance deeply. Very well, the Wolf Lord shall return to human form, and the first order of business will be to give you 2 hefty blows. Once Song Lingyao saw that the plump dog had calmed down, she took it to the cafeteria, as she had yet to eat. It was still before mealtime, and the cafeteria was quite lively. Gu Lang was somewhat surprised. The Song family was wealthy, yet Song Lingyao still chose to eat in the cafeteria? This was hardly the treatment one would expect for a cherished child. Did they not fear she might get abducted? However, Gu Lang was mistaken. It was not that her father was unwilling to pamper her, but rather that Song Lingyao preferred the cafeteria's simplicity. She did not wish to stand out too much, for she was already quite the celebrity at school. Being constantly catered to by family members would be far too ostentatious and detrimental to her image. As soon as Song Lingyao entered the cafeteria, many eyes shifted to her, primarily to observe the dog she was carrying. They were taken aback, questioning why Song Lingyao had brought a dog to eat. At that moment, those in the know began to embellish the story, proclaiming that the dog was Song Xuejie's second contracted summoned beast, a small dog afflicted with hysteria. The crowd, upon hearing this news, expressed a mix of shock, numbness, and pity. They began to murmur, lamenting how unfortunate it was that Song Lingyao had contracted such a mutated, silly dog with hysteria. Hysteria, silly dog, imagining, howling like a wolf, akin to a husky. Perhaps, worse than a husky. How regrettable, Song Xuejie. The chatter of the crowd reached Gu Lang's ears once more, and he erupted with fury. Damn it, they are spreading slander against me. The most outrageous claim was that the Wolf Lord was inferior to a husky. Was such a dim-witted creature even worthy of comparison to the Wolf Lord? The Wolf Lord could not bear it any longer. With a swift motion, Gu Lang conjured an ice projectile, aiming it at the nearest gossipmonger. He did not channel much magic, merely intending to teach them a lesson, to make these foolish individuals understand the Wolf Lord's might. Sensing the magical fluctuations, Song Lingyao quickly lowered her head and realized that the plump dog had already launched an ice projectile. Surging torrent. With quick reflexes, Song Lingyao cast a water column, deflecting the ice projectile. Bang! The once boisterous cafeteria fell silent. What was happening? Why had Song Goddess suddenly cast a spell? The student targeted by the ice projectile turned pale, having clearly sensed the magical energy moments before. Turning around, he saw an ice projectile hurtling toward him. Thankfully, Song Goddess had intervened. Seeing the student shaken, Song Lingyao quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. My summoned beast lost control of its magic. It is still learning how to use spells. I will retrieve it right away. As soon as she finished speaking, a warm, milky white magical energy radiated from her. Gu Lang, upon realizing that his ice projectile had been intercepted, had not yet had the chance to cast another spell when his surroundings began to spin. The scene before him shifted repeatedly, and after one final flash, he found himself in a white space. Where was he? Gu Lang was bewildered. Where was this place? Buzz. The space suddenly began to tremble, and a voice echoed from above. By Puan, how could you recklessly cast magic? You need to stay in the contract space until I return home. Song Lingyao seemed somewhat angry. Her tone noticeably colder. Gu Lang was infuriated. How dare they speak ill of the Wolf Lord? After sending Gu Lang back to the contract space, Song Lingyao hurriedly apologized to the others in the cafeteria. I apologize for interrupting your meal. The others, witnessing her politeness, waved it off, assuring her it was no trouble. Some even complimented Song Lingyao on her exquisite spellcasting. With a courteous smile, Song Lingyao randomly selected some dishes and found an unoccupied table to sit down at. The others resumed their meals, but the topic of discussion remained centered on Song Lingyao and her new summoned beast. Moreover, there was now an additional point of discussion. This silly dog not only suffered from hysteria but also struggled to cast spells. Even losing control of its magical energy, it had inadvertently unleashed magical attacks on others. Alas, one could not help but feel sympathy for the goddess. Siawei, Song Xuejie's new summoned beast is just like you. Unable to control its magic. Ha 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 ha. Someone began to mock a companion, who happened to be the same student that had accidentally unleashed magic that morning. Siawei's face flushed with embarrassment. How dare they compare him to a silly dog? He was far superior. Gu Lang brooded for a considerable time before finally lifting his head to survey his surroundings. The pure white space was enveloped in a warm aura of summoning magic. What did Song Lingyao call this again? Contract space. Gulang suddenly realized that he was in the special contract space designated for summoned beasts, an extension of the summoning magic SEA. Gulang was at a loss for words. What could one do here? Everything was blank and devoid of Suddenly, Gulang's attention was drawn to a corner on his left. There lay a drowsy cat. During the previous battle, the white claw spirit cat had been gravely injured by the crimson flame beast. Its fur scorched in patches, and it had yet to recover. Since that day, it had remained in Song Lingyao's contract space to recuperate. This place was safe and saturated with summoning magic, allowing the white claw spirit cat to absorb energy and heal itself. After several days, its wounds were nearly healed, though it was left with unsightly bald patches and was reluctant to venture out. Today had been like any other. After a morning of magical compression training, it was feeling rather fatigued and had settled down to take a nap. However, just as the white claw spirit cat had begun to doze off, it was abruptly awakened. By Puan, how could you recklessly cast magic? You need to stay in the contract space until I return home. It was its master's voice. What was going on? The white claw spirit cat opened its eyes in confusion and spotted Gulang. It was him, that detestable bad dog, the one that had pilfered canned food and framed it. How could that bad dog be here? The white claw spirit cat suddenly realized. The bad dog seemed to have also been accepted as a summoned beast by its master. The thought sent it into a panic. No, what would I do from now on? That wicked dog wouldn't try to harm me again, would it? Realizing this, the white claw spirit cat immediately fixed a wary gaze on Gulang. Coincidentally, Gulang noticed it as well. Meow. As Gulang suddenly turned his head to look at him, the white-pawed spirit cat was so startled that its fur bristled. Gulang was bewildered, wondering what this meant. Why was this foolish cat looking at him with such an expression? Why was it so afraid of him? He wouldn't harm it. After pondering for a moment, Gulang decided to approach it and greet it. Considering they would need to coexist in the future, the foolish cat was a servant of Song Lingyao, who in turn was a servant of the Wolf Lord. By a roundabout way of thinking. That made it his servant as well. Yes, indeed. Gulang dashed up to the white-pawed spirit cat and flashed what he believed to be a friendly smile. He then greeted it in a warm tone. Ow. Ow, you're not dead, huh? Meow. Upon hearing Gulang's exclamation, the white-pawed spirit cat's fur bristled even more. It straightened its body, arched its back, and stared at Gulang with fierce yet timid eyes. Gulang initially thought it hadn't survived that day, but it seemed it had been lingering in Song Lingyao's contract space all along. Observing its rather sparse and unkempt appearance, Gulang shook his head. How ugly, seeing the disdain in Gulang's eyes. The white-pawed spirit cat took offense. What do you mean? Meow. Gulang let out another shout, proclaiming that it was ugly. Meow. The white-pawed spirit cat was somewhat angered. What about those 2 cans of food from last time? Don't you think I don't know you were behind that? Gulang was speechless. It was still holding a grudge over such a trivial matter. But after some thought, he decided to explain. Ow. Just admit it. Did you or did you not eat the canned food? Meow. The white-pawed spirit cat's bravado diminished significantly. It indeed had consumed 1 can. Ow. Did your master scold you unjustly? Shouldn't you be reprimanded for stealing food? Meow. The white-pawed spirit cat was taken aback. However, it suddenly realized that if it hadn't been for the dog in front of it playing tricks, it wouldn't have been scolded at all. Meow. It became fierce again. Gulang was quite surprised. This foolish cat was a bit clever. After contemplating for a moment, he continued his persuasion. Ow woo. Ow. Think for yourself. Being scolded 1 cost you a piece of meat, but that can was something you actually got to eat. Meow. The little orange cat fell into deep thought. Indeed, being scolded didn't seem to incur any loss? Ow. Just think about it. Isn't it a tremendous bargain to get to eat canned food for just a few scoldings? Where could you find such good fortune? The little orange cat's mind raced. Perhaps the bad dog had a point. Ow woo. If I hadn't opened the can for you, would you have been able to eat it? Meow. The little orange cat shook its head. It wouldn't have dared to steal from the can. Ow. Exactly. It was I who enabled you to enjoy the canned food. Shouldn't you thank me? Meow. The little orange cat's mind entered overdrive. After a pause, it nodded and then meowed twice at Gulang to express its gratitude. Gulang was delighted. Foolish cats were easy to manipulate. Ow. In the future, I'll come to you for such matters. The white-pawed spirit cat nodded enthusiastically. Ha! Gulang stifled his laughter, feigning seriousness as he nodded, proclaiming, from now on, we are good friends. Meow. The little orange cat also became serious, declaring, good friends for life? You continue to sleep. I won't disturb you anymore. The white-pawed spirit cat meowed twice and resumed its deep slumber. Ji Yulang shook his head, deciding not to tease it further. He needed to thoroughly explore this space and see if there was a way out. Staying here was exceedingly dull. First, he would measure how vast this place was. Ji Yulang promptly set off, taking strides to the farthest edge to start measuring. A few minutes later, Gu Lang completed a full circle around the space and returned to his starting point. The contract space was larger than he had imagined. Roughly the size of a quarter of a playground. It could easily accommodate both himself and the foolish cat. However, he was uncertain about its height. Gu Lang looked up, preparing to launch a few ice shards to test the ceiling's position. But then he thought better of it. This was Song Lingyao's space, and he might inadvertently harm her. Gu Lang pressed himself against the wall of the space, closed his eyes, and began to sense carefully. The contract space should be a unique dimension. Thus, he should be able to traverse it freely. After a while, Gu Lang opened his eyes and extended his paw towards the pristine white wall. The wall, glowing with a bright white light, immediately rippled as if waves were undulating. Buzz, the wall melted away, creating a small opening that allowed Gu Lang's paw to pass through. He had succeeded. Gu Lang was overjoyed, then took a few steps back, gathered momentum, and charged his entire body against the wall. Buzz. Another dizzying swirl later. Gu Lang exited the contract space. Thud. Gu Lang landed on the ground and quickly scrambled to his feet, surveying his surroundings. It appeared to be a classroom. During the lunch break, several students in uniforms were engrossed in their studies. Oblivious to Gu Lang's presence, Ji Yulang lifted his head and found Song Lingyao staring at him in a daze. Song Lingyao was bewildered, wondering what was happening. How did Bai Peng get out? Wasn't he supposed to be in the contract space? Observing Song Lingyao's innocent and confused expression, Gu Lang crouched down and proudly wagged his tail. Stunned, aren't you? The Wolf Lord is a noble, starry magic wolf. A mere contract space cannot confine me. How did you get out? Song Lingyao, seated at her desk, leaned closer to Gu Lang, lowering her voice. Hearing Song Lingyao's inquiry, Gu Lang found it difficult to explain his lineage. He could only arrogantly raise his head, indicating that this was simply his talent. The Wolf Lord is simply that exceptional. Song Lingyao picked up Gu Lang and walked outside the classroom. A flash of white light enveloped them. And Gu Lang found himself back in the contract space. Once again, Ji Yulang was taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Did she wish to see the Wolf Lord's performance once more? Very well. Gu Lang prepared to run again, crashing into the nearby white wall. Buzz. Gu Lang appeared half a meter above the ground. This time, he was prepared and did not fall. Thud. Gu Lang landed firmly on the ground. Upon witnessing Gu Lang once again leap from the contract space, Song Lingyao's expression became much more serious. Just as Gu Lang emerged, Song Lingyao had been reading. She was unprepared, merely feeling a slight tremor in her magical power before Gu Lang materialized in the classroom. To ascertain what was happening, Song Lingyao sent him back to the contract space and kept her consciousness there to observe closely. Though her astonishment, Bai Peng emerged once more. This time, Song Lingyao watched intently as Bai Peng first gathered speed and then charged towards the boundary of the contract space. The boundary seemed to recognize an old acquaintance, promptly melting to form a small hole just large enough for it to pass through. Ji Yulang's bizarre behavior left Song Lingyao in a state of shock. What on earth was happening? Logically, the boundary of the contract space should have blocked him. How could he exit so effortlessly? As the owner of the contract space, Song Lingyao was the only one capable of controlling it. After awakening her summoning abilities, a small space would be opened up alongside the magical sea, serving as a resting area for summoned beasts, commonly referred to as the contract space. Within, summoned beasts could not exit without their master's permission. To leave the contract space for the outside world, they had to communicate with their master and make a request. Without Song Lingyao's permission, the white-pawed spirit cat could not leave. The surrounding white walls were indeed solid barriers for it. If it tried to run into the wall, it would only end up concussed. Yet, Bai Peng had bizarrely managed to get out. Seeing Bai Peng crouched on the ground with a smug expression, Song Lingyao again picked it up and stuffed it back into the contract space. She resolved to carefully regulate the boundary to see if it could keep him from breaking out again. Gu Lang found himself back in the vast white space, puzzled. What was going on? Why had he been returned? Did they not want him to go out? Bai Peng, try again. The space trembled, and a voice echoed from above. Ethereal and soft. You want me to try again? Very well. Let me show you the Wolf Lord's superpower once more. Gu Lang replicated the method, colliding with the boundary of the contract space. This time, the wall seemed somewhat different. It opened more slowly than before. It appeared as if the wall hesitated, as though commanded not to yield. However, when Gulang pressed against it, there was but a brief moment of entanglement before it once again granted him passage, allowing him to exit. Upon witnessing Gulang emerge once more, Song Lingyao furrowed her brow. The contract space, was it no longer responding to her commands? She had just given an order, and the contract space had indeed acknowledged it. Yet, when Gulang crashed into the wall, it still opened. What was going on? Song Lingyao fell into contemplation, but after a long while, her mind offered no explanation for such an unusual phenomenon as the chubby white creature. Just as her confusion deepened, the white-pawed spirit cat approached the white wall of the contract space. The small orange cat was perplexed. What was happening? How could its dear friend escape? It had awakened when Song Lingyao spoke within the space. Watching helplessly as the large dog vanished wasn't leaving supposed to require the master's permission, followed by a flash of white light. How could the large dog leave? After pondering, the small orange cat positioned itself before the boundary. Mimicking Gulang, it began to run and charge toward the white wall. Bang! The white wall remained unmoved, and the small orange cat was knocked back by the tremendous force, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a halt. Rising to its feet, the white-pawed spirit cat's mind raced. Why was this happening? Song Lingyao also took note of the white-pawed spirit cat in the space, equally bewildered. The inability of the small spirit to exit indicated that the contract space was not malfunctioning. Therefore, it must be due to the chubby white creature itself. Crouching down, Song Lingyao picked up Gulang, studying him with curiosity. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she inquired, "Can you return by yourself?" Gulang was taken aback. Return? Back to the contract space? That should be possible. Having emerged, surely he could return. Song Lingyao set Gulang down, gesturing for him to attempt it. Gulang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sensation. He had fallen from midair, approximately at shoulder height relative to Song Lingyao. The magical sea of human mages resided near the heart, a fixed point. Therefore, the contract space should be located there as well. He found it. Gulang vaguely sensed a misty white space, but how to enter? He couldn't just crash into it as before, could he? Gulang attempted to communicate with this space using his consciousness. Yet, he was not very adept, and several times he received no response from the space. After about 10 attempts, buzz. At last, the intangible consciousness made contact with the contract space. The contract space erupted in brilliant white light, projecting a square shadow before Gulang. Just like that. Overjoyed, Gulang lowered his head and gently touched the shadow. Buzz. The scene before him blurred, and Gulang once again beheld the familiar whiteness. Seeing that the chubby white creature had successfully returned to the contract space, Song Lingyao fell into deep thought once more. Logically, summoned beasts should always pass through their master to leave the contract space. Yet, the chubby white creature could come and go as it pleased, without needing her permission. This had its advantages. In the face of sudden crises, Song Lingyao wouldn't need to divert her attention to summon it. It could simply emerge on its own. Entering and exiting the space was akin to opening and closing a door, with Song Lingyao as the sole key. However, the chubby white creature was different. It had effectively opened its own window to enter. Moreover, this window had been forcefully created by it on the boundary of the contract space. The contract space. A chilling thought arose in Song Lingyao's mind. Could it be the chubby white creature possessed some unique spatial talent? Thus, it could traverse the contract space with such ease, but this was utterly absurd. After entertaining such an idea, Song Lingyao found it hard to believe. A mere second-tier magical beast could possess an aptitude for spatial manipulation. Moreover, it could wield it with such agility. In the realm of Blue Star, space was one of the two paramount laws alongside time. It was a supremely exalted concept, one that only a St. Mark mage could touch upon or discuss. In Blue Star, there was no classification for mages specializing in space, aside from summoners, who had access to a contract space. Other mages below 4 stars were incapable of engaging with any spatial abilities. Only upon reaching 4 stars could they begin to explore and study the concept of space, contingent upon possessing spatial talent. The vast majority of 4-star St. Mark mages found their research and mastery of space to be slow and arduous. The same held true for magical beasts, which also required to be 4th tier to even attempt to grasp spatial control. In summary, space was an exceedingly challenging advanced law to master. However, without utilizing space, The peculiar circumstances surrounding the chubby white creature could not be explained. Recalling its earlier astonishing transformation into the Wolf King and its formidable display against the giant winged bird king, Song Lingyao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. What kind of summoned beast had she inadvertently acquired? It seemed she had inadvertently contracted an extraordinary creature, in stark contrast to Song Lingyao's astonishment in the external world. Within the contract space, Gu Lang was suppressing a chuckle. Once again, he was playfully deceiving the small orange cat. It wasn't that Gu Lang was malicious. It was simply that the white-pawed spirit cat was astonishingly naive. Upon returning to the contract space, Gu Lang found the white-pawed spirit cat sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the white wall. Initially, Gu Lang was puzzled, wondering what the foolish cat was doing. However, upon noticing the small bump on its forehead, he quickly understood. The small orange cat had likely witnessed his traversal through the space and attempted to replicate it. The result, of course, was failure, resulting in a collision. Upon seeing Gu Lang, the white-pawed spirit cat immediately sprang up to inquire, "Meow, meow, meow. How did you get out?" Gu Lang's mischievous thoughts began to churn once more. "Oh, whoa. Try it again for me, and I'll analyze it." Hearing this, the small orange cat nodded, then dashed to a spot 3 meters away from the white wall. This was the same position where Gu Lang had previously started his charge. Seeing Gu Lang nod, the white-pawed spirit cat immediately accelerated and sprinted toward the wall. Thud. Roll, roll, roll. Once again, the small orange cat collided with the wall, disoriented and meowing plaintively to Gu Lang. "Look, I can't get through." Gu Lang feigned deep thought before calling out to the small orange cat once more that you're standing too close. "You need to stand further back." The small orange cat paused, confused, "But you were just standing there." Observing the foolish cat's doubt, Gu Lang quickly countered, "Oh, whoa. I'm not the same as you. I'm stronger, so I don't need to run as much." Meow. The small orange cat nodded, indicating its understanding that it once again approached the wall. But this time, it stood 5 meters away. Positioned correctly, the small orange cat turned to look at Gu Lang, who immediately nodded affirmatively. The small orange cat began its sprint once more. "Oh, whoa. Run faster." Gu Lang cheered it on from the side. "You can do it." Encouraged by Gu Lang's words, the small orange cat surged forward, charging at the wall with renewed vigor. Thud. Roll, 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 roll. The small orange cat tumbled 5 times before finally coming to a stop. It took a moment to recover before standing up, looking at Gu Lang with immense grievance. "Meow. That hurts. Meow, meow. Should I stand even further back?" Observing the small orange cat's pitiful expression, Gu Lang felt a twinge of sympathy. He decided to spare it further torment. "Buzz, little spirit, what are you doing? Don't imitate the chubby white creature. It can come out for different reasons." Song Lingyao's voice suddenly resonated within the contract space. Hearing her words, the small orange cat froze, staring blankly at Gu Lang. Jiu Lang was alarmed. "No. Song Lingyao, how could you reveal my secret?" Seeing the foolish cat's face filled with suspicion, Gu Lang's mind raced. In the next moment, he feigned enlightenment. "Oh, whoa. So it turns out I'm different from you. Oh, whoa. I had thought you could do it too. Oh, I am truly sorry. It's entirely my fault for causing you to crash into walls several times." After expressing his remorse, Gu Lang lowered his head, feigning a look of guilt and self-reproach. The little orange cat, upon receiving Gu Lang's apology, felt considerably better. After a moment's hesitation, it approached and gently nudged Gu Lang's chin with its fluffy little head. "Meow. It's all right. You said we are good friends." Gu Lang was taken aback momentarily, then began to feel relieved, thankful that it had not discovered his secret. What a close call. The white-pawed spirit cat returned to slumber. While Gu Lang was released from the contract space by Song Lingyao, accompanied by a warm white light, Gu Lang found himself spinning back into the corridor outside the classroom as soon as he landed. He was scooped up by Song Lingyao. "Chubby, I have something to tell you." Gu Lang lifted his head, looking at Song Lingyao with curiosity. Senior Ying is still alive. Upon hearing Song Lingyao's words, a silent and immense tsunami surged through Gu Lang's mind. Li Yingyi is still alive. However, her situation is quite peculiar. She is in a coma, and it is uncertain how long it will take for her to awaken. After speaking, Song Lingyao pulled out her phone to show Gu Lang a photo. Li Yingyi lay pallid on a hospital bed, various tubes and instruments attached to her. The picture was taken from the corridor through a window. She is no longer in Ruwei City, but in the imperial capital. Under the care of the finest medical personnel in the country, Jiu Lang was momentarily stunned. The best medical personnel? It seems her condition is extremely serious. He lowered his head, unable to conceal his disappointment and concern. So, can we go see her? Upon realizing this, Gulang immediately sank his consciousness into his mind, shouting at the white six-pointed star, "I want to see her." After saying that, he looked at Song Lingyao with anticipation. However, Song Lingyao did not respond, merely gazing at him in astonishment. What does that mean? Seeing Song Lingyao's strange expression, Gulang too was bewildered. "Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Song Lingyao appeared puzzled. All she heard were a series of barks. She was completely unaware of what Chubby was trying to convey. "What are you trying to say? Use your consciousness to touch. Do not shout directly." "Not shout directly? Was my previous method of communication incorrect?" Gulang was taken aback, closing his eyes, and once again his consciousness returned to the six-pointed star. The six-pointed star remained as it was, gently emanating a soft, white magical radiance. Following Song Lingyao's instructions, Gulang slowly touched his consciousness to the six-pointed star. Buzz. At the moment of contact, the white light of the six-pointed star surged. Countless magical light orbs unfurled, enveloping Gulang's consciousness layer upon layer. It felt as though he were soaking in a warm pool of milk, and Gulang was utterly comfortable. He attempted to convey his thoughts to these milks. "Hey, can you hear me?" But after uttering just 5 words, Gulang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Communicating through the summoning contract truly so exhausting? He wondered if Song Lingyao heard him this time. Gulang withdrew from his mind, returning to reality, and looked at Song Lingyao. To his surprise, Song Lingyao still wore an expression of having not heard anything. "Have you tried? All I hear is your barking." Gulang was utterly perplexed. What was going on? Seeing his confused demeanor, Song Lingyao understood. She crouched down, her face full of astonishment. Then, step by step, she began to guide Gulang on how to communicate using the six-pointed star. 20 minutes passed, and Gulang felt utterly exhausted. Using the six-pointed star was incredibly tiring. Song Lingyao's lovely little face was cold and serious. How could this be? Chubby had indeed used the summoning contract, and she felt the fluctuations, yet it seemed unable to convey its thoughts. Only barking. How could there be a summoned beast that cannot relay information to its master? This is too strange. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the lunch break. As more people filled the corridor, Song Lingyao once again shoved Gulang back into the contract space. She resolved to return and consult her elders. The entire Song family primarily practiced summoning techniques. These elders, having immersed themselves in summoning for years, should have a solution. Buzz. The white light flashed, and Gulang found himself back in the contract space yet again. What is going on? Has he truly turned into a foolish dog? Gulang was filled with confusion, unable to convey his thoughts to Song Lingyao. After pondering, he decided to seek clarification from the silly cat. The white-pawed spirit cat had been cultivating, but upon seeing Gulang, it rose to look at him. "Meow. You're back." Seeing the white-pawed spirit cat greet him, Gulang merely nodded. Then, without preamble, he asked, "How do you communicate with your master?" "Meow." The white-pawed spirit cat was momentarily stunned before pondering for a while and responding, "Meow, meow, meow." It's that little hexagonal star in your head. As long as, after a torrent of meows, Gulang finally understood. The silly cat, like him, had a six-pointed star in its brain, connecting it to Song Lingyao. It could understand most of the Chinese language, and when Song Lingyao spoke, it could comprehend her words. However, being a second-tier spirit beast, it could not speak. It could only convey its thoughts through the six-pointed star. In its view, communicating through the summoning contract was not a difficult task at all. According to its explanation, all one had to do was touch the six-pointed star in their mind, and then transmit their thoughts to Song Lingyao. After hearing this, Gulang was even more puzzled. If even this silly cat found it simple to communicate using the six-pointed star, why was it that he could not? Just as Gulang was about to inquire further, he suddenly realized a crucial question. How was he currently able to communicate smoothly with the white-pawed spirit cat? Gulang howled, while the silly cat meowed. Between the two beasts, they could understand each other's meanings. He and Song Lingyao could not communicate, yet he could with the white-pawed spirit cat. What was happening? Gulang's mind felt like it was about to explode. Meow, because we are both the master's summoned beasts. Unlike Gulang's confusion, the little spirit cat seemed to regard this as a perfectly reasonable matter. Gulang, helpless, could only accept the reality if he could not resolve the issue of communication. Then in the future, if he wished to convey thoughts to Song Lingyao, he would have to have this silly cat relay them. The Rue City Magic Association. Zhang Jiaji walked out of the association's door, his face clouded with despair. Tightly clutching a piece of paper, the paper bore a bright red mark, with large letters scrawled beside it. Unqualified. He failed. He failed himself. He did not pass the interview. How could this happen? Jiang Jiaji, despondent, sat down on the steps. Unable to mask his disappointment, he had just participated in the Ruwei City Magic Guard's recruitment interview, but had failed. The Magic Guard is a small branch affiliated with the military. Every city in Huagua has established such a force. Not just Ruwei City. The primary responsibility of the Magic Guard is to combat the extraordinary beasts that possess similar powers. More than 10 days ago, on the night the Crystal Tower sounded the alarm, the entire Ruwei City Guard was mobilized. Some remained to fortify the city's defenses, while others prepared to advance into the Tianyin mountain range. They received generous allowances, and thus, during times of beastly threats, they must stand at the forefront. In addition, during times devoid of demonic threats, they must also maintain the order of reign. It is essential to remember that heroes who wield martial prowess must abide by the law. Ruweiqing boasts a considerable number of mages, and a single misstep could lead to chaos. Thus, these civilian mages must be meticulously managed. The guards, therefore, serve as the principal overseers of this management. It is evident that the guards, with their established status, authority, and generous stipends, have become a coveted position in the eyes of many. Although they may face ferocious demonic beasts, such occurrences are quite rare. Countless individuals are eager to join the Ruweiqing guards, and Jiang Jiaji is among them. However, the recruitment process for the guards is exceedingly stringent. In addition to the mandatory requirement of mid-level 2-star strength, candidates must also be evaluated on their character and temperament. Jiang Jiaji was eliminated at the temperament assessment. The examiner was a rare mind mage, who, within mere moments, pierced through Jiang Jiaji's inner thoughts, confusion, irritability, selfishness, and buried deep within, his cowardice. Once these emotions were unearthed, Jiang Jiaji faced immediate disqualification. The guards have no need for cowards. They seek true fearlessness. Individuals willing to bleed for Ruweiqing. 1 may be selfish, irritable, or even slightly lacking in strength, but cowardice is intolerable. Cowering before a demonic beast? Then you might as well be cast aside. Jiang Jiaji covered his face and lowered his head, silently licking his wounds of negativity. After a prolonged moment, he rose and hailed a taxi. Destination: Ruweiqing Magic University. The driver nodded, pressed the accelerator, and departed from the Magic Association. Young man, just came back from the guard's interview. Huh? The driver casually inquired, spotting the document in Jiang Jiaji's hand. Jiang Jiaji, feeling dejected, was reluctant to engage in conversation, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. The driver quickly grasped the situation. He had not passed. The two fell into silence, the interior of the taxi enveloped in an oppressive stillness. After some time, they passed by a high school. The marble columns arched above a sign boldly inscribed with the words, Ruweiqing First High School of Magic. Jiang Jiaji felt even more despondent. The students here were all high achievers. Should a student from Ruweiqing High gain admission to Ruweiqing Magic University, they would undoubtedly be laughed at. It is not the fault of Ruweiqing University for its shortcomings. Rather, it is the remarkable prowess of Ruweiqing High that casts such a shadow. The taxi continued on, and just a few hundred meters beyond Ruweiqing High lay a lush expanse of wetland. The white mist wetland. The river meandered, with islets interspersed, and a delicate mist enveloped the wildly growing herbaceous plants. Jiang Jiaji fell into a trance, suddenly disinterested in returning to Ruweiqing University. His friends and classmates there were aware of his interview with the guards. Now that he had failed, he was unwilling to face them. The faux sympathy of onlookers is a second, silent dagger. Driver, stop, he instructed. The driver, puzzled, asked, Aren't you going to Ruweiqing Magic University? Yet he complied, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. After settling the fare, Jiang Jiaji remained in place, watching the taxi drive away, then ventured alone into the wetland. He wandered aimlessly until he found a patch of waterlogged ground and pulled out a cigarette. Lighting it, he gazed vacantly at the misty, deep green grassland. After a short while, the cigarette burned down to his fingers, and feeling the heat, he carelessly tossed the butt into the water. Hiss! He then retrieved another cigarette and lit it. Jiang Jiaji stood by the water's edge, inhaling and exhaling smoke. One after another, he consumed nearly an entire pack, the smoke swirling into the air, merging with the mist. Indistinguishable from one another, he raised the report card in his hand. Casting another indifferent glance at it. Character, cowardice, assessment, not past. Cowardice? Ha! Have I always been a coward? I was before, that night, and I shall be in the future as well, Jiang Jiaji thought expressionlessly, hidden among the grass. It seemed that was the most authentic version of himself. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a muffled, awkward voice from behind. Ping Yu, what are you doing here? Jiang Jiaji turned to see a short, unattractive individual with features that were each a unique form of misfortune, exuding an oddly unpleasant aura. Beside him stood a tall, gaunt figure with a pointed face, wearing a cap. Jiang Jiaji, now aware of the two peculiar individuals who had appeared behind him, sensed an undeniable magical presence emanating from them. Mages. He immediately tensed. Who are you? He demanded. After questioning, he took several steps back to create distance while gathering magical energy in his hands. Hearing his words, the tall figure with the cap looked at Jiang Jiaji, his expression strange. Peng Yu, don't be rude. The short individual, noticing Jiang Jiaji's readiness to cast a spell, hurriedly raised his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. His pronunciation was peculiar, as if he had a stone lodged under his tongue, rendering his speech unclear. Jiang Jiaji, however, did not lower his guard, continuing to scrutinize the two in such a secluded and remote wetland. The appearance of these two odd foreign mages warranted caution. You see, our vehicle broke down, and we were hoping you could help us. The short individual spoke with a thick accent, his lips moving exaggeratedly. Jiang Jiaji remained silent, meticulously examining their faces before hesitating to question. Are you from the East Sea? The poor accent and their bizarre appearance raised doubts in Jiang Jiaji's mind. The short individual glanced at the cap-wearing figure, who nodded, and he replied, Yes, we are from the East Sea. I am Yamamoto Ruji, and this is Lu Chuanxia. He gestured towards the cap-wearing individual. The tall figure removed his cap, revealing his face more clearly to Jiang Jiaji. Friend, our vehicle is broken down. Could you assist us? Yamamoto Ruji stepped forward, reiterating his previous request. Jiang Jiaji shook his head, firmly rejecting the plea. I'm sorry, I have other pressing matters. With that, he turned to face them and cautiously retreated. Seeing Jiang Jiaji's refusal to engage, Yamamoto Ruji let out a cold laugh. Mizuka, Shirkato Shite Mo, Shiranai Yo, friend, then do not blame us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiaji turned and fled. The cap-wearing figure immediately crouched down, pressing his palm to the ground, channeling magical energy. The yellowish magic surged rapidly toward Jiang Jiaji's back. The damp earth beneath him suddenly came to life, beginning to writhe ominously. Damn it! Jiang Jiaji's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly cast a spell. Floating, light wind, a verdant aura enveloped him, significantly increasing his speed, allowing him to narrowly escape the grasp of the quicksand. That was close. Jiang Jiaji, drenched in a cold sweat, silently thanked his luck that his secondary affinity was wind. If they lacked wind magic, they should not be able to catch up with me. With this thought, he glanced back. Strangely, however, the two figures remained stationary, not making a move. Even the magical energy that had been swirling around them began to dissipate. Have they given up? Huh. Jiang Jiaji exhaled a sigh of relief and continued to run. Before long, he found himself back on the road in the middle of the wetland. A vehicle was parked by the roadside, next to which leaned a middle-aged man quietly smoking. The man, impeccably suited with graying hair, looked up as Jiang Jiaji emerged from the wetland in a panic. Uncle, quickly, take me to the Magic Association. There are, hissing, EC mages behind me. Jiang Jiaji was overjoyed upon seeing someone by the roadside and hurriedly shouted for help. Yet, the middle-aged man remained silent, coldly scrutinizing Jiang Jiaji instead. He placed the cigarette between his lips, squinting slightly. Subsequently, he slowly removed the watch from his left wrist and set it upon the hood of the car. Jiang Jiaji was taken aback, pondering the reason behind. Removing his watch, could it be? Bang! In an instant, Jiang Jiaji lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Stuck in the contract space, Gu Lang was exceedingly bored. After merely polishing his magical power, he found it intolerable to remain idle. Jiu Lang desired to venture outside, and, after a brief hesitation, he lunged against the boundary of the space, departing from the contract realm under the envious gaze of the white-clawed spirit cat, Buzz. At that moment, the teacher lecturing on first-tier monsters was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a small white dog in the classroom. All the students followed his gaze, turning to the corner where Song Lingyao and her small white dog stood. Gu Lang was bewildered. How could this happen right in the middle of class? He lifted his head to see Song Lingyao, who looked equally awkward, noticing that everyone was staring at her and the chubby dog. Song Lingyao had no choice but to explain, "It needs to go to the bathroom." The teacher, enlightened, nodded approvingly at Song Lingyao. Go ahead. Without delay, Song Lingyao scooped up Gu Lang and exited the classroom, stepping into the corridor. She placed Gu Lang on the railing and shot him a reproachful glance. The sudden appearance of the chubby dog in the classroom left her at a loss for words. She couldn't simply say it had run out on its own. It was common knowledge that summoned beasts required their owner's permission to leave the contract space, something even students preparing for college entrance examinations were aware of. "What do you want to do?" Song Lingyao inquired. Gu Lang emitted a couple of whines, wriggled free from her grasp, and bounded towards the direction of the playground, nudging his head forward. "Hey, you want to play outside?" Gu Lang nodded. "Next time you wish to come out, let Xiao Ling relay the message." Song Lingyao feigned sternness as she glared at Gu Lang. She knew that the chubby dog could communicate with the white-clawed spirit cat. Having witnessed him tricking Xiao Ling into colliding with the wall, Gu Lang wagged his tail nonchalantly, indicating his understanding, before turning and departing. With no other option, Song Lingyao sighed in resignation and returned to the classroom. The classmates, not having seen Gu Lang, assumed he had been recalled by Song Lingyao. She resumed her seat and continued to listen to the lecture, although Gu Lang claimed he wanted to play outside. There was nowhere in particular to go. He scampered back to the library and retrieved the book he had perused earlier that morning about dimensions. Dimensions, a brief overview and nearby dimensions. Gu Lang flipped through the pages, bypassing the so-called brief yet intricate knowledge, and directly scanned the sections detailing common dimensions. The first dimension mentioned in the book was called the Eternal Twilight. The Eternal Twilight, a dimension governed by unique rules. There were no seasonal cycles, no autumn rains or winter snows, and even the distinction between day and night was absent. The entire world was shrouded in a hazy orange glow. The surface was sparsely dotted with purple. Mushroom-like plants, devoid of any vitality. Gu Lang read with rapt attention. This was far more intriguing than any high-dimensional folding theories. He continued perusing. The recorded encounters between Blue Star and the Eternal Twilight number 3, all involving mirror-like spatial fissures. The first, 1931, Caribbean Sea. The second, 1965, Nelson, New Zealand. The third, 2001, Qingtang City, Huawood. So few encounters, merely 3 in total, and each was only a mirror fissure, offering no passage. It was no wonder that the information in the book was so scant. Evidently, there had been no on-site explorations of this dimension. Gu Lang shook his head and continued reading. The second dimension was indeed the Twisted Abyss, which Gu Lang had seen that morning. Chapter 70. The Descent of Sacrifice and Bewitchment. Gu Lang casually skimmed through the introduction to the Twisted Abyss before moving on. There it was again, that hideous, grotesque demon head. The Horned Demon has attempted to invade Blue Star multiple times through sacrificial descents. Upon reading this peculiar phrase, Gu Lang felt puzzled. Sacrificial descent. What could that possibly entail? He turned a couple of pages further to find an explanation. Sacrificial descent is a special method developed by the Horned Demon for invading other dimensions. The spatial fissures at the link points between Blue Star and the Twisted Abyss always manifest in mirror forms. This prevents the Horned Demons from directly arriving on Blue Star. Consequently, they devised an alternative method to locate the coordinates of the primal void using the blood and flesh of native beings. The native beings of a dimension are imbued with traces of dimensional information. By extracting a substantial amount of the blood and flesh, as well as the souls of these native beings, the Horned Demons can deduce the coordinates of the primal void. Gu Lang was taken aback. Encountering yet another obscure term, he continued reading. The so-called primal void coordinates refer to the precise location of a dimension. Each dimension possesses its own independent and complex primal void coordinates. Once the Horned Demons acquire these coordinates, they can descend directly onto Blue Star through the mirror fissures, bewitching native beings to sacrifice their flesh and blood to extract dimensional information in order to obtain primal void coordinates. This was the method by which all Horned Demons had invaded Blue Star throughout history. The Horned Demons had made numerous attempts to invade Blue Star, all of which had been thwarted by mages. After all, relying on sacrificial means to descend onto Blue Star required an overwhelming amount of blood and flesh. The mass sacrifice of so many beings would have long been discovered. Gu Lang read attentively. Unexpectedly developing an interest in the concept of sacrifice, he became curious about the appearance of the sacrificial altar. However, he shook his head again, deciding it was best not to see it. This was certainly not a matter to be taken lightly. Zhang Jiaji stared blankly at the altar before him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself bound by ropes, kneeling in that very spot. His 10 fingers were tightly bound by iron wire, rendering him immobile. He turned his head to survey his surroundings and discovered he was in a vast, dimly lit cavern. Hundreds of pointed stalactites hung from the ceiling, and large jars lined the cave walls. Filled with strange liquids that emitted peculiar fragrances, the air was stifling and damp, akin to a misty wetlands. The middle-aged man in the suit who had previously knocked him unconscious was nowhere to be found. Only 3 individuals remained in the cavern. Besides Jiang Jiaji, there were the 2 Japanese men atop the altar. Yamamoto Ryuji knelt reverently before an odd mirror, muttering ominous words. Before long, the dim mirror suddenly radiated a faint red light. Buzz! A grotesque and hideous face emerged within the mirror. It was the Horned Demon. Upon its appearance, Yamamoto Ryuji and Lu Chuanxiao immediately bowed their heads in respect. Lord Maman, the person you desired has been captured by Mr. Zhong. Upon finishing his sentence, Yamamoto Ryuji pointed at Jiang Jiaji. At that moment, Jiang Jiaji felt an icy chill engulf him, as if he had fallen into hell. The instant he laid eyes on the demon Maman, he comprehended everything. This was the Horned Demon of the Twisted Abyss. They had invaded Blue Star multiple times, the last occurrence being in Ning City, Huagua, and these 2 Japanese men were the fallen apostles of the demon. Damn it, how could this happen? I have become the sacrificial offering. A blood and flesh sacrifice for the Horned Demon. Despair washed over Jiang Jiaji as he lowered his head. Bring him here. The indifferent voice of the demon Maman echoed from the mirror fissure. Hearing the command, Yamamoto Ryuji and Lu Chuanxiao promptly descended from the altar and seized Jiang Jiaji, dragging him upwards. Bang! Jiang Jiaji collapsed before the mirror fissure atop the altar. Trembling, he raised his head. Fear etched upon his face. Seeing Jiang Jiaji's terrified demeanor, Maman was quite pleased. Good, a fine soul. Timidity and fear, but still not enough. Maman turned her head to gaze at Yamamoto Longji. The latter immediately understood. Covering his nose and darting towards a large vat nearby, he picked up a filthy half-gourd from the ground and scooped out a ladle full of pink liquid from within. This liquid was semi-transparent, teeming with grotesque, repulsive fatworms. Curiously, it emitted an irresistible fragrance. Yamamoto Longji, the diminutive figure, approached Jiang Jiaji, holding the gourd filled with the liquid. Lu Chuanxia, wearing a cap, quickly stepped forward and firmly pinched Jiang Jiaji's cheeks. Observing Jiang Jiaji's gaping mouth, Yamamoto Longji promptly poured the contents of the gourd down his throat. Ugh! Gulp! Cough! Cough! Vomit! Jiang Jiaji turned crimson, choking and feeling utterly wretched, his head bowed as he gagged incessantly. Once the bizarre liquid entered his esophagus, it instantly transformed into shimmering specks, swiftly invading his bloodstream. Jiang Jiaji felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, his mind buzzing. Subsequently, the fears and anxieties that had plagued him were magnified 100-fold. His eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, utterly engulfed by a colossal dread that left him in a daze. Observing this, Yamamoto Longji scurried to another vat, scooping out a ladle full of pitch-black liquid, and continued to pour it into the unconscious Jiang Jiaji. After consuming the dark liquid, Jiang Jiaji's condition improved, and his body ceased to convulse. Minutes later, he regained consciousness. Strangely, after the second ladle of liquid entered his stomach, his prior negative emotions, be it fear or timidity, had significantly diminished. After a while, he lifted his head, painfully gazing at the demon reflected in the mirror. Maman, with an appreciative expression, scrutinized Jiang Jiaji with her blood-red eyes rolling with delight. Then, in a voice inaudible to those around, she murmured to herself, "Another 6th. Only 4 more to go." A radiant glow emanated from Maman, enveloping the entire altar and shrouding Jiang Jiaji. Her hoarse voice echoed throughout the subterranean cavern. "I can see the fear in your heart. I can also see the cowardice within you. Submit to me, embrace me, and I shall grant you strength. This." Maman paused, then scoffed mockingly. "From this day forth, you shall no longer cower in the thicket like a trembling ostrich." The words "cowering in the thicket," "trembling ostrich," utterly shattered Jiang Jiaji's psychological defenses, causing him to lower his head in dread and unease. A disheveled Jiang Jiaji returned to his dormitory. His roommate, surprised to see him back so late, hesitated before asking, "Jiago, how did your interview go?" Upon hearing his roommate's words, Jiang Jiaji stiffened momentarily. However, he quickly regained composure, turning to his roommate with a casual demeanor. "No, I didn't attend the interview today. Something came up. There's another opportunity tomorrow." The roommate nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. Jiang Jiaji turned away, his face a mask of confusion and torment unseen by anyone else. In the library, Gulang continued to peruse books, engrossed in the peculiarities of various dimensions, a realm where the upper layer is ocean and the lower layer is gas, seemingly devoid of life. The world rules of this dimension are exceedingly chaotic and unpredictable. Day and night can flip at any moment, and gravity is erratic. One could fall freely within, never having the chance to reach the other side of the world. For the direction of gravity may change at any time. Recorded encounters between the blue planet and the inverted sea realm total 5, with all but the first being mirror space fractures. First, 1921, New Jersey, USA. Second, 1975, Auckland, New Zealand. Fifth, 2011, Kyoto, Japan, a class blue planet realm devoid of land. The entire world is engulfed by thick, dense seawater, inhabited by marine life with whom communication has not been successful. Recorded encounters between the blue planet and the angry sea abyss are limited to 1, being a mirror space fracture. First, 1995, Canterbury, New Zealand. Upon reading this, Gulang pondered why New Zealand appeared so frequently. Having reviewed nearly a dozen dimensions, he found that 8 had encountered New Zealand. What sort of bus is New Zealand that anyone can hop on? After some contemplation, he flipped to the table of contents for a closer look. Indeed, New Zealand was listed separately, explained as a dimension of common knowledge. New Zealand, a weak point in the boundary of the blue planet. Most spatial fractures occur here. Therefore, it is also a sacred ground for 4-star mages to comprehend the laws of space. A weak point in the world boundary, a sacred ground for 4-star mages to grasp the laws of space. Gulang was greatly intrigued, resolving to visit this place in the future. He wondered if he, with his extraordinary talent, could discern any spatial laws. Gu Lang raised his head to observe the sky. The sun was nearly set. Estimating it was time, he closed his book and departed the library, arriving at the teaching building. Gulang hesitated, reluctant to ascend the stairs to find Song Lingyao. His short legs made climbing quite exhausting. After a brief internal conflict, Gulang decided to wait at the school gate, knowing Song Lingyao would surely pass by on her way out. At the entrance of the school, the chubby security guard from the morning sat leisurely on a small chair outside the gate. Basking in the evening sun at his feet lay a German shepherd, colloquially known as a blackback. The rotund guard leaned against the back of his chair, gently patting the dog's head while humming a silly tune. I am a security guard. Every day, I must work. I do not wish to work, but alas, I have no backing, if not a guard. Just move bricks. I am truly quite lazy, so I'll just move bricks. Perhaps it's better to be a guard. Listening to the security guard's nonsensical song, Gulang winced at the pain in his ears. What utter nonsense, devoid of rhyme. Shaking his head, Gulang walked past the man and his dog, squatting beneath another gatepost. The chubby guard, surprised to see Gulang still at school, shook his head and continued his song without paying him any mind. However, the large black dog reacted differently. Upon seeing Gulang, it immediately stood up and began to whimper. Woof, woof, whimper. Gulang was taken aback. What was this German shepherd doing? Its calls were so oddly melodious. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. The black dog let out a couple more whines before charging towards Gulang. Its eyes filled with longing. What the hell? What is going on? Gulang turned on his heel and fled in panic, not daring to cast any spells to hinder the dog. The chubby guard, witnessing his beloved dog sprint towards Gulang, was taken aback, shouting, Shasha, come back. What are you doing? Hearing her owner's command, the dog obediently halted, its tail drooping behind. Shasha looked on with a mix of confusion and longing as Gulang ran away. Gulang, nearly frightened to death, thought that the rotund guard should keep a better eye on his dog. That dog almost tarnished my reputation. How old is it? You two are clearly not a match. The chubby guard crouched down, rubbing Shasha's head and comforting her. Don't worry, Daddy will find you a big, strong Tibetan Mastiff that you'll love it. Shasha whimpered in response, indicating her understanding. The guard nodded in satisfaction, then sat back down, instructing her. Go on, Shasha, fetch Daddy some snacks. Shasha quickly dashed to the small room behind the guard station and returned with a bag of sunflower seeds, prancing happily as she delivered them to the hefty guard. Good girl. The portly security guard patted Shasha's head, causing her to squint her eyes in sheer delight. This sight left Gulang utterly bewildered. How could this lazy oaf be so indolent? The slothful guard resumed munching on sunflower seeds, while Shasha dutifully perched nearby. Ding ding. A teacher, driving out of the school gate, honked impatiently at the hefty guard. Jiu Lang anticipated that the lazy man would finally rise to his feet, but to his surprise, the guard remained ensconced in his relaxed demeanor. Even as the car approached, he merely cast a languid glance before instructing his German shepherd, Shasha, go open the gate. Woof. Shasha obediently dashed into the guard booth, leaping gracefully onto the desk to press the button. The iron gate swung open immediately, allowing the car to exit. Given her ease in opening the gate, it was evident that this was not her first experience. Good girl, so well behaved. The guard offered a half-hearted compliment, which unexpectedly elicited a joyful wag of Shasha's tail. Jiu Lang watched in incredulity. How gluttonous this setup was, relying on a dog to perform such tasks. No wonder the guard was so rotund. Shasha, are you hungry? Woof. Shasha nodded eagerly. Time to eat. Shasha excitedly bounded into the booth again, emerging with a large stainless steel basin filled to the brim with fresh beef. She squatted down, savoring her dinner with the poise of a lady. Lowering her head and methodically gnawing at the meat that Jiu Lang observed in astonishment. The hefty guard was surprisingly generous, feeding her fresh beef. Shaking his head, Gu Lang chose to disregard the lazy owner and the industrious dog. However, the guard noticed Gu Lang's gaze lingering on the beef. Oh, is this little pup interested? The portly guard glanced at Gu Lang, pondering for a moment before issuing further instructions to Shasha. Shasha happily nodded and dashed back inside, returning with another stainless steel basin filled with an ample supply of fresh beef. Noticing the plastic wrapping still encasing the meat, the guard promptly chastised Shasha. You need to tear off the packaging. How can that little silly dog eat it otherwise? Shasha, taken aback, whimpered in response to the guard's reprimand. Recognizing his own excessiveness, the guard scratched his head and instructed Shasha to fetch a pair of scissors. Shasha swiftly complied, returning shortly with the scissors in her mouth, presenting them to him. The guard snipped open the packaging, yet instead of pouring the meat into the basin, he waved the beef enticingly toward Gu Lang. Suck, 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 come here. Uncle will feed you some beef. Gu Lang was taken aback. The lazy guard was actually willing to feed him. Intrigued, Gu Lang took a few steps forward. Upon seeing Gu Lang approach, Shasha leaped up in excitement. Gu Lang's face turned pale. In a way, I'm not eating anymore. He swiftly turned away, preferring to endure a bit of hunger. The guard, realizing his dog had scared Gu Lang off, was left speechless. What are you doing? Didn't I say you two aren't suited for each other? She's probably not even a month old. The guard shot a stern glance at Shasha, who lowered her head. Whimpering softly, he shook his head, resigned, and stood up from his chair, limping towards Gu Lang while holding the bag of beef. Seeing her owner preparing to walk, Shasha anxiously jumped up, positioning herself protectively around him. Go back. The guard shouted at her. Woof, Shasha protested. I'm just taking a couple of steps. Woof. Shasha returned to sit down, stretching her neck to keep her gaze fixed on her master. Jiu Lang was taken aback. It turned out the portly guard was a cripple. Not only a cripple, but he limped somewhat awkwardly. His right leg seemed shorter, dragging lifelessly along the ground. Witnessing his condition, Gu Lang felt a twinge of sympathy that he stepped a little closer, hoping to alleviate the guard's burden. Yet without encroaching upon Shasha's space, the guard reached Gu Lang's side, letting out a pained ouch as he sank onto the concrete ground. He crossed his legs and began to squeeze the beef from the packaging, offering it toward Gu Lang's mouth. Jiu Lang opened wide to receive it. Ding! Detected that Luo Chuan has fed the host 150g of military dog steak. Ding! Feeding value 50. Jiu Lang was taken aback. Military dog steak. That German shepherd named Shasha was a military dog. Realization struck him. No wonder. Shasha, devoid of any magical essence, was simply an ordinary dog, yet so remarkably intelligent. The lazy guard's commands were all understood by her. She could even operate the electronic gate, her intelligence surpassing that of 99 other dogs. Gu Lang didn't dwell on it further, swiftly finishing the entire bag of beef. After feeding Gu Lang, Luo Chuan got up and limped back to his seat. Refraining from patting Gu Lang, as he already had Shasha, Jiu Lang wagged his tail in gratitude before returning to his spot by the stone pillar at the school gate, bathed in the sunset. Gu Lang dozed off, and soon, the school day concluded. As the bell rang, the classrooms erupted into a cacophony, the hallways filled with boisterous boys. Soon, students began pouring out, led by a group of girls, one of whom Gu Lang recognized as Zheng Qing, whom he had encountered earlier at the library. However, she appeared somewhat downcast now, her head bowed as she walked out, oblivious to Gu Lang's presence. Her companions chattered animatedly beside her, but Zheng Qing merely shook her head. Speaking in a subdued tone, I think I'm not very good looking. My face is covered in freckles, and my hair lacks luster. Ji Lang understood. This girl was grappling with insecurities about her appearance. He scrutinized her closely. Indeed, she was not particularly attractive, merely ordinary, not ugly by any means. Zheng Qing continued to lament her plight to her friends. My face shape is unflattering, whether I wear long hair or short. It never looks good. Her words caught the attention of Luo Chuan, who was seated by the school gate. Luo Chuan looked up in surprise, assessing Zheng Qing and her companions before laughing heartily. Girls at 16 or 17 are actually all quite lovely. Zheng Qing and her friends were startled, glancing at Luo Chuan before hastily quickening their pace to leave the school. Ji Lang was also left speechless by Luo Chuan's words. What kind of motivational platitude was that? Beauty is beauty, and ugliness is ugliness. What does age have to do with it? Shaking his head, Gu Lang resumed his spot in the corner, awaiting Song Lingyao. The school bell had been ringing for a while, and the number of students in the building dwindled as they prepared to leave. Soon, Gu Lang watched as groups of girls emerged, all sporting high ponytails and clad in blue and white uniforms. Their skin was radiant, adorned with a fine layer of fuzz, and their eyes sparkled with vivacity. Some slung their backpacks casually, while others stealthily trailed behind boys, giggling and bouncing around as they chatted. The orange glow of the sunset illuminated this scene vividly. Ji Lang stood there, captivated for quite some time. Suddenly, he grasped the essence of Luo Chuan's words. Indeed, girls at 16 or 17 are inherently beautiful. This beauty transcends facial features or cosmetics. It emanates from an innate vitality. It is this very vitality that allows every adolescent girl to cry without reservation, to love fiercely, and to embrace tomorrow with hope and fervor. Yet, at this moment, they remain oblivious to this truth. That Ji Lang was struck by another thought. One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the awareness of youth. That Ji Lang was lost in thought for quite some time before he finally noticed Song Lingyao. The moment he laid eyes on her, he realized that, damn it, not even the beauties of 16 or 17 could compare. The only one truly beautiful was her. He hurried to catch up with Song Lingyao and then boarded the Song family's exclusive vehicle. Returning to the estate atop the mountain. Upon entering, Song Lingyao found her family already prepared for dinner. Her mother, Liang Zhen, and father, Song Bowling, were seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Gu Lang standing behind his daughter, Song Bowling was somewhat taken aback. Is he awake? He inquired. Song Lingyao nodded. Just this morning. After a moment of hesitation, she recounted the events that transpired at school. The chubby creature could not convey its thoughts through the summoning contract. It could only respond to calls. Does Lingyao's new summoned beast lack the ability to transmit thoughts? Upon hearing this, Liang Zhen immediately cast a worried glance at Song Bowling. Song Bowling's demeanor grew serious. Recognizing the implications for their daughter's future. Have you tested it? Are you certain that the method of summoning is correct? Song Lingyao nodded again, her confidence unwavering. After all, she had genuinely felt the magical fluctuations of the summoning contract. The chubby creature had certainly used it. Song Bowling pondered for a long while before offering two of his speculations. Firstly, he suggested that the chubby one's age might be too young, its intellect not fully developed. However, Song Lingyao was reluctant to agree with this notion, as the creature was quite clever. It could bully lesser spirits and trick others into providing food and drink, indicating a certain level of intelligence. Song Bowling then presented his second possibility, a problem with the soul. He implied that the summoning contract between the chubby creature and Song Lingyao was not complete, leading to a flaw in the contract's soul. Souls are complex, and perhaps the chubby creature harbored some undisclosed secret, which resulted in the contract not fully imprinting its essence. Thus, as the initiator, Song Lingyao had a complete imprint of her soul. Allowing for only one-way transmission of information, Song Lingyao hesitated, pondering what to do if that were the case. A secondary contract, Song Bowling suggested. Yet, she was reluctant, fearing it would harm the chubby creature. The secondary contract is a unique magic of the summoning system, intended to erase the previous summoning contract from the creature's mind and establish a new one. That the goal is to deepen the mage's control over the summoned beast. Many mages, lacking sufficient prowess at the time of the initial summoning, fail to create a deep imprint. However, once their strength increases, they can perform a secondary contract to firmly establish control over the creature. This method, however, is seldom employed, as summoners who have developed an emotional bond with their creatures are often unwilling to proceed. knowing that erasing the contract will inflict some trauma on the creature's mind. Seeing his daughter's refusal, Song Bowling was not surprised. He proposed a second option: to wait. Wait until the creature's strength was sufficient to communicate naturally. His reasoning was simple. Since the current contract was incomplete and the chubby creature could not communicate, they should allow it to grow stronger. As its strength increased, its soul would become more substantial and resilient. Even if only a portion of its essence was contracted, it could still be used for communication. Song Lingyao nodded in agreement. This seemed to be the only viable approach. Shall we begin the nurturing plan now? She inquired. However, Song Bowling shook his head. It's still too young, and it has just recovered. We should wait a while. Gu Lang, listening from the side, was utterly bewildered. What nurturing plan? What were they intending to do? The potions were too potent. The little creature wouldn't be able to withstand them. Song Lingyao, exasperated, thought it humorous that her father claimed the chubby creature was small when it had already grown round as a ball. Song Bowling continued with his thoughts, suggesting they first feed it some mild potions, and then discuss further plans after it had passed its juvenile stage. Gu Lang suddenly understood. This father-daughter duo was devising a plan for its cultivation. He was overjoyed. Was the era of the Wolf Lord about to arrive? A glorious age of soft living. Fantastic. Old Zhang, bring some universal balm and jade essence pills, the mildest you have. Song Bowling signaled to the butler, who nodded and swiftly made his way to the basement. Before long, Butler Zhang returned, carrying 2 large boxes to the dining table. Song Bowling opened the boxes. Inside the first was a ceramic jar, and lifting the lid revealed a crystalline amber-colored ointment. The second box contained a small ceramic vial filled with dark, murky pills. They shared one commonality. They reeked. Gu Lang's face fell upon catching a whiff. What a dreadful odor. It was akin to freshly excreted waste smeared with olive oil, baked at 180 degrees for 5 minutes, then garnished with cilantro. Yet, Song Bowling seemed oblivious to the stench, diligently preparing the concoction. He turned to retrieve a glass bottle from a niche behind him, pouring its transparent, bluish liquid into an empty bowl. Then he scooped several spoonfuls of the universal balm into the bowl already filled with the blue liquid. Next, he took the small ceramic vial and poured several of the foul-smelling jade essence pills into the mixture, stirring the nauseating concoction vigorously. What emerged was a bowl of dark liquid bubbling with green froth. Song Bowling presented the bowl to Song Lingyao, indicating she should feed it to the chubby creature. She placed Gu Lang on the table and held the bowl to his lips. Gu Lang's nose twitched at the sight of the rancid concoction, and he nearly succumbed to nausea. It was unbearably foul. Ugh. He shook his head. This little chubby dog refuses to drink such a precious concoction worth several thousand. Song Bowling shook his head, exasperated by the creature's wasteful behavior. Several thousand. For just this bowl? Gu Lang, gritting his teeth, seized the rim of the bowl and drank it down. Gulp, gulp. After swallowing, he fought against the urge to vomit, forcing himself to keep his throat still. Ding! Detection complete. 150 ml of Song family's proprietary juvenile beast nurturing liquid. Ding! Feeding value 1500. The system's notification chimed in. But Gu Lang was in no mood to pay attention. He felt utterly miserable as the potion settled in his stomach. It erupted, creating chaos within him. Yes, it felt akin to a brawl. His body began to heat up, and the magical energy within him surged uncontrollably. This could not continue. He was on the verge of losing control. He raised his head, noticing everyone watching him intently. The effect was so pronounced. Seeing him in such a state, Song Bowling was taken aback. This was supposedly the mildest potion available. How could the chubby creature's body react so violently? The magical energy within Gu Lang was no longer under his command. It surged forth, desperate to escape. Without restraint, he opened his mouth and released it. Feeling the magical energy stirring, Song Bowling was horrified. Frostveil, Gu Lang shouted, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that filled the room with countless ice elements. The temperature in the entire living room dropped by several degrees. Even Butler Zhang sneezed. The worst part was the dining table. The steaming dishes had transformed into a collection of miniature ice sculptures. Everyone stared in shock. Alas, Song Bowling sighed in resignation. He had yet to eat. He truly hadn't anticipated that the mildest potion, combined with diluted spirit liquid, could provoke such a magical outburst from the chubby creature. How could it be so sensitive to these magical herbs? It was quite rare. Song Bowling's own summoned beast, upon consuming these potions, would exhibit no noticeable reaction. Yet the chubby creature erupted with a small burst of magic. Observing the frozen food on the table, Gu Lang felt somewhat embarrassed. He wagged his tail, and scampered out. Seeking refuge in the garden, seeing him leave the house, Song Bowling did not intervene. That he stood up, bent down, and picked up several ice crystal fragments from the table, closing his eyes to sense them intently. After a moment, Song Bowling opened his eyes in astonishment. This magical energy, such a dense concentration of ice elements. Frostveil was merely a basic one-star ice magic, yet it was utilized by his daughter's new summoned beast to an extraordinary degree. This was utterly outrageous. The ice elements had been gathered to an unimaginable density. Even a 3-star mage might not possess such control over elemental forces, yet the chubby creature was merely at the initial stage of the second tier. Ah, is this the legendary snow domain wolf that once dominated the polar regions? Song Bowling's face was awash with emotion. He had long been aware of the tidings that Bai Pang Pang is a descendant of the snow domain wolf, after all. On that day when Bai Tai ran to the Song residence to converse with his daughter, Song Bowling had been listening attentively from the sidelines, casting a glance at the pile of ice cubes on the dining table. He could only shake his head in resignation and prepare another feast. Ji Yulang dashed into the garden, feeling the tumultuous surge of magic within him. He had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of that medicinal concoction. The magical energy in his reservoir had increased by nearly 1-8. That it seemed he would need to find a place to unleash some magic and temper the swelling tide of his magical reservoir. After contemplating, Gulang resolved to return to the small pond where he had practiced that morning. That it was indeed the most suitable location for fire-based magic. After all, other places might lead to the perilous situation of setting fire on the mountain. Leading to the dispatch of the authorities below, without delay, Gulang set off. Treading the pebble path towards the rockery pond. As he passed a small fork in the road, he unexpectedly encountered the white-clawed spirit cat. It was perched on a branch, half closing its eyes, presumably engaged in its own cultivation. How gratifying it was to witness the diligent practice of his servant's servant. Gulang felt a surge of motivation to intensify his own efforts. Continuing onward, he soon arrived at the pond. Upon his arrival, the goldfish within the water darted away. Retreating to the depths, Ji Yulang huffed in exasperation. "I won't eat you. What is there to fear?" Steeling himself. He stood by the water's edge and began to cast fire-based magic upon the pond. Blazing fireball, blazing fire serpent, blaze. Gulang relentlessly unleashed fire spells towards the pond, under the relentless bombardment of fire elements. The water temperature steadily rose. He extended his paw into the water to gauge the warmth. A tad too hot. Ji Yulang decided to take a brief respite, allowing the water temperature to cool down to avoid the unfortunate demise of any fish, which would be difficult to explain. As Gulang practiced his magic by the small pond, Song Bowling was greeted by a guest. To call him a guest was somewhat inaccurate. The visitor was Song Bowling's younger brother, Song Tingbei. Song Tingbei was a quintessential middle-aged handsome gentleman, with a well-defined bone structure, fair skin, and striking features. He possessed brows that resembled swords and eyes that sparkled like stars, complemented by a nose that was finely chiseled. His hair, a striking blend of black and white, was tied back in a high ponytail reminiscent of ancient generals. Despite nearing 50, he still exuded an air of defiance. Song Tingbei was not his original name. He had initially been called Song Zhongling, differing from his elder brother's name by merely a sequence point. 30 years ago, both brothers were renowned for their extraordinary magical talent, their names echoing throughout Ruwei City, where everyone praised the elder Song for having 2 exceptional sons. However, their relationship was far from harmonious, as their father, Song Yin, often favored the eldest son. Good resources and treasures were invariably bestowed upon Song Bowling first, leaving Song Tingbei to vie for the remnants.